Summoned in another world's dungeon with my class. Survive as a shaman that couldn't become a hero. Volume 3. By Hishi Koge Diary. Translated by Foxaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 57. Yokomichi Hajime. The name's Yokomichi Hajime. Just a bit of an otaku, but otherwise a perfectly normal high school student. September the 21st, it's yet another lifeless Monday. Man, life sucks balls. Even when I'm dead tired from watching late-night anime in real time, do I really gotta do this in literally the crack of dawn? Make Mondays in the afternoon. How about you make that a law? Damn useless politicians. I'm a taxpayer, ain't I? For like, when buying shit. So while having these deep thoughts about politics and shit, my cool and mannerly face makes it to class perfectly on time. Foo, boo foo. Panting hard. What the fuck? Why's my class gotta be in the frickin' third floor? You wanna cripple me every morning? I'm not paying cheap tuition here. Get a damn escalator. Like, come on, it's literally the 21st century. Boo-foo, look guys, Porky's wheezing a lung out. Didn't Chacha hear him go oink oink just now? Dude, don't be mean, you know Porky can only make Porky noises. Ori, I can hear you, totem poles. What's with these fucking mob characters? Wanna fight me? I got the absolute mass to crush you flat faggots. Are you literally retarded? This is Kung Fu 101. Screw this, today's just a plain, shit day. Fuck you too, damn small fries. But I'm not one to cause a ruckus. I'm super gentle and a pacifist too, so I'll let those fuckwads off with a little stern look. Mitch, damn right, ya losers. They stopped their retarded yapping after I looked a little. Scared of my bloodlust, no doubt. I can take down small fry of their ilk with some simple eye contact. Oi Porky, the fuck you lookin' at? Bah. Wasn't. Lying to me, bitch. If ya got something to say it loud ass. Hey like, isn't that enough Higuchi? Yokomichi's scared outta his pants. But Kyuko, fags like that gotta be. Dude, we're like, totally not first name BFFs. What's the big deal? Why, oh, stop hitting me, hey. Fuck. All these fucks. Fucking DQN Higuchi. He got the totem pole trio as his lackeys and acts all high and mighty. Loser king of the loser monkeys. Fucking bastard, if I got serious, you're dead mate. I'll get you someday. I'll fuck you up. Higuchi Kyuya. In short, a delinquent. A piece of DQN scum that doesn't belong in our high-performance demanding prep school, Shiromine Private Academy. He's the type of human trash I hate most. And I have to add that Japanese laws are too soft for letting this sort of bastard roam freely. DQNs like him should be on put down. It's because they let these scum of the earth have rights that we still can't achieve world peace. Once I think up a means to a perfect crime, it's hasta la vista baby. Have fun with that little slut of yours, while you can. TCH, Randu Kyuko you fucking slut. Don't go around thinking you saved me you bitch. Any woman hanging around DQN scum are just as bad. Just look at her. This Kyuko girl looks like an absolute slut every way you look at her. No way she isn't selling herself. 30,000 for one go I bet. Her hair's even dyed blonde. It's in dirty yellow unlike Reina, who's a natural. And it don't suit you either, ugly. She's all glitzy with a metric ton of makeup on, and looks like those prettied up actresses, hags, you see on TV. Not to mention, that tan. Like oi woman. Her skin's burnt brown like those Ganguro gals. She's like a girl version of those totem poles, but even her group of cronies don't have their skin baked like that. Blonde hair and black skin, she's like a model slut if I've ever seen one. A dirty woman who's probably lost her virginity in the 5th grade. But, I will acknowledge those big tits and ass. If it's just the tits, she'd be number 1 in our class 27 that's full of all the hot chicks. She's the biggest. Well, if we don't count that irregular of a pig that is Futaba Maiko, she's still number 1. Trust me on this. Kenzuki Asuna and Takanashi Kotori have big ones, sure, but Kyuko's are massive. Just do JAVs already. I'll even fap to it twice for you. Oh crap, Popped a boner. Boo-foo. Calm down, me, think of flowers and kittens. Can't let people see this, I got my cool image to keep. I'll just find my seat while Higuchi and Yuko are fooling around. Phew, geez Louise. At times like this, I need to stop looking at ugly sluts and refresh my eyes with some real babes. Unbelievable, Nii-san. I take my eyes off you for 1 second, and this happens. Please try to restrain yourself a little. Ahaha, you worry too much, Sakura. I'm completely fine, see? Soma Sakura was chatting at the front of the classroom. That girl is undoubtedly the hottest babe in this class. No, in all of Shiromine Academy, I boldly claim. That face, those proportions, that personality, it's all 11/10. A perfect girl, as if she was literally handcrafted by God. Although, I myself feel sorry about the plebeians who fall for Sakura. Me. I got my eye on this one girl. She's quite the diamond in the rough. Boo-foo. Yukiko. Head on her desk pretending to sleep, there lay my sweetheart, with her seat conveniently right next to mine, Nagai Yukiko. Yukiko is a plain, somewhat short, and docile girl, and like me, never tries to stand out in class. With those out-of-trend, thick, black-rimmed glasses, and furthermore, being a member of the literature club, her description only bolsters her plainness attribute. But I can tell, you see. Those losers who go for Sakura or Reina, or even Asuna or Kotori or class rep, they've all got a case of shit taste. So it's only me who can tell where Yukiko's real charm lies. They're practically twins. Soft, silky, and short-cut black hair, black-rimmed glasses. A small, delicate-looking body that seems it would break from a simple embrace. Not to mention that superbly ephemeral aura around her. That's right, from the masterpiece that triggered my long journey into otakudom, The Melancholy of Suzuhara Haruka, she's almost identical to one of the heroines, Nagai Yuki. Hell, even their names are a syllable away. This has got to be fate. I really thought it was destiny. Yuki is my beloved. Despite the numerous otaku media in various formats which I've since consumed, she is someone I still claim as my waifu. What I want to say is that Yukiko is literally the advent of my goddess who has transcended the wall that is the second dimension to encounter me. In other words, Nagai Yukiko is my waifu. This Yukiko is the only sunshine in my boring school life, and I would spend this shitty Monday basked in her once again. But that never happened. Jijiji, Gi. 2. As that sudden dissonance rang, my peaceful everyday life had come to an end. And what awaited me was a fantasy world of swords and magic. That's right, on this certain day, I, Yokomichi Hajimi, a totally normal high schooler, was summoned into a parallel world. Wait a sec, this is just like. Boo-foo-foo, let's do it. In this new world, I will have the strongest cheat and will become the harem KNGG. I so shouted in ecstasy as I was thrown from the classroom into the jet-black abyss. What the fuck? Why is my calling a fucking warrior? Fuck. Bullfucking shit. What is with this normal as fuck calling? What warrior? Gimme a fucking break. This is literally the definition of weak-ass mob-tier calling. I can't even expect hidden cheats from a frigging warrior. I refuse to use an axe. That weapon that, in like every game and anime, is super shit class. I will never use it. Why damn it? Why warrior of all things? Why me? Where the actual fuck is God? Bring me to the white dreamscape where you apologize for sending me to this world by accident. Do it now. And because you can't send me back, load me up with a ton of cheats, you fuck. What's the big idea making me warrior? You telling me to die? Cheat. I want my cheat. Hand it over. Limit breaking status values. Unique skills. Get me a skill stealer. Give me the sage's knowledge. Super tier magic that only I can use, or let me build modern weaponry, anything damn it. Parallel worlds are meant for this shit, you lazy fousey case. For a while, I screamed out my completely justified anger at the jackass of a god, and reluctantly began my dungeon capture in search of a harem. Foo, boo-foo, foo-foo. Ah, I get it now, so it's like that. What I mean is, this is totally a growth cheat, right? It gotta be right? Boo-foo, what monster, scared me for a sec. These are all slime-level small fry. The first prey I killed was a goblin you'd find in any RPG. They're apparently called Goma or something, but parallel world rules can suck it. I'm calling this thing a goblin. Anyway, so this ugly goblin was walking around by itself like a moron, so I took a stone brick I found laying around and bashed his head in from behind. You don't show mercy to monsters. We're in a life or death situation here. I'll even shut away my heart if it's for the sake of survival. Badass. Well, the goblin went down with one shot. Then, I got 3 EXP. Yeah, no, there's no EXP. Still WTF, how come there's no status screen here? How am I supposed to check my growth if there's no leveling system? I guess it's that. You can't see your stats unless you get a card from an adventurer's guild. Whatever. I just beat this goblin, so I got my hands on the rusty sword it had. It was sorta slimy to hold, and had this awful stink, pretty much the worst grade weapon, but holding a real sword. Cuckoo, how should I describe this? Like your blood is boiling. Seems like, even though I was a perfectly good, law-abiding citizen and student in my peaceful homeland, I was in fact a born warrior at heart. Boo here. Ain't gonna lose now. A wild goblin appears. Is it the last one's friend? After I got my sword, they kept coming one after the other. But small fry, they are still. With my insane talent, I don't even need a damn cheat. Force boost, boost strength. Strength of a warrior. Toughness. New vitality rushes into the body. Even in battles of attrition, it bolsters courage. Excel boost. Reaction speed boost. Speed boost. Dodge the enemy's attack and counter. The warrior's novice skills are nothing special and are all common stat boosts. But it's well within my talents to go from common skills to world's strongest. With a single rusty sword, I gloriously curb-stomped like 10 of those goblins. Slash boosts attack power. A sharp strike cuts the enemy. And I quickly got a battle art too. Boo haha. Hell yeah, I'm strong. I'm hella strong. And I'ma get stronger, whether it's goblins, or skeletons, or zombies, or zombie dogs. I fucking ended them all. The more I kill, the stronger I get. There's no level display, but I know it in my gut. I can feel my status rising like no tomorrow. I learned a shitload of new skills and battle arts too. Ah, this is it. This is that exhilaration you feel when you grow, right? It's fucking great. I can't go back to video after experiencing this. That stuff is for retards. Fuck yeah. I'm simply awesome. I'm lucky as fuck. From this rickety box that positively screamed treasure chest, I got my hands on a real sword. Rusty swords are so trash, who'd even use that junk? This one didn't have a smidgen of rust. It's a brand spankin' new blade. And big too. The blade width is double that of the goblin's sword, and the length easily surpassed a meter. Like a bastard sword. Don't know man. But it's definitely got a size and weight that normal people wouldn't be able to handle. That's right, this isn't for plebs. I'm different. If I try picking it up with my epic strength. Look, so easy. It's just the right weight. Yeah, it was such a pain in the ass cutting away at all those small fries that came in packs. A big sword to mow 'em down is what real pros do. Yoo-ho. Holy balls, this is epic. I literally blew away 3 goblins in one fell swoop. Oh fucking P. I'm getting too OP here. I can't get enough of this euphoria from slaughtering these half-pints. All their blood splashing everywhere is disgusting, but with the high I get from putting them through a human blender, I don't give a single fuck. The buzz is real. Boo-foo, getting tired of these weaklings. I need myself a boss fight. It happened right as my zeal for dungeon capture was at an all-time high. Somebody, help. Chapter 58, Nagai Yukiko. Nagai Yukiko was a plain girl. Compared to the many distinctive girls of Class 2-7, young ladies positively brimming all with their own individual charms, in such a box of gems, Yukiko could be described as very ordinary. Her face, despite being slightly on the prettier side, wouldn't turn any eyes. But that was fine. Yukiko didn't want to be an idol or anything. Standing out wasn't fun, being stared at wasn't fun either. If she could live out a calm, quiet, peaceful school life, that would suffice. No, as of late, Yukiko's life had already undergone a very exciting change. She had been feeling happiness the likes she'd never felt before. But on the morning of September the 21st, that joyful student life of hers came to a sudden and abrupt end. Where am I? She opened her eyes in a dim stone-built room. If she were to believe the mysterious announcer, she was likely already inside a dungeon in a parallel world. That would certainly be the case. But one could not expect Yukiko, the normal high school girl she was, to suddenly have a grasp of the situation. That would also be the case. Having wept in despair for a time, Yukiko ultimately started moving according to the man's instructions. Calling. Cryomancer. With her 3 starter abilities, Ice Jitter, Ice Shield, and Ice Mist in hand, Yukiko, with nothing better in mind, decided to look for her scattered classmates. Mustering up her courage, the girl began her search into the eerie passages interlacing the dungeon. What is that? Attack, defense, and additionally, magic that could release a mist so as to confuse the opponent or allow the caster to escape. Yukiko had all the components necessary to put up a decent fight, but that never meant that she actually could. Even if you had a gun and knew how to use it, it didn't mean you could shoot with it accurately in deadly combat. Yukiko would waver even when shooting her ice arrows at the monsters called red dogs that were no bigger than stray dogs. So there was no way she could handle a Goma, that vile creature that was exceedingly uglier than a human, but also exceedingly close to one in shape. Yukiko could only shake in fear, silencing her breath as she progressed through the dungeon. The only magic she could bring herself to use was the one that would hide her from enemies, her ice mist. Sniff. I hate this. Why, how much longer do I have to do this? She would spend more and more time in the fairy squares, crying to herself. But wait as she may, no one would come to her rescue. All her classmates must be ahead of her, making good use of the powers granted by their calling. So she must keep moving. To once again meet her good friends, her reliable classmates, and most of all, that person she held dear. With whatever courage she could still muster, Yukiko relied on the cold mist that would hide her as she dove once again into the dungeon. And naturally, her control of said ice mist had progressed. She could now release it freely and control its thickness. She even learned a new spell. Ice Mirage can project the caster's image while inside ice mist. Numerous times did Yukiko pass around packs of monsters using her adept control of the mist and her ghostly decoys. She had grown a knack for being unseen. But like all things, there came a limit. The dungeon wasn't so sweet as to let one survive simply by running and hiding. Ha, ha. No, help. Shrill beastly grunting followed behind her. It was the cry of Goma. A savage cry symbolizing their exultation and sadistic ecstasy from hunting down a helpless prey. At a corner of a certain forested dome, Yukiko was soon discovered by the horde of Goma. No. Once seen, Yukiko's powers of visual deception were halved. And with their numbers, the Goma would eventually run into her in the fog, no doubt. Yukiko ran desperately. She wasn't a fast runner. She wasn't good at sports at all. But she ran. Even if she was out of breath, even if her legs broke, she ran. They were Goma. She already knew of the cruel, gluttonous nature of these creatures from her notebook. But even if she wasn't aware, she needn't make a big guess on what these hideous demons would do once they captured her. She didn't have to guess. Her instincts were screaming. That she would die once caught. That, after seeing the depths of hell, after experiencing excruciating pain, she would die. No. Please help. Somebody. She had no choice but hope for rescue. Anyone would do. It didn't matter as long as they saved her. Somebody, HLLPP, and sure enough, someone did indeed come to her rescue. Achwaiha. A large, black figure suddenly appeared on the scene. It carried in hand a large shiny sword and Eslaris. With a single swing, the horde of Goma, that were almost at her neck, were all sent flying. Head, arms, legs, all flew. Human-shaped creatures were chopped into pieces in cold blood. But unlike in movies or anime, the scene wasn't toned down in the least. The gory deaths of those living creatures were burned into Yukiko's eyes. Goma were monsters, sure. But at this moment, Yukiko saw for the first time how their blood was the same red as her own. Bufu, fu, die. Reluctant to let go of their prey, the Goma roared as they trampled over their fallen comrades to face their new enemy. Seeing which, the man with the great sword gleefully continued his massacre. Die, ya fucking mobs. He swung everywhere like a chaotic storm. No style, no form, nothing that could be called technique. But the oversized blade, swung around with the might of a giant, was more than apt for the task at hand. Fucking, won't even make EXP, these shit-ass mobs. Die, ORA. It was a fight akin to devastation. Seeming as a unilateral slaughtering of the enemy, and at the same time, like the choresome work of crushing red fruit in a mixer. Boohya hya. Die. ORA. At this point, it was a mere calculation of absolute difference in status. Simply, artless extreme, bullying of the weak. I'm fucking STRUNG. And then, no more Goma remained as far as Yukiko could see. They may have all been slashed into slabs if meat, or perhaps a few survived to run away. At any rate, the only thing reflecting in her eyes now was the man who had saved her. The man who stood in the middle of a lake of blood, garnished in pieces of meat and garbage, doused red in blood, stinking of rotten fish, and with a figure uglier than even a Goma, there stood her savior. Bufu, phew. The man heaved his shoulders up and down in large strokes, wheezing like a pig as he slowly calmed down. In fact, his body was obese enough to make his semblance to a pig almost uncanny. His height was a standard 170 centimeters, 5 feet 7 inches, but his abnormally swelled gut and girth made him look much larger. For the petite Yukiko, it would be no exaggeration to call him a giant. She felt such a pressure. This man then swayed with a swing of his body and turned himself to Yukiko's direction. From beyond the lenses of her thick spectacles, a pair of muddy black pupils stared at her. Hi. She couldn't bring herself to express thanks. Young women like her were generally not good with blood. Let's take an example. Say there was a man obstinately hitting on such a woman, and say another unknown man jumped in an attempt to save her. But it turned out that the second man was too strong, or rather, that man had gone into a frenzied storm with his fists. How pitiful. The flirtatious first man now had his face smashed in, bleeding profusely from his nostrils, his front teeth broken off. All in all, a terrible sight to behold. Having been shown such a live performance of gruesome violence, any normal woman would think like so. I'm scared she wouldn't feel anything other than fear. Her heart skipping to make her say, "Thank you, I've never met a strong and handsome man like you," wouldn't even be the last thing on her mind. Nagai Yukiko was only an ordinary high school girl. It wouldn't matter that she was on the verge of death. In no possible way could she have her heart burst into love and affection surrounded by a scene of senseless slaughter. The colors dyeing her small chest were not too dissimilar to the ones she had as she was being chased down by ravenous Goma. Blood-red fear, and pitch-black despair. Gufu. Nagai-san, are you alright? His blood-soaked face grinned crookedly. Yukiko instinctively looked away. Why yeah. Oh, right. She answered in tears, words somehow mixed in. I see, great, that's great. You looked like you were in trouble. He edged forward. Yukiko shivered as if by recoil. But she somehow managed to hold down the scream that was right at her throat. Are you still scared? You. It was. Really scary. It was it? It sure was. Boo-ha-ha-ha. But rest assured, Nagai-san. You're safe as long as I'm here. I can swat away Goma like flies, and most other monsters can't do much against my awesome strength. Hi, too. As if a tap had burst, Yukiko, having reached the limit of her endurance, devolved into a weeping mess. Gotta stop crying, gotta answer him now, she thought. But in spite of her will, the tears once let set loose would no longer stop. You're crying. Why the hell? I saved you. I beat all the Goma, see? Saw. I'm sorry. It's still scary. I was so scared. I can't calm down yet. Her head was turning strange from terror and despair. But Yukiko still managed to muster up every inch of her survival instinct for a final, desperate act of resistance. This act was to lie. A woman's lie, purposed to deceive a man. Got it. I totally got it. Yup, that's right, I'm not the dense MC type, so I get what you actually mean. I totally actually got your message. Why yeah. So, I think I can't stop. A little more. Bufu, fufu, don't worry, fu-he. Don't worry your pretty little head, Nagai-san. I will protect you. His repulsive wheezing snared in her ears. Yukiko's crushing dread didn't even allow her to raise her head to look. The man was already at arm's length. Nagai-san, I will always protect you. Fu-he. She feels something slimy touching her head. Ku. Her head was being stroked by a greasy, blood-smeared hand. She was psychologically repulsed to the brink of losing consciousness. Mortified to the point where she was considering instant suicide, Yukiko gritted her teeth and painstakingly answered. Why yeah. Thank you. Yokomichi-kun. Boohee. Don't sweat it. And you can just call me Hajimi. And I'll call you Yukiko, alright? Had she fallen into some cruel god's sadistic game? Nagai Yukiko, the savior sent down for her in a moment of crisis, was the single most loathsome boy in Class 2-7. It was Yokomichi Hajimi. Somebody, help. I heard it. It's Yukiko. I thought it was destiny. Bufu, fufu, don't worry, fu-he. Don't worry your pretty little head, Nagai-san. I will protect you. Our fates were practically entwined. When I saw her, Yukiko was being chased down by goblins and driven into a corner. If she's caught, I'll get to see the plotline of a doujin played out. And that's where I come in. This is literally happening. Is this legit light novel tier plot? Is seriously gonna be happening? Being OP as fuck feels too good already. But now, Yukiko's watching me. My sweet, sweet Yukiko is laying her eyes only on me. And I showed her alright. The coolest, most epic thing a man can do. I had her witness how I can and will protect the girl I love. She's pretty much in the bag now. Yukiko route, full steam ahead. Nagai-san, I will, always, protect you. Fu-he. Would you look at that? Yukiko looks so damn happy with me stroking her head. Her shoulders are trembling and she's sobbing quietly. This has got to be because, after being almost crushed by fear, she is relieved to the point of tears from being rescued by her ultimate savior. That's me. It's okay, Yukiko. I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you, babe. I won't let him touch a hair on your body. Chapter 59, Yokomichi Hajimi and Nagai Yukiko. Nagai Yukiko was in despair. She was already in a dungeon where man-eating monsters strutted about. But of all things unlucky, the one she had to pair up with turned out to be Yokomichi Hajimi. The title, Gross Otaku, wouldn't fit anyone better than him. If it's only a passive interest in anime, manga, or games, most boys would be involved in at least one of those. Even Soma Yuto, alongside his wholesome practice of kendo, would on occasion play video games, enjoy manga, chat with his classmates on those topics, getting a disapproving word from his sister on as a result. There were also boys with a greater than average interest in the domain. In Yukiko's eyes, the mismatched pair that was Momokawa Kotaru and Saichu Masaru would be described as normal otaku, and most others in class likely thought so too. There were plenty of other otaku-ish boys around, so these two never stood out. They were basically living quiet, non-outstanding, peaceful school lives, where they wouldn't cause any trouble unless it was something big, and in addition, never inspired any disgust from others, making them accepted as members of the same class. But in stark contrast, there was Yokomichi Hajimi. Even though Saichu Masaru was similar to him, being fat in addition to being an otaku, the former wasn't hated. In fact, his overexcitable personality actually gathered a positive impression of him in class. Yokomichi Hajimi and Saichu Masaru. The fundamental difference between the two, in complete honesty, would be in their character. Yukiko didn't know what was going on in Hajimi's mind, and neither did she wish to know. But considering that he would repeatedly cause problems in class, it would be fair to brand him as ill-mannered. Every word of his came out as complaints. Always cynical, never focused, denying everything. On the spring of entering Section 7 of their second year in high school, Saichu Masaru, as a fellow otaku, called out to Hajime, who stayed in his lonesome. In response, "TCH, this is why I hate filthy casuals," snapped Hajime, and Masaru, predictably, also got mad, starting off a dispute. Yukiko should know, she was there when it happened. It didn't devolve to the point where the homeroom teacher would intervene, or they would be sent to the counseling room, but Hajime would often get into similar squabbles with other people in class too. Thus, come the dawn of Golden Week, he attained the nickname of Porky. The boys hated his self-important guts, and the girls detested his simply ugly appearance. Yokomichi Hajime was thus isolated. Like the saying goes, let the sleeping dogs lie. As such, it never turned into bullying and everyone simply ignored him. But this in fact protected the peace of Class 2-7. Since basically, Hajime never called out to anyone himself. "Here, Yukiko. We only got walnuts, so eat up." And at present, that Hajime was behaving as if he was her closest friend. No, as if he was her lover, he was being insistently over-familiar. For the already weak-willed Yukiko, that act itself was incredibly terrifying. Thanks. With trembling fingertips, she received the fairy walnut from Hajime's hand. Those hands that had just now finished murdering Goma were dabbed in plenty of blood. Naturally, the walnut grasped by such a hand would also be. But Yukiko couldn't allow herself to shout, "That's filthy," in refusal. Hi. Yet, she ended up letting out a small scream because, the next moment, Hajime grabbed her hand. Even when simply touching with her fingertips gave her such an awful sense of repugnance, having her whole hand tightly grasped gave her psychological damage akin to cockroaches crawling all over her palm. My bad, it's just what exactly? She had no interest in what sort of flawed logic in his brain made Hajime suddenly grab a girl's hand he's not even close with. But she at least understood that such an action doesn't just happen, and she realized the ulterior implications behind it. "Yukiko, your hands, so warm." Her spine chilled over. The feeling struck her like lightning, the feeling that, as a girl, her body was in danger. But the frail Yukiko could do nothing but stiffly shake her shoulders. She could, in no way, draw back her hand. And not really. They're normal. Her only form of resistance was a curt response. She must not let this man see her fear, much less her disgust, that she absolutely cannot hint at. "I'll never let go of this hand. Yukiko, I'll always protect you." Spouting incomprehensible and unreasonable bogus, Hajime reluctantly lets go of Yukiko's hand. You. Finished with their unsavory meal of walnuts and water, Hajime had fallen asleep, and Yukiko finally got a chance to wash her hands. She kept her hands sunk in the chilled fountain water, unconcerned with her fingers numbing from the tips, simply needing with wash, cleanse, and purify herself. "I hate this. I can't stand it anymore." Yokomichi Hajime was strong. He was wholly relying on the power of his warrior calling, but he, nonetheless, brought out its potential and wielded it as his own. He had the gall to tell her, "I'll protect you," with his stinking breath, so at the very least he seemed to have concern for her safety. In fact, whenever they encountered any monsters, Hajime would keep Yukiko behind him and hunt down those beasts with determination. Despite the fact that he looked like a psychotic killer intoxicated in blood and violence, it was also fact that he actually protected Yukiko from those fearsome monsters. As long as she was with Hajime, she would be much safer than if she was alone. She could live without a constant fear for her life. In spite of that, this situation, where Yukiko was alone together with Hajime was, as a young woman, presenting an unprecedented danger to the thing most important after her life. Hajime had yet to come on to her forcefully, but, having her head stroked, and just before, with her hand, his actions were clearly escalating. She wasn't one to boast an abundance of experience with men, but Yukiko could at least tell when one's gaze was muddied in desire. She was not interested in whether Yokomichi Hajime was truly in love with her, but she couldn't help but realize how he was lusting after her like a dog in heat. If Yokomichi Hajime had a forceful personality like Higuchi Kyuya, he would have no doubt had his way with her upon arrival at their first fairy square. Against the practiced warrior, Yukiko, who didn't even have the courage to shoot a monster with her ice magic, had no hope of resisting. Once Hajime felt like it, Yukiko would most definitely be violated. Perhaps she should just give up. Accepting him could become a guarantee in its own right, she thought. It was as if Hajime was thinking he had become the protagonist in a shonen manga, and as a result, he was trying very hard to act cool in front of her. That was the scary part. There was no way of telling when he would attack, when his lust would overcome his reason. No, that time may not be far, that fate would surely befall her soon enough. Her small hope would be if they could meet up with other classmates before then. But Yukiko couldn't honestly rely on that either. Looking at how Hajime was behaving, he might as well consider others as obstacles and remove them. Remove, or otherwise said, he could straight out murder them. Yukiko could quite easily imagine those classmates who ignored him having their heads lopped off by Hajime's blood-smeared greatsword. She wanted to escape. She wanted release from the curse that was Yokomichi Hajime. But she couldn't help but be terrified of the hell that would surely come after. Please, someone. Anyone, save me. But this time, God didn't answer Yukiko's pleas. And then, that time finally arrived. Yukiko, I'm in lolalu love with you, so. After beating a particularly large red dog, one so-called boss monster, they had teleported from the transfer circle in that room and arrived at a new fairy square. And upon arrival, suddenly, and without any rhyme or reason, a blood-soaked Hajime spoke those words. She had expected this. Yet, there was no way she could be prepared for it. Yukiko ending up desperately limiting her expression to only surprise. I love you so. I'm doing it, alright? Hajime takes hold of Yukiko's small shoulders with his dirty, bloody hands. Hi. NNO. She couldn't think. Hajime's words of confession, these were in essence, a telling sign that he had reached the limits of his reason. I can do it, right? Right. Little by little, his grip on her shoulders tightened. It was painful. No. Rather than physical pain, it was her mental agony that was being tested. Her life may be at risk, but she realized that she simply couldn't let Hajime have his way with her. It was possible that her pride as a woman had, just then, overcome her fear. No. Mustering strength in her slender arms, Yukiko pushed away at Hajime. Naturally, his already 100-kilogram mass, along with his newfound strength as a warrior, meant that Hajime's body wouldn't budge. Instead, Yukiko herself staggered, but succeeded in escaping from his hands. What? Why? Hajime stared dumbfounded at his hands that had been made to let go, somehow utterly bewildered. Perhaps he never even dreamed that he would be rejected. I have someone I like. The phrase coming out of her mouth was of the most orthodox in rejecting a confession of love. You're kidding me. It's true. It was no lie. Nagai Yukiko being in love was the unfiltered truth. No way, Soma. It's not Soma-kun. Then, it's Tendao. No, not him either. I'm already dating him. Woo. What the hell? The fuck are you on about? No way. Who is it then? Higuchi-kun. That too was no lie. In complete and utter truth, Nagai Yukiko loved Higuchi Kyuya, a boy of the same class, and furthermore, they were in a relationship. No, damn, way. That's gotta be a lie. Almost got me. Hajime's reaction would probably be the same as anyone in their class. Nagai Yukiko, an unremarkable, plain, quiet girl. Higuchi Kyuya, if one doesn't count exceptions like Soma Yuto and Tendao Ryuichi, he would rank towards the top in class, and for better or worse, possessed a powerful character. If put in a school caste system, the boy and girl would no doubt be in completely separate levels. In fact, the two had no point of intersection in their school lives. And there was no one claiming they saw them talking to each other in class either. I'm not lying, I really am in a relationship with Higuchi-kun. Lies, there's no damn way. You got no fucking proof. I have it. Yukiko withdrew from her pocket her smartphone that she had turned off upon her arrival at the dungeon. Her ghastly pale fingers softly opened a digital picture album. Here, this is a picture from our first date. What was projected there was a scene that would be impossible to find in the 2-7 classroom. An image showing a joyful couple, Nagai Yukiko and Higuchi Kyuya, their bodies in close proximity. It was likely a holiday, as they were both in their everyday clothes. Yukiko looked as plain as ever, while Kyuya stood out with his flashy silver accessories. Looking at them together, no one would think that they suited each other, but Yukiko's shy, bashful expression, alongside Higuchi's strangely giddy face, made the two of them appear as though they were truly happy together. No way. Yukiko, with fucking Higuchi. With that fucking DQN. Please don't say that about Higuchi-kun, my boyfriend. Boyfriend. No fucking way. Shut up. That's a lie and you know it. Me, you're messing with me, you just wanna trick me, don't you? Suddenly shouting, Hajime snatched away Yukiko's article of proof that was her phone. Ah, don't. Hajime's stubby, blackened fingers thus mercilessly disclosed the maiden's hidden away memories. Indeed, Yukiko's phone not only had that one picture of those two together, but had many other wonderful scenes together with her boyfriend preserved inside. Things like the time when they first started going out, they were at a nearby shopping mall where they almost ran into the Soma siblings, and had to quickly hide away. Things like at the beach, at the pool, at the festival, all those summer vacation events that could be called cliché yet were utterly thrilling to do together with him. And finally, like the time they first did the deed, her first, at some point in the summer. UAA. Making a face of anguish as if he'd just seen something otherworldly levels of disgusting, Hajime groaned, and released the phone from sheer shock. The still-lit screen showed the couple, in bed, naked, and holding each other close. Whho. It was no different from a beast's roar. Hajime's sudden howl was easily overshadowing the recently defeated boss Red Dog's cry. Stinkinwhuri. T thought you could trick me, did you? Ice shield. As if he had transformed into an animal, he kept saying incomprehensible things while furiously charging at her, which she just barely stopped with a shield of ice. Buger. Having slammed face first into the bulky wall of ice, Hajime staggered and yelped like a frog being stomped on. However, a warrior's charge was no small force. Despite him bashing against the ice wall like an idiot, the thick ice had suffered a crack. Ice mist. She invoked her specialty without a moment's delay. From the beginning, Yukiko only had this to escape from monsters. Fuck. Oi, where'd you go? Where are you, Yukiko? I'll never forgive you, fucking bitch, acting all proper to deceive Emmy, you putrid stinking whore, trying a honey trapper. Along with the foul and hateful language, because she had become a mage, Yukiko could feel it. She could feel beyond the pure white mist the presence of raging mana. Mana wasn't only the energy used to invoke spells, but also served as the source of the superhuman strength dwelling in a warrior. This effect applied for humans and monsters alike. This magical presence acted as a form of bloodlust, warning Yukiko of her greatest crisis yet. She had no choice but to escape, even if it meant leaving the safety of the fairy square. Ha! She simply ran through the stone passages. Run as she may, the ever-encroaching voice never got far away. It was fortunate that Hajime never attained any speed-enhancing, or as he called it, mobility-boosting skill, but since he had nigh inexhaustible stamina from his toughness, losing him proved difficult. Hajime was slow on his legs, but Yukiko wasn't fast either. If she was a runner like Natsukawa Minomi, she could have zipped away without trouble, but Yukiko was a genuine bookworm, and in addition, had a mage class. Running fast was asking too much of her. And ultimately, Yukiko's luck had run out. At the end of a narrow alley-like stone path, she ended up at a dead end. Bufu. Bu-fu. Yukiku. Wait, damn it, Yukiku. Revenge. This is my revenge after having everything betray me, my rightful vengeance. Nagai Yukiko. She made a big mistake betraying my pure love. I won't forgive her, never, I won't forgive you. Fuck, you fucking closet slut bitch. NTR is seriously shit. Fucking terrible. Phew, foo, bew, oh hey, it's a dead end. At the end of a long passage, there was a dark, dreary, stone-built room. This dungeon has a ton of these things, rooms that don't go anywhere. There's no hidden doors or passages, and as long as no place is collapsed, it'd serve as a dead end. In other words, me standing in front of this one entrance to the room means Yukiko's been perfectly cornered. Ihei, Yukiku. This is for revenge, so Yukiko can't complain no matter what I do. I can do anything to her and it won't be my fault. Yukiko, my precious Yukiko, right now I have the right to do anything to you. That's right, anything. Why Yukiko? I entered the room. In this dark, classroom-sized room, I quickly find Yukiko. She has nowhere left to run, so she's probably given up, and is huddled up in a corner. The room's already murky as hell. I can barely see the corners but Yukiko's fair, slender arms stand out in the minuscule amount of light. It's too late to apologize, okay? This is all your fault. Why you had the nerve to get a boyfriend without telling me? Worse still, it had to be fucking Higuchi. You're over, bitch. I was at the peak of rage, and was about to pounce onto the seated down Yukiko when I noticed. First, I picked up the smell. I've been getting very familiar with this scent these few days. Then, I saw the pool-up blood spreading under Yukiko. She's dead. You're kidding. Legit. Yukiko's legit. Dead? How come? I don't get it. I have no idea, but I'm getting shivers. My legs were shaking but I edged closer to Yukiko even while staggering. Wah, she's literally dead. Blood was coming out of Yukiko's neck. It was still vividly pouring out. Must have stabbed it just recently. There's a blood-stained knife in her right hand. This is the one I gave her as a gift for self-defense, a relatively good quality Goma knife. She stabbed this into her throat, no doubt. And tightly gripped in her left hand was a memo pad. Fuck this. Why you really liked Higuchi that much more than me, Fuke. On the memo pad, there were pictures of Yukiko and Higuchi kissing while hugging. No, there was a heart drawn on the part where their lips touched. Shitty photo booth, Puricura, pics. Stuff like, Yukiko, Kyuya, 1-year anniversary, we'll be together forever, was written down. Goddamn,it. Yukiko. I really loved you, you know. Why, how did it turn out this way? Strange, this is all out of whack. I was supposed to make a harem in this parallel world, where I'd make only Yukiko my legal wife, and live every day happily. I was even sure it was destiny the moment I encountered her in the dungeon. This is all a lie. This just has to be a bad dream. Actually, there's no way Yukiko and Higuchi are going out. Yukiko's the same as Yuki from the Melancholy of Suzuhara Haruka. She's docile and plain, but hella cute and why Yukiko? Looks beautiful even though she's dead. It's like she's just sleeping. If there wasn't the stab on her neck and the pool of blood, I'd only think she was sleeping. I've watched Yukiko's sleeping face many times now. I'd been secretly watching when we rested at the fairy squares. I'm pretty good at holding back, if I do say so myself. Like really, just looking at Yukiko's lovely and defenseless figure makes me, pop a boner. Look, even now, even when I know she's dead. Crap, WTF, I'm fucking diamonds. Hold up bro, what's wrong with you? Yukiko's dead for crying out loud. She ain't sleeping man. She's dead, meaning she ain't waking up, ever. She won't wake up no matter what you do. Wah, she's still warm. I touched her. Yukiko's peaceful face resting eternally, I stroked her fair cheek with a finger. It was astoundingly warm. Oh man. This is, oh man. I hold her face with both hands. The texture of Yukiko's infinitely soft, warm cheeks transmit fully into my palms. It feels different from a doll, figurine. It feels like a woman. Yukiko. Yukik. I'm having my first kiss. There's this old line where it says it's supposed to taste like lemon but the taste of Yukiko's lips, it was much more amazing. Holy fucking balls. Tasty. Seriously tasty. It's sweet like my mouth is melting, while bitter enough to make the tip of my tongue shiver in delight. The taste is all over the place, but every one of those flavors are stimulating, and all of them are satisfying. Simply delectable. What literally is this? Do all girls taste like this? I wonder why. Saliva isn't supposed to have any taste. But then, where's this irresistible taste coming from? Ah, blood. I got absorbed on the kiss, and made her lip area sloppy with my saliva. A tiny stream of blood exited from her half-open mouth. Yeah, well, she got stabbed in the throat, so some blood coming out isn't all that strange. But still, the red blood overlaid on Yukiko's porcelain white skin looks really vivid. Red on white, it's a simple two-color combination, but if I think of it like Yukiko's blood on Yukiko's skin, it's kinda exciting. It's turning me on. I can't tell whether it's in a sexual meaning or an appetizing one. But one thing's for sure. She looks delicious. I lick it, the blood coming from her mouth. With that, I understand. Ah, it's this is it. That explosively delectable flavor I tasted, it was the taste of blood. Why Yuki KOH? About what happened after, it was like seeing a dream, my consciousness was hazy. But the event was distinctly left in my mind. It was my glorious first time. It started with a kiss. I fully indulged myself in the taste of her lips and tongue. Bite, munch. Yukiko's mouth and tongue are so small, I could eat them up with one bite. Ha, ha. Next came her chest. If you're any sort of man, boobs are life. Like peeling the skin off a peach, I impatiently took off Yukiko's sailor uniform. Rip, tear. Her modest breasts white as snow. Crunch. You're beautiful, Yukiko. Foo-ha, boo-ha. Well, it's rude to the girl if you only focus on her breasts. I'm a guy who'll love every nook and cranny of his woman. Chomp, chomp, one at a time, with great care. I partook in every morsel of Yukiko's body, allowing not a single leftover. But look, there comes a point where a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Boo-foo, foo, foo. The moment I laid eyes on her underwear, pure white, perfectly reflecting Yukiko's prim and proper image. Smash. Buruo. I feasted on Yukiko, deliriously, ignoring all else. I devoured this woman's whole body. This wasn't like the sexual catharsis of ejaculation. This satisfaction wasn't something you can get with simple sex. Domination. Conquest. Monopolizing. Nope, all wrong. This has to be what they call love. I love Yukiko. And she loves me. That's why it's so tasty. That's why it feels so good. I couldn't think of any other reason. This clearly meant that Yukiko was always, only mine. Yukiko is only mine. And now, the two of us had become one. I'm so relieved, no more worries now. I'm not letting that fucking Higuchi touch a hair on her body. That bastard will never touch my Yukiko. Ah, love. Love is such a wonderful thing. Boo-foo, burp. After relishing in my love, what came up from deep in my stomach was a big ol' belch with a bit of red haze mixed in. Maybe 'cause I'm stuffed, I suddenly feel really sleepy. I mean, obviously you're gonna sleep after you have a go at it. I placed my heated body on the chilly floor to cool myself down, and lied down with my hands and feet sprawled out. There was nothing around me. There was no one else here, not anymore. Since, Yukiko and me, we'd already become one. As I basked in the afterglow of having eternally bonded to Yukiko, I fell asleep in the greatest mood ever. Feast. Which would mean, what I'm hearing now is in a dream. Feast, feast. Someone was talking. More like, shut up already, it was more like a howling beast. What I'm hearing is just howling, but I somehow understand what it's saying. Feast to your heart's content, quench your thirst. I could see a dim figure of the howling beast, maybe. What is that? A lion, no, wolf. Maybe a pig. I don't get it. But it's big. It was a huge, black beast. Welcome, kindling of mine, welcome. Cannibalizer. Kindling cannibalizer. Evil eater, feast on all things. Meat, bone, poison, magic, and occasionally, even on skills, you can feast on all. Great more, for feasting on all things, a monstrous mouth, and a gigantic jaw. bottomless stomach, for all things feasted on, a gargantuan gut. Predated skills. Nagai Yukiko's ice magic, reproduce a part of lower grade ice magic. There's this bizarre feeling of stuff vigorously entering my head. It's not a very good feeling, but never mind that, I just wanna sleep. I forgot about that vague image of a beast, and this time, peacefully, fell asleep. Chapter 60, Butterfly. Hot damn, look what time it is. It's time to get another totally awesome power from my patron god. That thought came when I realized I was once again in that same old black dimension. I shall grant you a new protection. Yes, thank you very much, Ruinhilde-sama. So if you can, please spare me the pain. Thinking this was also a same old repetition. Chaos. It is not a thing that merely exists as phenomena. He's started another one of those incomprehensible God lectures again. To be perfectly honest, even if he goes all deep and profound on me when he's giving me a new protection, all I care about is if it's gonna hurt or not, so none of the talk is actually entering my head, you know? But well, I'll try hearing him out as best as I can. I hope he's okay with that. Put two people together, and they're either friends and foes. With three, one vies to take a position of neutrality, or even opportune for the winning side. The situation complicates as you add more. In other words, chaos ensues. Ruinhilde-sama grandly spread out his arms, as he spoke deeply on the nature of chaos. And out of nowhere, brilliant lights burst forth. From every conceivable direction, the lights danced like a storm of cherry blossoms. Red, blue, yellow, green. These lights flickered in a myriad of colors. No, not quite. They were butterflies. With black-lined wings like those of the black swallowtail, these critters flapped about each with their own color. Hundreds, thousands of these glittering butterflies were dancing and, I see, this really is an illusory scene worthy of being called a miracle of God. Mine devotee, Momokawa Kotaru. As you are still of mortal flesh, take time in dipping deep into chaos. Lose yourself, be immersed, and set yourself adrift, if not. At any rate, you did well. I see. Why, Buwa. As I wondered if what this god was saying is that I'm very praiseworthy, the gathered butterflies in the darkness rushed towards me all at once. Are you stupid? Do I look like a flower with delicious nectars inside? I didn't think so. You, Fuwa. Swallowed into the storm of butterflies, I log out from the god area. Contribute butterfly, using medicines, create a butterfly that releases the opposite effect with its scales. With this new curse in hand, the worst harem party, with me inaugurated as its sub-leader, entered once again into the dungeon. It need not be said that the atmosphere surrounding us was really bad. None of us showed it on our faces, but none could deny that the air was dangerously close to its boiling point. Nevertheless, our progress itself was going all right. It's because class rep, who I myself believed to be a good leader, took her position seriously, so we were able to fight as a team somewhat okay. There were a few places where her decisions felt a bit off, but they weren't anything big, so I generally went with it. If we could survive thanks to her orders, then I had no qualms. The only time I did speak up would be when we encountered enemies that were actually life-threatening. Right, for example, like that powerful mantis from before. The note circle has since updated to let us know that it's known as a night mantis. And like that time when two of those appeared at once. Class rep, let's get Mei-chan up front. But then, the rearguard. Give me some ice walls after my bog sets in. There's two of those manties this time, so if we don't go full power here, we might regret it. Kotaru-kun, everything alright? It's fine, the last junction was a few hundred meters back. Even if we get ants from behind, we can buy time with the bog and ice. If you guys can take out even one of those manties in that time, we'll win easy. Got it, then, I'll be right back. Leaving behind a bright smile, Mei-chan became a gale as she rushed off to battle up ahead. As of currently, our usual formation had Kenzuki plus Natsukawa in vanguard, class rep and Soma Sakura in the middle, with me, Takanashi, and finally, Mei-chan protecting the rear. To speak of what's different from before, we've got a solid midguard with our mage combo, class rep plus Soma Sakura, so it's a step in the right direction I'd say. Also, we've had Mei-chan stationed with us, so the defense back here has improved too. All of these changes were things I suggested before heading out. Class rep asked a few questions about my rationale, but otherwise accepted right away after I answered. It was a tough decision taking Mei-chan away from the front, but in the dungeon, there's always the danger of a pincer attack. At any rate, it was necessary to put more strength into our rearguard. Plus, taking into account the current circumstances between Mei-chan and Kenzuki. Anyway, Kenzuki'll fight better if we put her only with Natsukawa-san. This also takes into account that we need to put her dual wielder skills to full use. Rotten bog. And done. Alright class rep, Kenzuki-san and Natsukawa-san will take on one of the mantis. You and Soma-san provide spell support with all you got. Me and Mei-chan will stop the other one. Can you two handle it? We can slow it down. In that time, you guys have to beat yours quick. You don't need to tell us. Gotcha. Soma Sakura behaved outwardly annoyed, but anyway, Natsukawa-san gave out an earnest reply. Kenzuka-san didn't say anything, but she probably understands the plan. That's how it is, so Kenzuki-san, don't be late, okay? Oh, of course. Just leave it to me. Facing the mantis, Mei-chan, who was shoehorned into the vanguard, spoke to Kenzuki with a smile. To which the latter replied with a shaky voice. Yup, we definitely can't put her and Mei-chan together anytime soon. Aside from that, considering everyone's feelings on the matter, it'd be much better to split the work between me and Mei-chan and the Soma team. Guys, they're here. Natsukawa-san, who possessed the thief's enhanced hearing, clearly deciphered the position of the mantis by the beat of their wings echoing inside the cave and announced that their arrival was upon us. It's because we had her excellent perception that I could hand out orders and even had spare time to explain the strategy. Now, all that's left was the fight itself. With our current collective strength, we should be able to take on two mantis at the same time. It's a good chance. I'll test my new curse magic here too. Lux Sagitta. Ice Sagitta. As expected, the two mantis came flying from beyond the curve ahead, and our midfield mages got the first attack in. And no, they weren't so stupid as to try and aim at both, and properly targeted only one, the one on the right. Let's name this one Mantis A. Arrows of light and ice blitzed towards it. But this enemy wasn't half-baked. Sharply swinging its two sides, Mantis A deflected their preemptive attack. Seeing which of them the mages chose, Kenzuki-san and Natsukawa-san now knew their mark. Leaving A to those four, me and Mei-chan started on containing Mantis B. Red Fever, Black Hair Bind. I set Red Fever on A and B, just because, and extended my good old tentacles towards B. SHA. With a piercing cry, the braided tentacles, that were aimed for its four legs, were quickly scythed off. That being said, when you're on Mei-chan's level, even something like that worked as good support. Ha! With a spirited yell, she swung down her roaring steel halberd. Mantis B instantly drew back its scythes and received the large axe blade, and stopped it. But, though slightly, the mantis was indeed pushed back. Whoa, Mei-chan's incredible. She bested a monster in pure strength. That Mei-chan, it's like she was getting EXP every time she defeated an enemy and was leveling up when before I know it. Though I'm jelly of her status values that seem to be rising so well, I'll get back to what I need to be doing. I mean, I'm just a shaman. The best I can do is maybe harass the enemy when we're in a fight. Soar, O wings of misfortune, rooted in this. Reciting the aria engraved in my head, I take out my, practically useless since I never actually use it, antidote med. The usual ointment A is made of white blossoms, white flower, with small amounts of shamdelion, false dandelion, and fairy walnut leaf. This antidote here is made with the blue flower as a base, adding similar portions of shamdelion and walnut leaves. Who knows what kind of poisons this thing will work on? I can't really tell since Intuition Pharmacy only gave me a rough explanation. But whatever it is, it's definitely an antidote of some kind, no doubt. Implying that, this, using medicines, create a butterfly that releases the opposite effect with its scales. Effect of my new curse will allow me to take this and manifest a butterfly carrying the poison it's supposed to cure. Contribute butterfly. In the next moment, The pasty antidote reformed into swallowtail butterflies with a blue luminescence. They each gently fluttered up from the palm of my hand. I wonder if their number depends on the amount of meds used. The blue, poisonous butterflies rose from my hand until there were 10, which is when all the antidote had been expended. Nice, now go. I try commanding them like I do Rem, and the poison butterflies start heading for the target just how I picture them to. Granted, they're going at a butterfly's pace, so it's quite honestly not fast. But having the ability to move freely in the air, they should be able to collide into the goal. This goal, that is Mantis B, was presently in fierce combat with Mei-chan. With its big, compound eyes, there's no way it'd miss my blue glowies. But as if implying it sensed absolutely no harm from them, the mantis showed no signs of trying to avoid or drive away my butterflies. Making sure not to accidentally hit Mei-chan, I go around from behind and bullseye. Upon landing on the mantis back, the butterflies, as if remembering that they were beings of curse mana, dispersed into blue phosphorescence. These blue-white glowy things must be their poisonous scales. TCH, it's not instant effect. All shots were on target. However, Mantis B showed no changes at all. That was useless. Using black hair would have been. Not at all. Look, this mantis is getting weaker. Yeah, she yelled, swinging down her halberd once more. She beat back the mantis even more than she had in her first attack. And its reactions are also dull. And another one. The upswing from her weapon cut off Mantis' right-hand scythe from the base and sent it flying. The bug was a good match for Mei-chan, using both its sides in unison. Take away even one of those, and the fight was practically over. So believe me when I say, your poison really worked. Thank you, Kotaro-kun, it was a great help. Following the same swing that cut off its arm, she sliced off its left frontal leg. Its posture now broken, what remained was for it to be chopped up like a cucumber, its pieces finally sinking into a pool of its own green blood. With that as a background, Mei-chan gave me a delighted grin as she praised the efficacy of my poison butterflies. Honestly, I seriously don't feel like being praised at all. Any way you look at it, what I did only slightly weakened the creature. Mei-chan's the awesome one for turning it into absolute mincemeat. Wait, is the Soma team still fighting over there? Phew, we beat it somehow. 30 seconds after Mei-chan was done, Mantis A, after being pincushioned by light and ice arrows, and hacked into by the dual weapon users, fell defeated. Seeing how their side was one-upped by Mei-chan, Kenzuki-san was making glances at her with eyes that looked afraid. With my meds and Soma Sakura's healing magic, her absolutely devastated face was already fixed. When she later opened her eyes, Class Rep took the lead and explained everything. Now, it was like her headstrongness was all a lie, and she listened without a single complaint. But seeing her like that, no one, not even Mei-chan, said anything. Or rather, they wouldn't pry in. I think everyone's already fully aware that Kenzuki Asuna's heart, that proud girl's heart, was torn down by the overwhelming violence of the berserker. And now, Kenzuki-san was listening to not only Mei-chan, but even my own orders. This would have been unthinkable for the old her. Should I call it progress, or maybe regression? Whatever it is, it's convenient for me. And so, Soma Sakura was the only person left in the list of people trying to get in my hair. I should just get Mei-chan to beat her up too, make life easier, is the kind of evil thought popping into my head, but I'm not stupid enough not to consider the consequences. Otherwise, soon, when we meet back up with Soma Yuto, it'll be all over. If I act that straightforwardly evil, I won't live long. Chapter 61, Prior Visitor. Why in the world is this cave so long? Said Class Rep in a somewhat fed-up tone. After that double mantis battle, we've been going through insect cave after stone dungeon after insect cave. We've gotten pretty used to fighting in the caves, but well, as Class Rep just complained about, the one we're in right now felt like it's been going for ages. This is sort of like, we'll be meeting a boss soon. We could. A giant spider, the rook spider was it? For some reason, the Cave Monster series seems to be prefixed with chess vocabulary. The ants are pawn ant, mantis being knight, and the spider-type monster is designated rook. This was all from updates on our notebooks. So obviously, there's gonna be the bishop, queen, and king types. But I don't want to meet them if possible. We didn't get any info on those, so I'll be praying that they don't live in this part of the dungeon. Uwa, spider nest. Ryuko-chan, look, it's gotta be Hiri. Natsukawa-san, who was walking ahead, let us know that our suspicions had come to fruition. As I mustered my courage and caught up to her, there, as expected, I could see a giant spider's nest. The grandness of the area was very telling of its status as a boss room. Despite being an underground passage dug out by the ants, it had swelled into an atrium so large, you couldn't see the ceiling. The place had enough breadth and height that the light elemental's brightness didn't reach very far at all. We could see dozens of spider webs lined along the walls of this giant pit. No doubt, there's going to be a spider here. And it's going to be stupidly large enough to match up with its nest. Rep. I know Momokawa-kun. Alright everyone, if this rook spider boss really does come out, you know the plan. So she says, but it's really nothing special. The spider webbing is likely very tough, but that's where our flame-imbued weapons come in. Kenzuki-san and Natsukawa-san have, respectively, their red saber and red knife, so they can handle it. Mei-chan's the only one without any attribute-imbued arms, but with Soma Sakura's holy enchant, she should be able to compensate. The rook represents a castle, or perhaps a tank in modern terms, so I'm expecting the spider to be much larger than the mantis that was only a knight. Our magic arrows didn't do much to the mantis, so the spider, which may as well have a harder exoskeleton, will be even more resilient to offensive spells. Basically, we're having all three of our fighters go in, with the midguard protecting those frontliners by barraging the creature with spells. Meanwhile, if we get any stray ants coming in, me and Takanasha-san in the rear line will have to manage the situation. Fundamentally, we don't let the vanguard get distracted. If the spider happens to be unreasonably tough-shelled, or if it starts bringing mantises into the fight, we retreat. Period. Now, let's do this, people. Sakura, anytime. Okay. Summon Lux Elemental. Soma Sakura created a fairy of light 1 magnitude brighter than the ones we've been using up until now, and released it into the chamber. This fairy, that looked like a basketball-sized bulb of light, lit up a much wider range, and after confirming that there was nothing suspicious on the ground, we entered the pit. I have the feeling the spider might come down from the webs on the ceiling. Be caref. Class rep was in the middle of cautioning us when thud. A heavy impact grasped our ears. Uwa. Isn't this too fast? There was the arachnid monster that left no doubt in mind about its identity being the rook spider itself. Its exoskeleton was grey and spiky like an armor bear's, and its 8 legs and giant abdomen were covered in red hair. Quite the toxic color palette. I could imagine that just touching those hairs could inflict paralysis. Huge, brutal-looking mandibles that could eat a person whole lined its mouth, and those 8 crimson eyes were looking. Wait, what the? There's no life in its eyes. I mean, yeah, bug eyes always look lifeless, but porn ants and night mantises had eyes with a gleam to them. Enough that you could see them looking at you in pitch darkness. But that feature was clearly lacking here. Is it dead? After calming down a bit, that statement turned out to be fact. The rook spider had all its 8 legs sprawled out and its body was planted on the floor. Not a twitch from the tip of its legs to the edge of its mandibles. Wasn't it supposed to get the jump on us by swooping down from above? How come it's dead? No, rather, who actually killed this thing? Biyufu, the hell, who turned on the damn lights? It was a voice. Not a sound let out by a monstrous spider, but no doubt, a man's voice in the Japanese tongue. No, actually, I had a good idea whose voice that was. Wait. Yokomichi-kun? Bufu, the shit man, looks like company's finally here. Creeping up the spider's back, the guy jumped down full of energy, landing in front of us with an impactful thud. There's no mistaking it, it was Yokomichi Hajimi. Hi. Yelped Takanasha-san from behind me as if feeling a repulsion on an instinctive level. But setting her, who wasn't so strong-willed to begin with, aside, I'm willing to bet Soma Sakura and class rep were having reactions not very dissimilar. Nicknamed Porky, this guy was unanimously hated in Class 2-7. Naturally, I too shared the sentiment as I too had gotten heated up with him at some point. This guy that literally everyone hates, this filthy otaku-type asshole, Yokomichi Hajime, had landed down before us. His mere appearance was enough to warrant screaming from girls. Just look at him. This guy's supposed to be wearing the same uniform, Gakuren, as me, but his looks so filthy. I swear, he's never even looked for the soap fruit before, has he? His clothes were absolutely soaked in third-party blood, and he's been going with it. And he stinks. Bad. Oh, OH, holy fucking, jackpot. Soma Sakura, Kenzuki, class rep. OAOI man, it's all the hottest chicks all lined up. For some bizarre reason, Yokomichi started laughing like a dog. He was pointing and laughing like he was having the time of his life. Scary. Honestly, it's scary. No one could say anything. Even class rep, our responsible leader, had her expression frozen stiff. And seeing him buffooing like a buffoon, even I, as sub-leader, I wanted to do something here, but my body just wouldn't move. I was even thinking that fighting the rook spider would have been an improvement for my mental state. Faced with a situation this far off our anticipations, we could only stand there, planted like trees. Great, it's fucking great. Now this is what I call fate. Boo-foo-foo, let's see, we got our busty lowly, Takanashi Kotori, the bubbly Natsukawa Minomi and… Good lord, oi, who the fuck is she? Those tits. Even ginormous is an understatement. Takanashi-san was quivering and had taken me as shield as she does. Yeah, completely justified this time. Natsukawa-san was also shivering like she'd been doused in cold water. On the other hand, even while receiving such frank vulgarities from Yokomichi, Machen held onto her halberd like she wasn't even fazed. God, she's handsome. Looking at Mei-chan back in front of me, getting ready to trash him, I got a few of my marbles back together. That's right. He may be the infamous Yokomichi Hajime, but he's still just a guy from class. Before things get bloody, we should try and establish communication. While the rest of the girls kept doing their tree impressions, I stepped out front. Hey Yokomichi-kun, did you, beat the spider by yourself? The who? Oh, it's Momokawa. Filthy casual Momokawa. Do you think I need a dude in this situation? Have some damn common sense. Like seriously, traps are still gay, damn it. Fuck, I hate myself for actually understanding what he just said. Yokomichi-kun, just calm down a bit, I just want to talk. Talk? I seem to remember every one of you trying not so much as to even look at me before. And what, now you want to talk? Isn't that a bit fucking hypocritical? Yeah, we ostracized you, and you deserved every second of it. Not that I'd voice that. But see, we're in a real state of emergency here, so let's work together and… Boo-ha-ha. State of emergency. Found ourselves in a pinch, have we? Fuck off, Momokawa, you're just a background character. It's true that the powers I got aren't anything to write home about, but the risk of death is the same for every one of us. Like hell it is. I'm the MC here. Look at this, main character right here. I quit life, IRL, cause it sucks balls, and came to another world to become a slave harem holding, cheat power using ultimate badass. I came here to rise up from nothing to the strongest, just like in those template fantasy stories. And you what? I've already done it. I'll mention this a second time. I'm in serious cringe from comprehension. The others were looking at Yokomichi like he was some gone off the deep end, drugged up, mental case, screeching and flailing in the middle of traffic. Relax, me. The only one here with the ability to decrypt Yokomichi's incoherent and incomprehensible howling is the only one who has the same otaku knowledge as him. That is, me. Right now, I gotta put real effort in translating him, to keep him talking, and most importantly, to get some info out of him. Yeah, so, Yokomichi-kun, I'm guessing you got a seriously powerful calling? He isn't the kind of happy-go-lucky guy to be thinking that just being transported into an isekai is enough to get him a cheat power, that he'd get to live the hero life as if the difficulty of the world is set to very easy. The only reason Yokomichi's been putting up this bizarre tough guy act has to be because he's gotten himself enough power to make him think he is one. No, well, if I'd gotten Mei-chan level offensive prowess from the outset, I'd be one punching the shit out of that armor bear with my pile bunker, and might have also thought, hell to the isekai cheats, yes. Bufu, bufufu. Wanna know, Momokawa? Ya really wanna know? Yokomichi was wriggling around, being uselessly happy. This fat, dirty otaku squirming by himself looked so repulsive that, even as a guy, I'm almost ready to throw up. It's to the level of making the insect residents of this cave look pure and untarnished. Tell me, Momokawa, what do you think of when you hear the word, strongest? Yokomichi asked me as if he wised up all of a sudden. Like, having the best powers, right? For example, being able to create or destroy universes, something like a god, I guess. Oh, not bad, pretty good answer. Like a god her, I guess that works too. Yup, not bad, he nodded to himself, and then came back at me with a counter for no reason. But think a bit, little man, stuff like world creation, Biyufa, that's like, way too OP to be fun. Wake up and you're a god, is like, nope. Yeah, I don't really think we can ever get to something like that with a calling either. Might be impossible, for small fry mobs like you, that is. But me, boo-foo-foo, I might just get there man, godhood. No dude, it's impossible, what are you on? Me, when I think strongest, I think potential. Potential? Like, to do anything? Ya got it. It's one of those growth cheat varieties, ya know? Like being able to do stuff you couldn't do before. Stuff I can't do, I can just steal. Grin, he grinned with his disgusting face, smiling as if to show off his proud collection. No way. Call it skill eater. Me, I can plunder the powers, skills, of anything I eat. Like this. Yokomichi opened his mouth wide, and in the next instant, spat out a white something super fast. Boowa, WH webs, from the rook spider, webbing in thick bundles had me bound. My arm with the spear, both my legs, and the area around my waist all had white sticky threads coiled around. This guy's meat was pretty tasteless, but not half bad. And the thread looks like it's working good, nice, the spider was a hit. Kotaru-kun. Hold it, Mei-chan. Looking at Yokomichi pointing and laughing at me after binding me in spiderwebs, Mei-chan was about to jump him in a fit of rage, but I stopped her. Not yet. I can still avoid a bloodbath. We shouldn't fight yet. Because he's a classmate. Not quite. It's more because this guy can steal powers. Why you pretty amazing, Yokomichi-kun. Always was. Seeing as Yokomichi didn't proceed to cut me down with that great sword he's carrying, which I assumed was his weapon, I can assume that for him, this must be like a light joke and or a demonstration of his power. No well, normally, if you're getting yourself covered in disgusting webs regurgitated out by an ugly bastard, you could easily imagine yourself suddenly a target. Yeah, and I was hoping someone with amazing powers like you could use it to protect everyone. Boo-hee-heh. Yeah, protect. I'll protect them alright. I mean, isn't that what MCS do? So I'm not a target, maybe, hopefully. At a glance, Yokomichi Hajimi seemed like the type of guy with a lot of admiration for one of those light novel protagonists who seems to be loved by everyone around him, especially a collection of cute girls, who he proceeds to woo and who fight over which of them gets to be with him. One may judge Yokomichi to be an idiot who can't distinguish fantasy from reality. But in a way, this guy's similar to me, in the sense that he too was a member of Class 27. And he too saw that everyday scene. That scene, consisting of the perfection that is so Mayuto. Even I, fully aware of my place in the class cast, had often found myself feeling a spark of envy at those scenes. Yokomichi was tough. Tough in a different meaning from Higuchi. Even when he knew we was being ignored and even shunned by the whole class, he would always talk down to people, and generally considered them plebs. Him calling me a filthy casual of an otaku and looking down on me because of that, would be him expressing that personality of his. Anyway, he may be a huge pain in the ass, but if he says he'll fight along with us, I don't think taking him along is a bad idea. No actually, rather than getting hostile now and having this sort of guy coming after us, we should bear with it, and get him to be friendly. That's great to hear. Right now, we're not just aiming for the divine gate but also a way to get all of us out of this place. So honestly, we'll need all the help we can get. Yeah but, to be real here, I don't need any other dudes around, you know? But, I guess I'll need someone to show off my greatest harem to. So yeah, Momokawa, you'll get the role of friend, in erage terms. Gee, thanks. One more thing, I'm killing Higuchi. That, I'm down for, I'll even help you out. Oh, nice man, you totally get me, Momokawa. Am I supposed to feel good here? Looks like the deal's set on Yokomichi Hajime joining our party. If not for the fact that, this asshole who's already the subject of nausea for every girl had become high on the fact that he'd gotten a dreamlike power like Skill Eater. And letting completely loose, he let his raw desires flow out in a barrage of heinous statements just now. Yeah, I don't wanna have him anywhere near me either. But no matter what my feelings on the matter are, the situation wasn't getting any better. I had no idea how many skills his got eaten up. No, looking from where he defeated the rook spider all by himself, he might just have enough power to take us all on by himself. Which would mean, making him an enemy was synonymous to suicide. And if it ever came down to that, I'd much rather have Soma Yuto and Tenda Ryuichi on our side to fend him off. If it was those two, I had no doubt they could hold us together. Okay, so I take it that you'll be working with us then? Oi oi, you guys re the ones begging me to protect you, right? That means, all of you gotta lower your heads to me, and make a proper request. I take a peek behind. First, let's see what the leader, what class rep says. Swallowing hard after witnessing my negotiations with Yokomichi, she had quite the pale face. But in reality, she did seem to have a grasp of the situation, and though reluctantly, she gave me a nod. In contrast to her, Soma Sakura was glaring at Yokomichi like she was harboring intense disgust. Her wariness of him was at max. Well, I guess I can concede that as being an obvious reaction from a girl. Mei-chan and Kenzuki were pretty much doing the same. And, looking absolutely freaked out was Natsukawa-san, who ironically seemed the most cute and girly of the bunch. That reminds me, what about Takanasha-san, who's supposed to be the most terrified of them all? Enno. Nu. The moment I looked at Takanasha-san, she exploded in tears, and screamed like no tomorrow. Chapter 62, The Cannibal Hungers, 1. Why, what are why, coterie? Guess she reached her limit. This was the frank impression I had seeing Takanasha-san cry out in fear and latch onto class rep who happened to be nearby. This is bad. This might as well mean that negotiations have broken down. No, I can't let it. These girls may hate it from their very core, but starting with Takanasha-san, I have to get all the girls here to bear with tea. Run. We have to run now. He'll eat coterie. He'll eat everyone. It didn't click for a moment. But then I got it. I understood what Takanasha-san was trying to say. I understood it, all too well. Yokomichi Hajime had Skill Eater. From the way he spat out the rook spider's webbing, to the fact that he himself declared to have feasted on its meat. From just these two observations, I could naturally deduce that this Skill Eater of his allows him to plunder the powers of the monsters he eats. It's a common trope. I've seen many a story where the absolute weakest of protagonists grow stronger and stronger by eating. Starting off with stuff like a slime, or goblin, or horned rabbit, you see them gaining their powers and grow, cheat, their way to pillousness. But there's another thought. The terrifying thought that, does this voracious form of skill-stealing target only monsters? Coterie, his calling. What is his? What is Yokomichi Hajime's calling? Shouted Soma Sakura. Before I could even react, she was urging Takanasha-san for an answer. He's a cannibalizer, and he already ate Nagai-san. Hearing the answer, I was shocked, jolted with much greater trepidation than when I witnessed that nameless girl being eaten by Goma. Goma were monsters, hideous as the sky is blue. Not humans, monsters. That's why them trying to eat humans could be considered reasonable behavior. But a fellow human doing the same, that. Lux Sagitta, and before I noticed, a light arrow had pierced itself right at Yokomichi's feet. Yokomichi-kun, that was a warning. We don't want to have to kill you. So please quietly, go back. And do not come near us, ever again. Ha! Yokomichi reacted as if flabbergasted. It's vexing, but for once, I'm in complete agreement with the younger Soma. There's no way I'm so dense as to not see the meaning behind Soma Sakura's warning. I'm suspecting that Kotaro-san just took a peek at Yokomichi's status info by some skill or calling ability of hers that they'd kept hidden from me. And although there's the matter of my shock upon learning of this hidden sage skill, let's not get sidetracked. She mentioned Nagai-san, in other words, the girl belonging to the same literature club as me, Nagai Yukiko. And we just learned that he ate her, in other words, he killed and feasted on her. There's accepting one's shortcomings, and then there's trying to team up with a literal crazed cannibal, the latter of which I'll have to decline. Personally speaking, after becoming aware of this fact, no, even if it's some kind of misunderstanding, as long as there's the smallest chance of it being true, I will firmly oppose joining hands with Yokomichi. But seriously, Soma Sakura, it's like you're looking to start something. What the fuck is with that attitude? And just when I said I'd protect your sorry asses, I have nothing more to say to a murderer like you. Turn back and leave, right now. Or else. Bitch was off her kilter, I thought, despite not being her target. How the hell did she go from 0 to 100% intensity so quick? She was completely underestimating. No, she was misjudging Yokomichi's strength. Meaning that she'd categorized him as someone that we must drive away, no questions asked. Ah, goddammit, this stupid bitch. All my oiling up on Yokomichi from just now, it's like that shit went completely over her head. I'm certain of it. That, if we fight Yokomichi Hajime, if we engage with this cannibalizer, there's a huge risk of us losing someone. So if we were going to fight anyway, rather than something half-assed like a warning shot, she should have shot him dead with him never realizing. Thanks to Soma Sakura's unneeded warning, we'd now lost our important chance at a surprise attack. Shut your trap, fucking whore. If you'd only been quiet like Yukiko, I'd given you so much loving, you know. As expected, Yokomichi was riled. He'd blown his top. Negotiations were already in smithereens. I'd better get ready. There's no going back from this. Do it. Mei-chan. Along with my yell, blew a fierce gale. No, this wasn't mere wind. It was the figure of Mei-chan swinging up her halberd as she passed me in an instant. Black hair bind. I sick all the black hair tentacles I could muster towards Yokomichi, almost as if getting him back for the webs. He didn't know about my powers at all. That went double for Mei-chan's strength. Tentacle binds plus a berserker's full swing combo, not something you can handle so easily. I did feel a hint of guilt. Killing him, Yokomichi, a classmate, and a human being. It was definitely an attempt of murder. I felt the guilt of making Mei-chan do that. No, I don't think Mei-chan, despite herself, could actually commit murder without feeling a thing. She's got to be aiming to lop off an arm or something. She is, right? But she was clearly swinging down right on top of his head. Crap, is he dead? What the? You try and kill me. Oh, Momoka WAA, fucking betrayed me, did JA, bastard. Yokomichi moved at speeds imperceptible to my eyes, drew out the greatsword on his back, and successfully received the headsplitter from above. TCH, his changed gears to fighting mode already, Yokomichi's reaction speed was fierce. But the weird shit didn't end there. What is with his arms? He had blades coming out of his elbows. I recognized those, they're definitely Night Mantis sides. After quickly shredding my black hair, he used his, now free, hands to defend against Mei-chan's attack. So this is the power of Skill Eater. What growth cheat, what skill master, he's just a damn monster. Momo Kawakuan, Futaba-san, how could you? Are you planning to commit murder? Bitch, just shut up. It's all cause of you that we're in this mess. Contrabeat Butterfly. This is unbelievable. Here we are taking on the grave responsibility of literal manslaughter and Soma Sakura's still acting all holier than thou. So I argued back almost by reflex while letting fly my new curse magic of poison butterflies whose effectiveness was still vague. Mei-chan and Yokomichi had already entered combat status. But it looks like the mantis blades were in the way, so they were gone from his elbows at some point. Still, this bastard's actually able to hold his own against Mei-chan in a match of blades. He's got to be pretty good with swords. This Porky was being a real pain in the ass. But while he's busy with that, I call up Rem to cut away my web bindings with her knife. I can finally move. GH, VA, fucking assholes, you bitches wanna go. Then I'll show you go, damn stinkin' whores. Still locking blades, Yokomichi made the most indecent grin he'd made yet. A smile so ugly, even as a guy, I felt violated. We had to kill him. I was convinced. All hands, attack Yokomichi. Class rep, come on. Ryuko, we mustn't resort to murder, you hear me? We don't kill him right now, and he'll rape, kill and then eat you, all of you. Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Chill Momokawa, I'm a nice guy, so even if they're filthy sluts, I'll eat them real tender. Here, ice breath. After making a quip at our idiotic discord, Yokomichi released a large volume of chalk white breath. Cage. Mei-chan reacted instantly. She dodged the ice breath that was both in name and appearance similar to the ice magic of Ice Blast, and barely avoided direct contact. But sadly, my butterflies weren't so lucky. Every one of them were instantly blown away. Yokomichi just kept spewing out his ice breath and… What the… We're in a fog now. Mei-chan, take some distance. Everyone else, keep close. The cold white mist thickened as it surrounded us. And in no time at all, Yokomichi's figure, as he was generating this blinding curtain, had disappeared on the other side. Damn, we can't see shit in here. He should be in the same condition. But, what if he has a skill to see past the fog? Listen girls, we have to fight now that it's come to this. Hold your weapons ready. Ryuko, we can't. This isn't about whether we kill him. Let's just focus on defending ourselves. I guess it can't be helped then. I got it, Ryuko-chan. No problem. Fui, scarred, Kotori scarred. Thanks to class rep's convincing, the rest of them were finally getting prepped for battle. Class rep, we're changing formation. He could attack from anywhere, so let's circle out. Got it. Kotori, you go in the middle. Me, Sakura and Momokawa-kun are surrounding her. Minomi, stay in front of me, Asuna to Sakura, and Futaba-san please go over to Momokawa-kun. We don't know where the next attack will come from, so stay alert everyone. Our formation was more a triangle than circle. With Takanasha-san at the center, we had the three rear liners, including me, with our backs to her. And in front of us we stationed the vanguard team members. Considering our numbers and everyone's powers, this was the best defensive position we could manage. But still, Yokomichi never attacked us while we were practically dragging our legs to make this sudden formation change. Is he underestimating us? Momokawa-kun, what are our chances of escaping? The entrance wasn't too far off, but trying to find it in this fog will be too dangerous. Plus, he could have already blocked it off with those webs. That's probably why Yokomichi didn't attack us right away. When I said it, it suddenly felt very possible. More importantly, Takanasha-san, anything else you know about Yokomichi's powers? I really can't see a thing, but I kept my gaze fixed to the front, with me and Rem holding our spears ready. From behind me, I could hear Takanasha-san's ahs and ems of deliberation on my question. Seriously, just tell me already. Well, you see, Kotori can't see it if she doesn't look at it, so there was a whole lot and Kotori doesn't remember. So she means like, if she doesn't directly look at the guy, she can't see his status stuff like calling or skills. Anything you can remember? That icy magic was. It was from Nagai-san, if Kotori recalls. Correct. Damn, Kotori-san, she can totally see my status. We could hear Yokomichi from beyond the mist. The direction of his voice was unclear, but it was apparent that he was at a distance close enough to hear us talk. So yeah, Yukiko was a cryomensei, you know. Always scared and faint he asked, and totally Yukiko-like. Not like she didn't have attack magic like Isajita, 'cause she totally did, but then, she was always too scared to fight monsters. So guess what she did? She used this very same ease mist and hid away inside, letting everything hostile pass by unaware. So girly-like, isn't she? She was adorable. Got you. With a heated yell, Kenzuki-san took a large stride forward and swung at him. It looked as if something shaped like Yokomichi was split in two. Wait, no, a mirage. The figure instantly lost its color and blended into the fog. Boo-foo-foo, that one's ice mirage. Thought it was me, didn't Chacha? TCH, clicked Kenzuki-san in annoyance, as she stepped back into position. Looks like he can make illusions in the fog. UNF, every time I use this skill, I feel one with Yukiko Precious. Hearing a phrasing that feels somehow familiar, I started to see many Yokomichi-like chubby shadows. They all looked blurred under the cover of mist and… shit, I can't tell which one's real at all. Hey, guys, where's the real one, guys? Don't panic, Minami. He'll have to move to attack us, so it's that one. You really sure about that? I felt a whistle of wind in my ear. The sound somehow seemed familiar. Ouch, yelped Natsukawa-san. I looked back in a panic and saw her holding her cheek while still grasping her knife. Minami, what happened? I'm alright, no biggie, it's just a scrat. A beam of blood trailed along her cheek. It was most definitely just a scratch. It was at the level where Soma Sakura's healing magic could take care of it in a jiffy. But just as she spoke, Natsukawa-san went ghastly pale in the face. Ew, what is this? It's slimy and stinks. On closer inspection, I could see a clear mucus-y substance mixed with the blood along her cheek. Oof, so good, you're so tasty, Minami-san. It's a whole different flavor from Yukiko-chan. No wonder you're our track and field super ace. It's full of your liveliness and energy, wild yet feminine. Your blood's got this deliciously mild flavor. It's his tongue. I witnessed Yokomichi licking his lips on the other side of the fog. Chapter 63, The Cannibal Hungers, 2. It really was his tongue. A long, slimy tongue. Like the one that great frog boss of the lake had. He had one as well. In other words, the additional substance smeared on Natsukawa-san's cheek would be his saliva. He had soggily licked her on the face. It's dirty, yuck. Ku. Minami, what happened? Oh, nice. Working wonders, ain't it? Like, potent as fuck. That's good. I'd be annoyed if she had a resistance skill or something. Watch out. He's got paralysis poison on his tongue. Well, technically, I'm growing poison thorns on it. Got it from eating this weird yellow frog, and honestly, thought it was pretty shit. Yeah, this is that useless junk suddenly becomes relevant trope her. Legit MC 101 right here, he howled in distinct joy, while I was hastily rummaging through my bag. I had nothing for paralysis. But thinking on it, he called it poison, so if I use the antidote that I previously only used for making poison butterflies, it just might work. Please let this heal her. Healing light. Boo-ha-ha, Sakura CHN. Are you being legit here? That's just healing magic, you know. That shit just heals HP, not status effects. DUH. Can't be too sure about that. Soma Sakura had this cheat-like calling called Saintus. She might as well have the specs to heal stat effects along with HP, no problem. Sorry, Sakura-chan. It isn't working. No way, why? Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. My sides are in orbit. TCH. This bitch is useless even at her specialty. If I had to, right here, right now, elect one of us as the biggest dead weight, I'd choose her instantly. Class rep, my antidote could do something about this. Try it on her. Alright. Wow, what's up with that, Momokoa? You can make drugs and shit. Let me guess, the calling is apothecary. Wrong, dumbass. Also, I had no obligation to correct him either. Your silence only means I'm right, aren't I? Boo-foo-foo. This guy had to be missing a decent amount of brain cells. Did he think he'd become the intellectual type now? Well, thanks to Yokomichi having a blast all by himself, Natsukawa-san managed to apply my antidote. Minami, how do you feel? I can move now. But not much, my strength is a bit gone. Natsukawa-san informed class rep of her condition in a weak, almost silent voice. She wasn't completely recovered via the antidote, though I can't say I was expecting it to be that easy. Look out, Minami. Asuna-chan. Kenzuki-san was trying to cover for Natsukawa-san as she couldn't move under paralysis, but she wasn't up to the task, and as a result, she too became a victim of the vile tongue. A slight cut, like she had been touched with a knife, appeared along her exposed thigh. Aho! What's this? This taste is even more feisty than Minatami-chan. The power, I feel da power. Asuna, take th. How about nope? Come on, lemme have some too. Kenzuki-san's surroundings became home to sharp whips of wind. Try handing over the antidote and the tongue would latch onto the hand. Try throwing it and the tongue would grasp it midair. It's fine. I just feel a little numb, is all. I can fight, fine. Heh, so Asuna's the high-res type? But look at that, those movements aren't so pinpoint anymore, are they? It's not like Natsukawa-san fainted from it, and from my perspective, Kenzuki-san looked fine, holding her sword with the same strength as usual. But if it's against a swordsman or warrior, in other words, close combat types, they should be able to tell the difference from a slight paralysis. Though there's always the possibility that Yokomichi's trying to be cool by saying lines from martial arts manga. Shit. Barely no time had passed, and he already got 2 of our fighters. This is bad, he's just playing games with us with 0 effort, and he wasn't even a boss monster. Still, from staying hidden in the mist, to confusing us with illusions, Yokomichi's defenses were practically flawless. Class Rep and Soma Sakura did try firing their magic a couple times, but to no effect. These two had already acquired their respective long-range area of effect spells, Ice Blast and Lux Blast, and they tried using those to get him from across the fog. But yet again, no luck. Other than hiding in his fog, Yokomichi likely had defensive measures against incoming spells. It could be some ice attribute defensive spell plundered from Nagai-san, or something else entirely. Whatever he had, fact is that we lacked a means to attack him. And obviously, we couldn't do an all-or-nothing charge. We'd be finished if he had webs set up all around us. There's also the chance that he'll avoid the vanguard and go directly for us support roles. In the end, we couldn't budge from our current formation. Yet, on the flip side, Yokomichi had that convenient tongue of his that was gradually, but devastatingly, breaking down our forces. Kate, ouch. Class Rep. Moi. And this one, this flavor here's real subtle. It feels all cool and intellectual rolling on my tongue. And now, his vile tongue had reached us maids in the back. I'm a guy, and he probably didn't want to cross that line, so the next one to get tasted would be Mei-chan, Soma Sakura, or Takanasha-san her. So 1 in 3. If we could predict who he'll target, we could try and intercept. Let's see now, whose shall I partake in next? Will it be Miss Top Hottie of 2-7, Soma Sakura? Or how about the delectable candy that is Kotori-chan, the busty lowly? Might it perhaps be the mouth-watering piece of extra-large steak, the mystery super titties-chan? Yokomichi should be well aware of his superiority in this situation. He was acting all casual, but he still had his tongue poised for the next assault. Talking boisterously like this should be for getting himself revved up, but it also served as a psychological attack towards the enemy, causing unease and panic. Hi Ray. I'm fucking ready. We're saving the best for right now, Soma Sakura. The paralyzing tongue zipped in irregular zigzags in the air, slipping past Kenzuki-san, whose senses had been numbed, and aimed straight for Soma Sakura, whom she was guarding behind her. By the time I saw it, it was already there. In this thick fog, I had no way of observing anything unless it was near point-blank range. And Soma Sakura, she had no way of blocking such an assault. Or so I thought. Agia. The vehement scream did not come from the girl who was supposedly defiled by the filthy tongue. It actually came from the other side of the fog. In other words, it was Yokomichi, not Soma Sakura, who'd taken damage. Woo, what the fuck is that? You got a frigging barrier. Soma Sakura was crouching down, frozen in fear, and looked extremely ripe for the picking. However, what I saw enveloping her body was a faint sphere of light. Looking at her figure surrounded by the elegant ball of light, I could only see it as some kind of omnidirectional barrier or shield. That is one of the Saintess' inherent skills, Oracle Field. It's a powerful barrier of light that could even divert the Cerberus fire blast. Expositioned Class Rep in a somewhat dispirited tone. TCH, damn you, Soma Sakura. No actually, these girls were still hiding something like this. Like why? Ah, that stings dear mid. Fuck, ya burned my tongue bitch. What's up with that OP barrier Aspor? Fucking hell. Hate to say this, but I agree with Yokomichi here. Now that I knew that Soma Sakura had this great self-defense barrier, I could also see the utter bullshit of her cowering in the backlines. Fuck me, if I knew she had an ability that guaranteed her own safety, I'd have made a plan to use her as bait to draw Yokomichi out of this fog. But because she'd revealed it just now, only using it to protect her precious self, I can't use this for shit. TZH, guess I gotta leave Soma Sakura for last after all. No worries, she'll make for great desert. Since Oracle Field was revealed, it became merely a self-defense option for her own use. If I had to make a plan involving it at this point, there's always the option of having her do a full frontal charge at him. It could be just the thing to reverse this situation where we were being more cornered by the second. But now that I think about it, there's no way Soma Sakura would consent to doing any dirty work like that. Screw that, this bitch is more trouble than she's worth. Mei-chan, the next one should come for you or Takanasha-san. Can you catch it? If it's 1 in 2, maybe. After asking in a low voice, I got a response in the affirmative. If Yokomichi's planning to follow the same pattern, Mei-chan should be able to counter him, to an extent. If we can cut off his paralytic tongue, I'm guessing Yokomichi's method of ranged attack will be eliminated, and he'll have to either run away, or switch to close quarters combat. We took a few hits already, but it's fine. We still had a chance at victory. But who? I poise my black hair bind to shoot at a moment's notice. If I can slow down the tongue even a little, I'm sure Mei-chan will take full advantage of that delay. My chances are 50-50. Yokomichi will be gunning for either Mei-chan or Takanasha-san. Inni meeny miny mo, taste a girly by the... Nope, it's a trap. And that's why I was helpless. His tongue was actually aimed at me. Yue. Kotoru-kun. A sharp pain surged through my neck. Crap, I'm done for. At Mei-chan's yell, I was ready for some profuse bleeding, but in reality, felt only a drop of blood sliding down. My wound was shallow. He'd said they were poison thorns, so it shouldn't have that much slicing ability. Huff, huff, ha. My pulse suddenly shot through the roof. The moment I thought I was in danger of dying, I ended up starting to panic. Calm down me, I'm still fine. This is nothing, a mere flesh wound. As I got a grip on myself, I told Mei-chan, who looked like she was itching to run to my aid, to stand her ground. That aside, fucking Yokomichi, despite everything he said, he literally did aim for a guy. Guess that means he was actually fighting seriously too, in his own way. I could have sworn he was only drunk on the notion of dominating the top-class beauties gathered here. Oh yous. Right then, an almost inaudible mutter came from beyond the mist. Here I thought he'd be laughing his ass off as usual, boasting how he went and paralyzed me, but he only muttered, quietly, "Delicios. Delicious." I'm certain that's what he said. Delicious. Fishish d fucking azss. It sounded like he'd reached the height of lunacy. Woo, what the fuck was that? So good, holy fuck it's good, so damn godd. Momokewa, your blood, how come is so good? Fuck if I know. Uo. Traps aren't so gay after all. This is it, I'm joining the bandwagon and Luvian GI it. Shit the bed. This cannibalistic blood sommelier just told me my blood is leagues more delicious than all the hot girls here. What do I even do with this information? No, seriously, this reaction was too strange. The reason why my blood would be especially delicious, or rather, different, was... could it be an effect of black bloodline? Sekanti, I can't handle it anymore. That divine taste. I's gotta have mo'oa, momokewe. Yokomichi roared like he just snorted a palmful of goma drug. Yera, meing enne. He was coming for me. Even without the senses of a warrior, I could just tell. Won't let you. Kotoru-kun has. And as for the berserker, she was way ahead of me. The tongue was coming straight at me. This fleshy whip that had its tip riddled in paralytic pins like a cactus was shooting towards me and Mei-chan grabbed it. Using strength on a level that could punch a hole through an armor bear, she pulled. And along with an ugly scream, Yokomichi was instantly yanked in from beyond the mist. It seemed as if he'd stretched his tongue to the limit. Desperately struggling with his mouth wide open, Yokomichi was being pulled in by Mei-chan, by the berserker, who had her halberd readied high with the other hand, ready to end things. Me. Protecting him. She swung down without the slightest hint of mercy. Gia. Those would be his death throes. No, not quite. It was a scream of pain from paying the price for avoiding a certain fatality. Yokomichi understood that he had no way of slipping away, so in that instant, he bit his tongue off. Arg, idhrdddss. He was yelling in agony as if he'd lost something important, while Mei-chan, who had missed her mark due to an unforeseen form of evasion, took to making a swift follow-up. However, I guess it should be expected that Yokomichi too had ample experience in battling monsters. Even as he recoiled from his amputated tongue, he was able to defend himself from Mei-chan. Fuji-h, this bitch, die damn it. Ugie. Right before Mei-chan could close the distance, Yokomichi widened his blooded mouth and spat out, not spider webs, not icy breath, but intense crimson flames. This bastard, don't tell me he ate a red dog boss and can blast fire too. KHH. Not even Mei-chan could withstand a face full of fire. Her body sizzled in the heat, as she made a quick retreat. This is bad, he's getting too far. Yokomichi used his fire to chase Mei-chan away from him. His tongue was cut off from the base, so there was no more risk of him using that, but there really was no telling what other long-range attacks he had in there. We had to finish this before he ran back into his ice mist. It's time we fought back. All hands, attack. Rem, you're up. As if tapping in for Mei-chan, Rem charged in with her spear. And one step behind her, I followed. Black hair bind. Nuuaa. OII, not this shit Argarin. The moment his flames paused, I tied him up with black hair bind. The braided tentacles latched onto his wrists, ankles, and waist. This was, of course, something he had already escaped from once. And as expected, Yokomichi grew out mantis blades from his elbows, whereupon he would release himself. But this time, he didn't quite make it. TSH, fuck damn it. Rem had gotten dangerously close, and he couldn't cut away all the binds. Foregoing the black hairs on his ankles, Yokomichi used his now unbound arms to block Rem. Wait a sec, I can't see his great sword on him. Maybe he dropped it when Mei-chan yanked him in. What a fool, but this is exactly how I like it. I'll destroy you. With no sword, Yokomichi could only use his fists. The mantis blades had now vanished and replaced by a pair of spiky white bone-like gauntlets. Perhaps he got these from preying on skeletons or some derivative monster of that family. With those fists come spiked clubs, Yokomichi countered Rem's spear. He first shoved away the spear blade, hard enough to break apart the wooden spear. But Rem knew not fear. Unfaltering at the loss of her weapon, Rem charged in with a body slam. Hers was a small skeletal body, such an attack would be practically powerless, but Rem actually managed to make it work. Oi. This little shit, die. His fists of bone came down on Rem like a hammer, and she ended in swift destruction. But because of that, in that single moment, Yokomichi's focus was concentrated entirely on Rem. Pain from his missing tongue. Panic from being suddenly pulled into close combat. Yokomichi was, in that situation, not in his best condition to react. Yeah. So now, it was my turn to strike. Not unlike Rem had just before, I positioned my spear and charged. I can't expect any real firepower from my curses. But I had this fine steel spear. It'd be a waste not to put it to use. I might be a shaman, I might have no real skills or status corrections, but what I did have was this spear. Solid steel and with a long reach. And with Yokomichi practically handing me his unwariness, I couldn't afford to miss. So I cast far away any semblance of fear or guilt towards the concept of murder. Without the slightest hesitation, I mustered every ounce of my strength to kill my classmate, this unbearably ugly, repulsive, and vile cannibalizer. Ugga. My spear tip stabbed into Yokomichi's side. But it's tough. The sheer level of resistance I was feeling completely overshadowed the time I stabbed the red dog. It was as if the thing I was trying to penetrate was a thick, rubber tire. I hadn't missed, but it was nowhere close to enough. Ga, AA. That hurt. Momokaewe. Woa. One swing from Yokomichi's arm. With that, my spear met the same end as Rem. Irrecoverably smashed, the tip that had inched into his stomach feebly clattered as it dropped to the ground. As for myself, the wielder of the broken weapon, though not as hard as Rem, I had also crashed pathetically into the floor. Ha, ha. Phew. Fook. I need more blood. With blood flowing out from his side, Yokomichi glared at me in bated breath. Those bloodshot eyes. Yup, this guy's got the murder eyes. Boo, blood, blood. You, Momoka wa, Ima, devour, youuh, Kotaru-kun. Yokomichi jumped me. Right then, Mei-chan, who knows when she got there, grabbed my collar from the back and pulled. She prioritized rescue over offense, and for that, I'm in her debt. Spread all anguish. Contrabeat butterfly. After that successful dodge, I unleashed my curse. The material for the contrabeat butterflies this time was something I'd been using pretty much constantly, ointment A. This thing could quickly heal up cuts caused by monster bites or scratches. Now reversed, this awesome healing effect was launching the offensive on Yokomichi. This ointment that could close up any wound that wasn't fatal was now, yup. I ate. It opened them right up. It strengthened blood flow. And maybe, it even made the recipient more sensitive to pain. Yokomichi, who had been coming at me without a care to the tiny stab wound I gave him, was now being gouged into by the contrabeat butterflies, howling in pain. Shit. Fucking satia. Even while writhing in pain, Yokomichi began breathing fire. Mei-chan held on to me, and nimbly withdrew. Let go, I'm fine already. It's now or never, we can kill. Sorry, Kotaru-kun. That might not be a good idea. Spewing crazy amounts of fire, Yokomichi had essentially built a wall round himself, making it a situation where we couldn't close in at all. After that, all I saw beyond the blaze was him turning around and running off. Ua. Momokawa. Momokawa. Yokomichi fled, while yelling out my name, for some reason. So he ran. Ha. I let out a sigh in relief. Whether it came from surviving this ordeal, or from ending up not having to kill a person, I didn't know, not really. Chapter 64. The resolve to murder is. We had repelled the calamity that was Yokomichi Hajime, and left the rook spider's pit. Too bad there wasn't a transfer circle there. But even if there was, we couldn't activate it since we didn't have the rook spider's core. We continued our journey through the caves, in silence. Everyone was silent. I wanted to give them a piece of my mind, a big one. We couldn't kill that piece of shit Yokomichi. No one even fucking helped. Only me and Mei-chan were fighting that psycho. Like fuck, were these girls actually delusional? Especially that bitch Soma Sakura, doing unnecessary shit as always. If you got a problem, you can just go stick it up your. But of course, I wasn't so stupid as to blow my top over something like this right now. Talking about how shit they are would come later. At least, not here. Better if it's at a fairy square. That. While our journey continued in this gloomy vibe, Natsukawa-san, who'd taken point, spoke up with a nuance of despair. Shit, looks like we ain't out of the woods yet. What the hell? Another spider nest. At the end of the cave, there was a hole that seemed to be the entrance to another rook spider habitation. This one looked larger than the one earlier. Momokawa-kun, are you sure we should head in like this? We have to pass through eventually, don't we? Well, it does seem unrealistic to go back to the previous fairy square at this point. Right now, we seriously needed a fairy square to recuperate. Our combat potential had been slashed in half. Although not entirely paralyzed, Natsukawa-san, Kenzuka-san, and Mei-chan, our vanguard team, were still afflicted with paralysis poison from that sleazebag, Yokomichi. My meds seemed to have alleviated most of the effect, but it'd be better if they recovered fully, and that took time. Class Rep was also afflicted, but the effect was light, probably because she had a mage class. I also got hit, but I still didn't feel anything. Maybe because I'm a shaman. Maybe there's a hidden correction that grants me poison immunity. Well, even so, I was sure as hell not gonna use poisons on myself to find out. Rem was also gone, which meant that I'd also lost a valuable asset. As soon as we arrive at the next fairy square, I gotta gather materials to resummon her. Alright, let's stop here and get ready before we head in there. Yes, let's do that. No one was opposed. Well, not like they were enthralled by the idea either. I mean, we were in a cave, with a fucking spider hole, and we were about to camp right in front of it. Ants or mantises could ambush us from the hole or from behind. We had no choice but to alternate between resting and keeping watch of both the front and back of the cave. But honestly, I couldn't rest. I couldn't believe I was having such a hard time calming down. Kotaro-kun, I'm sorry. After finishing her shift as the first on watch duty, Machen said that as she sat down next to my lonesome self. Why, are you apologizing? I let Yokomichi-kun escape. I was so close to killing him too. Man, our morals sure are turning to shit. She was calling him with a kun like normal, but apologizing for not being able to kill him. Machen seemed to be regretting it, but during that opportune moment, her arm was numbed from grabbing onto that tongue, so she couldn't possibly follow up with any fierce attack. If she still had power in her arm, she could have pulled Yokomichi over to me, I'd bind him, and then she'd crush him with her halberd. It might have been for the best, since we didn't become murderers. No, Yokomichi-kun will surely come back and attack Kotaro-kun. I wanted to deny it, but when Mei-chan said it with that much confidence, even I started to feel the same way. It would have been for the best, to finish him then and there. That's right, since this skill eater would get stronger the more he ate. When we meet him next time, he'll definitely have newly plundered skills. The first time was bad enough. If he got more nasty abilities. Shit, I don't want to imagine how fucked we'll be then. Mei-chan, you deliberated on it too, right? On what? She had questioned back in an expression that made me highly doubt her moral compass, but I'm gonna pretend I didn't notice that, and elaborate. Killing someone, I mean. I didn't. If it's to protect Kotaro-kun, I won't hesitate to kill, even if it's a fellow classmate. Man, I'm pretty sure I'm an asshole for feeling relieved from her bold answer. When Mei-chan went berserk, she seemed to lose any ability to settle things humanely. When she fought Yokomichi, she was surely attacking him with the intent to kill. But if she told me that it was in order to protect me, that she'd even be willing to kill others. As a human being, and as a man, it didn't sit right with me to hear her say that. She could have just sugarcoated it like Soma Sakura. Still, I was glad. Glad that I had someone like her to watch my back. After all, the only one I could depend on in this sorry excuse of a party was Mei-chan. In a way, I was actually really happy to have her protect me. I see. Thank you. Yeah, so, don't worry so much, Kotaro-kun. Ah, she saw through me her. Now I feel stupid for worrying. Sorry. It's okay. Yokomichi-kun has already killed Nagai-san. Murderer? No, he's a cannibal, right? He's pretty much no longer a human being. He's like a Goma, an enemy that we have to defeat. You're right. She was right. Yokomichi was a monster. A man-eating, blood-chugging monster. I don't know which mad god changed his calling to cannibalizer, but it was obvious that Yokomichi was no longer a human. If you hesitate to kill a monster because of morals and ethics, then you're the one who's gonna kick the bucket. Even if I say that, will I be able to convince myself to carry out the deed? Don't worry. I won't hesitate either. So next time, let's kill that son of a bitch together. Thanks, Kotaro-kun. Once I did it, I'd probably still be conflicted. What if the things Soma Sakura said were right after all? Did I really have the resolve to kill others? Could I carry that weight? I didn't know. But, if someone had to bear the brand of murderer, it shouldn't be only Mei-chan. I would bear it with her. That, I was sure even I could do. Chapter 65, Rush. Now then, guess it's about time. We were, fortunately, not attacked by any monsters during the break, so were able to at least get some rest. The color of fatigue hadn't quite left our faces, and the girls with paralysis weren't fully recovered either. Listen, everyone. Inside there might be a rook spider, but, just like with the previous pit, We don't know if we can transfer out from there. If it's not a boss monster, we should avoid fighting. So then, we should first figure out if there's a transfer circle and kill the spider if there is. If not, then just pass through. Do I have that right? Towards Soma Sakura's inquiry, class rep agreed with a nod. Although I wanted some monster cores, now was not the time. It'd be better to avoid a fight if we can. We aren't in some RPG where the only way forward is to hack and slash every single monsters like an idiot. Well, guess I'll take point. Yes, we leave it to you, Minami. We'd have the thief go ahead and scour for the possible transfer point. Meanwhile, the rest of us will prioritize looking for the exit. After confirming our strategy one last time, we descended into the spider pit. The light elemental flying around Natsukawa-san lit up the path inside the dark hole. It didn't look much different from the earlier nest. Other than expecting that Yokomichi might be laying in wait here too, nothing much had changed. It's quite spacious here. Yeah, might just be the size of a forest dome. It really was around the size of a domed baseball stadium. Soma Sakura's elemental couldn't illuminate the entire area. Anyway, I couldn't see the spider or any other insect monsters here. Ryuko-chan, I don't see it here. After searching for about 5 minutes, along with Natsukawa-san's pleasant voice came disappointing news. I understand. Come back now, Minami. But Ryuko, we don't see the exit either. As Kenzuki-san said, the only problem we had now was that we couldn't find the exit. We've circled around the whole dome only to realize that the only connection to the outside was the one we used to enter. What do you think? Dead end. Might be above us. This was a nest created by insects. That being the case, they would have no reason to create an exit near the ground. Whether it's wall or ceiling, many insects can walk just about anywhere, ergo, they can make the exit anywhere as well. But then, we might not be able to get to it. I think I can create a makeshift rope with my black hair binds. And, just as I looked up to the dark ceiling in consideration, our eyes met. 8 crimson eyes glowing in the dark. It's the rook spider, no. 8 more eyes pop in, then 18 more, then more. When I'd counted those, there were already more, 30, 40, 50, what the fuck. Gleaming red eyes, countless as stars in the sky, blanketed the ceiling. Retreat. There's too many. Takanasha-san's scream reverberated throughout the whole pit, and at the time, every goddamned monster dropped down to attack. The first one to land was, covered in a grey shell with 8 huge legs. It was the rook spiders. Damn, over there is. We were blocked from our only way out by 2 rook spiders that landed in front of the exit, like intimidating castles, just as their names implied. Not only that, they spewed copious amounts of webbing from their bulging abdomens, so much that it had put Yokomichi's display to shame, and that blocked the exit. The sticky, white, voluminous thread quickly closed off the exit, completely isolating us. They actually set a trap. We'd already fucked up from the start. We'd somehow or other made it all the way here. Since we were weakened, we wanted to quickly reach safety and so, rushed. We all probably thought that we could push through in the end. Shit, it was me who'd actually ended up thinking of it like a game. Just look at those numbers. There was no rule that said we'd only face a convenient amount of monsters that we could safely push through. Not anymore though. Dungeon just went, fuck you guys, enjoy my special monster house bitches. All those other times, we'd merely been lucky. What do we do? At this rate, we break through, no other choice. Mei-chan, get those spiders. I didn't have time to lament on the stupidity that walked us into this monster house trap. It's better to actually deal with the situation before we fucking die. Even if it was already too late, I won't just sit around waiting for my death. Mei-chan, Kenzuki-san, stop the spiders. Soma, class rep, spell walls, stop the swarm of ants. Natsukawa-san, you deal with the stray ants. Also, lend me your red knife. Takanasha-san, follow me. We'll clear up the exit, spread out rotten bog. Don't know how much of that they'll follow, but I rapid-fired orders anyway, while employing my own obstruction type curse magic. Mei-chan had already rushed forward with a battle cry, fiercely swinging at the spiders. An army of ants had begun crawling from the ceiling across the walls to the floor right after the spiders had landed. We had no luxury to strategize. Everyone, we need to escape from here, now. Do what you have to until Momokawa-kun clears the exit. Alright, good luck, Momokawa-kun. After class rep voiced agreement, starting with Soma Sakura, the other girls finally started moving. Natsukawa-san was even nice enough to dash up to me with her ace-tier speed, hand over her knife, and dash back instantly. Kotaro-kun, go. Mei-chan slashed away like a veritable storm, and pushed the rook spiders away from the exit. Kenzuki-san also brandished her twin blades, one a long sword, and the other a flaming saber, and helped clear the way. Well, it's now or never. Takanasha-san, after me, but I. It isn't safe here, it isn't safe anywhere, just run girl. I grabbed onto the hesitant Takanasha-san's arm, and made a break for the exit. The distance was no more than 30 meters, but honestly, it's a shit-ass crazy plan to run through the place where vanguard fighters and giant monsters were duking it out. But still, I avoiding tripping over like an idiot, and somehow made it. Also, Takanasha-san, she managed to follow after me, half crying. Ha. Shit damn it, there's way too much. When we'd finally arrived, what greeted us was absurd amount of webbing. If I were to charge in, I'd be a statue within 30 centimeters of penetration. Trying a knife on it would end up dulling said knife. So to overcome this ordeal, we needed the red knife with its blade imbued with fire. Elemental weaponry FTW. With this, hot. As I imagined, the webbing burned away easily under the red knife's flames. However, some of these threads, still on fire, were dropping all around me. Quite dangerous. If I'm not careful, I'll be burned. Momokawa-kun, not done yet. We can't hold on much longer. Ice blast. Damn it, I know. With a quick look back, I could see the fight on their end was pretty intense as well. Rapid shooting spells everywhere to prevent the ants from getting past the barriers of ice and light. Their output was outstanding. But the ants didn't know fear, they were like death soldiers, madly rushing forward to fulfill their duty. Our mages were already on the brink, even with Natsukawa-san's help. Mei-chan and Kenzuki-san were also fighting the good fight. Of course, it wasn't like there was a rule that they would fight one rook spider each. There wasn't anything stopping the ants from butting in. Although they seemed to be managing for now. Naturally, those two wouldn't be able to aggro all the ants, so it was inevitable that some made their way towards me and Takanasha-san. No, don't come any closer. The ants coming straight towards us caused Takanasha-san to scream. Though, it wasn't your ordinary scream. The sage's very words contained power. Sacred tongue words of rejection. With the sage skill activating, the monsters stopped moving just as Takanasha-san decreed. The ants that were about to jump us suddenly froze in their tracks, their sharp forelimbs still in the air, poised to attack. Since I could see a bit of twitching from the tips, perhaps they were resisting the words of power. All right, Takanasha-san, keep it up. Kotori-kanti. Despite her denying it, the ants were still stationary. It was totally worth it bringing Takanasha-san with me. It's such an awesome power. Using it like Soma Sakura does, as in only for self-protection, was such a waste. In these situations, the least they could do is become human shields. Okay, halfway there. While everyone kept giving their all in battle, I continued burning away the spider thread seal. At this rate, we should manage to escape. But the dungeon just had to bitch slap us at the last moment. It was a familiar sound of buzzing insects. An annoying noise they'd make as they rapidly flapped their wings. There was only one kind of insect that would make this despair-inducing noise. And we knew it all too well. Well fuck. Now the mantises show up. Up above from the ceiling of the pit, came down the green knights with dual sickles. The night mantis. Coo. Damn, reinforcements. How are we supposed to even? There were 4 night mantises in all. They went to each of the vanguards. Mei-chan and Kenzuki-san who were in their respective death matches with the rook spiders, and Natsukawa-san who was holding off the ants. We had 3 vanguards. Since each of them picked one, That last one. Rushed over to me and Takanasha-san, the weakest members of the party. Nu. Get away. Get away, get away. Words of rejection activated. The mantis froze just like the ants. Wait, it wasn't working. Its sickles still moved, slowly, but still moved. No, no, please no. Takanasha-san was actually whining while she squeezed her hands together as if praying. Maybe this helped her activate her words of rejection to the limit. Still, the mantis moved, even if slightly. Maybe, if it took just one more step, if it stepped within Takanasha-san's barrier of rejection, its effects would crumble. Shit. Here of all places. Like hell I'll die. Like hell I'll die. I swung the red knife in a frenzy. I didn't give a damn about the burns. But the webbing wouldn't burn along with the speed of my swings. It's slow. No, it did get a bit faster, but it'd be too late before I finished. Fuck, it was all for nothing. Too many monsters for us to handle. Any moment now, the sheer amount of ants may as well us. Maybe, someone's already died. Damn it all. This sucks. I'm so scared. So scared that I can't even look behind. Can't die here. I'm worried about them. Especially Mei-chan. But my head was filled to the brim with fear of my own death, and I kept slashing away in awkward movements. The fear and pressure was driving me insane. My vision had gone white. I could pass out any moment. Even though I should be hearing the desperate cries of Takanasha-san using her words of rejection right behind me, I wasn't. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't hear anything. But, for some reason, I did hear this. Save me, Nii-san. Soma Sakura. That bitch. Even until the last moment, she still kept being stupid. I felt a deep resentment towards her, but right then. Cross CLIBA. Chapter 66. Enter the hero. White. The light was a blinding white. That intense white light blew away all the insects around me like a storm. Pawn ants, despite being human-sized, were blasted off, swarm and all. Burned by the light, chopped up, their legs and body sections became individual pieces. The horde of insects literally disintegrated into ash from the white light. The torrent of light further raged forwards as a gigantic shining sword and gouged into the ground. It split the ant horde and even slashed through the castles of grey, the rook spiders, like tofu in a split second. The 2 spiders fell and the mantises and ants were reduced to half their numbers. Overpowered. Now this felt like real magic. No, not quite. This was the power of the hero. I'm here for you, Sakura. Behind flowing locks of black hair, the light of determination could be seen from the eyes of the handsome and strong boy who stood there, his glimmering sword drawn. It was the hero. It was Soma Yuto, Shiromine Academy's most perfect male student. The man most suitable for the title of hero. Nii-san. Thank God you're safe, Sakura. Everyone too. But, it's dangerous here, we have to get out quickly. As he shouted, he brandished his sword of light again. Then the white light, like a tornado, revolved around his blade, getting bigger and bigger. There was no technique needed to accomplish his task. Before the destructive power of his light, the relentless ants, and even the mantis Natsukawa-san was dealing with, evaporated. Let's move, people. Yuto-kun has cleared the way. Everyone's reaction was quick. They'd moved even before class rep had spoken. Except for me. I was still slightly dumbfounded. I mean, hell. Soma-kun's power was way too overwhelming. It made our previous struggles look like child's play. Haha, fucking idiot Yokomichi. This here's the real cheat. Let's go, Kotori. Asuna-chan. Kenzuki-san came to pick up Takanasha-san, easily dealing with the mantis and ants still frozen due to words of rejection. I was completely ignored. She grabbed onto the small girl's hand and started running. Kotaru-kun. I'm okay, handle those ants please. The only one thinking of me was of course, Mei-chan. I was so thankful for that, I could cry. But, I didn't need her to grab my hand like Takanasha-san. Since there were still so many ants, I had to work Mei-chan just a little longer so that the path Soma-kun had cleared out wouldn't be overrun. Guys, over here. Somakuen, though not as intensely as the first time, was still waving around his sword, curb-stomping the horde of ants. Behind him, a huge hole had opened up, one we couldn't find in our initial search. So, the passage was actually buried? I see. Somakuen had come from the other side, he'd broken the wall and created this hole. Finally finding the exit, I dashed to it with all the speed my legs could muster and somehow managed to slide through. I'm the last one. Close it now. Got it. Get back a little, Momokawa. I tumbled to the side to avoid getting in the way of Somakuen's attack. Turning around, I saw a scene of countless ants coming at us like a black tsunami. Ha! With that shout, came another flash of light. Aiming at the entrance plus any ants there, the sword of light cut, causing the once open hole to be buried under a pile of earth and rubble. Ha! That's when I could finally sigh in relief. Ah, Nii-san, thank God, thank God. I'm sorry, Sakura, making you worried and all. Ha! Then I sighed in exasperation. Sure, you could say it was a heartfelt reunion between siblings, but I couldn't give one shit. Alright everyone, I know you're tired, but we should get moving quickly. There's a transfer circle not too far from here. We should use that to leave this insect cave ASAP. Everyone raised a cheer. Of course, we all wanted to escape from this giant insect hell. Even if we stayed, considering the ability of those ants, they could probably clear out the collapsed wall pretty quickly. You really can't afford to relax anywhere in this place. With dead tired bodies, we moved along the cave, Somakuen leading. Seriously, it's great we could all reunite again. Even so, how did you know where we were? It was a coincidence, really. But when I got close enough to Sakura, the Lux Elemental showed me the way. Hey, Nii-san, you can also use Summon Lux Elemental? Well, when I noticed, I'd learned it already. But unlike yours, it's more bluish. Like this, he said as he put out his finger, manifesting a light blue phosphorescent light. It flew around like a firefly, then disappeared. I never thought it could work for searching. You got it, maybe because you also use elementals. The others don't look like they understand. And, after going over some details on how he happened to rushed over, Somakuen turned towards me. By the way, that's Momokawa, and the person next to him. Before this, Somakuen was already partied up with her sister, meeting the others along the way. Mei-chan and I were certainly the new faces here. Well, I guess he needs a greeting. I'm a shaman. And this is Futaba-san, she's a berserker. I told the truth. We couldn't exactly lie anymore since Takanasha-san possessed a skill to see others' calling and skills. So there was no longer a point in hiding Mei-chan's calling. Is it your calling that made you so slim? I guess. Hello. Somakuen looked a little, quite bewildered actually. Well, it's no surprise, when any classmates saw the current Mei-chan, they had a similar reaction. Since it's a totally dramatic before and after effect, like the ones you see in those fishy dieting advertisements. You really saved us back there, Somakuen. Thank you. In front of the school's #1 Ikemen, Somakuen, Mei-chan wasn't shy or nervous. She expressed thanks and showed a genuine smile. I wonder if it's because she's been accustomed to battle, that she could act so brazen. Maybe she'd already fallen for Somakuen, who appeared super cool from the earlier rescue. Women are said to be realistic creatures. It wouldn't be strange if she abandoned a weak shaman like me for a braver, more reliable and cool hero. She might be interacting with me normally now, but soon enough, she'd start to subtly take distance and… Fuck, it's depressing just thinking about it. There's the room we want. Apparently, we'd arrived at our destination. The place he pointed to was, I see, it was another one of those places where the cave bits end and stone dungeon starts. As we entered, we were on a path leading straight to the boss room. Similar to the one in the author's room, I could see a faintly glowing magic circle engraved on a platform. Ah, I just remembered, we didn't collect the cores from the rook spiders. Don't worry about it, class rep, since I already defeated the monster that was already in this room, we can use its core. I'm impressed, Yuto-kun. It was weaker than the Cerberus, so maybe that's why I could solo it. Anyway, let's quickly get inside. If this works the same as the previous ones, Then we should be able to teleport to a fairy square. We were in dire need of some rest, so his suggestion was welcome. We'll be humbly making use of the core Somakuen had. Everyone entered the circle in practiced movements. Finally, Somakuen, who held the softball-sized red crystal, the core, spoke. Okay, I'll start it up. The core reacted immediately, letting out an ample volume of light. As if melting into the light, the core began to slowly crumble. At the same time, the magic circle below began its own flickering. When that light got intense enough to blind us of our surroundings, that's when we'd get teleported. So basically, we're out of here in less than 10 seconds. Whoa. Suddenly, I felt a force on my body. I was pushed. From the back, strongly. I yelled like an idiot as the hard stone floor made its way to me. All I could manage to do was pull up my hands so that I wouldn't land face first. Ouch. It was falling damage. I'd pitched forward and fallen to the floor. I was just standing normally. How come I suddenly fell? The reason was obvious. I was pushed, but by who? Kukenzuki-san. I turned around to find Kenzuki Asuna, with both her hands stuck out. She'd stiffened up in that posture. Her expression could be described as stupefied, or perhaps blank, herself not understanding what she'd just done. That was the last I saw of them. Kotaro-kun. No, Futaba-san. It's dangerous to jump out now. All around me was already white. Beyond that, there was Mei-chan's desperate voice calling to me, and also Somakuen's voice trying to stop her. Before I could return any words, there was only silence. After that, I could see again. There was only the faintly glowing magic circle. No one else, nothing else. No, new. In other words, I'd been left behind. Chapter 67, Rage. Shrouded inside the light of the transfer magic, Kenzuki Asuna thought about her duel. Her worst and most disgraceful memory, it all flashed back inside her brain. She stared at her hands. The feeling of pushing off Kotaro was still fresh on her palms. The light from the transfer magic had faded quickly, but her mind still felt white. The sight before her was all too familiar, one that could be found dotted all over, a fairy square. But it couldn't be said to be a place where safety was absolutely guaranteed. Asuna felt like she had fallen into hell, because right in front of her stood the berserker, mad as an ogre. Kenzeki, Asuna. Among the individuals there, Futaba Maiko was likely the only one who knew what had transpired just moments ago. Only that berserker, screaming in wrathful rage, knew. The transfer magic had activated as expected. However, on the verge of their return to safety, Kenzuki Asuna had pushed Momokawa Kotaro out of the circle. And thus, aside from Kotaro, everyone had arrived at the new fairy square. This was in no way an accident. Kenzuki Asuna had the clear intention and willingly knocked away Momokawa Kotaro. And being shown the crime in such an obvious display, it was no wonder that Futaba Maiko was furious. Ennu. It wasn't Takanashi Kotori, the most cowardly member of the party, that raised that horrified scream. It was Kenzuki Asuna. That could be expected though, considering that Futaba Maiko symbolized absolute fear for the girl. The incarnation of unreasonable violence. Her ultimate trauma. Kenzuki Asuna was not only petrified, she almost downright fainted from taking the blast of bloodlust directed towards her. And, towards the frightened and helpless Asuna, the mad berserker swung her fist with all her. Stop, Futaba-san. The explosive sound that reverberated in the fairy square was accompanied by a huge shockwave. Soma Yuto took on her punch, no, the berserker's pile bunker that had the characteristic crimson aura, directly on his palms. The destructive power burst out, causing bloody cracks to appear on Yuto's palms. Although he braced himself, he was still pushed back, his heels digging into the ground, because of the impact. If he'd taken that punch half-heartedly, it'd be quite the sight, seeing him sent flying. It was that powerful. Imagining what if this burning red fist had directly hit the face of the defenseless Asuna. He couldn't help but shudder. Could you move, Somakuen? He shuddered further from her voice. To him, Futaba Maiko sounded like the grudge-filled sound from his sword before it was purified of its curse. No, hers was much worse. I can't do that. Please, Futaba-san, just stop. However, no matter how frightening it was, no, exactly because the opponent was scary enough that she could kill someone, Soma Yuto couldn't back down. He couldn't stand to back down. This was the first time he'd seen Kensuke Asuna cry. At this time, he hadn't perfectly grasped the whole situation. However, he would still protect Kensuke Asuna. His body radiated such determination. Oh. Maiko's eyes sharply looked around her. Shit. Soma Yuto thought as he instinctively understood her intention. Futaba Maiko already saw everyone there as her enemy. She had attacked Kensuke Asuna fully understanding that. Surely, the rest too could feel her abnormal level of enmity. Soma Sakura had her bow ready, and Natsukawa Minami, despite looking terribly nervous and alarmed, had her knife drawn. Damn. Futaba-san, please, for now, just Forgy. Asuna, why the hell did you do that, you imbecile? A hysterical scream, along with the sound of a slap, drowned away Yuto's words. Everyone saw it. The moment their class rep, Kisaragi Ryuko, had mercilessly thrashed Asuna's cheek. Ah, Ryuko. You idiot, idiot. How could you do that? Twice, 3 times, class rep repeatedly struck Asuna's face. Sakura and Minami, who were momentarily dumbstruck, then quickly reacted. Stop it, Ryuko. Ryuko-chan. The two quickly rushed towards Ryuko and Asuna, separating the attacker. The mage had hit quite seriously. Asuna's cheeks had turned red, and the individual herself looked quite dumbfounded at the turn of events. Class rep, why did you? Still blocking Maiko's path, Yuto turned back to ask Ryoko who was being held back. It was the fact that Asuna did something totally inhumane. She pushed off Momokawa-kun before the transfer. That. Wasn't it an accident? It's true that it looked like she did that, but there's no reason for Asuna to. If you want a reason, then I have it. Although he'd rushed in to save the party from the insect horde, Soma Yuto didn't know what happened after he'd gotten separated from his party. Of the events along the way, of their meeting up with Momokawa Kotaro and Futaba Maiko, and of the incidents that happened thereafter. Futaba-san, I'm sorry. I know this isn't something that can be forgiven with a simple apology, but from now on, we will help you find Momokawa-kun. Cooperating with us on this should be the best option. I won't ask you to forgive Asuna, but we will surely set things right. Ryuko, who practically begged, caused Maiko to turn a cold eye. No, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and quietly said, Fine, I'll hear you. To those words, everyone let out a breath of relief. At least for now, Maiko had fought down the intense urge to murder Asuna right then and there, and stifled her rage. First, Yuto-kun, let me tell you what happened between us and Momokawa-kun. Ryuko calmly kept at her story, even as Yuto showed shock at the delicate yet complicated, bitter and mistrustful relationship amongst them. I never knew. Ryuko finished her explanation and Yuto finally understood the situation. No, from his perspective, the whole thing was still quite hard to believe. First, about the fact that they simply couldn't function as a party even with Sakura and class rep with them. But more importantly, that the gentle Futaba-san he knew had challenged Kensuke Asuna to a duel, and moreover, that the former had won after beating the latter to a pulp. Because he had himself once fought Asuna seriously, he understood how powerful she was. However, after taking the blow from earlier, Yuto also understood how powerful a berserker was. The high school girl called Futaba Maiko, in her entirety, had totally changed. This changed girl had in turn changed Asuna, subjecting her to pure violence, completely destroying her pride as a swordswoman. It was unbelievable. No, it was more correct to say, he didn't want to believe it. Nevertheless, since Asuna was in fact behaving like she was in a nightmare, he had no choice but to accept that truth. That for Kensuke Asuna, Futaba Maiko was the object of her absolute fear. Asuna thought that Futaba-san was brainwashed by a curse from Momokawa-kun. So, she thought that if she got rid of him, that's not. I just wanted to. How was it not like that, Asuna? You caved into your fear and tried to murder Momokawa-kun. Asuna hugged her head as if she thought it was the apocalypse, and Ryuko stared her down, bitterness slightly tinting her expression. She understood that the girl was traumatized. She wanted to be on her side, comfort her if possible. But Asuna had in fact committed a grave crime. It was probably meaningless to debate good and evil in the dungeon. But Ryuko herself had committed a similar crime. That was exactly why she couldn't forgive it. She never wanted to feel that helplessness again, and she wouldn't let anyone else. Hey, class rep, isn't this a bit much? That's right, Ryuko. Think about how Asuna feels, she. Stop, Yuto-kun, Sakura. Please, do not say any more in Asuna's defense. Being so sharply reprimanded, the Soma siblings could do nothing but stay silent. This problem wasn't one to be resolved with a half-hearted apology. For Ryuko, it was because Asuna was such an irreplaceable and important friend that she had to face her sins. Most importantly, this was the only way in order to save Kensuke Asuna's life. Kisaragi Ryuko keenly knew this. Asuna, just for the sake of it, let's hear your side. Why did you do it? There was practically no meaning in listening to Asuna's side of the story, since she was already a broken mess. But still, if they didn't hear it, there couldn't be true acceptance. Not for Maiko, not for class rep herself, but for the friends who believed in Asuna. Momokawa. It's all his fault. Everything, because of him. And what did Momokawa-kun do wrong exactly? Ever since we met him, everything's gone strange. Asuna yelled. That Momokawa Kotaru was an evil man who commanded curses. That he no doubt stared lewdly at the girls when they slept, with how he had masturbated in the same place. That Kotaru, who had fortunately joined a party consisting of beautiful girls, secretly planned to make them all his own. And that, just like Futaba Maiko, with her abnormal degree of loyalty towards him, he conspired to put a brainwashing curse on them as well. Asuna, stop being delusional. No, I'm not. I'm not delusional. If that's true, then why was I? Why did I get? Asuna tried to deny it. That it was because of the evil brainwashing curse, that Futaba Maiko had brutally assaulted her. She wasn't normal, nor was she sane. For Kotaru-kun, she'd kept repeating. There was no way Asuna could see her as sane. Hey, was it really that bad of an injury? Everyone could assent to Yuto's question. The only reason the scars on Asuna's face disappeared so cleanly was due to Sakura's healing magic and Kotaru's ointments that accelerated natural recovery. Futaba-san, why would you go so far? Because Kensuke-san wouldn't yield, you see. Also, it was Kensuke-san who punched Kotaru-kun first. I can't forgive her for that. Just for that. Didn't I tell you, Yuto-kun? To Futaba-san, Momokawa-kun is her savior. Momokawa-kun saved her life, where I had abandoned her. What was more important? Her savior, Momokawa Kotaru, or the girl who had cruelly abandoned her and her merry band of friends? It was a no-brainer. As for the result of that duel, no one has any right to complain. Still, I regret not being able to do anything to stop it. However, Asuna and Futaba-san both fought with mutual determination and consent. Yuto, you of all people, don't you think it's undue for someone unrelated to complain? Yeah, that's right, you're right, class rep. If Asuna fought by her own will, then no matter the outcome, I have no right to blame. Although Yuto said that, Ryuko thought that he likely wouldn't hold true to it had he seen the state Asuna was in after the outcome. He could show understanding only because the incident was gone and past. Which meant that in conclusion, Kensuke Asuna was the only one for whom that duel from the near past had not ended. The fear, the pain, it all stayed with her, the trauma eating into her. Whether Asuna truly thinks that Momokawa-kun can do brainwashing, or whether it's just her way of coping from the trauma, that's not the point we should focus on. She could show no sympathy towards her important friend. Now, everyone please listen. Sure, we had our doubts about Momokawa-kun, we never did fully trust him. But remember, he hadn't in fact done anything to us, while we on the other hand, one-sidedly deemed him suspicious and went so far as to get rid of him. As a human being, as a fellow classmate, that mode of conduct is simply wrong. Ryuko argued once more. What started it all was themselves getting disgusted by Momokawa Kotaru's actions and blaming him. Then, when they had to work together regardless of the strained situation, his every action aroused suspicion. Before that duel, I said this, remember? What if our suspicions were all misplaced? What would we do then? It was a proven fact that Kotaru didn't have any brainwashing magic thanks to Kotori's eye of veracity. And in reality, Kotaru hadn't behaved suspiciously at all. His feud with Sakura was only natural considering the sort of situation he'd been pushed into. Whatever the excuses are, Asuna was, without a doubt, first to raise her hand. She pushed him out of the transfer circle, an act practically synonymous to murder. You all should know that. Asuna had simply pushed Kotaru. She hadn't done anything like stabbing him with a knife. But that action was the same as pushing him in front of a moving train. Subjecting him to face the dungeon alone, how would that not be the same as attempting to murder him? Anyone who'd experienced the dungeon firsthand should know. So, how's she going to atone for this triad murder of hers? Maiko asked class rep the most important question, getting to the crux of the matter. We must save Momokawa-kun. How? We will continue exploring the dungeon. Since we've already teleported, we can't turn back. You mean you're not going to search? Since everyone's destination is the same, the only reliable way of finding him is to keep going, and Momokawa-kun knows that too, don't you think? It was extremely doubtful whether Kotaru could actually manage to survive in the dungeon alone. And there was no way to know his whereabouts, and it was unimaginable that he would do something as hopeless as passively waiting for rescue at a nearby ferry square. After all, he'd want to proceed through the dungeon if he had any hope to survive. Fine. But we have to thoroughly proceed through the dungeon to search for him. Yes, we should extend our scope of exploration from now on. The normal strategy was to proceed following their compass, but if they were looking for someone, they would have to take a longer, more in-depth route. Even if they couldn't find him in their current zone, there was the possibility of finding clues. The dungeon was complicated, filled with countless zones and paths, so even if Kotaru was in the same zone as them, he might be directed in a different path. That said, looking through the vast area of the dungeon was a fool's errand. Everyone's goal was to get through this dungeon, so if they missed the opportunity to meet up, then hopefully, Kotaru had already gone further past them. So, you're saying you won't be punishing Kenzuki-san at all? Futaba-san, I understand you're angry, but we definitely need Asuna's strength, whether it be for the search or simply fighting monsters in the dungeon. There was the adage of strength in numbers, but most importantly, there was the fact that Asuna was a dual wielder, making her an important asset to their battle prowess. I do understand that, but isn't that too naive? She tried to kill someone, you know? Do you really think that it's okay to leave her be? Well, that's. Besides, I just can't trust Kenzuki-san, you know? I can't fight with this crazy murder lady behind me. It'd be better if we left her here. Actually, that's a good idea. After we save Kotaru-kun, we'll come get her. What? Wasn't that just like making her a hostage? However, it was reasonable for Maiko to propose such an arrangement. Kenzuki Asuna, with the intent to commit murder, had pushed Momokawa Kotaru away from the transfer circle. Regardless of whether Kotaru-kun lived or died, it was a crime nonetheless, and a crime mustn't go unpunished. Maiko, in other words, had proposed to imprison Asuna in that ferry square. Imprison her there until Kotaru was rescued. If Kotaru turned out dead, then Asuna's attempted murder would change to actual homicide, and her punishment would change to life imprisonment. Practically speaking, a death penalty. Wait, Futaba-san, please reconsider. I'm the only one who wants to help Kotaru-kun. In fact, every one of you don't care. You'd feel better if he was dead. Isn't that what you're thinking? How about you tell me, Soma-san? I have not had any such thoughts. But, you don't feel like helping, right? Isn't it a pain? You've finally reunited with Soma-kun, so who cares about anyone else, right? I've never considered such selfishness. So, of course I'm willing to cooperating in saving Momokawa-kun. Cooperate? Ahaha, cooperate, she says. Class rep Soma-san, haven't you been listening? Ryuko reacted like a frog being stared at by a snake when Maiko eyed her in a dry chuckle. She was starting to resent Soma Sakura's fastidious personality. Cooperating, don't you mean, it's your duty? Yes. That's right, Futaba-san. Ryuko consented with a trembling reply. Cooperation, in the end, only amounted to much if both sides actually had good intentions. Let's help Kotaru to make amends for Asuna. To Soma Sakura, that's exactly it. What she cared about was her friend, Asuna. Kotaru's life or whatever, it would be the last thing in her list of priorities. In her head, it was only, I'll cooperate in order to resolve my friend's problem, not I have to go help, because my classmate's life is in danger. Whether Soma Sakura realized that she was weighing the life of a person against her friend's feelings, there was no way for Ryuko to know. However, she could quite easily see that to Futaba Maiko, her friend's priority on justice and friendship and whatnot could only be seen as ill intent. See, that's how it is. Class representative Kotaru-kun's life doesn't matter to you all. So wouldn't putting up Kenzuki-san's life for his make you guys seriously search for him too? If, right at that moment, they actually fought against Futaba Maiko, how many of them would die? She could preemptively attack her with an ice Sagitta, scoring an instant headshot. No, not possible. Maiko had evade, and looking at her fighting against monsters, she'd grown proficient in her natural reflexes even without the skill. If she tried shooting magic at her now, she could easily see a future where the girl would swiftly dodge and her own neck would be crushed the next instant. If that happened, it'd be pandemonium. Most likely, Soma Yuto would be the only survivor. Since he was a hero, he could even defeat this berserker, at the cost of everyone else sinking into an ocean of blood. They couldn't afford to turn Futaba Maiko into an enemy. Ryuko desperately repeated to herself, "Don't give up. There's still hope. Please, Futaba-san. I'll tell everyone to properly search, so please don't let me lose any more of my friends." Finally, tears started to fall from Ryuko's sharp eyes. With shoulders trembling and voice quivering, she was desperately trying to plead for the safety of her friends. "Fine, since you've gone to that extent. There will probably be plenty of monsters and strong bosses on the way, so Kenzuki-san will have to work hard as penance, won't she?" Maiko said, eyeing the desperate class rep coldly. "But please know that Kenzuki-san's life won't be guaranteed without Kotaru-kun's." With Kisaragi Ryuko's hard-fought pleading, they were able to appease this berserker with no blood spilled. However, the insane contract where they would exchange one person's life with another's had created a deep, forlorn rift among the party members. Starting with the suspicions towards Momokawa Kotaru, to Futaba Maiko, who had changed, turning into the symbol of fear and trauma for Kenzuki Asuna. It was as if a curse had been placed on the party to slowly drive them mad. "Kenzuki-san, you should thank class rep, she just saved you." With a smile, Maiko said such words. In response, Asuna's shoulders started to tremble and she began sobbing in bitterness. "Wait for me, Kotaru-kun. I'll definitely save you." With Asuna's audible sobbing and her many friends consoling her, happening as a backdrop, Maiko vowed to save Momokawa Kotaru in her heart. Chapter 68, Kizaki Akane and Kitauji Rurika Part. 1. Kia. A girl's scream, like the tearing of silk, echoes throughout the cave of insects. "Hey Akane, isn't that enough crying? Give me some cover already. Gigi, gimme a break here. There's bugs, there's ants, I can't do this." In the dark cave where light wouldn't reach, blazed a spot of fire. This floating ignis elemental, fire spirit, shone on two girls wearing the Shiromine Academy's sailor uniform, and also illuminated the forms blocking their way. Clacking their large mandibles, what stood before them was a swarm of pawn ants. "Just shoot, damn it. Nu. Ignis Chris Sagitt, Flame Spear, AA." Her eyes moist, the girl called Akane fires a chantless, fire attribute, intermediate level, attack magic. Having the misfortune of getting involved in a sudden otherworld summoning, she was a student of Class 27, Kizaki Akane. Quite like a girl of her age, faced with large monsters, she furiously cried out in her displeasure, but in contrast, her tall and slender figure didn't allow her to hold such a small and frail image. With her bob-cut hair and sweet, droopy eyes, Akane was blessed with tall stature, but had an innocent face and timid personality. She was especially weak to every variety of insect. And faced with such gigantesque arthropods, she was more than likely to lose composure when handling her fire. Hot hot. You idiot. Planning to burn me here. Sorry, Rui-chan. The girl complaining to this fire mage, Kizaki Akane, held an iron sword in her hand, solidifying her role as the vanguard. Akane, having aimlessly shot magic that made sudden bursts of flame spread out in this narrow cave, was quite a reproachable act. Well, I guess it took care of some of them. Leave the rest to me. Okay, go for it, Ruri-chan. Ignis enchant, igniting. Having her blade receive the fire enchantment as support, Rory took her red-hot, spark-bursting, scorching sword in one hand and dived into the fray of ants. Exhibiting such brave and bold combat, wielding the vocation of swordsman was Rory, full name Katauji Rurika, another student of the same class 27. Compared to Akane, who boasted a height befitting a member of the volleyball club, Rory was around a head shorter. Along with Reina Ayas and Takanashi Kotori, she was in a three-way deadlock in achieving the title of smallest in class 27. Small build and a tender visage like that of a small animal. Putting her long, black hair up in a ponytail, it was a heartwarming tale of wanting to imitate Kenzuki Asuna, one she admired for her gallant form. And despite the difference in appearance in the two, their great courage in taking up the sword to battle fearsome monsters was all the same. Phew, that wasn't too bad. With fire being effective against the ants, together with Rory's own martial arts easily cutting into the carapace, all the enemies had been safely defeated. At the end, Rory took a big swing, dispersing the flames of enchantment, and with practiced motions, returned her blade to its scabbard. Let's get out of this place already. Yeah, it's pretty tight in here, too risky. Let's walk faster. The two girls warmly held hands, walking through the cave. Kizaki Akane and Katauji Rory, these two were certainly best friends. From a young age, childhood friends who've always been together. However, now they are. Yari. A fairy square, look Akane. Huff, thank God, we can finally rest. After many encounters with ant swarms, and somehow defeating the formidable mantis, the two had surmounted the cave and made it to an oasis of the dungeon commonly dubbed Fairy Square. With the fountain trickling refreshing water in front of her, as if parched, Rory rushed towards it, scooping up the cold spring water to drink. So good. And as she cupped her hands to raise a second mouthful, Rory's small lips were blocked. What entered her mouth was not cold, soothing water, but hot, vigorous meat. The touch of a seductive tongue, coiling about. MMMN. Poo-ha. Geez, what's up all of a sudden, Akane? I mean. It was scary. Rory, having found herself held to Akane's chest, was angered with the sudden deep kiss. Also her blushed cheeks and clouded eyes failed to support. Looking up, right above was Akane with the same, with an even deeper tint of cerise. So, hey, it's fine right, Ruri-chan. Closing her ecstatic eyes, once again Akane's soft, pink lips close in. And not Fian. Perhaps her embarrassment won over arousal. With a shout, Rory used her thin arms to reject Akane's face and body. Oh no. Rui-chan dumped me. No I didn't. Wait no, if you do it so suddenly. I haven't washed. So I definitely stink of sweat right now. Seeing the girl's lovely figure embarrassedly squirming, Akane's breath grew rough. That's okay, I don't mind that at all. Ruri-chan's smell, I love it. Fully ignoring how she was pushed away once, Akane jumps at Rory's small body a second time. A strong hold with both hands, as if she'd never let go. Between the breasts whose size you'd reach faster counting down from biggest in class, Rory's face is buried. I am saying I mind. Rejected yet again, Akane moaned woo-woo as she crumbled to the ground and took a fetal position. Geez. Don't be depressed, come on stand up. We're gonna be doing it together anyway right? The bath. Really. With the nimbleness of a cat, Akane vroomed her body up good as new. Can't really wash my back by myself. So help out you here. Page. She looked away, playing hard to get as if acting out the age-old cliché. Okay. Let's scrub-a-dub-dub, Ruri-chan. With that, the two began taking off each other's uniform. And for a short while, echoing in the fairy square were the sounds of splashing water and the frolicking voices of maidens. But that sound had gradually turned fiery. The white, naked figures of the two young women began to fervently, tightly, violently entwine together. Their secret game, only to be observed by the lovable statue of a fairy, fixtured on top of the fountain. Their sweat-filled bodies washed clean, Akane and Rory lay on the soft grass, ever so close, wearing jerseys in place of nightwear. It's kinda like in a dream. Akane mutters with a sigh. Yeah. Fighting, dungeon life, I've gotten used to it. But yeah, it's still like a dream. I didn't mean it like that though, she didn't put to mouth. Kizaki Akane was in love with Kitauji Rory. Even as kids, she had always loved her. They'd fought many a time, but she had never felt true anger, true hatred towards the girl. She could say that with confidence. As a child, Akane was much more timid than her current self, and quite socially awkward as well. She couldn't speak up very well. Naturally, those types of children were prone to be isolated. But she had Rory. Curious and bold, a rascal who confidently pushed through all obstacles. The ball of feistiness that was Rory would always grab Akane's hand, forcefully pulling her along, engaging her in various things. For that Rory, Akane was likely seen as a convenient henchman of sorts to drag around. Always, at any moment, those two would be together like sisters. Becoming the closest of friends before they knew it. Looking back, all of Akane's memories were dyed in the wonderful colors of Rory's smile. And when she noticed how great a role that girl had played in her happiness, they had already become middle schoolers. It wasn't the case that something special had happened. It could be said that this realization was the proof of Akane's maturing. This won't do. I can't keep relying on Rory forever. I must stand on my own 2 feet. With those feelings, Akane joined the volleyball club. Of course, she didn't tell Rory, it was too embarrassing. That she was tall so it would probably go well, she gave out a simplistic reason. And as luck would have it, Akane had talent in volleyball. Already a head taller than her middle school classmates, one could say that just her height played a major role in blooming that talent. Despite her personality making her weak to tough challenges, with her reasonably good athleticism and tenacious will, Akane began to grow in body and spirit. She had discarded her awkwardness. She learned to speak while looking straight at the eyes. The members of the volleyball club, her teammates, had all become important friends to her. But her feeling for Rory, only those reached deep in her heart. No matter how many new friends she made, no matter how well she did as the volleyball ace, it wasn't enough. Rory, if that girl wasn't there, she'd fall apart. She didn't need to rely on her anymore, neither did she need her hand pulled along. Yet, if that girl wasn't close to her, the loneliness, the pain, something would plunge her into disarray. The girl called Kitauji Rory was her most precious, a special existence for her. That was something she realized soon after entering Shiromine Academy. Hey, that's Somakuan, isn't he like, crazy hot? A classmate, a boy they'd seen since middle school. He was incomparably handsome, he was bright, refreshing, just like a real prince. Also Rory described him with glistening eyes. Akane felt jealousy, and at the same time, awakened to her sexuality. Akane perceived her unattraction to the opposite sex. That being said, it wasn't like she would be aroused by females instead. It was simply the case that the person she loved happened to be of the same sex. Sigh, I wanna go home. Yeah. When she noticed her love for Rory, Akane had suffered. Endlessly worried and suffered. Hers was a love that wasn't meant to be. I wonder if they're doing all right, Maiko and Haim. I'm sure they are. We're somehow doing fine, so those two, they're definitely all right too. Rory leaked with a sigh, words of worry for her friends, and Akane gently replied. Futaba Maiko and Himino Hairi. Those two, making 4 with Akane and Rory, were friends who would always group together in class 2-7. She was bad at cooking, so she'd improve, or so Rory determined to do in her first year of high school, and then, getting along with Futaba Maiko, a classmate and something of a pro at the art, took a natural course in a good direction. Maiko was of gentle demeanor, and perhaps she was reminded of the timid Akane of day gone by. Rory soon hit it off with her. Though when Akane saw her playfully hugging the soft, squishy Maiko who boasted great volume both height-wise and width-wise, It made her burn with quite the jealousy. As for Himino Hairi, she was a classmate of Akane's since her first year, 10th grade. Their seats were close, they ended up talking, and before they knew it, they'd become friends who hung out. The girl wasn't as outstandingly big as her or Maiko, and wasn't as small, child-looking as Rory either. Plain and docile, she was a normal girl you could find anywhere. But one of the few who knew of and understood Akane's feelings. For Akane, and for Rory, both Maiko and Hairi are their important friends. Though they also worried about their other classmates, they would end up thinking first about the safety of those two. Hey Akane, when we get back, what are your plans? Though Akane had brought up the subject, as if trying to ease her anxiety, Rory took it upon herself to carry it along. Hey, yeah, I wanna go play around a lot. With Rory of course. Where should we go? If you ask me, it's gotta be the mall. Kufufu, I'll go on a crazy shopping spree. Preach. So after that, should we go for some expensive fine dining? Ah, what was it? That one, you know, that famous high-class restaurant. The one in front of the station. Let's go there. Hey, after dinner, I, kinda, wanna go to a hotel, maybe. See, calm your pants. Didn't we just do it, pervert? Rory says, cheeks flushed, laid, sleeping right next to her. Ah, this is bliss. Dungeon survival. Perhaps it's because of this harsh environment that Rory had relinquished her body to one of the same sex, to her best friend Akane. Perhaps the truth was that Rory too held feelings similar to hers. Kizaki Akane no longer cared for the reason. Her love had been answered. Only that mattered. Chapter 69, Kizaki Akane and Kitauji Rurika, 2. The two girls who'd finished their short rest had once again started to advance through the dungeon. Ignis Blast. Akane shot a powerful, volleyball-sized fireball which flew towards the middle of a herd of skeletons and exploded, their fragile bones immediately crumbling. Yeah. Rory, wielding her sword, began to clean up the skeletons that had escaped the explosion. She was easily able to overpower these enemies without the use of battle arts. Her blade that had been enchanted using Akane's Ignis enchant easily broke down the skeletons. Awesome. That's my Ruri-chan, we won so easy. Of course we did. Rory pridefully puffed out her uniform chest whereas Akane had on an innocent smile. But in truth, she thought that Akane was much more awesome than her. Currently, she could easily cut down skeletons, but when she first encountered this type of monster, she'd been trembling in horror. She couldn't do anything. It was scary. She couldn't understand why she was in this dangerous otherworld dungeon. Fear welled up from the bottom of her heart. No, the feeling was actually closer to despair. Her only salvation came from when Akane appeared, as all she'd done was weep in despair, unable to take a single step past the first room. But then, her first encounter with skeletons resulted in her being chased down, breaking her spirit. Hey Akane, let's just die together. She couldn't continue living in such a place. She didn't want to attack or be attacked by those awful monsters. It was all a bad dream. She was so desperate that she'd be willing to commit suicide to escape from it. If her and Akane killed themselves together, she would do it. It's all right, Ruri-chan. I'll protect you. However, Kizaki Akane had taken a stand, her hands blessed in fire. When her tall friend used her Ignis Sagitta to shoot down the skeletons, telling her it was all right, holding out a hand in a gentle smile, it gave her courage. I never knew. You're so strong, Akane, she said, taking that hand. It's because you're with me, Ruri-chan, so I can do my best. Akane answered, with a smile dazzling like the sun. She'd always known that from long ago, Akane always had a stronger heart than herself. When was it that she'd realized? Was it around when she was in 3rd grade and she noticed Akane had grown taller than her? No, it wasn't because of the height difference. She realized that she couldn't keep pushing her weight around like she did as a kid. She couldn't be friends with just anyone, as girls would naturally form cliques. It was also getting scary to talk to the boys who only kept growing taller and taller. But Akane had become stronger. That shy Akane who used to only talk with her childhood friend, herself, had somehow become one of the people at the center of the class. She was also doing great as the ace of the volleyball club. Surely, it was her who'd become weak. Neither her heart nor her body had grown. And yet, Akane. She kept piling on complexes towards the girl. She had a massive inferiority complex towards her best friend. However, in proportion to that, her desire to be with Kizaki Akane only grew. I don't want to be left behind. I don't want to be abandoned. Anxiety welled up every time Akane got a new friend. She felt panic as she saw the girl even talking casually with the boys. She was weak, Akane strong. She knew they didn't match, but she wanted to stay with her, right by her side, forever. Her feelings only kept growing. Then, in the extreme situation where her life was on the line, she finally realized. That feeling was called love. Rura-chan, we'll definitely get back home. Yes, the two of us together, I know we can. And so, upon reaching the fairy square after their first battle in that dark and dreary dungeon, they shared their first kiss. Did Akane really love her back? They'd kissed despite being the same sex. They'd even gone further than that. Was it just a form of escapism, trying to turn away from the cruel reality they were in? Rory had no way of telling how Akane really felt. Yet, their current relationship that was well past just being best friends was definitely what she'd wished for. Her itching anxiety and unease about how Akane might one day leave her, it all disappeared when they held hands, locked lips, and connected their bodies. She'd become as precious to Akane as the girl had been for her. She could believe in that. The momentary pleasure, the base lust, the unproductive deed of two girls loving each other. Faulty as they may be, those were the biggest reasons that turned Rory into the brave swordswoman she'd currently become. For the sake of Kizaki Akane, her sweet beloved, she would fight. She's told me that she would protect me, so in turn, I'll do the same. Well then, wanna get going? Okay, let's. Skeletons don't drop any cores anyway. After kicking away an UN'd skeleton's head, Rory looked ahead at the end of the path. There was a crossroad. Sue, which way? Wait a bit, let me check. She responded to Akane, who was just behind her, as she checked the note circle that acted as their compass. The shining arrow pointed them left. Okay, looks like it's. It happened the moment she raised her head, turning back towards Akane. A large, black shadow. An ugly, beastly bellow. Loud as it was, Rory heard it quite distantly. Rua-chan. Her vision suddenly flipped around. She wondered why that was. She saw that Akane was upside down. Why? With that simple question in mind, Kitauji Ruriko's consciousness descended into eternal darkness. Ho ho ho, what tea a delicacy. Hot girl meat is the bee's tea. Kizaki Akane doubted her eyes. She didn't even want to believe it. Rory had died. The man had suddenly come from the crossroads. He wore a dirty, black outfit tainted with filth and blood that differed from the stuff the Gomas wore. It was something she was familiar with, the boys' uniform of Shiromine Academy. She also recognized that face, one that basically everyone in class also knew. Yokomichi, Hajimi, the stain of Class 2-7, dubbed Porky. It was that disgusting, unsightly boy. He howled nonsense, as if he was aroused for some reason. He sounded more like a Goma than a human being. It sounded repulsive and evil. Fresh blood dripped from Yokomichi's mouth. It was Rory's. His mouth was huge. It was big originally, but now his mouth could be opened up to the middle of his cheeks. It looked like that of a monster, and with that mouth, he had chewed into Rory's throat. He must have had a skill to kill his presence. Rory, who'd been getting strong as a swordsman, hadn't noticed him at all. He had caught them in a surprise attack, in every sense of the term, and had landed a strike on her vitals. Holy balls, if it isn't Kizaki aka. I must be trippin'. I get to feast on 2-7's Yuri couple as a pie. Akane's sight was dyed red. It was no metaphor. All she could see was red from the fire that was roaring in front of her. This was her magic, but at the same time, it wasn't. Her fiery mana had burst out due to her intense rage. Shit, that's fucking hot, ya dyke. Goddamn, Akane-chan, you're a fucking pyromancer. Unable to take the heat, Yokomichi agilely jumped back, contrary to what his large frame would imply. Rua-chan, Rui-chan. After Yokomichi had left her sights, Akane saw what was Rory's corpse, lying on the cold stone floor. She rushed over and lifted the small girl's body up from the pool of blood. Uaa. She was devastated. Couldn't even say a word, not to mention her lover's name. Rory was plainly, painfully, dead. Her throat was practically gone, meat and bone and all, only a little bit of skin connected her head to the rest of her. Her head swayed when Akane tried to move her, as if it was on the verge of ripping off, completing her decapitation. Akane hugged Rory's upper body with one hand and supported her head with the other. Rory's eyes were wide open. Her face was stuck in an expression of shock. Never again could she see her friend's sweet smile. Fuck, hehe, that was crazy. But don't ya be thinking ya can take me on with a little bit of fire. I got so many resistances, you're a dream. This was a dream, a very bad dream. The worst sort of nightmare. That had to be it, she thought. I'm so sorry, Ruri-chan. Because, she was wrong. She had magic powers and ended up getting conceited. She thought that she could protect Rory. That for her, she would work hard, for her, she'd be strong. That they would get out of the dungeon, together. I shouldn't have thought. Maybe, it would have been better, if we died together back then. Then, we would have just woken up. The bad dream would be over, and I'd go back to my fun days in school. I wouldn't have to live every day terrified of this dark dungeon. And you wouldn't have ended up being eaten by that ugly monster. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'll be right there, Ruri-chan. She wanted to wake up too. She wanted to end this nightmare. And when she next saw Rory at school, she'd tell her. Her feelings. Her true feelings. She wouldn't hide it anymore. She'd confess her love. That was what Kazaki Akane thought at her last moment. Ruri-chan, I love you. Let's be together forever. Ignis Force Blast. Kazaki Akane and Kitauji Ruriko. Their figures disappeared beyond the intense glow of crimson, as if the sun had exploded. Boo-ha. That was hella bad. Like, totally shitting my pants bad. After the intense blast dissipated, Yokomichi Hajime raised his head. The unchanging stone-grey passage had been entirely burnt black. Holy shit, that bitch. Akane-san, are you some kinda suicide bomber? When he tried to pounce on Kazaki Akane, who had exposed her back defenselessly, he sensed the crisis, with what he'd claim were the MC's sixth sense. In other words, his instincts. Shit's about to go down, he thought, as he came to a full stop and reversed. At that point, Akane's back was glowing like a bar of superheated iron. And then, came a massive explosion. No one was left in that thoroughly empty passage. Only the residues of black ash told of the scale of the recent explosion. The dungeon passage hadn't collapsed, most likely because it was magically reinforced. Walls were always indestructibles, Yokomichi surmised. Well fuck, not a bite of meat left. It was like he was starving and a delicious full-course meal had been laid out for him, only to have the table flipped. In the end, the only taste he got was that of Kitauji Rurika's neck. The maddening taste of a lovely girl. On the way here, all he'd eaten were unappetizing monsters. He could still eat them, but it wasn't any fun. They were hard, tasteless, smelly, and unpleasant, like dirt-cheap Chinese fish they sold at the market. But his main problem wasn't taste. Fuck. If I ate Akane-chan and Ruri, I could healed this gaping wound in my stomach. The wound once again panged, as he remembered. When he unthinkingly held his flank, he felt the wetness of blood on his fingers. Fuck, it hurts. That was where Momokawa Kotaru's spear had stabbed him. Most of his wounds healed up if he left them be. If it was deep, all he'd need to do was eat more meat. When he ate the flesh of monsters, their meat became his lifeblood and quickly fixed any damage. But not this. No matter how much he waited or how much he ate, it wouldn't close. It wouldn't heal. The cause was without a doubt Kotaru's peculiar magic. It had the form of glowing butterflies. The moment they touched him, pain surged violently. He had the warrior class and so was resistant to pain. And when he turned into a cannibalizer, he practically didn't feel it at all. And yet, Those small butterflies reminded him of the human experience called pain. Quite a lot of it. Fuck, my status is totally at bleeding right now. RPGs always have abnormal status conditions like poison and paralysis, but depending on the game, there was also the bleeding condition. The effect was similar to being poisoned. It drained away HP over time, and damage from enemies would increase, for example. And currently, he would be well described as suffering from bleeding. The blood would clot and scab over, but the wound would open again for no reason. And he'd once again bleed out little by little. The only upside was that the blood loss wasn't too severe. It wasn't like he was constantly bleeding, and if he simply kept at his monster diet, his current body could actually replenish the blood faster than he was losing it. But that one wound, it just kept hurting. This pain could even put him at a disadvantage in melee combat with swordsmen and warriors. He needed to get rid of it quickly. Gotta keep looking for more prey. Whore the rest of the babes from class again. Since those two, Kazaki Akane and Kitauji Rurika, had turned into charcoal, he'd have to give up on them. Hajimi turned and walked away, putting a stop to any sort of regret. I gotta cure this. Hihi, fucking devour you I will. Just remembering put drool on his mouth. Momokawa Kyotaru. His blood was special. When he'd first eaten Yukiko, it totally blew his mind, but the taste of Momokawa Kotaru's blood had totally eclipsed that. If Yukiko and other such beauties were first-rate cuisine, then Kotaru's blood was a drug. They weren't even on the same level. As he was a cannibalizer, by eating girls he could satisfy both his appetite and lust. Once he'd experienced it, he simply couldn't go back to normal food. Even having sex, which he had longed for all his life, felt uninteresting. His hunger wouldn't sate without human meat. Cannibalism was his lifestyle and addiction. But Momokawa Kotaru's blood, it was something else. In other words, it was different from food or sex. It was something extraordinary. He didn't know what that something was. He didn't know, but he simply couldn't untaste that taste. I'm so gonna eat you up, Momokawa, Kotaru-kyan. Chapter 70, Solo Dungeoning Again. After screaming, pounding against the transfer circle on the platform, rolling on the floor crying, letting out all my pent-up emotions, I finally regained enough calm to face reality. Kenzuki Asuna. That damn bitch. There it was, betrayal in plain sight. Due to Somakuen entering the scene, I let my guard down thinking I was safe. With him there, I would be relieved from continuing with this ridiculous farce of a party play and having to make all those last-minute strategies with those wonderful harem girls. No longer would I need to engage in that bullshit. Heck, from their perspective, with Soma Yuto, they could just steamroll through this dungeon without worry. They'd no longer need to alienate me, nor need to be afraid of Mei-chan anymore. Everyone working together, with Somakuen as the center, this was how the dungeon capture was supposed to be. There was no motive to commit such an act of practically murder like leaving me behind. Well, that's how it should have been. Damn it, is this what I get for driving a proud sword girl into a corner? Most likely, Kenzuki Asuna had done it in the spur of the moment. She might not have realized what she had done. Apparently, Mei-chan's beating her into what was essentially becoming my puppet had brought her mind to the brink. After being saved by Somakuen, and placed in a situation where teleporting away from this wretched cave was moments away, she'd finally relaxed. That moment was the perfect chance, and she knew it. Because that was exactly how Somakuen had been separated from them. By pushing someone out during the transfer process, it was certainly possible to separate said person from the party. In order to be rid of me, that was the perfect chance. The berserker, Mei-chan, would be hard to push, but a frail shaman like me, she could do it easy, with a light push even. Mei-chan's gonna be totally pissed right around now. Even without Mei-chan, there was no way Kenzuki Asuna would be let off without blame. She had a lot of grudges against me, but even then, we were still in the same party for a time and I had helped them out a lot. So she knew it was a bad idea, but still did it. Her notion was a clear act of betrayal towards an ally. A criminal act I could claim, since it was as if she'd pushed me in front of a moving train. Just hope she doesn't up and kill Kenzuki. Well, with Somakun around, I doubt it'd turn out like that. Even for Mei-chan, it wouldn't be a good idea to turn Somakun and his whole party into enemies. She would be easily subdued. Preferably, I'd like if class rep did some of her top-class mediating, peacefully resolve the issue. Though I feel like she'd first collapse from stomach cramps under all that stress. Maybe I should have made some antacid for her. Not like I'm in any position to worry about others. Right, I should be focusing about bigger problems, namely, myself. Everyone else had already transferred over to the new zone. And as the only person left behind, I naturally had no monster core big enough to start up the circle again. From here on, I'd have to proceed through the dungeon alone. Yup, alone, solo capture as a frickin' shaman. I'm so screwed. It's just like when I was first thrown into the dungeon. Seriously, I'm gonna have to go solo this late in the game? Totally unfair. It's like a Dark Souls no-hit run. No, I gotta calm down, don't give up. Even if it's me, I can at least do something. First, let's make a quick check. My full status. Red fever. Puts the target into a slightly feverish state. Come on you, can't you be like, kinda, I mean. Pain return. Returns the damage that the target has done in full. The injury remains. It's useful in battle and for threats. Literally a double-edged sword as the description implies. I tend to use this guy more at the endgame. Intuition Pharmacy. Provides information about ingredients, effects and such. Also gives me the ability to make various concoctions with said ingredients. My lifeline. The very skill that makes a shaman, a shaman. Kinda want to concoct some poisons soon. Black hair bind, shadowy tentacles that are capable of twining around an opponent's feet. Can be braided into a makeshift rope. Has a wide range of use. Though, I wish it had some more strength. Vile mud doll, a doll that moves according to the owner's will. Absolute obedience. Rem is such a good kid. Black bloodline. Is that blood a curse or a blessing? Even though there's nothing inherited from any predecessors, blood is still life. The body, curses, magic, faith. It influences all. Also seems to taste delicious, depending on the person. Rotten bog, just one step inside, and it'll corrode your flesh, an extremely acidic swamp. My only ace in the hole. Contrabeat butterfly, pick a concoction, and these butterflies will cause the reverse effects through its scales. This one's a resource consumer, can't fire willy-nilly. These 8 were the curses that I could use. Next would be equipment. Red knife, a knife created from a Cerberus fang. Blessed in fire, this blade can really heat things up. Iron dagger, a normal quality dagger. Box cutter, something I had since before the incident. Has a couple of spare blades. Stones I gathered for throwing. Perfect for making rotten bog on walls and ceilings. My main weapon, the iron spear, was lost during the fight with Yokomichi, truly a pity, but I did hold on to Natsukawa-san's red knife. A blessing amidst misfortune, as they say. Don't think I can advance past this cave without this. When I unsheath this knife out of its leather scabbard, a thin coat of flames would ignite, clinging onto the red-hot blade. It should work as a light source for now. This place actually goes deeper here. Gotta start somewhere. This transfer circle room was a part of the dungeon's stone ruin zones, but, for some reason, this room was here, in what was clearly Insect Cave Dominion. It was like a sudden offshoot to a teleport in the middle of the cave system. In other words, aside from the path we used to get to this cave, there was also a path forward that Somakun took to get to us. Since Somakun said he came through a boss room, the ruins area shouldn't be so far off. At least, the distance was supposed to be close enough that his Lux Elemental could detect his sister. Well, at least I hope it is. Right now, I couldn't activate this transfer circle, so my only choice was the other route. I should first backtrack through Somakun's path into the ruins area, then search for another way forward. Before that though, I should find a fairy square to take a breather. Okay, no time like the present. Even if I just sit around here, help won't come. Mei-chan will surely try to find me, but since she's been transferred away already, she can't possibly come back. The only possibility is if we manage to cross paths at some point, on our way to the collective destination that was the transfer gate located deep within this dungeon. Because of that, I had no choice but to continue alone. Will I be able to meet up with Mei-chan, or will I meet other classmates first? Or will I die from one of the latter's or a monster's assault? The latter conclusion felt awfully likely to happen, but I guess it's all a matter of luck. I'll just have to do as I do. Oh yeah, about time I start building Rem. I gathered mud from the area, molded it into a humanoid figure, and without using any monster parts, made the weakest specs mode of mud doll Rem. Not very reliable. Rem, who was built only from mud, was small like the first time I'd summoned her. Now, even with just mud, I felt like I could make her human-sized, but it made no sense to enlarge that already fragile body. It'd only consume more mana, and worst case, might even break at the seams while moving around. So, I kept it at doll-sized. The resurrected Rem appeared to be somewhat frustrated. Well, I don't mind really, she did a good job in that fight against Yokomichi. Besides, having Rem here will alleviate the loneliness somewhat. For that peace of mind, I was super grateful. Anyway, can't stay in this room forever. It's no fairy square, so ants might wander in. The rook spider pit that was sealed off might have been dug open by now. Since I'm all set, let's get a move on. Rem, you take point and scout for enemies. Acknowledging with a nod, Rem strode forward into the dark cave. The current Rem could only go slightly ahead of where the light can't reach, and since she was in her initial state where her body was so fragile, she currently had no firepower. Though she did have good perception which could be used to detect enemies. They weren't as great as Natsukawa-san's, but at least provided a little comfort. The knife's giving off light, but not enough. It was totally different from back in the harem party. My distance view was reduced to half of before. It wasn't like I was blind as a bat, but this cave that I had practically grown tired of had suddenly turned into a new unknown danger zone. Leaving the scouting work to Rem, I walked behind her, paying careful attention to my footing. I literally jolted with every little clicking and crawling sound that passed me by. At this rate, if I ever get surrounded by a swarm of ants, it'll be over. A swarm? No, even if it's just more than 2, I'm fucked. Cece, calm down. If any ants come out, first, make bog, then, use bind and... I felt so desperate, to the point where I kept going over simulations where I had to fight solo against multiple enemies, over and over, repeatedly in my head. I felt suffocated. All this tension was weighing down hard. I was keenly made aware of how great it was to have reliable teammates. How long have I been walking? I felt so exhausted. But this cave wasn't easy to walk in at all. I didn't feel like I'd made any progress. I was tense too, which needlessly expended energy. Damn it. In my current condition, I'll be completely exhausted soon, and if a crisis comes up... Rem, you're back, meaning it can't be good news. Ahead of me, I caught sight of Rem, running back in a big hurry. Ants then? Although she heard me, it's not like Rem could actually reply. But she shook her head, so apparently, it wasn't ants. If it's not ants, then it'd be a way out of the cave. That naive idea was immediately denied. By that despair-inducing sound again. Goddamn mantis right off the bat. Soon enough, its silhouette was revealed coming from the path ahead. With the red knife's weak flames only dimly lighting the cave, the night mantis appeared much bigger than it was. I've never felt more afraid of encountering one since now. It also noticed me, and assumed an intimidating pose, raising both sides high. Right after, its wings gyrated as it came after me. I can't win. Just me alone, I'm no match at all. My head was going blank. But my survival instincts kicked in. I'm so fucking scared. But my body could move. I knew for a fact that I couldn't win, but that shouldn't be the case for running away. Spread out. Rotten bog. Invoking the curse using the blood seal on my palm, rotten bog started to expand out in front of me. The mantis moved by slightly hovering, so obviously the stagnant bog on the floor was a non-issue for the monster. But it was the greatest offensive I had on me. Well, this is just for the initial setup. Black hair bind. From the mantis shadow, tentacle-like black hairs sprung out. They started wrapping around its limbs. But the mantis was faster. With a swipe of its scythes, the monster cut down my tentacles. This is why we need actual vanguards like Mei-chan vanguarding people like me. The mantis continued towards me like it was nothing. Likely because it was wary of the poison swamp under its feet, rather than running over on its 4 legs, the mantis really did hover right above. The mantis flew as if it was gliding over the floor of the cave, not a square inch of its feet touching the surface of the acidic swamp. Pull it down. Black hair bind, once more. This time, the hairs came out from within the rotten bog. However, they were also cut by the scythes. The mantis shortly paused, hovering above the swamp, and with an accurate slash, cleanly dealt with the braided black hair binds that had slithered out of the swamp like a tentacle monster. It wasn't enough. I couldn't slow its approach since it could cut them down instantly. In that case, how's this? Rise from chaos, bind in foul blood, stand on stained earth. The incantation barely finished. The mantis was already done slicing apart the rest of the tentacles. It was soon approaching the bog's perimeter. But I made it. I practically threw the drops of blood from my blood seal, aiming right at the rotten bog. And there stood Rem, submerging her body fully into the bone-melting bog. She was melting apart in a rapid pace. Vile mud doll. Resummon? No, it was more of a restructuring. I'd remake Rem's body, not with mud, but instead the toxic solution of rotten bog. A human figure was a necessity in the creation of mud dolls, so I had Rem's initial body fulfill that requirement. Now I'm just hoping I finished the canto and the curse activated before the original body went to mush. Hold it off, Rem. Responding to my cry, bulky, poisonous sludge rose up from the bog acid. Its limbs were as large as logs, with an all-around thick, massive body. Despite that, the muddy creature was dripping constantly as if it was about to collapse in on itself. However, Rem kept together that humanoid form and grappled the mantis. Aware. The rotten bog monster held the large insect in its embrace, the latter's carapace melting under the bog acid enveloping it. The mantis screeched in pain. Now, finish it off. No, it was now the perfect chance to run the hell away. Keep stalling it. Rem was my decoy. I ran along the very edge of the cave where the bog didn't reach. I could feel Rem and the mantis' intense struggle behind me. Rem's body, probably because it was very much liquid, was on the verge of collapse already. The mantis was struggling fiercely, piercing its sides into Rem, but slashing wasn't very effective on that semi-liquid body. In spite of that though, all the slashing, stabbing, and general rampaging around was taking some toll, causing Rem's body to slowly break apart. Rem would most likely be done in before the mantis body melted down from the acid. And if that mantis still had any functional legs, it'd be more than capable of chasing me down and murdering me. I didn't have another Rem to act as a decoy. I couldn't use this trick anymore. And depending on how much damage the mantis sustains, black hair bind might not be of use in finishing it off. I didn't need to bet on some all or nothing. Right now I was more likely to live if I ran. Plus, it wasn't like if I happened to somehow defeat the creature, I would suddenly level up and get my status restored. I forgot all about scouting ahead. I simply ran. Right now, my priority was to get away from the struggling mantis behind me. Spread out, rotten bog. I didn't know if it'd be any help, but I cast rotten bogs at random intervals. If the mantis did lose its wings, plus got enough legs done in that it couldn't walk on the walls or ceiling, it might just give up instead of risking my bogs. Shit, shouldn't use blood so heavily. After casting my third swamp, I started to feel unsteady. Won't humans die after losing half their blood? I think it was around 2 liters on average. And since I'm smaller than the average person, I was even worse off. Using my blood seal did allow me to forego cutting myself every time, but I should watch it so I don't get anemic. As I was thinking about a danger to my life quite different from the man-eating mantis struggling some distance behind me, I could see a light up ahead. Could it be the exit? Great job, I'm proud of you. As if the dungeon was rewarding my solo struggle, I could see a light, the boundary between cave and ruins, the goal. Finally, I made it, somehow. Lurching through the exit, what I saw was a room not unlike the Orthrus boss room. But the difference was, there was a gaping hole in the wall connecting this room to the cave. Yeah, this, without a doubt, was the room where Somakuan defeated that boss he mentioned. The room had good lighting too. One glance around and I could tell that there was no trace nor shadow of anyone or anything. Guess the boss was yet to respawn? Or maybe, just defeating it once permanently kills it. At any rate, that's good news to me. I'm struggling as is, please don't ask for more. Then again, this is a boss room and you at least have to face some strong enemy once you enter. As if the dungeon was demanding such, an enemy did appear. Gyoh shade. Goes without saying, it was the night mantis that I'd elegantly avoided just previously. It seems Rem fucked it up quite a bit. It had lost its left scythe, the wings were gone to the point where flight was impossible, and there were various marks of corrosion all over its body. It looked practically dead. TCH, what a tenacious bug. It'd be great if it just dropped dead right now. The bug was pretty unrelenting, like it was holding some sort of grudge against me, even after it had gotten a full body makeover. Final battle, I guess. Since it was caught up, it'd be dangerous to run and leave my back wide open. It had lost its wings, but still had the 4 legs. It was faster than me, and even if I put out rotten bogs, it seemed likely to just jump over, or simply push through with willpower alone. Since I'd already lost Rem's base body, I won't be able to summon super poison Rem like earlier either. Still, the mantis was dying. If I could just dish out a bit more damage, I should be able to kill it. However, I didn't have any means of dealing that fatal push. The mantis looked so unsteady, and yet, it still raised up its remaining scythe. My only weapons were the red knife and the dagger. Both were blades with a short reach, and it'd be suicidal of me to close in with them. Meanwhile, its scythe had a reach much longer than a long sword. If I went up with my knife yelling out "die fuckface" like some Yakuza shooter, I'd surely be cut down sideways. Even if I had my old spear, my ability to kill wouldn't improve. Shit, a shaman doesn't do close quarters combat. I won't win that way. Shaw. Esha. The mantis looked wary, it raised a high-pitched screech and kept its distance. The atmosphere was balls to the wall tense. In reality, I had no power to compete against this green-faced fuck. The mantis apparently hadn't realized yet. Because once it thought, hey, this kid's actually weak, this match would end with but a single move. This wasn't the time to be worrying. Think. I needed to think of a way to land the finishing blow on this dying mantis. Wasn't there something? Was there something? Something I could do to get this flaming knife inside its body? The red knife had the firepower to do it. As long as I stabbed it before its scythe could reach me, of course. Damn it, there was not time to find a branch somewhere and fashion it into a spear. If only my arms could stretch out. Wait. Esha. The mantis screeched again. It was once again back in action. Its patience had run thin. Rotten bog. I plopped in a bog on reflex. Although not large, the rotten bog suddenly appearing in front of it did cause the mantis to grow cautious and it backed away. Good, that was all I needed. Rather than a physical wall, the bog had become a psychological barrier, successfully keeping the mantis away. Now, my turn. I'll kill it first, before it can think to jump over or bypass the small bog. Black hair bind. I conjured up 2 braidacles of hair from my own shadow. I then proceeded to have them grab the red knife and dagger respectively. I felt so stupid. It was only at these last-minute showdowns that I came up with these clearly obvious applications. That's right, my arms themselves can't stretch, but black hair bind could do that all day long. Go. The 2 knife-tipped black hairs flew out like arrows straight towards the mantis. Black hair bind had, at first, had a length that was just barely enough to bind around the target's ankles, but after continuous usage, binding monsters and dragging them down into the bog, it could now extend to quite a few meters. The strength and speed had both been improving little by little. If I attach a knife to one of these tentacles, I essentially create a ranged weapon with a reach much longer than any spear. It's like the scythe and chain, but not as technical in its usage. Well anyway, since I could move the tentacles at will, I could freely attack every which way I chose. It was extremely easy to handle. Kyoyoa. I took aim, stabbing the 2 blades straight towards the mantis torso. Though one of them was an ordinary blade, the other was blazing. On impact, a plume of flame burst out. Nice, it hit. Oops, that was close. It raised a painful groan, confirming that damage had been dealt, which is when I immediately drew back the knife tentacles. The mantis brandished its scythe fiercely, whether intentionally or acting out in desperation, I didn't know, but my tentacles would be easily severed if touched by that. And by obvious consequence, the knives tipping said tentacles would then be dropped. I couldn't afford to let that happen. In that case, I'll aim somewhere your scythe can't reach. Like your back and hind legs. Making use of my overwhelming advantage in reach, I take my time cutting it up until it dies. I dub it the pincushion maneuver. Although it was frustrating that I couldn't kill it in a single blow, then again, I'm supposed to be a support role. Whose big idea was it to make a shaman fight melee? Take theirs. I wanted to take better aim, but it wasn't like the mantis was going to take this lying down. It realized how it was being targeted and took action to desperately defend itself. In other words, it started moving around like crazy. Finding my target had become a lot harder now. I should just aim at the general location of its back. Anywhere was fine, as long as it hit. UWA. Wait just. No. The mantis didn't even try to register the feeble amount of damage and madly dashed towards me. This was bad. This was so bad. I was done for if it got in range. I had to expand the rotten bog. Make it so that the mantis wouldn't want to approach me. KYOAA. KISSSHH. Shit. Ah, too close. Stay away, damn it. I kept retreating from the mantis, putting down more bog, all the while trying to find a chance to stab it with my tentacle knives. I barely edged by as the creature almost cut my body. This happened over and over again. I was desperately running around the boss room, screaming, crying all the way. Kia. Under my repeated attacks and the bog's poison, the mantis finally stopped. That terrifying scythe too, just hung there powerlessly. It looked like it won't move anymore. Die. The mantis was immobile. I stretched my bog under its feet, restrained it with black hair bind, cast contribute butterfly to add additional damage, and finally, pincushioned it with my knives. Check and mate. D. Chapter 71. Curse plus curse. Ha. Finally a fairy square. As if to congratulate me for my death match with the mantis, the next fairy square was just beyond the boss room. For better or worse, no one else was there. I was finally relieved of that long strenuous tension. I felt so relieved that I just plopped down on the grass and fell asleep. But before that, I wanted to go back and get the loot, so I picked up my dead tired body and dragged back the night mantis corpse, which I had just left there in the boss room, to scavenge for parts. Ugh! I had collapsed. When I woke up, I immediately saw it, the mantis' huge head right in my face. Talk about a rude awakening. After retrieving the corpse, I was well past my limits, and I'd apparently passed out. Now that I think about it, even after accomplishing the feat of soloing the night mantis, I hadn't actually leveled up, aka ruined Haldsama didn't bestow me any new curses. Well, I guess it won't be like defeating monsters in a game, and mechanically gaining new skills. So tired. My body was still stiff from exhaustion. I must have slept a long while. Although I was not so exhausted, I wasn't exactly in a battle-ready condition either. Must have been all that mana I ended up using. Yeah, for the time being, I should continue resting here. There's no point in hurrying. While I'm at it, I should also come up with a few strategies for the future. Let's see, do the laundry, make some meds, summon Rem. Nah, I should get something to eat first. There weren't any snakes or shrimp worms, so I had no choice but to eat a tasteless meal of walnuts. I drank down the cool fountain water while munching on the bland walnuts. It was pretty lonely. I wanna eat meat. No, rice. I wanna eat rice. I was the type to spend my holidays lazing around in the house, but despite feeling so unmotivated right now, I still managed to perform my tasks. I washed my uniform that had been pretty roughed up from the repeated battles, found some mimesis worms to patch up patches, while gathering some flowers and plants around the fairy garden and make my meds. The various meds such as ointment A were also ammunition for using contrabeat butterfly. I should make extra for both healing and combat purposes. Then, I did maintenance for my weapons. Especially the red knife, since such rare weapons didn't just drop everywhere. It was also a great source of light, not to mention it could be used to ignite things. It really was useful for survival. Maybe I'll just permanently borrow it. Now then, next is REM. No, not yet. After completing my preparations and maintenance, my body now felt like it was in working condition, but I shouldn't overdo it. This time, I'll be using the parts from the night mantis I'd defeated in the earlier deathmatch. With those parts, I should be able to create a body whose performance will be on par with the one from the armor bear parts. Or close to it, at least. However, in proportion to getting better performance, a big helping of mana will also be needed. If I made her while I wasn't in tip-top shape, I might just collapse from mana deficiency again. As for the blood I'd used in my earlier battle, I'm not even sure to what degree it had recovered. Worst comes to worst, I might just die from the double entendre of a lack in both mana and blood. Let's take my time, slowly test the waters. I thought, practically like an elected politician that had no intention of keeping their promises, so I decided to do something else I'd been wondering about. Let's practice attacking. Of course, I mean using the new way of having black hair bind hold weapons. I'd used it to kill the mantis, so it was already a proven effective method for actual combat. This was something even an amateur like me could do, since I only needed to one-sidedly attack while outside of the opponent's range. Well, a real vanguard warrior like Mei-chan could easily shred this sort of attack, but I could at least manage gomas, skeletons, and other small mob monsters. If I could stab my opponent from a safe distance, it most definitely beat having to put down a bog and dragging it inside, not to mention the cost-effectiveness of this was better, since I'd be losing much less mana and blood. After Mei-chan had become a berserker, I'd subconsciously left all the actual fighting to her. Rather than trying to become stronger myself, I was more focused on how to effectively use Mei-chan's combat prowess, and how to not get in her way in battle. Heck, with her level of power, it was the right idea too. And we'd managed to work with that. But, she wasn't here anymore. I didn't have any allies to rely on, I was truly going solo. So right now, I needed some way to fight on my own. Let's do it. Gon will be the weakest job. The shaman is strong, the best job of all. We stand on the cusp of the age of curse. Long live Ruin Hildesama. Alright, let's do this nice and steady. Okay, let's use one of the fairy walnut trees. The trunk was as thick as a human torso and the two branches are somewhat like arms, so it'll make a good substitute for a human figure. I tried outlining a face and other things using the Sharpie I had in my pencil case that had been lying in the deep recesses of my bag. I also drew those target circles like in dartboards, so it'd give me a picture of how accurate I was. My weapon of choice was obviously not the red knife, since the tree might catch on fire, so I thought of using the iron dagger, but considering that it'll probably dull the blade, it too was a no-go, so instead I made a knife carved out of a branch as substitute. Seal off the path of escape, entangle. Black hair bind. Somehow, it felt like a while since I'd done the full chant. This curse that I'd grown familiar with after repeated use, it was to the point where I could easily cast it as the normal long hair or the braided hair version. From the shadows at my feet, a black braided hair-like tentacle slowly rose like a snake raising its head. Come to think of it, can I cast these from places other than shadows? The basic condition of casting black hair bind was that they'd need to extend from shadows. In a place with only light, it didn't work. But, as long as there was shadow, whether it'd be from mine, and enemies, or from the natural terrain, I could cast it. However, I required a visual of said shadow for it to work. Right now at least, that was the basic activation condition for black hair bind that I knew of. But, for example, could I cast it from my hands? Or maybe use the hair on my head as a medium instead? The heck, it actually worked. The results from the experiment, a success. I was amazed with how easy it actually was. Whoa, it's long and wavy. Right now, my hair was pretty long, it reached all the way down to my heels. Also, since it could move if I willed it, so the long hair was easy to operate. With that said, I could also make it hold weapons. When I tried waving around a knife, there was no weird feeling of my head being pulled on. So apparently, it could be manipulated as normal. How the hair supported itself was a mystery, but right now, let's not worry about the small stuff. But I couldn't really think of a merit for using black hair bind this way. It did move, but there wasn't much more power behind it. It seemed impractical to use it in actual combat. Maybe I could use it if I went bald. Incidentally, when I dispelled it, the wavy long hair shrunk and my normal hairstyle returned. It was a relief that my hair didn't disappear altogether. Doing it with my hands feels a lot better. For my next attempt, I grew them from my palm. From around the spot with my blood seal, the hair came out in braids. It felt like I was holding rope. However, because they were tentacles that could move freely, it felt like my very hands were stretching out. Yup, this style is definitely better to use with weapons. I tried brandishing it towards the fairy walnut tree a couple of times. It had a natural feel to it. Well, even if I used it from the shadows on the ground, there wasn't much change to the accuracy, so I guess it was just the problem of my image of how to properly wield the weapon. But I don't think I can take this lightly, especially since a good mental image could have a major impact on how fluidly I could control and fight using weapons. Kinda feels like I'm a chain and sickle ninja, although it wasn't exactly like how you would picture a chain and sickle. It's like, a throwing knife, I think. Who cares? I grabbed the substitute knife in both hands and took a random pose. Wind style. Gale blade. While I shouted out some ambiguous name that I may or may not have heard in a game, black hair-like tentacles sprouted out of my hands, both with knives shot towards the trunk. As I took aim, or more like, I just pictured the trajectory of the tentacles, and with pinpoint accuracy, they hit the neck and torso area that I'd outlined by Sharpie, and came back to me like a yo-yo. Oh man, that was kinda awesome. Yup, I was just praising myself. But, if you think about it, to cut something so accurately from several meters away, just how many people are there that could do the same? Probably, other than a trained specialist, no one would be able to accurately cut and retrieve their weapon as efficiently as I could right now. Furthermore, add on the fact that I could manipulate it freely. Isn't this chain that was the black hair bind totally a cheat weapon? In reality, I did succeed in dicing away and finishing off a mantis from outside its attack range. With this black hair bind and add-on weapons, won't I become a chainsicle master? No, seriously. Whoa, hold that thought, calm down. I know my name is Kotaru, but I have no association with the Fuma clan whatsoever. I have not an inkling of talent in becoming a shinobi. And I can't be satisfied with just this. I have to get even stronger. In future dungeoning, I should probably expect stuff like the mantis appearing as the small fry class of mobs. A well-placed chainsicle attack could easily deal with humans, but its lack of power against bigger foes was a cause for concern. I wondered, couldn't I add more firepower with my current skill set? Should I just increase the amount of attacks? I could currently use black hair bind to pop out quite a few tentacles. There was no need to be so hung up on the whole dual wielding thing. I could go tri-wielding and even quad-wielding, an omnidirectional attack style. I can get weapons from any gomas I come across, but it'll become much more difficult to control with too many of them. Just a matter of practice, I guess. If I could secure more weapons, it'll add more ways of attack, but even if I can't use them all, I could have my extra 10 ties stick to restrain enemies, like how it was originally supposed to be used. This'll lead to a more all-rounder type of attack style. I'm worried that if I concentrate too hard on fighting, I might lose awareness of my surroundings. Before, I had Mei-chan as the vanguard, which left me free to watch all around. But, once I was at the front, I might not have the spare time to be so wary of possible attacks, for instance ambushes from ants, even if I was extra cautious. However, that of course is the downside of anyone going solo. Apart from close quarters combat, let's think up a method to counteract that disadvantage. If it's just a simple increase in firepower, using fire should do the trick. Fire was a great means of dealing extra damage. The size of the flame didn't matter, what mattered was the heat output. With the red knife, I could easily light a fire despite my lack of pyromantic ability. The idea was to set my black hair tentacles on fire. They had the same feel as real hair, so I expected it to burn well. What? This smell. This won't do at all. I immediately dispelled it. Fortunately, with the tentacle gone, the fire also disappeared. Although it did catch on fire, it didn't exactly go as planned. When it started to burn, it was also accompanied by a strange smoke and was only slightly lit on fire, hardly enough to actually cause any sort of injury. Most importantly, it stank like ass. Right, yeah, when you burn hair, there's that sickening smell that accompanies it, of course. It's a given, since sulfur makes up a bit of the composition of hair. Guess it was also the same for the hair from black hair bind. At any rate, other than maybe using it as a form of harassment, it'd contribute nothing in terms of firepower. Well, it might be effective on monsters with an acute sense of smell, like red dogs maybe, but it's not like I wanted to proactively use it. Since that fire enchant clearly didn't work, I don't think I have anything else that can. Wait, wasn't I forgetting something really important? Of course, rotten bog. In the previous fight against the Night Mantis, I'd successfully reconstructed Rem's body using the rotten bog. It was pretty effective too, result-wise. There was also a point to make where Rem was doing her very best, but could this mean maybe I could combine curses? In the first place, rotten bog doesn't corrode my body, nor does it degrade the hairs from black hair bind. That's why my signature combo was always using a tentacle to drag a monster into the swamp. It feels like it was intentional, rather than a coincidence, that the effects didn't counteract each other. Well, the curses were originally from a god. And, since Ruinhilde-sama created them, it's like a game system where all my spells conveniently show a certain level of synergy. Since Super Poison Rems was a success, maybe I could develop even more compound curse magics. Alright, let's try that out immediately. A compound curse magic of black hair bind and rotten bog. Decay, within the corrupted red abyss. Rotten bog. While experimenting, I'd been using the full chance for the curses. It feels like a long time since I'd done this, just like with this last one and black hair bind. By the way, I was feeling kind if off-put about creating a bog inside the fairy square, so I created it at the exit outwards. The rotten bog that was laid down was quite good. It spanned the entire width of the passage outside. Okay then, the real thing starts now. Magic is all about the image. I firmly imagined the magic that I wanted. Seal off the path of escape, entangle. It was the correct aria for black hair bind, but was it really alright using the same thing while combining it? Even if it was fine with Rem, won't get any errors without trials. Let's change up the spell canto into what I'm imagining the end result as. Don't underestimate the literature club. Thinking up magic incantations is right up the alley for those Chunibyo light novel authors. Twine into hairs, oh rotten red, become thread which violates flesh and bone. It happened the moment I finished my random as-image cantation. They flew out of the rotten bog's acid as if they'd been waiting for the moment I called upon them. Oh, it's black hair bind, but red. They rustled like tall grasses as these red-colored black hair bind tentacles were extending from the surface of the swamp. Each one of them had the muddy red texture just like how I imagined them. The black hair bind had taken on the toxic characteristic of the rotten bog. Nice, let's try things out with you. Having somewhat high expectations, I tossed one of the wooden knife substitutes towards it. While it drew an arc over the poisonous bog, I manipulated the red black hair tentacles to grab it. The moment when an ominous red hair tip touched the branch, there was sizzling, and the branch was cleanly sliced in half. When the hairs actually grabbed onto the now halved piece of tree branch, the item started getting finely chopped before falling into the bog in small pieces. It's a success. No, this went beyond just a success. This is amazing, an offensive curse. Rotten bog, by itself, was like a landmine since it stayed in place, but if I used this, I could have this once stagnant curse rise up and unleash its merciless acid on my enemies. It's no exaggeration to say that I'd finally gotten myself a curse that I've been waiting for all this time, one that can actually attack, actively at that. I did it. I finally did it. My tension skyrocketing. I wanted to grant my first ever original curse magic its own name. Alright, thou shalt now be called acid wire, red hair twine, skin will burn if touched, meat will rot when entangled, even bone will melt lest it twines. Red hair manifesting deadly acid. A name and explanation popped into my mind at the very next moment. Oh Ruin Hildesama, must we not have Western letters in these names, is that so? There was that bit of interference from my deity, but anyway, like this, I managed to successfully create an all-new curse. Chapter 72, Shaman vs. Goma. So, I guess it's time. A few new curses and a lot of practice later, I finally decided to depart from the fairy square. I'd done all I could here. Now, I'll be putting it all to practice. Alright, let's go, Rem. Gaga. Spiritedly shouted Rem, whom I'd revamped with a whole lot of night mantis parts. Reborn from the soil of the fairy square, my blood, and anything I could scavenge from the mantis, a whole new Rem stood by my side. First off with the previous spiky armor bear armor, a brand new elegant and streamlined green armor now covered her black skeleton. But wait, there's more. Attached to her right wrist came a night mantis sickle. Tucked into the elbow when idle, Rem's new blade could spring out for battle and be wielded just like a sword. Pretty much like a mecha. The sickle resized itself to be adapted for Rem's body, which is as tall or short as me. This way, Rem would be capable of reproducing the mantis slashing ability. This time's Rem seemed to look more confident. The entire mantis body went into Rem's reconstruction, including the monster's core. I felt that the mantis was slightly weaker than the armored bear, but strangely enough, its core is way larger. While Rem was not as strong as Mei-chan, she was still much better than my poor excuse for spear wielding. Most importantly though, with Rem around, I won't feel too lonely. Otherwise, I might just go crazy after a while. If I was ever actually left for dead on an island, I'm pretty sure I'd end up making a volleyball into my friend. Disaster scenarios aside, having Rem explore the dungeon with me, I felt better, but still uneasy. Rem acted as my vanguard, while I took the rear. This part of the dungeon was stone, so it was lit from above. No need for me to use the knife as a torch, but I still kept it on my waist, should the need arise to draw it at any time. Please, just let there be skeletons or something, nothing stronger. I'd only ever practiced with unmoving wooden dummies. I was still a combat noob. I'd rather test those sweet new moves on small fries than get ruffle-stomped by the likes of a night mantis. The more I walked, the more my confidence left me. It felt like a lot of time had already passed. My G-Shock said it had only been an hour or so. During that time, I've gone through 2 similar large rooms, to finally get to a wide corridor, dotted with stone pillars here and there, and even a forest dome. No monsters in sight. Hey, maybe Somakuan killed them all off. Following the compass was leading me the same way Somakuan took coming to us. He got to the insect cave from the Cerberus boss room. The dungeon has multiple routes for each level, and there might just be ways further down without transfer circles. The compass wasn't currently leading me the one in the insect caves from before. I was following it through another path. If I worry about how much time it'll take, all I'm gonna get is a headache, since all the routes must be connected one way or another. Gee. Right then, Rem stopped. What is it? Nothing in sight. Looks like Rem could sense them from a distance. Gaga. Follow you? Okay. We were going there anyway, so whatever. We were at a large curving corridor. The wide passageway had thick columns at fixed intervals similar to temples. Rem went first, and hid behind a column. I followed her. We heard signs of enemies nearby. This sounds like Gomas. Their shouts still sound like gibberish to me, but they seem excited. Is it a fight or a hunt? I moved closer. They're hunting down ants. From the shadow of the column, I could see 10 Gomas encircling 3 pawn ants. The floor got a new paint job, with blood and corpses. 3 Gomas were down and one of the pawn ants had been skewered. Neither camp noticed me peeping on their hot-blooded battle. So even the small fry duke it out sometimes. It still seems surreal, but it wasn't illogical. In games, monsters and the Demon Lord's armies were united to stick it to the hero sideways, and the human side could take a few pages out of their book. Not that that much work is put to breathe life into them anyway. They were, after all, mostly fodder for the hero to grow. But this here was real life, and those monsters there were now living creatures. Gomas had their settlements, and pawn ants made their nests too. Neither would be too chummy seeing a different species around. A bit of a solace in this shit hole, to think everything is not out to get you alone. This is a chance. When two dogs are fighting over a bone, a third one will carry it away. Gomas and ants should have merely been slightly more reactive dummies, but stepping up to 10 gomas and 3 ants is just asking for trouble. Good, keep on killing each other. On the other hand, if I let them thin out each other's numbers, I could just rush at the remnants and trample them. The gomas are numerous, but they're individually weak and poorly equipped. Some of them were even waving around unlit torches. That being said, although they were still small fries, the ants did possess huge claws and mandibles filled with a strength befitting insect-type monsters. The disparity in fighting force is obvious. But no matter who gets the short end of the stick, most of them will be dead, or dead tired if lucky. So, I watch on. 15 minutes of fighting later, it was over. Gruo, Grog, Nba. The gomas won. The individual fighting power disparity couldn't offset the difference of numbers, leading to a slaughter of the ants. That being said, the gomas still had a run for their money, with only 6 survivors. 1 was mortally wounded, 3 moderately injured, and only 2 were unhurt. Jiba, Guza, Juba. The survivors revel in their victory. Or at least, those that still could. The gravely injured one had drawn its last breath. All right, Rem. Let's go finish the job. No one was watching their surroundings as they looted the corpses off their materials, still rejoicing. Total noobs. I wonder how did they survive in here? Of course, we're crashing their party. Free kill, I guess. Entwine its escape, with weaving hair. Concentrate. I'd already simulated how this'll play out. But there were still 5 of them. If I fuck up, no matter how weak and stupid they are, they can totally PWN us with Zerg tactics. I gotta run them through quickly, quietly, and accurately. Twine into hairs, oh rotten red, become thread which violates flesh and bone. I was chanting 2 curses simultaneously, but that was only feasible because they both stemmed from the same origin. In my right hand was the all too familiar black hair tentacle holding the red knife and acting as the main weapon. In my left hand, to use with my new offensive curse, I was clutching a stone. Black hair bind, red hair twine. As the 2 curses came out from the blood seal, they came together to form one single braid. No, they were already knitting themselves into a rope. As for the way black hair bind knit itself into a rope, I had already wanted to improve on that since a while ago. Although the way they were braided into before had enough performance for a passing mark, I thought that they'd be sturdier if they were braided into a more rope-like form. Apart from any other small improvements, I had to first understand the structure and process of the braiding method. It was tedious, so I had postponed any experiments. I just couldn't make time for it with the others around. That's why, when I started soloing, I had more than enough time to experiment and improve the black hair bind. Although I had no genuine rope to use as reference, I used shoelaces and other rope-like objects that I got from my spoils and used them. It was a very cumbersome and tedious process. It also took up more time than what I had originally thought it would. Well, because of that, I had been able to create a sturdy makeshift rope, and with the red knife this new and improved black hair bind had turned into a flame-tipped tentacle. The rope improvement also applied to the red hair twine. The acidic properties of the rotten bog are also applied without the need to put down a bog. It was automatically applied from the moment it was cast out from the blood seal, since the venomous property of the bog originated from my black bloodline in the first place. Because it is acidic, I can't attach any weapons on it like with the black hair bind. The hilt would melt, and it'd quickly deteriorate the weapon, so for now anyways, I can only let the black hairs equip any weapons. Well, since the red hairs were basically weapons themselves, I can get by with just waving them around, but for me, I felt it was more reassuring if they had something attached to the tips. So I used stones that wouldn't melt inside the poison of the swamp. The image is somewhat like a yo-yo. By the way, back in elementary school, there was a time when everyone all had the yo-yo fever, and we all constantly played with them all the time. I was pretty good at it too, if I do say so myself. Of course, I never dreamed I'd be using my super fancy yo-yo moves like this. This dual-wielding style of using the black hair bind and the red hair twine was somewhat like using two yo-yos at the same time back in the good old days. So, one had a blade attached to it, while the other, a stone. Each of them were currently flying towards the back of the goma. They were aimed at a healthy goma. I'm not gonna overextend, so I'll be focusing down on one of them. GII. Bullseye. The red knife penetrated deeply into the center of its back, while the red hair wrapped around its neck. Both tentacles were attached to my hands, so I got that positive feedback. GI. The embedded red knife released its flames using its ignition ability. As I roasted its flesh, I pushed the blade even further into its body. At the same time, I tightened the red hairs wrapped around its neck. The bloody tentacles soon demonstrated its acidic properties, dissolving the thin neck of the goma. With a sickening sound, the flesh started dissolving. Gabura, Zebu, Daguba. When their companion raised its scream, of course, the other gomas would be alerted to the abnormal situation. When they traced back the origin of the tentacles attacking their friend, I was of course at the other end. Was this enough? No, I had already dealt a fatal blow to it, so the rest will do itself. The goma started to crazily wield its weapon and tried to cut the tentacles. I pulled on them quickly and they immediately returned to my hands. The ambushed goma fell down on the spot and started convulsing. It appears that it won't be getting up anymore. Well, considering that I had stabbed my knife into its back, melted down its neck, it had already lost all its fighting potential. I didn't have time to pay any attention to that half-dead thing. I still had another 4 gomas to deal with. They had caught sight of me and started raising their battle cries. They seemed to be ready to charge at any time. Still, the flow of the battle was still on my side thanks to the ambush. Spread out, rotten bog. As soon as the red knife came back, I dropped down the red hair twine in my left hand and a rotten bog spread out with it as the source. Actually, if I put my blood on a stone and threw it, it was possible to use the stone as the source. Even with the stone stuck to the red hairs. Of course, I had already tested these ideas with the rotten bog, so it was possible. I exerted myself to spread the swamp to both ends of the corridor, blocking the way completely. I used it as a barricade. Next is you. At the same time when the red hair returned to my left hand, I shot out the red knife-tipped black hair. I aimed at the goma running at the forefront. I'll start with the ones that are closer. Damn, it parried. I didn't do any fancy movements, so it may have predicted the trajectory. The goma had waved the knife in its hand and deflected the red knife. Damn it, what's that goma being all cheeky for? It wasn't the time to be cursing. Since it was blocked, there was a slight need to adjust my battle plan. At this rate, I'll be surrounded by the others. Even if they're just gomas, if they had the guts, it might even be possible for them to run past the swamp with willpower. TSK. I attacked with the red knife again and again, restraining the knife-wielding goma. While it stopped in its tracks, the other 3 kept on closing in. This was getting bad. The distance had been shortened. Shit, they're getting closer. Calm down, don't panic. It's alright, I had more ways to do this. Before I attacked again with the red hair twine, I launch a different curse. Wind 'em up, spiderweave wind. This isn't any new magic, it was just a derived curse from the black hair bind that I created. The effect was pretty simple. By weaving the black rope tentacles into the shape of a spiderweb, it could become a big net that could fly towards an enemy and entangle them. Since I had a thread-like skill, I'd be pretty stupid if I didn't try to weave it into a net. It was a brilliant and obvious idea, but in truth, it actually came to me when I first saw some cobwebs by the side of the path. That's why after I finished developing the rope weaving technique, I went forward to try and create a net. At first, I practiced so I could get it done in an instant, but because the structure was much more complicated, it was difficult to shoot the 3rd and 4th time. Right now, 2 webs are my limit. Also, the speed of the launched web is dependent on how hard I can throw it, so it wasn't exactly fast either. However, since the origin of the skill is from black hair bind, that meant it also comes with the advantage of being able to be launched out from any visible shadow that enters into my sight. No bar. From the shadows of the columns, I released the spiderweave wind. Because it flew from a blind spot, the Goma was caught unprepared and was entangled in the black web. I had targeted the Goma with the spear. The other two are equipped with a torch and a rusty sword respectively, and I figured that it would be easy for those two to escape. Hence, I intentionally targeted the one with the spear since it'd be much harder for it to deal with the net with a polearm weapon. As expected, the spear-wielding Goma was rolling around the ground, frantically trying to extricate itself from the black hair web entangling its body. Idiot, using your hands is even more useless. The spear Goma had been temporarily neutralized. The torch Goma and the rusty sword Goma were steadily closing the distance. Also, the knife Goma had started to run again, trying to catch up to the others. I'll get you this time. I waited for the red knife to return, so as to succeed in the next strike. Just like earlier, I shot out the twin tentacles of black and red. The target was the sword Goma who had reached the rotten bog. Right in front of the swamp, it seemed to ponder on what to do next, since the swamp clearly had a shifty feel to it. It was the perfect chance. Gia. Perfect. The red knife had hit its torso. The red hair had wrapped around its body and was corroding it with acid. 1, 2, 3, that seems to be enough. After counting to 3, I immediately released the sword Goma. Thanks to the shallow stab and the fact that I didn't strangle it, the sword Goma still had enough strength to withstand the pain. If I continued my attack for another 3 seconds, it may have been able to receive a fatal wound, but for now it's enough to just disable it. The finishing strike can wait for later. Next is. During the time when I was dealing with the sword Goma, the torch Goma had enough time to make a running jump to try and cross over the swamp. I've already anticipated that. Black hair bind. From the center of the poisonous bog, black hair tentacles popped out, ensnaring the stupid Goma. Engu. Its ankle was caught while it was in the air. It was pulled down straight into the poisonous bog. It was thrashing around on the surface of the bog, raising cries of misery and agony. However, no need to worry. Once your whole body's been immersed fully into my rotten bog, you won't feel any more pain. You won't feel anything really. Yugu. With that scream that scraped at my ears, I noticed it. Damn, it jumped over. The knife Goma that came a bit late mercilessly used the one that was drowning in the bog as a stepping stone and crossed over the rotten bog effortlessly. Garu, Dagova. The distance that separated us was less than 3 meters. The knife Goma who had landed lightly, pulled out another knife from its waist and changed into a dual-wielding style. Meanwhile, the red knife and red hair were already coming back to my hands. Hair, a battle between 2 dual-wielders, her. Right now, facing against this primitive creature that I had no way of communicating with, it kind of felt like we understood each other. The knife Goma grinned and sneered while looking confident. So, I also laughed. Pugya. I pointed my finger and sneered at it. It was inevitable. I mean, it was so confident wielding its knives at me, thinking that it would kill me easily, unaware of the danger coming at it from behind. Bugya. It screamed, and from the back of the knife Goma, blood splattered. The Goma fell forward with a stupid expression on its face that practically said, seriously? Are you actually kidding me? Good job, Rem. Ga. What stabbed the knife Goma was, of course, Rem, who was equipped with the night mantis sickle. She had been hidden by a column beside me. Even if your role is vanguard, it doesn't mean you have to reveal yourself to the enemy from the beginning. If an enemy approaches me by jumping over the rotten bog, that enemy will be focused on me, so I just needed to flank it with Rem. My first attack was a surprise attack and Rem's was too. Like that, I was able to swiftly take out 2. The problem was the remaining 3. So after the torch Goma fell into the bog, it was game, set, and match. Phew, I'm glad it turned out all right. Break time. As I expected, the battle went on almost according to how I planned it out, and in the end I was able to annihilate the enemies. You could call it a success. But there are many things to reflect on. Even though this time's battle went well, my psyche during battle wasn't up to my expectations. Especially in that moment when the knife Goma deflected my red knife. Also, if I lacked even a little bit of my calm, I may have lost that battle. Or maybe, with the additional loss of Rem, it would have been a narrow victory. As expected, Solo battles are tough. No, let's think optimistically. It was inevitable since I was going solo. Let's just celebrate this brilliant victory and try to go through the next battle with confidence. Alrighty, now we collect the loot. Chapter 73, Poison Marsh. Hehe, great haul today. Once I was done sending the rest of the half-dead Gomas into the afterlife, I went and started looting through their stuff. Of course, I set Rem to guard the rear since I didn't want any surprises. Let's have a look-see here. Jagged knife. This knife has no rust, but the edges are very jagged. One of the Gomas were using two, so I got them both. Goma's spear. A short spear that just screams shoddy. It's basically a tree branch with a claw from some large monster tied on. Rusty sword. A rusty sword. Awful quality. Torch. A torch with a long handle. No, it's not lit. Bone club. A hard club fashioned out of some monster's bone. Stone adze. An adze like those from the Stone Age. It's made from the same stuff as the stone walls and ground. The above were all I could salvage in terms of weaponry. I know it all may seem like junk compared to the upgraded stuff Takanasha-san makes, but it was better than nothing. Right, so the only useful ones are the knife and sword. And maybe the spear. I didn't need the other three. It's not like I couldn't make use of them, just that they'd be a chore to carry. For me personally, the other loot from the Gomas were a lot more valuable than the weapons. Torch oil. The oil used to light a torch. Looks like they put it on a piece of cloth before setting it on fire. Goma drug. This shit fucks you up. I'm ready to use it on myself if push comes to shove. Goma booze. Something that the knife-wielding Goma carried in a small gourd. It reeks of alcohol, so I'm calling it booze. Was it used as disinfectant? Not a chance. Rock salt. I just eat it hoping it gives me my daily minerals. This is the all-purpose dungeon salt you can put on snake meat and shrimpworms alike. Red shroom. This fella here saved me in my first encounter with an armor bear. Never thought I'd find Gomas carrying them. Plum shroom. Now this is a first. It's a purple mushroom. It looks dangerous as fuck, but it turns out that it's not actually poisonous. Goma's leather knapsack. Also from the knife Goma. It's a bag made of animal hide. It's dirty like everything else they have, but practical nonetheless. Goma's leather satchel, a different sort of leather bag. This one's from the Goma that got done in by a pawn, and it's also dirty like everything else they have, but practical nonetheless. And that's everything. The two bags will be super useful, and I could make Rem carry them too. The red shroom, plum shroom, and etc. will go inside them. With additional bags, I could now carry a lot more stuff since my old school bag had been always packed full as of late. Since I'm here, might as well power up Rem too. I mean, do I not have 3 fresh pawn and corpses just ripe for the picking? These were all the ones the Gomas had generously killed before I ambushed them. And parts weren't as good as Mantis parts, but Rem can get just a little stronger if I do add them. Though that doesn't mean I'm also adding the Gomas, not at all. I'd become able to tell by intuition what worked and what didn't in terms of making Rem stronger. And Gomas simply didn't at this point. Rise from chaos, bind in foul blood, stand on stained earth. Vile mud doll. Let's just see what happens with 3 whole ant bodies. Wow, pretty damn good. Rem dissolved into the chaotic magic circle thing along with all the ants, and when she came back out, I could see visible change. She still had the basic mantis shell armor, but now, the places where the green armor was missing were reinforced with black pawn and shell armor. Now, the only visible part of the original skeleton body was the skull. Rem's body now looked like it was in full plate armor. Gaga. And the mud doll herself was also happy. Okay then, no point in hanging around here anymore. It'd be great if I could just get going to the next square already. Arf. I could hear a dog's barking from further away in the passage. Oh, no, that's not a dog. I recognized this kind of bark. But before I could get my thoughts in order, they'd already arrived. Arf. Arf. This annoying barking was not from the common 4-legged dog, but from a particular kind of 2-legged lizard. Gauze. I hadn't seen these dinosaur monsters in a while actually. With their large blocky heads and maws lined with razor-sharp teeth, a total of 3, 4, 5. Fuck me, there were a whole 7 of them. Open, rotten bog. They were all running at me at full speed, and I plastered the path in front of me with bog acid almost reflexively. Arif, Gar. I'd seen them do this before too. The gores had an acute sense of smell and so instantly realized that stepping into the bog was a bad idea. One even cried out in disgust as if from the awful smell or something. Alright, so before they think about jumping over to this side, I'll make my attack. Red hair twine. I summoned up the red hair tentacles from inside the bog and lashed them at the nearest gore. Orf, Gowan. The gore's hard grey skin sizzled as the tentacles twined around it. But with a forced shake of its body, the monster tore apart the acidic bindings. Shit, that didn't work. Alright, run. GA. I couldn't win this one, and having decided so, I turned 180 degrees and made a break for it. Red hair twine was going to be useless on them. With their stony skin, I don't think the red knife would fare much better either. The only way I knew to beat a gore was to place it in my bog and bind it down for a while. That's what I ended up doing last time when one of them got past Mei-chan. I'm saying that I needed that much time and effort to take care of just one. Even taking on two simultaneously was impossible, let alone 7. Arf. The one that I hit with red hair and 2 others looked like they were getting ready to jump the bog. Meanwhile the 4 others had started eating the dead gomas and weren't focused on me. In practical terms, I had to take on 3 of them. Grab 'em. Black hair bind. Like I'd done before, I used my black hair tentacles to grab the gore midair as it was jumping over that bog. It landed with a splash and a coarse sizzle. 1 down, right in the middle of the bog. But I had 2 more I needed to deal with. Spiderweave wind. Aiming for the moment when they landed, I shot 2 sticky spiderwebs at the 2 lizards. I summoned these webs from a shadow of a pillar close to them, like I'd done for the gomas. Now's our chance, Rem. Run for it. This was all I could do in terms of stalling. I simply didn't have the means to practically damage them through their tough hides. If I did, I'd have used them now that they were caught in my various bindings. The goma stuck in the bog should need just a little more thrashing around before all the black hairs came loose, and the 2 stuck in spiderweave wind should get out even earlier. I needed to use this little bit of time to the fullest, either run far enough to lose them, or find a place that can hide me. Shit. Why is being a shaman so damn shit? Just when I thought I had my first big win, out comes a ton of monsters as if to mess with me. But, enough thumb-sucking, I just needed to run. Ha. That was not fun. With a stroke of luck, I chanced on a crack in the wall large enough to barely let me in, and so managed to lose my pursuers. I was relieved, and yet, knew that this sort of thing was going to happen over and over from now on. I needed running away skills more than offensive ones. Now that's strange, the compass isn't pointing the same way anymore. I was focused running for my life, so of course I hadn't had time to check the compass. I could try going back to the crack in the wall, but the gores might be waiting for me. Plus, I didn't actually remember the way back anyway with how desperate I was. Let's just hope this direction works too. I trusted the compass, and went for it. The stone passage sometimes got wider and sometimes narrow, and I simply kept walking. Oh, a skeleton. I met skeletons a few times too. But skeletons, red dogs, and zombies weren't that big an issue. They'd usually come in groups of 2 or 3, at most 4, which I was greatly thankful for. As for the way I took care of them, I used red hair twine, my only active damage curse, along with Rem. Yup, this was the appropriate difficulty for me. That's not to say I underestimated these small fry, 'cause I totally didn't. These were the limited types of enemies that I could handle solo. I was going to make full use of them for combat practice. And so I continued on my new path, getting some fighting experience but not much else. That said, fighting was still exercise. It was pretty tiring. Just walking on and on was tiring me out too. I seriously needed a fairy square right around now. But instead, I got something unexpected. Ha! The walls here, they look kind of purple. All of a sudden, I realized that the stone walls around me had taken on a faint purple tint. My guess is that it had been getting more colored gradually, and now was when I finally noticed. I can only hope this thing isn't broken. At some point when I was being chased around by the gores, the compass in my notebook had started pointing in a completely different direction. And that was the direction I'd been following for a while now. This just gave me a bad feeling. Changes in the dungeon's scenery meant that there will be new types of monsters. And I doubt they'd be kind enough to be weaker than skeletons. There was a good chance that there'd be mantis-class powerhouses in this new place too. No other choice though. I had no choice but to head deeper in if I ever hoped to meet Mei-chan again. And at this point, going backwards wasn't an option either. Screwing up my courage, I only kept walking forward through the, now slightly purple, stone passage. And soon after, the scene changed even more drastically. What the actual hell is going on with this place? The walls were now completely dyed purple, making the area look almost toxic. That wasn't all. Now, there were traces of deep purple tree root-like vines running all over the walls. The creepy-looking plant life continued further in. Purple roots, very poisonous. They come from normal trees. I concentrated on them for a bit, and Intuition Pharmacy gave me some details. These roots coming from normal trees most likely means that the soil they grew into was saturated with poison, which affected the roots too. So it's a poison zone from here. Won't I get, like, poisoned? I mean, it was a valid concern. But I didn't feel like trying to find another route this far in. Yeah, let's try heading further in. But the moment I feel anything off, I'm hightailing it out of here. Which doesn't seem to be happening. As I went further, the volume of poison roots increased, now fully covering the stone walls. Even the floor I was walking on had turned to mostly root, and I had to watch my step around them. And after a while, when even walking was becoming a tasking effort, the passage finally ended. It's a lot like. I'd come to a place very similar to a forest dome. But there was none of that abundance of nature. All the trees were leafless, withered, and had gone white. The number of trees were far more scarce than in a forest, the ground was muddy, and the place was dotted with some weeds here and there. The place seemed absolutely deadly, and I had a good name for it too. It's a poison marsh all right. This whole zone seemed to love the color purple with how much of it everything here was. And it wasn't just the color that made me think the place was toxic. I could see purple liquid bubbling out of places like lava. It was like they took an area straight out of an RPG game. I mean, yeah, the whole dungeon is like that, but did we really need to recreate a poison zone too? I could almost feel like there was a purple skull icon above my head, indicating a poison status that slowly drained my HP to 0. No, that hadn't actually happened, at least not yet. I didn't feel any pain, nor had coughed up blood. So, since I had seemingly no problem breathing the air here, I decided to scout around. But really, this place still didn't sit right with me. It didn't cause any negative effects on my body, but it made me sick to look at this scenery for too long. After walking a little while longer, I was in luck. Shit, it's actually a fairy square. I can't believe there's one here. It was like a cabin in the woods. 4 stone walls and a roof made up a small building right in the middle on the dead forest. The entrance didn't have a door, but inside I found that it was a fairy square like anywhere else. A safe zone. Okay, I'll make this my base while I'm here. With the compass and fairy square, I was now sure that this wasn't just some meaningless area. This place had a boss. I couldn't win against most bosses, but I think I could handle it if it's like that big frog we'd once faced. If the boss here looks manageable, I wanted to try my hand at beating it. Maybe this dungeon is just made in a way that you have to beat a boss, any boss, to get to the next level. If it turns out that this whole dungeon was built with this concept, the magic compasses we use might not be showing us the correct way, but the way to the nearest boss of the floor or to the nearest transfer circle guarded by said boss. Well, not like I can confirm any of that. I'd finally gotten to a fairy square, so I wanted to get some well-deserved rest. After that, I needed to explore this marshland zone. I should get going. I got some sleep, made lots of blue flower antidote paste, just procrastinated for a while more, and then finally got in the mood to go back out there. Rem had been standing guard at the entrance all this time, and she was raring for some action too. The outside had a layer of fog now, and when I breathed it in, I started coughing violently, or not, I guess. Anyway, it wasn't so thick that I couldn't see where I was going, so I paid it no more attention. I still felt in no way poisoned even now, and it only seemed like the toxic marsh took on a deadlier atmosphere. I explored this new and unknown place like I always did, fidgeting around in worry. And in that manner I found the first new monster of this zone. Well, not really. It's a mandragora. It was the plant said to be the root of all medicine. I'd last seen these quite some time ago. But even now they're at the level of pretty much useless for me. Mainly because my concoctions just don't use this as an ingredient. I could only use it as extra parts for REM. No, really, I even tried putting it in with ointment A and antidote, but Intuition Pharmacy didn't indicate a change in effect at all. Well, gaga. I used the freshly picked mandragora on REM to see what happened, but, at least on the outside, I couldn't spot any changes. I guess your movements are smoother now? It was just intuition telling me that. Well, I was all for it if there was a positive effect. I didn't care how minute, if it got me stronger, I'd use it. Oh, and here's one of those plum shrooms. The next thing I found was that new purple mushroom I'd salvaged off the gomas recently. I discovered that these grew a lot around the white, dead trees. And red shrooms too. Maybe those gomas got them from here. Both red shrooms and plum shrooms seem to grow a lot in this zone, and as long as I make this place my base, I won't run out of them at all. That being said, I still didn't have an actual use for them. I sort of wanted to make a potent poison with the red shroom that was strong enough to kill an armor bear, but I didn't know how. In the first place, this poison had to be ingested while I already had Rotten Bogger Curse that dealt poison damage by simple touch, and also its derivative, red hair twine. Man, sometimes I wish I could just absorb stuff like REM or Yokamichi's Skill Eater, yeah. And as I was getting weirdly envious, I saw a plant that really stood out. It's what, a really big plum shroom? That's kind of the only way I could describe the thing. It was a big mushroom. As big as me, in fact. Did mushrooms really get this big? Scree. And they don't start screaming like that, right? No shit, it's a monster. I quickly took a step back from the creature, and as if on cue, it started getting up. It made a screeing sound unlike any bird or insect I knew, and was now standing up on 2 legs. It wasn't quite humanoid and looked like a badly made mushroom costume. Its legs were short, and it had something like hands, or fins, or I don't know what. Its mushroom stalk was extra thick and bulky. As for a name, let's call it a matango, like the movie. It started shaking, and its head that was like a purple-colored maitake mushroom released a shit ton of some mysterious powder. Spores, if my guess is right. And if I breathed that in, I'd either froth at the mouth and die, or take a journey into a psychedelic wonderland. Shut up. I know just the way to take care of plant monsters like you. My gamer instincts tingling, I swiftly drew my red knife with a black hair tentacle and stabbed the matango. Scree. I jammed the fiery blade inside and gouged left and right. This matango's body was nowhere as tough as that of a gore, and the red-hot edge easily sliced up the fungus. In no time at all the matango's whole body was on fire, and the monster was reduced to an obnoxiously large roasted mushroom. I was able to attack away from the range of its spores and defeated it rather easily. Wait, no, get away. Well, it wasn't quite done roasting yet, and was thrashing around in pain with its body engulfed in flames, which was getting a bit too close for comfort. Note to self, stay away longer next time. Phew, glad this thing wasn't too strong. I sighed in relief after the matango died, its body now completely ash. Which was too bad, since I couldn't even use it for parts now. But this did prove one thing. There were in fact new species of monster here. I continued on my way, on alert for other new monsters that might appear. But nothing much happened for a while after that. The same bubbling pools of poison here and there, the same white trees, mushrooms, mandragoras and the occasional matango. The same scenery. Let's see, what else? I caught a snake that should be good for dinner, and panicked a bit when I found a giant leech on my leg like the time with the frog boss. That's about it. Matangos were just weak. So long as I took care to avoid the spores, they were a bunch of clumsy pushovers. They were weaker than skeletons and didn't come in groups either. This place didn't seem so dangerous after all. No, that kind of thinking will get me killed. It was going to get serious soon. Why? because I was soon about to reach the center of the poison marsh where I'd supposedly find the boss. Heck, even the ground is turning purple. A clear change from just before. The muddy ground under my feet was taking on that same toxic color as if it was permeated with liquid from those poisonous pools. It was the type where you'd get damaged just by walking on it, but I seemed to be fine. And what's with all the mandragoras? There were way too many mandragoras here. It could be because this tainted earth was a good fertilizer for them, but there were just so many that I thought someone might be farming them here. And beyond this mandragora farm, I spotted a large, if not the largest pool of poison here. The long body of water was actually in the shape of a crescent moon, and right beyond the pool, surrounded by that moat of deadly toxic, lay the thing I was looking for. It was resting openly there like it owned the place. That's the boss all right. A giant lizard. No, that rounded smooth body reminded me more of a Japanese giant salamander. Its figure was a lot like that somewhat protected species back on Earth. But that isn't to say it was exactly like one. The beast was larger than an orthus, clocking in at 5 meters long, and also, its whole skin was an eerie off-white. I don't know if this was just how it was or if it was an albino variant, and it didn't have red eyes so. No, it didn't have eyes at all. I couldn't find anything resembling eyes on its smooth, round head, and I'm sure they weren't just closed. Instead, it had linear slits on both sides like the gills of a lamprey. This thing really creeped me out. Giant salamander. No, let's call it basilisk. And then it yawned, I think. It opened its gaping maw with a scar, and let out a thick purple haze. Instantly, Intuition Pharmacy reacted and told me that that gas was a poison more potent than even my rotten bog. This basilisk had an extremely deadly poison breath attack, of that I was now certain. And there goes my dream of taking it down solo. I wasn't even thinking about trying to attack it as a test run or something. I was absolutely terrified, making myself small behind a thick tree trunk, at best managing to spy on its actions from afar. I couldn't get any closer and let it notice me. Actually, it might have noticed me already now that I thought about it. It didn't have eyes, which meant it didn't use sight in the first place, meaning that it used its other senses to detect things. Scent, for example. Which meant that me hiding like this served no purpose at all. And since it wasn't trying to attack me or anything, I might as well go back and be on my way. But that's definitely the transfer circle over there. I'd noticed it already. The basilisk was actually resting right on top of a stone platform, and I could see the runed circle carved on it. Even the compass was pointing straight at the basilisk, so my guess was spot on. That was my ticket out of here. It took a lot of effort getting here, and if I went back, it was gore territory. Could I really just walk away? I'll just watch it for now. Information was key. This wasn't an enclosed room like the Orthus boss, it was open world. I will lay low for now, observe every action of the basilisk, like a wildlife photographer. I will know the basilisk, and only then will I decide on how to proceed. Whether I decide to fight or flee, I need to wait for now, with patience. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 74. All New Harem Party. With the Blue Lux Elemental guiding me, I had been running around in the dungeon in hopes of reuniting with the party I'd gotten separated from. I'd been anxious, worried, vexed even while I was on their trail, they must be going through tough battles one after another, and I ran with the utmost urgency. And then, I'd found them. The girls were in a large cavernous pit, surrounded on all sides by giant bug-type monsters, which I managed to quickly disperse with shots of my cross caliber, a skill I was actually getting rather adept at using. I was so glad. So glad that the goddess had given me the power of a hero. So glad that I'd made it in time, that I managed to save everyone. But I soon learned that I was wrong. Ken, Zaki, Asuna. I'd taken the full brunt of the berserker's fist on my right palm. That strength, that weight, even now, after Sakura had completely healed the wound, I still felt the occasional pangs of phantom pain. The rage from that one blow, and the pain that opened my eyes, taught me just how much I was missing. About the truth, about what happened. After that, class rep filled me in. How those two, Momokawa Kotaro and Futaba Maiko, were under attack by an armor bear and were in dire straits. How the girls had admirably saved them. How, even if the two students who never really stood out in class, even if they were barely acquaintances, they strived to work together, to help each other. With more news of deaths, we needed to do this together, help each and everyone we can, and escape this dungeon together. Be it me, Sakura, class rep, or anyone else, they'd think so too. Wasn't that why they fought? But that clearly wasn't all there was to it. I was made to understand that hard truth. I believed in Sakura, and I trusted class representative. I believed in Asuna's strength of will, in Takanasha-san's kindness, and in Natsukawa-san's cheerfulness. I wanted to think that these bonds of trust would keep us strong. If only I'd come back sooner. The constant battles, the harsh struggle for survival. I was loath to admit that even those sweet, gentle and strong girls couldn't remain the same within all that stress. The friction between Sakura and Momokawa. The duel between Asuna and Futaba-san. Maybe it was simply inevitable that they couldn't trust Momokawa, what with him being the sole male among them. And Futaba-san considered him her savior. It wasn't hard to imagine her being furious once that happened. But there was also the fact that that one incident had caused Sakura and Asuna to completely mistrust him. I wanted to think that it wasn't any one person's fault. It wasn't anyone's fault. Yes, it wasn't supposed to be anyone's fault, but a crack had been already formed. And it all happened under the stress for survival, when no one had the soundness of mind to attempt at healing that scar. And as those emotions festered to a boiling point, another tragedy had occurred. This one I had no idea how to handle. And yet, we were not allowed to stop moving forward. Asuna had pushed Momokawa off the transfer circle. Futaba-san had flown into a rage. And class rep risked it all to calm her down. Even with this fatal scar that led to the worst possible turn of events, we still needed to cooperate in order to get out of this dungeon. Thanks to class rep's efforts, Futaba-san had been convinced to go together with us. And so we advanced deeper into the dungeon. We were currently in a familiar type zone, stone ruins, and no new strong monsters had appeared. Skeleton troopers in the passages and packs of red dogs in the forest domes. All of which we could easily manage. We knew how to fight these monsters, and were able to safely dispatch them. But it was so silent. Everyone only spoke when necessary, but otherwise went about killing the monsters without much dialogue. Futaba-san was incredibly strong, and Asuna, who I was worried was suffering from psychological duress, had no issues in dealing with monsters. Sakura and class rep provided great magic support, while Natsukawa-san was adept dealing with any possible surprises. Even Takanasha-san, who couldn't fight, was holding strong. As for me, I tried to fight harder than anyone, frustrated with how I didn't want to lose anyone else, and practically venting it onto the monsters. No, this wasn't enough. Just feelings won't be enough to save everyone. We'd now become, with the addition of Futaba-san, a party of 7. We were one party, but we were far from being one. It was easier now. But as we advanced in this state, as the zones got more difficult, as the bosses got even deadlier, could we really overcome everything as we were? The future didn't look good. I was angry at my own powerlessness, and the rush to get stronger was boiling over. Quite the long face you have there, Yuto-kun. Oh, class rep. We had gone past 2 more fairy squares, and were now taking a break inside the 3rd. This fairy square marked the end of the ruins area, as the other side led to earth and ground and an actual sky above. This fairy square seemed to have been constructed at the summit of a small mountain, and I was sitting right outside, gazing blankly at the scarlet twilight sky and the deep jungle expanding out into the horizon. I'm sure you know why. I continued. I couldn't do anything. I know we can't keep going like this, but I just don't know what to do. I know, and it's fine. This is one of those things where you can't do anything even if you want to. We all just need time. Still, I tried to argue. I think that it's starting to get better, just a little. Well, not better, but back to normal, I mean. Why you think so? Yes. And it's thanks to Futaba-san. I thought she hated all of us a lot more with how she was, but that girl has been nothing but cooperative. She was right. Futaba-san didn't like us, to the point where it wouldn't be strange if she got into constant arguments. Asuna's actions had dire repercussions for Momokawa, but at the end of it all, we'd dealt no punishment to her at all. We could try explaining it all we wanted, about how this wasn't the time to be fighting amongst ourselves, or how Asuna was an important vanguard for the party, but that wouldn't erase the raging hate that Futaba-san felt towards my childhood friend. And yet, despite all that, Futaba-san was acting as if she wasn't bothered by it at all. She had almost no complaints and had been extremely cooperative with the party. She was not only a stronger vanguard than Asuna, she even took it upon herself to become the party's cook. Her snake roast was amazing. And currently, she'd gotten her hands on a lot of these shrimpworm bugs, and was excited over having them freshly grilled. While Natsukawa-san, who was not too keen about suddenly being picked as assistant chef, was helping out with tears in her eyes. Honestly, you wouldn't believe how relieved I am. You don't need to feel so responsible, class representative. Oh yeah, then how about you help me out next time and calm everyone down instead? Sorry. Back then, I hadn't even had everything explained to me, so I was completely at a loss as to why everything was happening. I had no way of helping class rep negotiate with Futaba-san, and could only manage to physically stop her from hurting Asuna. I can only hope that there won't be a next time. If we made her that mad again, I don't think we could stop it. I don't want to imagine having to fight each other. Still, just keep this in mind, if we come to find out that Momokawa-kun died after all. Well, I'm just saying be prepared for the worst. Hey, don't tell me. I'm just saying it's a possibility. It's one of the worst case scenarios. Yuto-kun, I just want you to think about it. Having said what she needed to say, class rep turned her back to me. Also, try not to be that depressed in front of the rest of them. You don't have to mean it, but just show a bit more energy. If you do that, then the rest of them will try to be optimistic too. Sure, I can do that. And about Asuna, be there for her, alright? I'll talk to Sakura on my end. It hurt a little to hear that last part, because I knew how important it was. I decided to sit here a while longer. Nii-san, the dinner's ready. And I'd continued to keep to myself until Sakura called me in. I hadn't found my answer, and the thoughts and worries only kept going in circles in my head. But class rep told me to try, so I tried putting on a smile, at least for them. Just the act of smiling more is said to improve one's mood. If I looked depressed, I'd just keep getting more depressed. Guys. Do I really have to eat this? But as if trying hard to turn that smile upside down, there was now this big, piping hot caterpillar-like bug served in front of me. This must be that shrimpworm I'd been hearing so much about. Sure, it had that juicy red and white striped pattern that was a lot like shrimp, but overall, it still looked the shape of a beetle larva. These shrimpworms are quite big, aren't they? They look delicious. That basin we found still has a lot left. I'll be sure to go catch more later. Class rep and Futaba-san were all smiles as they chatted while prodding the grilled worms with their chopsticks. Check it out. I used my new magic to make soy sauce, and even mayonnaise, chirped Takanasha-san. I'm still amazed by how much it can do, that replication magic of yours, Sakura chimed in. Just the other day, Takanasha-san had gotten a new skill, lesser replicate. She'd used this new sage magic to make copies of the small packets of soy sauce and mayonnaise she had in her lunchbox. This replicate magic was, as Sakura said, really amazing in how it can make exact copies of things. But as it stood currently, with lesser replicate, she could only do small items. It also required varied amounts of mana depending on the thing being replicated, and sometimes even required supplementary ingredients. It was a great skill as a concept, but it wasn't quite useful for bolstering our strength like her upgrades did. But it instead proved to be extraordinary in terms of diversifying our food, since I didn't think we would come across soy sauce of mayo anytime soon in this world. Takanasha-san was grinning ear to ear as she caked mayo all over her shrimpworm, while Sakura on the other hand only slightly added soy sauce on hers. None of them had any qualms about eating this, it seemed. It's very good. The little bit of seasoning makes a lot of difference. Even Asuna, whom I was worried sick over, had on a small smile as she chewed on the literal grub. Seriously, how are they all fine? It didn't make sense to me how all these girls were so naturally dining on worms of all things. And it wasn't like they were all fine with being around live insects from the beginning. I know that Sakura, for instance, wasn't fond of bugs at all, while Takanasha-san used to run screaming if a slightly big one ever came up to her. I myself didn't have a problem swatting away cockroaches and the like, and thanks to the deep mountain training with my grandfather, I could handle eating snakes and other non-conventional food. I don't mean to brag, but I do have a few more survival skills than your average high school guy. So Makuen, why are you not eating? Wait, hold on, Natsukawa-san. I'd left my plate untouched as I watched, with a tinge of horror, how the girls were eating so nonchalantly, which was when Natsukawa-san, with her sneaky thief skills, had sneaked up close to me. Her eyes were scary. I was about to write now, don't worry about it. Oh really? Yes really. And why are you glaring at me like that? I just want you to enjoy these shrimp worms that I worked so hard to peel, that's all. Of course I will, I'll have them now, in fact. Then I looked down. I could only see this thing as beetle lava. Oh, no, I can't let it get to me. I need to move my chopsticks now, or else. So Makuen. Yes, I'm eating them. All right. So, just, please, give me a second to get ready for this. Hey guys, it looks like So Makuen doesn't want to eat the nice shrimp worms. Won't you help me convince him? As though my hesitation had spurred her into action, Natsukawa-san seemed to see it as her duty to have me eat this one way or another. And she had no problem involving the rest of them too. That reminds me, this is going to be the first time Yuto-kun eats the shrimp worms, isn't it? That's certainly true. Nii-san, please don't worry, it may look like a worm, but the taste is oddly very shrimp-like, I assure you. Wait, class rep, Sakura, why are you two holding my arms? Exchanging a knowing look amongst each other, Sakura and class rep grabbed tightly onto my right and left arms respectively. Why are you doing this? Let me go, I can eat by myself. So Makuen, the shrimp worm is so yummy, you just have to try it. With lots of mayonnaise. You can't keep eating only walnuts, this is for your own good. Eat. I said I'll eat. I promise, so you don't need to force me, alright? In addition, Takanasha-san and Asuna strongly recommended the shrimp worms by each clutching onto my shoulders, further holding me in place. I think he should try it with just salt for the first time. There you have it, So Makuen, say ah. Futaba-san held up the plate with the fat grilled worm with a gentle smile, and Natsukawa-san grabbed it with a pair of chopsticks and brought it close to my face with an evil grin. The smell itself incited my appetite, but the white jiggling meat so up close shoved my head back into thinking that this was indeed a worm that they were forcing onto me. Nope, can't do it. I don't have the courage or bravery to take a bite out of this thing. And here I thought I was a hero. Please, I'm not ready for this. Nihaha, neither was I, now open wide. No, wait, no, I'm not. Chapter 75. Basilisk Observation Report. I'd started preparing for a possible solo basilisk subjugation, and for that I needed a way to safely observe it. This looks good enough. The first of those preparations was stealth equipment. Basically, I'd made a ghillie suit. I first took all the goma rags I'd pilfered, and fashioned together an overcoat with the use of black hair threads. I then dipped this coat into one of the bubbling purple bogs, and as I expected, the clothing was now dyed the same color. I added random bunches of weeds and mushrooms on top and done. Still, the basilisk didn't have eyes, and making this camouflage might have just been a huge waste of time, but I wanted to believe it wasn't. Well, at least I now got another use out of black hair bind. Now I could make string with it. In string form, I could actually separate it from its shadow, or my body, and it'd last quite a while. Depending on how I practice with this, I might be able to make my thicker and longer tentacle hairs last longer too. Another new way I'd used black hair bind was for climbing trees. This curse had grown a lot from the noodly tentacles it made when I first got it. Now, my tentacles had the strength to hold down a thrashing gore, so obviously they could lift up my less than 50 kilograms body. And no, it wasn't like I was swinging tree to tree like Tarzan, but now I had the option of climbing up places and survey the area. The camo suit and tree climbing practice took all of the first day, and only thereafter did I start my focused observation on the boss of this poison zone. So anyway, since I'm still alive, I guess it's going well. The basilisk didn't seem to notice me at all. I didn't know if it was just ignoring me or it actually hadn't detected my presence. And I didn't want to test the waters just yet because it was still seriously scary, so I kept up my observation from afar. And once I'd done that a few days, I learned 3 things. Number 1. The basilisk mainly eats mandragoras. In the morning, it gets up from its resting place, crosses over the crescent-shaped moat and goes towards the mandragora field just beyond. It then uses its short but thick front nails to dig out and eat the plant creatures. And it eats with gusto. So much gusto in fact that it made me want to eat one too. Here I was thinking that if it ate that many, that fast, the field would be empty in no time. But the next day, I saw that the area that the basilisk had grazed on had regrown its portion of mandragora already. And that made me think, this whole spot must be a special area where it's made so that mandragoras grew at an alarming rate. It might just be how the dungeon keeps the basilisk in its spot, like with some kind of magic fertilizing device. So this completely ruled out biding my time until it starved and weakened. Alright, number 2, it eats other monsters too. This was something I saw when I was getting kind of sleepy while watching the big white thing laze around all day. A group of gomas had come, chasing after a matango. I was so fucking glad I had my ghillie suit on, like holy shit. Gomas being here and collecting mushrooms meant that this zone was part of their hunting grounds too. And if they found me, I'd have one more problem to deal with. The rowdy bunch of gomas didn't notice me at all and made a lot of noise chasing down the running mushroom. I guess they didn't want to breathe in the matango spores, which must have been poison or something after all, so they only did ranged attacks like throwing stones or torches or using their bow and arrows. Because of this slow method, they couldn't quite finish off the matango and had made it to the banks of the crescent moat, basilisk territory. And when the gomas stepped into its field of mandragoras, the basilisk made its move. Its large body was not the fastest, but it moved almost silently. It waded into the crescent pool without making a sound, approached the new invaders quietly, like a preying alligator, and boa. It raised its head from the bog and coated the annoying gomas with its acidic breath. With a color closer to black than purple, this breath looked deadly, much more putrid than the gas it released when it yawned. Bathed in the toxic smog, every one of the gomas instantly started writhing in pain, flooding blood from their mouths, and then falling dead. Their black skin instantly began blistering, with red popping bubbles, and melted away. The way I once saw gomas eating a human was chilling, but this was terrifying in a whole other vector. But I was used to death by now. I wasn't shocked to the point that I'd forget to analyze this attack. So it can't melt clothes. The gomas looked awful, I mean, they always did, but all these gomas were just pulsing meat now. And yet, none of their clothing or weapons had sustained any damage. This didn't happen with my rotten bog, which meant that the basilisk's breath didn't melt inorganic things, or it didn't have a strong enough acid or reactive component to do it. It could be some kind of poison that only affected living things, or an acid that highly specialized in melting them. Still, that shit is scary. The gomas all died from taking in one breath, and I only noticed it later, but the matango had also died writhing around. The mushroom monster obviously didn't have blood and had become a withered husk. One shot of that and I'm dead. And I don't think holding my breath would help. This reminded me of that one movie with the terrorists using this kind of poison gas. What was it, VX gas or something? Anyways, after its prey had died, the basilisk waded out of the bog and ate it all up. Finally, number 3, the basilisk's lifestyle. This was something I could confirm only because I had Hirono-kun's watch, since inside the dungeon, there was no day and night, it was all lit up from above, all the time. And since I possessed this ability to measure time exactly, I was able to get a good estimate of the basilisk's daily lifestyle. The basilisk ate its staple of mandragoras in the morning. Only once. But if other monsters entered its territory while it wasn't asleep, it will hunt them down and eat them. I've observed it doing this twice, once with the previous incident with the gomas and the matango and another time with a lone matango wandering around aimlessly. It sleeps at night. It went to sleep right around sunset time, and didn't move at all until sunrise time. It didn't move much during the day either, but it still waddled around, sometimes raising its head in a yawn, so I knew it was awake. It kept completely still at night, so I marked that down it as not awake. This was the info I'd obtained over a 3-day stakeout. I had to suffer through a lot of boredom to get to this point, since the boss was essentially like a NET, it just lazed around all day. I even had to pull all-nighters so I could measure its sleep cycle. I'd prefer to get more long-term data on the monster, but I wasn't exactly killing time here. These 3 days of observation should give me a good enough estimate of the basilisk's behavioral patterns. Now then, let's address the main issue. I have no idea how to kill it. I didn't have any attack strong enough to kill this thing. There was the possibility that I could sneak up on it at night time, but if it woke up, I'd be at a complete loss as to what to do, and, of my life. I'm dead if that destructive breath hits, and I'm also dead if it kicks me with those clawed paws. I'd have to prepare a stick or two of dynamite if I wanted to kill that mammoth of a creature in one go. Needless to say, I did not in fact have a method of manufacturing such a Nobel Prize-winning explosive. If Mei-chan was here, I bet one solid blow to the head from her would do the job, but I had to think realistic, not miracles. So I can't sneak up on it, then. Maybe set a trap. I had to think like a caveman trying to hunt a mammoth. I can't challenge it head-on since that would be extremely stupid, but I could trap it, seal its movements, then keep attacking till it dies. I saw this historical documentary where there was a picture of cavemen who dug a pit where they dropped the mammoth and were all stabbing it with their spears. Can't do that either. I'm just one person, and how the hell am I going to make a pit that big anyway? This was still a solo mission. I guess with Rem it made 2 of us, but still, I couldn't see us 2 prodding away with a Goma's spear doing much to the basilisk. And digging a pit that large wasn't exactly a viable option. Even with shovels, I highly doubt I had the stamina or willpower to build even a human-sized pit, let alone one for a 5-meter-long creature. And let's say I worked my ass off and did dig a basilisk-sized hole, and let's also say that I somehow got it to fall in. With the type of body it has, I could easily see it just climb out like an oversized newt. I gotta think more outside the box. I'm a shaman, and what's a shaman have? Right, curses. No impressive finishing moves, no indomitable strength, and no lightning-fast wits. What this high school otaku got from his patron god Ruinhilda was solely the power of curses. And so I had to work with what I had. I had to think up more and more ways to make use of these curses. Okay, I sighed, looks like I'll need to do a lot more experimenting. And once I went and decided on that, I figured I should just try out every little idea I had. Let's start off with Mud Doll. Gaga. Oh, I didn't mean you, Rem. I'm thinking of making a second one. Which reminds me, the last time I tried this, before that author's fight, I'd run out of mana midway, and the ritual ended in failure. Currently, I could tell by intuition that I could handle having 2 at the same time without much effort, but I wanted to avoid collapsing from mana depletion if at all possible. It didn't have to be as strong as my current Mantis gear Rem. Just making one that can wield a spear would help a lot with our DPS. The parts are okay-ish. The mud base would be the stuff from this zone. The skeleton being a skeleton since I didn't have anything better. And, let's just throw in some mandragoras. This should be enough for a trial run. Alright. I dropped blood from my blood seal, and recited the full aria. Let's see where this gets us. Hawa. My eyes shot open. The first thing I saw was the familiar white ceiling of the fairy square. Don't tell me I passed out again. Ga. Rem nodded, standing beside me and looking down. Come on, you gotta be kidding me. I'd went and depleted my mana again. TSK, I clicked, gone, and wasted all that time. I honestly felt like I could do it with my current mana, but it seems I'd overestimated myself. And here I was, so excited to get double the rems. Why does my body have to be so weak all the time? Ga. It's okay, Rem, I'm not that depressed. Rem was patting me on the shoulder, which, I guess, was her trying to be considerate. I mean, she didn't have to do it that awkwardly, but, wait, that's... There was another Rem. No, this wasn't the same one with the green mantis parts. This new one was the familiar small, black skeleton type that I had a while ago. Holy shit. It worked. So apparently it took all my mana to make, but I now had an all-new vile mud doll. Awesome, now to name you. I was excited to name the new one, when I suddenly noticed, or should I say, kind of knew already. Anyway, because of the link I had with Rem, I understood something. Heh, so you're Rem too? Gaga. Rem and the second one both nodded. Like, simultaneously to the dot, as if Rem was controlling both bodies. I don't know if I should say that Rem had a personality, but she was still something like an AI that controlled a body. So I'd always thought that if I made a second one, then a different AI would take control of that body. But Rem was in fact manipulating both these mud dolls. Two bodies with one mind. I couldn't really imagine how it worked, but maybe it was easy for Rem as she was born from a curse. Okay then, I accepted. So how's the new body? Can you move it normally? Gaga. The Rem started shadowboxing to prove that there were indeed no issues. The original mantis-bladed Rem swung around her mantis blades, while the second one punched the air. Oh, it just made a kick too. I'll take that as a yes. Ga. Rem appealed again, which for some reason, sounded to me like she was saying you bet cha-cha. Must be my imagination. Anyway, so no problems on the control front. Rem will be able to control both of her bodies without lag or confusion. She won't get into problems in, say, moving both left arms at the same time. What's best of all was that both of them fighting together would not even be teamwork. With one mind, they could move perfectly in sync. And that makes Rem all the more powerful. And all bodies of Rem would be controlled by the soul Rem, making for precise and crisp movement. Oh boy, oh man, I'm getting excited. Is it finally time to unleash my super awesome servant army? Beating that basilisk, I might just be able to do it. Let's just call the second Rem, number 2. Chapter 76, How to Draw a Hexagram. A success like this was a good starting point. I needed some time to recover my mana now, so to best make use of this free time, I took Remen number 2 with me to go and observe the basilisk some more. The basilisk was in its usual spot, lazing around as always, while I was also only casually observing the beast. I still felt like a pro cameraman just waiting for that perfect shot. As for today's events, no stupid Gomers had run into the basilisk's territory, and neither were there any stray Matangos. The zone boss only got up to have its big breakfast of mandragoras and didn't do much else. But one new thing did happen. It's definitely the thing's skin. Doing a once-over on the mandragora fields, I saw a white piece of skin just lying there. It had an area of around 30 centimeters squared. This was by no means something I'd caused, for example, by attacking the basilisk when it least expected it and tearing off a piece of skin. So this basilisk sheds too. Meaning that this was naturally shed-off skin. How the basilisk, or any monster for that matter, was born in this dungeon was still an unknown for me, but I knew that this monster in particular needed to sleep and eat. It was a living being. It shedding its skin could be a sign of growth, and if not, it could just be a way to get rid of its old skin. Incidentally, I had number 2 go to the field and collect the skin. MNG, using it for Rem parts kinda seems iffy. With how small it was, I didn't think it could cover all of Rem with the skin. I'd expect that a few parts of her body would get some white skin patchwork at most, which would be less defensive and more ornamental. And frankly, we had no time to make fashion statements. Ah, wait, I've got just the right use for this. It was as if a light bulb flicked on top of my head. I'd spent the day resting and watching the basilisk, so my mana had recovered enough to shoot a few curses before going to bed. Rotten bog. I let loose a drop of blood and made a puddle-sized bog. I then cut off a small piece of the basilisk's shed skin and laid it down on the acid puddle. Then I waited. Damn it, it's melting. Yes. With this little experiment, I tested whether my rotten bog would really work on the basilisk's skin. In games and fantasy, basilisks that specialized in their acidic breath always had strong resistances for similar type attacks. It was like fighting a dragon with fire. I'd almost assumed that the basilisk was immune to any and all poison. But the only way I could even imagine defeating a creature so large was by using the curse that had the most damage output, Rotten Bog. If my acidic swamp had an effect on it, I could finally start thinking up a plan of action. Damn, This might just actually possibly work. The basilisk skin wasn't showing any changes for the first few seconds in the puddle bog, but soon enough, I could see small bubbles forming on it, and gradually, the piece had started melting. Roughly estimating, I could see that it took more time to dissolve than mantis shell, but it definitely wasn't immune. Which was good, since if it had been as tough as armor bear shell, I might have just given up on this mission altogether. Anyway, this basically meant that I could use rotten bog on it effectively. It could be that its meat, that is, the muscle under the skin, is even more resistant to acids, but I really didn't want to imagine that possibility. Which leaves me with the problem of how I'm going to make a basilisk-sized rotten bog. The biggest one I could make now was just barely 4 meters long. The basilisk was at least 5 meters by my estimate, and it had quite the girth too. I needed a way to make a rotten bog that could hold the massive creature with room to spare, somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 meters squared. On that note, I had a few problems to deal with. Namely, mana, casting speed, and whether I had enough blood to make it work. I mean, I could probably do it if I put my all into it, but killing the basilisk would in no way end with simply laying down a bog. I'd have to hold it in place for a pretty long time, long enough for it to die. In other words, I'd have to employ black hair bind for a while after I was done setting the bog and luring the basilisk into it. Which meant that I'd need to use more mana. I had to make a huge rotten bog, and then I had to maintain long and tough ropes of black hair bind to restrain the basilisk until it died. And with my current total mana reserves, such a feat was, impossible. I guess I'll need a way to increase my mana, or alternatively, find a way to use less mana for my curses. I kept mulling over what I needed to do as I slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I decided on continuing my curse experiments. Alright, I'll get myself a sacrifice. I call it the, please, my lord, Ruin Hildesama, accept this sacrificial ritual and grant me one big awesome super curse plan. I'll be frank, I had no idea whether this whole sacrificial shindig was going to do anything, but I also didn't know if it'll do something, so I'd just try. I'd justify my actions on the fact that the spells in this world are highly dependent on the caster's image of it, and thus, me doing something so shaman-like should get me results. Since I already had to use parts and ingredients for REM, I figured that a shaman was the sort of job that could make use of real-world things in its other curses too. So what I called a sacrifice would simply be another ingredient. Well, basically, it's just some guesswork on my part. That's the plan, so let's go and get them. Rem. Gagaga. Rem and number 2 were raring to go, and the three of us then temporarily left the poison marsh zone and headed back into the ruins that led here. Wow, with the second Rem, I actually feel a lot more at ease. Thanks you too, you're the best. Gaga. And after some time, we'd done what we set out to do. Here are the day's pickings. Goma corpse. A freshly killed Goma corpse that I killed by wringing its neck, so there was no blood or other wounds. I have 2 of these and Rem and number 2 carried them back to base, 1 each. Matango corpse. Found this one waddling around the fairy square, so I grabbed it. I used my ranged knife tentacle attack and sent in Rem and number 2 up close and personal as they were immune to whatever poison the Matango released. This walking mushroom was one of the easiest things for me to hunt. Monster blood. Blood I collected from gomas and red dogs and the like while they were still alive. I've stored them inside the leather sacks the gomas carried their water or booze in. I have around 2 liters. Core fragment. Really small shards of monster core that the small mob sometimes had. Rem went and collected them for me. I guess it wasn't a proper sacrifice since I was using corpses, but all these gory ingredients gave off a good shaman-y feel. Let's try with just the blood first. I started off the experiments with the cheapest ingredients. The cores, no matter how small, were still raw crystallized mana. I was pretty sure they'd give me some boosts, so I was saving those for the actual fight. I poured a cup's worth of Goma blood on the ground, added a drop of my own blood, and invoked Rotten Bog. It's bigger, but not by a large margin. From yesterday's skin experiment, I remembered how big the bog was with 1 drop, so I could clearly tell that adding Goma blood slightly extended its breadth. But that's alright. Now I know that it does something. If push comes to shove, I could very well collect a tubload of blood. Between Rem, number 2, and I, we should be able to carry it all relatively fast. Times a was tin. I redid the experiment with all sorts of combinations and jotted down the results. It felt strange to use my notebook as a notebook and not as a magic compass. It also felt odd holding a pen after so long. I made a table with my gathered ingredients and noted down the effects gained with a mix of 2 ingredients. Once that was done, I increased the number of ingredients to 3, then 4, and repeated the combination experiments. That said, my resources were limited and I couldn't do anything massive. I carefully measured out the more potent ingredients to be as efficient as possible. This work kept me busy for another 3 days. The time wasn't only used on the doing of the experiments, but also time for going out hunting for ingredients and time required to replenish my blood and mana. Kind of went overboard there. I need to start organizing. After a few days of hunting monsters, which were mostly gomas by the way, the fairy square I was occupying had become littered with all manner of loot. Of course, I'd left the bodies and other raw stuff outside, but killing all those gomas basically meant I ended up collecting a whole bunch of their equipment and items. At some point, I'd started thinking that I could find some use for literally everything they had, and now there were a bunch of dead, naked gomas right outside my base. But the experiments were going quite well. I'd gotten lots of little tools to use, and eventually, I'd made a new discovery. This, I can use. This, magic circle. Magic circle. It's something that's appeared a lot, be it for granting us our jobs, the all-important compass, and even the somewhat useless texted updates. What I had discovered was that I could use them in my curses too. The effects change slightly depending on how I arrange the ingredients. That's right, by just changing how I placed the sacrifice items on the circle, I could manipulate the rotten bog size and depth. Circular ones are best. The first magic circle we all had to draw in our notebooks was circular. I was sure that this shape would wield the best effect, even for my curses. Just to be sure, I made sure to test with triangles and squares, but those didn't have as much effect as the circles. I drew out these circles as precisely as possible, with blood, of course. And drawing a perfect circle was easy. All I had to do was stick a spear at the center and tie another spear to it with a black hair rope. Then I just circled around the first spear with the rope in a slight tension and carved the circle into the ground with the second spear. Pouring blood along this guideline gave me a perfect circle, completing the first step. And I placed the ingredients in a hexagram. I then drew a hexagram within the circle and arranged the ingredients on the 6 points where the shape touched the circle. For a while, I was at a loss as to how to draw a perfect hexagram, but let's not talk about that. First, I speared a point anywhere on the perimeter of the circle. Point A. The center point I already made when drawing the circle is point O. The line going from A to O and then straight until it reaches the other side of the circle is point B. Thus the line AB is the circle's diameter. After points A and B are in place, I then drew an arc of the same radius centering on A. This should be obvious, but what I did was stab the spear on A, lifted the spear at the center O, and arced on the black hair rope until I reached the circle on both sides. The intersections of the arc with the circle are points C and D. In other words, if A is the top, C and D are to its left and right. I then repeated the process with point B now as the center and got points E and F. Now I just had to draw the triangles AEF and BCD and voila, a perfect six-sided star, aka a hexagram. And after I painted the hexagram in blood, I now had a basic magic circle. Finally, at the center I copied the blood seal mark on my palm that had an eye-like shape, and drew that freehand on the center of the circle. Now I just had to place the 6 ingredients on the 6 points of the hexagram, which went clockwise from the top as follows: a skeleton's skull, a mandragora, some red dog blood, a zombie's head, some goma booze, and a plum shroom. I piled a goma and a matango corpse at the center, and skewered them in place with a spear. And, done. This right here was the ritual circle I created after countless trial and error. This would get me the maximum effect out of my rotten bog. Looking it over, I took in how similar it turned out to the occult fiction back on Earth. Maybe the fanatics back there were onto something. Though, I guess this might just be due to my own mental image of this kind of ritual. Anyway, all this work had led me to a process where I could gain a much more massive bog without expending any extra blood or magic. I named this circle the hexagram eye. Just hexagram wouldn't do at all since I didn't come up with the shape, but I figured I should give it a similar name. Gotta give my props to the math gods. After all, the only part that could be called a personal touch would be the central eye symbol I got from Ruin Hildesama. I can win. I can beat the basilisk with this. This can give me the edge I need. I can do it. I can kill the basilisk. I was ready to solo challenge a dungeon boss. For the next 2 days, I focused on preparing for the confrontation. Well, it wasn't that different from what I was doing before, just more hunting mobs, mainly gomas, and collecting items and ingredients. There was a quiet agitation in my heart. This wasn't something like a surprise encounter with an armor bear, and I didn't have Mei-chan with me anymore. I had the weakest job, Shaman, and I was trying to fight a massive foe, a boss, all on my own. This would be the first time I was risking my life on my own volition. I was nervous as could be. Listen up, Rem, I'm gonna explain the plan. Gaga. Rem nodded seriously. We'd gotten all our preparatory materials and I spoke out the plan, mostly in order to make sure I myself knew it. First, we'll have number 2 carry a goma as bait and lure away the basilisk. I've confirmed that the basilisk moves to hunt down any monster, goma or otherwise, that gets too close to its mandragora field. It did this every time during the time I was observing it. But to make sure this works, I'd need live gomas, not corpses. I already had 2 of those. I'd captured and tied them up outside the square, and had Rem number 2 on watch. With all my experience hunting them, I could now capture one alive without issue. We lure it to the hexagram eye I've already set up. If number 2 gets eaten along the way, the plan fails and we fall back. Every step needed to happen as planned, or else we're bound to mess up if we improvise. We could retreat if the live bait part doesn't work out and think up a new plan. We were facing a monster, so we could get away with doing similar plans a couple times without it realizing what we were up to. Or at least, I hoped. And once the basilisk is on the ritual circle, I'll cast Rotten Bog right under it. The Royale fight begins here. I'll instantly follow up with Black Hair Bind and hold it down. But only the head. If it gets a chance to use its breath, I'm done for. My first priority will be to hold its mouth closed tight. I won't be able to do anything with its body. That's where Rem and number 2 comes in. You guys need to attack it as much as you can. The more we can make it bleed, the better. Worst case, if it gets out of my bog, it'll still be injured enough that we can chase it down and kill it. With its massive frame, it's sure to thrash around a lot. We'll be using ranged tactics. For that too, I've prepared a few things. Red knife spear. I attached the red knife to a goma spear. Great for stabbing the basilisk from a safe distance. Torch oil. The oil that gomas use in their torches. I stocked up every pouch I could find and have a total of 2 liters. #2. You're on oiling duty. And Rem, you'll go stabby with the red knife and light it up. We'll turn it into barbecue lizard. Just stabbing won't do any decisive damage to a monster that big. We'd use the oil to compensate for that lack of muscle. You need to make sure to only set fire to its hind area. If the flames reach its head, it could burn off my black hair and I'll be decayed toast. Gaga. I didn't know how this whole struggle with time will play out, and won't know until we actually went out and did it. But I wanted to keep an optimistic attitude. After you've used up all the oil and set fire to it, don't stop attacking. All those spears, axes, and knives we gathered up, give it all to the basilisk, and give it good. Gaga. The Rems nodded with spirit. We're gonna stab the thing with every edged goma weapon we got our hands on in the past week. The rest just depends on how long I can manage to bind it down. This was the most important job. Everything would go to shit if I can't restrain the basilisk with my tentacles. A big responsibility was on my head. Well, mostly because I was the only one here. It was nerve-wracking. It was extremely scary. But I had to try. If I didn't, I could never move forward. Let's do this. Chapter 77, Basilisk Subjugation. Me and the Rems had to make 3 round trips to and from the ferry square and the crescent moat in order to carry over all the stuff. I need a break. We'd set out full of energy and determination, but all that heavy lifting really took it out of me. I took a short break before setting everything up on location. I wasn't rushing. The basilisk wouldn't be going anywhere today, or tomorrow, or the day after for that matter. Our prey is guaranteed to stay put, and we had the advantage of choosing when to attack. This was one of the only merits of a boss battle. Done. Not too shabby her. I was done drawing the hexagram eye to my liking. I'd already repeated this many times for practice, so I'd like to think I got somewhat good at it. I spent a lot of time thinking about where it'd be best to draw this magic circle, finally settling on a spot at a corner of the Mandragora farm. If I got any closer, the basilisk was likely to sense me as an invader, so I chose the nearest spot out of its range. If I wasn't willing to take this risk, it might even give up chasing after the bait, not want to get too far from its territory. And right now, I was ready. I gathered up my courage and set my plan into motion. All right, Rem. Do it. Gaga. Jiyugya. Rem stabbed our little live bait Goma with a knife, not to kill it, but to have it bleed out little by little. So I had it stabbed in its flank, and it shrieked in pain. Of course, it was unable to move, or even thrash around, since I also had it tied up hard and tight. The smell of blood and loud screaming was sure to attract the basilisk's full attention. And it was fine if the Goma somehow ended up escaping its bindings, since it'd bleed out and die anyway. And damn was it loud. With the bound, madly wailing Goma now affixed firmly onto number 2's back, the mud doll set off in the basilisk's direction. Rem, you hide over there. Jie. Rem and I laid down in our handmade gillies and patiently waited for the big fish to take the bait. The path from here to the basilisk was open, without any large obstacles on the way, and gave me a clear view of the boss in the distance. Number 2 was walking straight to the target without faltering, and the basilisk was still sitting in its usual spot. Got M. Once number 2 passed the halfway point, the basilisk stiffly raised its body. This timing was within my expectations, as it always showed some reaction once moving prey got that close. It didn't seem to act any differently this time too. That's far enough, stop. It'd be a bad idea to wait for the basilisk to start chasing number 2 since she wasn't all that fast, and it'd just catch her before she made it back. She was also carrying a Goma, so there was that extra weight too. In order to successfully lure it into our trap, number 2 still needed to maintain some distance. Yeah, almost. Now, number 2 turned back and went into a sprint, acting as if she was a dumb Goma that only just realized that there was a basilisk there. The boss in question reacted to this and started running after her, albeit somewhat slowly. It took the bait. Come on. Number 2 ran. The basilisk chased. It ran in a way that didn't look fast and furthermore, didn't make any sound. But it was slowly and surely closing in on number 2. Wait, is it gonna? No, they're too far. But then again, wait no, maybe. Oh shit. While worrying if it'd even make it all the way here, the basilisk practically was. Jie. Rem yelled powerfully, and in the same moment, number 2 dived right at the center of the ritual circle like a high school batter sliding into the home plate. The ingredients were all in position at their respective points. The center had an offering of an almost fresh Matango corpse. And on top of that, number 2 swerved and threw the bleeding Goma she'd been carrying. With this, the final piece of the sacrifice was in place. Number 2, now on all fours, made like a cockroach and scuttled out of the way. And then, Boa. The basilisk opened its maw wide and went in for the writhing Goma. Perfect timing. Putrefy, in the depths of vile red. Rotten bog. The scene changed vividly, yet in an instant. The circle and offerings transformed into blood-red bog and stretched out like a flood. Yes, get wider, get deeper. Get so big that you can swallow that acid breath monster whole. Half of the basilisk's body was now within my bog. I heard its ear-piercing, shrill scream along with, yes, a very satisfying sizzle of melting flesh. It was working. Its skin wasn't tough enough to withstand my rotten bog. Its front and back legs along with the bottom half of its torso was under acid and it was definitely in a lot of pain. Of course it was. I'd never seen it scream like that before. Now die in my acid. In my right hand I held not a blade but a collection of small core fragments I'd accumulated from mobs, while in my left hand I had some power seeds. Hadn't used these in forever. I tossed the offerings in both of my hands into the giant bog. Black hair bind, and the jet black tentacles that then rose from within the superpowered bog was similarly powerful. These black hair tentacles were the thickest and longest I'd ever made. The ritual would not only grant power to Rotten Bog, but also to my binding curse, Black Hair Bind, depending on the ingredients offered, of course. Though, the only things I found to be effective for this purpose were the core fragments which supplemented my mana and power seeds that slightly increased the curse's strength. But a slight increase was better than none at all. This battle was going to be a true test of strength for my Black Hair Bind. I was better off using up the core's shards that hadn't been useful at all so far. A total of 4 tentacles appeared. They all wrapped around the basilisk's head, tightening around its rubbery skin. I had now sealed its mouth shut, disabling its corrosive breath. I'd heard that crocodiles, despite having insane biting force, didn't possess as much strength in terms of opening their maws. I really hoped this big guy was built the same way and focused my mana on binding its mouth shut. Damn it, you. Erg. The basilisk was thrashing around, obviously, but now that I was holding it, I bodily felt its strength, a strength fitting for its massive frame. I felt a tremendous resistance that, if I were to relax my concentration for an instant, would tear all the black hairs apart. Currently, I was standing right in front of the beast's nose with my arms stretched out in front of me, trying to stand stock still with my utmost effort. I realized that I must look like a really dumb sidewalk mime artist. But right now, I couldn't afford to think about stepping to the side and out of the way, or taking up a weapon and striking the basilisk since, the moment my hold on it breaks, it will rush forward to escape my bog, and really, one tackle from its massive frame should be more than enough to finish me off. This was ridiculous. In my head, I was standing in a much safer position than this face-off. G8. Garg. It whined in pain with its mouth bound. Must be the rems attacking. I could see black smoke rising from behind the basilisk's back. Looks like they set it on fire as per my instructions. The albino beast squirmed in pain as its ass was literally on fire. Its bulky legs kicked around inside the bog as it tried to swerve its body from side to side. Shit. Damn it. Damn you. Die. Just die, you fuck. Maybe the rotten bog wasn't as effective as I thought. No wait, maybe, right now, it was just my sense of time that had slowed down due to the adrenaline, and my bog was actually making quick work of its lower body. But the fact of the matter was that I was reaching the limits of my stamina, while the boss still had strength to spare, what with the way it was rocking violently. Looks like they ran out of oil. Rem and number 2 were currently busy throwing all the random weapons we'd gathered. Some hit, some were knocked away, but overall, it didn't look like there was much of an effect. We lacked a decisive blow. The hell is this? I'm gonna die. Mei-chan, where are you? Frug. No. I won't wish for miracles. I still have strength left, so I refuse to just give in. I can't hope that she'll save me. Save me, Nii-san. The image of Soma Sakura wishing to be saved was playing back inside my head. And she was saved. We were all saved. By her brother, by the hero, by Soma Yuto. He'd rescued us in the nick of time. I realized then just what he was. I understood how she could believe in him. Believe that he'd be there. But I won't. I refuse to believe that someone will just come and save me. It wasn't like I didn't believe in anyone. I was sure that Mei-chan was doing her best to search for me even now. What I couldn't believe in, what I couldn't put faith in, was luck. I didn't think I was particularly lucky. But I didn't think I was born unlucky either. In this dungeon, I'd been saved many times by outside intervention, by someone else. And I considered that pretty lucky for me despite ending up a weak shaman. But in the face of true hopelessness, in the even of a crisis that spelled almost certain doom, in those moments of utter despair, something like a hero swooping in to save me, believing 100% that I'd be saved no matter what, was just not something I could do. Why would I? Us humans had limits, all of us. Reality would always catch up. There is no hero. And even if there was, that hero won't appear every time. He won't even appear most times, really. He can't save everyone. Seeing Soma Sakura, I felt like she just didn't get that. It was like she didn't even know such a thing was possible. She believed in him with every fiber of her being. She believed in her brother, in Soma Yuto. In short, she believed from the bottom of her heart that she'd be saved, definitely, and from any crisis. And me, I couldn't stand to become that idiotic. Gaha. So I won't give up. I'll put up a fight. I'll struggle till the bitter end. Gaga. It was then that I saw that Rem was climbing up on the basilisk. Throwing wasn't working out, so she'd done this to attack directly. Wait, but I hadn't ordered her to do that. No, was Rem actually acting on her own initiative? Gie. Rem used one hand to stab the red knife into the basilisk and, using it as a hold, she swiped down the mantis blade on her other arm over and over. Stop, get off, if you fall off, it's all over, damn it. Gaj. Rem paid no heed to my worries and kept stabbing and slashing like crazy. She got close to falling off many times, but managed to stab into the basilisk to brace herself. Oh, bow. Finally, the basilisk's frantic resistance was weakening. Almost. It was still moving and I had no intention of relaxing my hold on it. But I could definitely feel its strength waning. Soon. Very soon. I was fine. My mana and concentration were both nearing their ends, but I was fine. Now, it only had to slowly melt away. Rotten bog would do the rest. Ha. You did it, Rem. I hadn't let up. My hands were still raised. I wouldn't mess up now. So, what happened next could only be called a surprise. It was simply the basilisk doing something completely off my expectations. Boo. In an instant, my world was dyed purple. What? Wait, what? It's not the breath attack, is it? It's not the damn basilisk's acid breath, right? How? Why? Its mouth is still closed shut. Oh. So that was it. It was those gill slits it had on its face, like the ones on a lamprey. It shot out all this purple from there. It happened all too fast, but I'd caught a glimpse. I saw those creepy whatever holes spewing out the stuff like a pinched water hose. And then, everything went a very venomous purple. Shit, damn it. How was I supposed to even know about that? And while in the middle of complaining, I came to a quick and obvious realization. Oh, I died. Chapter 78, Vessel. I woke up with a start. It was still dark, so my eyes were fine opening instantly. Momokawa Kotaru, adherent of mine. A skull face was right in my face before I knew anything. The first thought that crossed my mind was a sudden invasion of skeleton mobs, but I did in fact know this particular skeleton face. He was an ally, or actually, he was my patron god. Ruin Hildesama, have I perhaps, died? I was in this god's dimension. Seeing his face first thing after waking up really knocked the drowsiness out of me, which was when I started remembering everything. We were moments close to finishing off the basilisk when its fumes shot out from those gill slits. I should maybe consider myself lucky to have died instantly from that. When Gomas got hit by its gas, they always screamed in extreme agony before inevitably dying. Well done, for you have realized the second truth. And for this, I shall praise you. Thank you, my lord. Excuse me, but rather than the usual deep and mystical lecture, I'd really like to know if I'm still alive or not, please. Still, it's not often that I get praised by a god, so I think something good might come from this. First, know that the star of another realm that you traced is not a thing to be considered a true magic circle. Yet, it is also true that what you made contains part of the truth. Do you mean the hexagram? My patron god nodded. So since hexagrams were a concept from Earth, I guess they really were from another realm in Ruin Hildesama's perspective. I had believed to grant this to you much time later, but you have shown me agreeable growth. It is yours, Momokawa Kotaru. Ruin Hildesama raised a bony finger and a poison bog-like pool started bubbling up in front of me. This pool quickly formed into a jet-black lump. What exactly is this? A vessel of chaos. With endless possibilities, it garners man's hope, yet is trifling. The holder makes its use. I see, so it will depend on how I use it. I just responded appropriately, but I honestly didn't want to have to do anything with this vessel of chaos thing. I just stared at it, and had absolutely no desire to get my hands near any of that black, goopy whatever. Well, from the looks of it, the lump appeared like a large soup pot. The inside of this pot was a swirling black that seemed to go on for eternity, churning chaos as if it would be able to grant any and all desires. Quite the curse-like effect, I must admit, but, I think I've seen this before. This is just like mud doll. Its uses are many. Use this cauldron as you will, proliferate your curse. I see, so it was similar to Takanashi Kotori's upgrade in that I could make stuff by adding the right ingredients. So a production-type curse. My utmost thanks. I do hope I can get a curse strong enough to one-shot something like a basilisk one of these days. But it'd be very rude to say that, so I didn't. Anyway, from the way this conversation was going, didn't it mean that I was actually still alive? Second, the mud doll does indeed have a soul. Ah, so Rem does have her own personality. Now with this topic, I caught on right off the bat. You appear to be quite fond of it. Sure. Rem's really great. I mean, she still looks like a skeleton, but she always listens to me, works hard, and even ends up saving me a lot of the time. Rem's such a lovable little thing. Very well, it seems I have no need to speak to you on the way of dolls. Do well to use your mud doll as you are. It's not often that Ruin Hilda-sama spoke this directly, and since I was in complete agreement with his words, I honestly agreed with a yes. Now be off, Momokawa Kotaru, for you have already opened the gates of possibility. Ah, damn, I'm alive, I'm really alive. I muttered solemnly. I mean, I always felt relief wash over me after an intense life or death struggle, but this sense of achievement was something I hadn't had since that first armor bear way back when. And I actually beat the basilisk. In front of me laid a giant lizard-type skeleton. There was no trace of the rotten bog and the ground had returned to its usual cold, dry mud, which meant that this huge skeletal frame had to be from the basilisk. Ah, good, the core's still there. I could clearly see the red, glowing core through the mass of bones. I suspect that rotten bog continued working even after I passed out and completely melted down the basilisk's flesh. I didn't know if cores just didn't melt, or the rotten bog itself was being a nice guy and didn't melt it for my sake, but I'm glad it didn't. Otherwise, this whole ordeal would have been for nothing. Oh, that's right. Hey Rem, good work back there. Gaga. Rem, who was of course standing stock still by my side till I woke up, bobbled her skull happily at my words. This action was also followed by number 2, who was standing beside Rem. If you hadn't jumped on the basilisk, I doubt we'd be able to take it down as fast as we did, if at all. I patted her head. Rem's current skull head was covered in an insect shell helm, so it wasn't a point of whether it felt good to pat or not, but more like I needed to be careful since some parts of the shell were pretty sharp. Well, I'm thankful to her, so I'll take the small risk anyway. If I had to guess, shooting its toxic breath through those gill slits must have been a sort of last resort for the basilisk too. Under Rem's mounted assault, my restraints and the bog still melting it to the bones, it must have felt desperate enough to warrant such a tactic. Something like a cornered mouse situation. That reminds me, how come that last breath didn't do anything to me? I'm sure it hit me directly. Anyway, I didn't feel any pain or other abnormalities with my body. Plus, I already knew from my observations that the basilisk's breath had no effect on any of my clothes or items. Should I just consider it an extra service from Ruin Hilda-sama? I thought jokingly, but then I was suddenly confronted with some new information in my head that seemed to deny that possibility. Venomic vessel. Chaotic innards that repel 100 poisons. A curse that tramples on venoms, providing truth to pain insurmountable. Innards. Like, wait, doesn't that mean my organs are really fucked up now? That's human experimentation, Ruin Hilda-sama, the forbidden arts. I felt like shouting to the sky as I started quickly patting all over my body to see if anything was weird. That being said, it wasn't like I could feel these inside differences from the outside. I at least knew it wasn't like an extra heart since nothing other than my original one was beating. I was guessing that Ruinhilde-sama gave me an extra organ that looked like that swirling lump of chaos he showed me. Wait, calm down, yeah. It's not like I lost anything. This is a plus. I mean, surely he didn't do something like replace one of my kidneys with it, right? I should try to look at this in a more positive light, like a passive skill that neutralizes any poison. So basically, if even basilisk breath won't affect me, I guess I don't need to worry about most poisons. I still didn't want to put it to the test by eating a red shroom though. I didn't have the guts for that. Yeah, as always, the vague flavor text didn't help. But if it turns out that this is what saved me from that breath, then I'm all for it. If I end up getting hit by any poison attacks in the future, I'm hoping Venomic Vessel will show its worth. Also, this curse's name, I guess it refers to GU, that super venom thing where they put a whole bunch of poisonous insects in a pot in a sort of battle royal, where the last one surviving is said to have the most potent venom. Nope, nah. I was not going to be testing that out. Like, won't that mean I'd have to swallow live poisonous bugs to add them to Venomic Vessel? Like seriously no. I'd rather risk a red shroom than eat one of those creepy crawlies. But then again, the description does kind of hint at getting something out of the poisons other than immunity, so it might actually have hidden effects. Nope, I really don't want to find out after all. I'll just settle for the new antivenom passive skill. No, it's not like I'm dissatisfied, Ruinhilde-sama. I'm simply admitting that whatever offensive boosts this Venomic Vessel can provide, I'm not yet worthy to make use of them. Be better luck next time I guess. But then, as if I was being irritating with my disrespect, another piece of info popped into my head. Witch's Cauldron, the pot of a witch is not solely for meals. It is a vessel of chaos that can birth magic, curse and concoctions, healing and poison alike. Wait, what? Did I just get 2 curses at once? Wow, I did, didn't I? This one was a lot closer to the thing Ruinhilde-sama showed me back there. My guess is that if I used this curse, I'd get a pot like that vessel of chaos I saw. If this thing is as powerful as upgrade, it should be very useful for any upcoming fights. In fact, since I could now easily hunt down small numbers of gomas and red dogs, I could actually gather the parts and ingredients to use in making whatever it is I would eventually make. So with this I should be able to make my meds a lot better. No, it says poisons too. Oh yeah, if I can do poisons, I want to lace our weapons with them. It was a big step forward, but not something I could test right now. Takanashi Kotori's upgrade seemed to expend a lot of mana after all. I'd gotten a nap just now when I went into God's dimension, so I could walk around fine, but my mana hadn't recovered quite as much. I should teleport out of here already. I can think about the rest at the fairy square. I wasn't going to be waiting to be attacked now when I'm still tired from the boss fight. I started quickly gathering up all the basilisk bones I could carry and made swift preparations to warp out. I still had a lot of extra weapons and things gathered up at my fairy square base in this zone, but they weren't so important that I would go out of my way to get them now. I'd already used most of the better quality weapons in this fight, which ended up being lost in the bog. Well, the fact that Rem saved the red knife from that flavor of doom was something to be glad about. Otherwise I'd be really depressed having lost a valuable magic weapon. Any time now. Me, Rem and number 2 all now stood on the transfer circle platform that the basilisk used to laze around in all day. I just need to hold this core up and the rest should be automatic. And this time, there wasn't anyone going to push me off either. MMH. Shrouded in blinding white light, I teleported to the next zone. It feels like I finally did it. I opened my eyes to a scene I could call home, a fairy square. I'm glad we get transferred to one of these every time without fail. The frog boss, the authors, and now the basilisk too. It's home sweet home to a fairy square right after a tough battle. Man, I'm tired. I needed some well-deserved shut-eye. I threw down the basilisk skeletal loot to a side and laid down on the soft, grassy bed that was the ground. I closed my eyes and found myself quickly becoming sleepy, and soon I'd be in the land of dreams. Look what we have here, Momokawa, ya little git. Still haven't kicked the bucket. If that voice didn't reach my ears. If that familiar tone didn't absolutely destroy my drowsiness. I'm actually kinda impressed ya made it this far. You know, with that lousy job of yours. My eyes fell on his mocking smile. His dyed brown hair, his piercings, and that extra gaudy way he wore his uniform. But I know all too well that behind that frivolous attitude hid nothing but malice. Yo, looks like ya came to. Guess I should say it's good to see ya again. I would never forget the name of my mortal enemy, the first person I met in this world and by whose hand I'd suffered the worst humiliation. With hate welling out from every pore in my body, I spoke his name. Higuchi, Kyuya. Chapter 79, Higuchi Kyuya, 1. TSK thief her. Well fuck you too. I cussed. I felt ashamed at how I thought I was gonna get some great power, and instead, ended up being a damn thief. Yeah, guess I kinda overdid it in middle school. Shoplifting was my calling in those days. I stole whatever I could get away with. I didn't even want most of the stuff. I just stole for the heck of it. For fun. While there were a lot of dumbasses of the same nature who eventually just got caught, I never did. At some point, I went and realized that I'd better stop now or there's no going back. I just felt in my gut that it was time. So a month after I quit, one of my lifting buddies got himself caught in a collectibles shop trying to get his hands on this real high-priced SSR card. Once that happened, it was only a matter of time till he was made to spill the names of all the other guys he was doing this with. I'd been clean for a month and counting, and had already gotten rid of all the loot I brought in, so they didn't exactly have any solid proof against me. That said, my folks did end up finding out that their son went around shoplifting and they sure gave it to me. Can't say I w'n't expectin' you to fuck up 1A these days. Gahahaha. My old man said after getting a crapload of punches in. It's like that saying, like father like son. I figured out why I was like the way I am all the way back in middle school. All that having happened in my life, I was quickly convinced, or I guess, gave up on fighting the fact that I'd gotten thief out of all the jobs. Then, when I accepted that new job as mine, my head strangely got a hold of more info. Throw dagger, throw in a knife is the basics of the basics, mate. Search times high sense, really gotta hone that intuition, and stuff like find in treasure or sense in danger'll be a cakewalk. And you got a talent for it, I'll give ya that. Unlock, it's practically in the job description. Yeah, practice makes perfect and all that rat shit, but with some good intuition ya might just get lucky. Guess these are those skill things. And what's up with these descriptions being like someone's screwing with me? God's saying this, right? Yeah, I guess the god of thieves ain't much better than one. And looks like throw daggers the only one I can use to fight monsters and that crap. And I can't use it without a knife or something like that. I do have a knife with me though. It's a personal one. One of those butterfly knives that were big a couple generations ago. I got used to carrying one in middle school, and just ended up having it in my pocket in high school too. Plus, this little guy saved me a bunch of times when some random Yankees from Black High popped up. The good way to use a knife isn't stabbing people, but having the skill to slice them on the arms and stuff. Can't get away with downright murder after all. But you get good with the knife, and suddenly it's your best friend when it comes to dealing with idiots. Some asshats out there like to think they're big shit if they know karate, or judo, or boxing and the crap, but they got nothing on a bladed weapon. One cut on the back of the hand and they go crying back to their mamas. But here we gotta kill or get killed, ain't it? Ori fuck. I got this sudden danger sense in my head and a chill up my back. What the fuck is this shit? Then I realized that it must have been search times high sense telling me that there's danger around. I was in an empty stone room. I looked out the door from there and found the issue. Oi oi oi, you mean that's one of 'em monsters? Ugly little fucker. It was this short man-shaped creature that clearly wasn't human. It had cockroach-like black skin and a face that looked ugly as sin. It had a rusted sword too. It was prowling around in the passage outside and breathing rough all the way. Crap. Fuckers coming this way. It's now or I'm dead. I was ready to kill it. Calm down, I'll be fine. It's alone. Might have others somewhere but now, alone. This was my best chance to kill it. My hands shaked at first, but I pepped myself into stopping it. My butterfly knife felt sharper in my hand, now more than ever. Die, bitch. And that's how I, Higuchi Kyuya, got started in this dungeon survival. It's you. You sure are friendly after I just saved your ass. I killed a bunch of those ugly little fucks, called Gomas apparently, and had gotten a bit more used to fighting like a thief. And after a while, I heard a girl screaming and ran toward it. I already got the high walk skill, so I made it there in no time at all. I arrived at a big dome with a forest growing inside. I found the girl too. She was surrounded by a pack of Gomas. She was a small girl, with short, black hair. I panicked, thinking it might be Yukiko, and went to save her immediately. If it had turned out to be some numbskull like Yokomichi, I would have killed him together with the Gomas. And after I was done rescuing her, it turned out I was wrong. What? I know you thought I was Nagai-san, can't fool me. Ah, did I now? So it was true, you two are dating after all. Shut it. What's it to you? The one that's been bitching on for the last few minutes, Shinohara Emi, was a girl who looked a lot like Nagai Yukiko, also a classmate and the one I was secretly dating. But this girl and my girlfriend only shared the same height and hairstyle. In everything else, Yukiko's leagues above. Most guys thought that Yukiko looked bland, but she had this delicate beauty to her and was really cute like that. Meanwhile, Shinohara here was below average at best. If I had to make it easier, while Yukiko's a solid 7 or even 8 out of 10, Shinohara's 4.5 tops. Make that 4 with those lame glasses she got on. Me and Shinohara didn't have anything in common. We were in our separate groups, her being one of those girl-otakus or whatever they're called. But she was still the leader of that pack, so she stood out in her own way. Must be one reason why she wasn't scared shitless and had the guts to talk back to me. Though it could just be her being a dumb cunt and thinking I won't punch a girl when I need to. Oi Shinohara, you meet anyone else yet? Sure, but he's not really someone I like. What about you? Seen Somakuen or Tendaukuen maybe? What a damn bitch. Here I come and save her and she's being all choosy. Whatever. Shinohara's the sort that gets off on fantasizing gay shit like Soma and Tendao sucking each other off. She's rotten in the head. So what job did ya get? Aquamancer, what about it? The fuck's that? Can you even use it? I can, asshole. So what were you doing back there with all those Gomas? They came out of nowhere alright. What was I supposed to do? What do you mean out of nowhere? It's kill or get killed in this place. The Gomas are smart enough to attack with numbers, so you gotta be better. Ha. It just had to be Higuchi, didn't it? I have the worst luck. I can hear you, oi. Let's get going, shall we? Never know when those creeps might pop up again. What, so you're gonna follow me now? Of course I am. Be a man and make sure to protect me, alright? Shut up, bitch. Don't girls preach on about equality of the sexes in this day and age? Protect yourself. It's what I thought, but somehow going with the flow, me and Shinohara ended up staying together anyway. Wow, we still haven't found anyone. Hasn't even been that long. Yes it has. What the fuck, anyone, seriously, like, literally anyone is fine. On what happened after Shinohara started following me, in short, a few things. We got attacked by Gomas and other monsters here and there, and eventually, I found one of those things my job's supposed to specialize in, a treasure box. We got a potion from it. Apparently it's a sort of magic water that can heal practically anything. I wasn't one to take things on face value, but the info we've been getting in our notebooks hadn't been wrong yet. Life here was a far cry from mindlessly waking up every morning for school. It was like living in a real-life RPG with all the stuff constantly happening. It hadn't even been that long since I got here in retrospect. Can you shut up and just walk? I've been in this dungeon for around 2 days now. In those couple days, me and the tagalong had only traveled 2, maybe 3 kilometers deep. I guess this was another one of my thief powers. I had a good grasp on time and distance. And it was thanks to this power that I somehow sensed that this dungeon complex was ridiculously huge. So if it's true that everyone landed in different locations, of course we won't just run into them. You shut up. Why? What did I do to deserve being alone with this creep? My biggest problem right now though? It was this stupid cunt Shinohara constantly bitching about one thing or another. Dumb bitch wasn't even useful in fights with how she freezed up. Yeah, I know about how you can go loopy in this kind of scenario, but this bitch was really close to taking it too far. Now's around a good time I punched some sense into her. Fuck, no, calm down. I do that, and there'll just be more problems down the line. Yeah, I knew. Aikyo that I couldn't let myself snap in this sort of situation. I wasn't the only one with a super-powered job. Everyone should have gotten one, and depending on what they got, even a weak little girl could have insanely powerful magic. I should keep in mind that everyone might have a secret weapon they can kill me with. Let's say I shut this bitch up for now. Sooner or later, we're bound to meet other people in the dungeon, and when that happens, she might just have the opportunity to get revenge. In short, my best bet for staying alive is to not cause shit with any of my classmates. Since it's like that, I can handle some amount of bitching. What? It says here that only 3 people can get out. The fuck is? And now we had a clear reason to go against each other. I learned this jarring fact about the dungeon, once again from the notebook magic circle, when we were resting in another one of the fairy squares. It said that only 3 people could use the final teleportation circle in the deepest part of the dungeon. It could be false info. It had to be. I wanted really hard to believe it too. But my damn thief's intuition was telling me that this really was fact. Wait, what? No, what the hell? No, why only 3? Oi, settle down already, Shinohara. It isn't set in stone or nothing, and there could be other ways of getting out, yeah? And look, guys like Soma or Tendao might have pretty strong jobs, and once they round everyone up, I'm sure we'll manage somehow. I said that to calm her down, but I didn't believe a word of that myself. Only 3 can get out. This was fact. In my head, it was already a settled matter. Which meant that I'll need to change my non-aggression policy. I knew that at least half the class didn't like me. They hated my guts, so to speak. I knew about that. I had no problem with it either. Though the majority of these were the losers or otaku of the class. The ones that went around spouting inane crap like delinquent, Yankee, DQN. I used to just not bother with chumps like that, but now they'd all have powers, which was real bad news for me. If only 3 people are allowed off this place, it means that the ones they'll try and get rid of first are guys like me. In other words, they'll have to suffer no guilt even if they end up killing me. The other big problem is that with this kind of limit, you'd have to pick 2 others to be on your side. And you'd have to be very close to them if you're gonna trust each other. For example, the Soma siblings. There's also Tendao plus the class rep and Kenzuki plus Takanashi. For the rest, there's the Sakurai plus Hinajuku couple who are constantly all over each other. There's Kizaki plus Kitauji, the class lesbians, and Uyama plus Sujino, the class gays. If anyone's gonna trust each other with their lives, it's one or all of these duos. Which implicitly meant that they'd be willing to sacrifice others if it meant saving their partner. As for me, I don't know if I'd give my life for her, but I'd save Yukiko given the chance. I mean, she is technically my girlfriend. Though, I'm still not sure if she likes me that much or not. Anyway, this was the basic game plan. I'd make sure that me and Yukiko can make it back. I hadn't decided on the 3rd person. Well, it won't be Shinohara, that's for sure. I'm sure I can find someone more deserving of the 3rd ticket. So don't worry about it too much, aight. We'll meet up with the others and then we can put all our heads together and think up a solution. Why yeah, you're right. There you go. Now I'll appreciate it if you can die in a random ditch somewhere. You can do that, right, Shinohara? And, once I started thinking like this, I felt liberated, like a tight vice being released from my heart. Chapter 80, Higuchi Kyuya, 2. The moment I'd been waiting for had come soon enough. Hello. Shinohara, you still alive? NH, KHH. Ha, ha. Ain't so chatty now, is she? Shinohara was breathing roughly, her face pale as if all the color had been drained out of it. Although, hearing an ugly chick like her breathing coarsely from behind me didn't feel sexy or shit. Don't die on me now, we're almost there, just you, found it. I could see white light at the end of the dim passage. The fairy square. I knew for certain it was one since the two of us had left from there around half an hour ago. So, how are those wounds now? Not as painful as before. So those plants do work. Surprisingly well, I thought. I was half in doubt of whether those four-leaf clovers even worked as well as they were said to. But seeing was believing, and I was seeing them in action right now. I'll try to be more serious about collecting them from now on. Man, I knew you were dumb, but you sure surprised me with that stunt back there. It was too dumb to even be on a gag show. So after we left this fairy square, we arrived at another one of those dome forests, and got attacked by a pack of really obnoxious, red-skinned wild dogs. With my current strength, I could have taken care of these mutts in a matter of minutes, but let's just say a certain dumb bitch got too scared by their numbers and made a break for it. It was as if she felt not an ounce of guilt for leaving me behind to fight alone. I honestly couldn't believe how retarded she was. She could have just stayed with me, shoot a few of her water spells, and we could have quickly dispatched those monsters. We wouldn't have had to kill all of them either. If we just got half, they'd get cold feet and fuck off. But Shinohara didn't want to do her small part. She refused to accept the pressure of fighting for her own survival. She just ran. And what did she get out of that? It's a pretty funny story. Apparently, after she ran a distance, a Goma suddenly popped out of the bushes and stabbed her. This Goma had stabbed her deeply on the side of her stomach. She'd been brought down with that one move from a rusted knife. But the Goma wasn't able to finish her off since I'd made it in time to kill it with a throw dagger. I'd once thought that this skill was going to be a pain to use, but now that I had knives to go around, I'd actually found the skill pretty useful. I obviously didn't have a gun, and as a thief, I didn't have any other ranged attacks like magic or archery either, so I was glad I had this. So anyway, it was a pretty bad cut, so Shinohara used up all of her portion of healing clovers and somehow managed to seal the wound. She wasn't at the risk of bleeding out anymore, but she'd spilled a good portion of blood already. The clovers didn't recover any of that blood, and so she didn't have the strength to walk back on her own. But Shinohara still had to rest and let it heal for a while, so I reluctantly carried her back to the fairy square. I've never done this much, with even Yukiko, so you better be grateful, Shinohara. Shut up. And look, it's not completely healed, is it? Really? Sounds bad. Yes, I'm still bleeding. A little. I honestly couldn't give a fuck. She was still bleeding right now, but so what? That Goma really did a number on her. The gash looked so bad that it was somewhat funny to think rubbing a few plants on could heal it. Hey. You do have that, right? What do you mean? The potion, damn it. Shinohara barked. She was still real pale in the face, but her irritation got the better of her. Oi, chill Shinohara, your wounds are gonna open up again. You mean that? I do, yeah. Of course, I knew she was talking about the healing potion. It was the item I got when I opened a treasure box, using unlock for the first time. Shinohara was right there when I did it, so obviously she knew about it too. She was a dumb bitch, but she wasn't stupid or greedy enough to demand I just give her something I got using my own power. Use it on me. Come on, hurry up already. Can't that thing instantly heal anything? Supposedly, yeah. So use it already. What are you even waiting for? Why didn't you just use that in the first place, idiot? You're the idiot here, Shinohara. Do you really not get why I wasn't bringing up the potion? And here I was trying to have some delicacy. Nah, the clovers are working fine, aren't they? Get some sleep and you'll be good as new tomorrow. I stood up with a swing of my body. What do you mean? Don't try to be funny, alright? Oi, not so loud. It'll open up your cut even more. This'll be fine if you just handed over your arc. See what I mean? Now calm your tits. I only got one potion, can't really afford to waste it if I don't have to. Ekh. She made a face like she wanted to say something nasty, but because of the pain, she could only let out a voiceless groan. Her expression scrunched up in a way that a girl should avoid doing. You're already ugly, so at least try not to look any uglier. I'll be saving it for next time. You'll seem to be healing, so just bear with it for a while. Next time, Something even worse could happen to you, and we won't have a potion anymore if I used it now," I said, being intentionally irresponsible, turned my back to her, and started walking away. "Aight, I'ma go take a walk around. You stay put here, get some sleep." Hey, wait, don't, here. Sheesh, talk about a pain in the ass. Notice already, damn it. No way am I just gonna give you my potion. I ignored her as she called me all sorts of names as I left the fairy square. Right around 2 hours later, I came back to the square, not having done much other than walk around the surrounding area. I wasn't really looking for anything, just killing time. No, I'll admit, I was getting the jitters. I couldn't calm down, but these 2 hours gave me some time to resolve myself. This was my path. This was the only path available to me. Shinohara could be healed up by the time I got back, and that'd be fine in and of itself. And if she was dead, that'd be fine too. But if it was the type of wound that just kept nagging at you, if it was something that just won't heal without a potion. Yo, Shinohara. Still alive. Fuck you. Shinohara was alive. Her semi-closed wound didn't look any better. At this rate, she'd eventually just die from blood loss anyway. She'd been healed by the clovers to a certain extent, but they weren't enough to fully finish the job. They might have actually saved her from a much faster death, now that I thought about it. I should take this as a lesson. Clovers were useful but not all powerful. Listen, I'm thinking I can let you have it, the potion I mean. You will. Whoa there, where'd all that energy come from? Yeah, not lying, I swear. There is a condition though. What is it? I'll do anything, just say it. Let me fuck you once. Oi, what's wrong? Cat got your tongue? You're the one who just said you'll do anything, remember? What? Didn't hear me? I asked if you'll let me fuck you. As in, my dick in your pussy, sex, sex. Do you still not get I? Are you insane? Seriously, how come you're constantly this loud? That wound really will open up if you keep this up. That being said, she'll soon be screaming for a different reason, if you know what I mean. She'll also have to move so much that it'll definitely cause more bleeding. Speaking of which, her wound might just not be the only place where that happens. Calm down and listen, alright? We've been in this shithole 3 days already, and I haven't done it even once. It really backs up, you know what I mean? That's your reason. Why, you shameless creep? You're actually trying to rape me. You say it like I'm forcing you. I'm making a deal with you here. Now, if you were a guy, I would have never even brought it up. A guy would have nothing to offer. But you're a woman. While I'm a man. Which means that you do in fact have something to offer. If you don't want to, that's still fine by me. I'll just have to hold back my libido for a while. Think about it, if I was the type of guy who couldn't hold back, I should have already raped you by now. No, really. This dumb bitch sleeps without a care in the world. We were basically a man and woman sleeping in the same room, just a fountain between us, and the idiot never even realized how defenseless she was making herself. It was honestly so stupid looking at her, that I honestly didn't feel like taking advantage of the situation. Are you actually fucking kidding me? What kind of BS is this holding back? Just admit that you think about sex all day long. Alright, have it your way. Deal's off then. Sorry about that, Shinohara. I'm kinda backed up here, just wanted to help you help me take care of it, that's all. But if you're not up for it, I guess I can't give you this potion here. I said as I took out the potion, flaunting it in front of her. See, can tupl. No, can do. This belongs to me, and it's very, very precious. Shinohara was stretching out her hand to take it, but I kept it just out of her reach. In the info we got in our notebooks, it clearly says that just by pouring this blue liquid on a wound, it's enough to fix it right up. And it's instant effect too, no pain or scars. Like magic, literally. Do it. You say something. I said, I'll let you do it, alright. Now hand over the potion, asshole. Oi, watch the language, that sorta stuff really turns me off. I told you already, I'm fine with not doing it at all. Listen closely, Shinohara, you're the one asking here. Not me. I could almost hear her teeth grinding in frustration. She was getting really desperate now. She was already crying. I know that, okay. Please, Hafsa, NNH. I didn't really want her giving me that sort of dirty talk. I'd reserve my right to make a girl say and do nasty stuff only if they're pretty, like Yukiko for instance. A subpar bitch like Shinohara just needed to shut up and offer her cunt. Well, I can't say I'm that bad of a guy. Otherwise I wouldn't have started off kindly with a kiss. Having had her lips stolen while she was in the middle of saying her humiliating line with painful resolve, Shinohara reflexively stiffened up and almost tried to push me away. But maybe remembering that she'd accepting that this was going to happen, her hands fell limp as she gave in. She didn't even try to bite my tongue. NH, you reek of sweat. Asshole. Unlike her, Yukiko always smelled amazing. Though I guess I should have expected this considering where we've been the past few days. I probably stank too, and besides, it wasn't so bad that it had turned me off. Oh, look at that, you got some good tits on ya. Not really. It's normal. True. But with her looks, I wasn't really expecting much. But I was pretty glad about it. It wasn't often that I got to handle tits with a good squeeze to them. Yukiko's pretty small after all. I'll admit, you win in the breast department, Shinohara. Speaking of tits, I always wanted to have a go with a girl with extra large knockers. Someone like Randu Kyuko, the size on those, damn. Meant to ask. Shinohara, you still a virgin? Does that really matter right now? No, not really. I'm just trying to be considerate here. If it's your first time, I figured I won't go too rough. I could never not go rough with Yukiko, by the way. It wasn't even me, she became a monster in bed. I mean, she's always so quiet, I wanted to at least let her go wild when she wanted to. I really liked Yukiko, loved her in fact, so I tried to do good by her. But Shinohara, she was more like a prostitute than anything. I didn't really have to be gentle with her. So, you gonna tell me or what? I'm a virgin. Got a problem with that? Not really, it's pretty normal. Now, let's just get it over with. I was ready on my end since a while ago. And after we're done. Sorry Shinohara, I'm gonna have to go back on my word. Whoa, damn, it is instant. The wound was closing up right before my eyes as I poured the potion over it. It doesn't hurt anymore. And it worked so well that she wasn't even feeling the pain anymore. The clovers should have helped, but this was healing on another level. No, the most shocking thing here wasn't the power of the potion. Thanks. I was kind of scared you weren't gonna use it. What? You really think I'm that bad of a guy? I can tell you no, I'm no psychopath. Really? Yeah, alright, I don't need to hear it. I bought your virginity with that potion. That's all there is to it. No it isn't, damn it. The fuck are you doing, you absolute idiot? Why'd you have to waste that precious potion on this dumb cunt? Are you actually retarded? I was mentally chastising myself to no end. The surprising thing out of this whole ordeal was the fact that I ended up using the potion at all. I'd meant to leave her here, let her die. That was clearly the optimal option for me, the path that'd give me the most merit. I'd been only thinking of making her useful for once and fucking her before I left her to die. And my mind hadn't changed even while I was in the middle of screwing her. I wasn't charmed by her, mind you. The act of taking her virginity wasn't somehow more pleasurable than if I did it knowing she wasn't one. Why would it? Makes no sense. In fact, it felt much better doing it with Yukiko since I was so accustomed to doing it with her. But, yeah, after I was done, I kinda felt that it was fine. I was somehow okay with using the potion on her. I felt so stupid. I couldn't believe I got attached to this ugly bitch just after fucking her once. Higuchi, no way, are you blushing? Do I look like I'm blushing? I'm not the virgin here, dumbass. Don't get cocky with me, Shinohara. You start getting uppity, and there won't be a second time. Heh, you sound like a tsunda. Or, don't laugh. Ahaha, it's so strange. I just got raped, but it doesn't actually feel that bad. It wasn't rape. I went through the trouble of getting your full consent, didn't I? Guess it's true that you stop caring about the small stuff when your life's actually on the line. Bitch ain't even listening. Shinohara was getting increasingly irritating with that wised-up attitude of hers. Bitch only lost her virginity today and now she thinks she'll all grown up. This was why Yukiko was the better woman. She always got her quiet and proper act down in spite of the fact that she was a massive pervert inside. And guys fell for it left and right. Strange, I think I can get along with you a lot better from now on. What a coincidence. I feel the exact opposite. What do you say we go our separate ways from here? Oh, quit kidding yourself. I'll be here to occasionally take care of your needs, so you better work hard to protect me. You got a real knack for bossing around, don't you? This bitch was really starting to get on my nerves. Ah well. Guess I could keep her around for a little while. I gave up. Take care of me, Higuchi. She probably thought I was into her now. Shinohara and I exchanged a kiss. Talk about forced affection. And though half reluctant, I assented. Sure, guess it's fine. Man, this is gonna become a pain when I meet up with Yukiko again. I stood up with my body heavy, thinking about all the problems down the road when… this is bad. I need to clean myself, don't you peek Orla? Kyle. Shinohara had stood up with me, but I instantly pushed her out in front of me, on reflex really. The fuck? I came to my senses when I saw the spray of blood that followed. I felt the wetness of blood on my skin. It didn't hurt. It wasn't my blood after all. It was Shinohara's. Right, Shinohara, what just happened to her? What just? Shinohara dropped to the ground. I did throw her just now. But simply falling over was hardly a reason for her to bleed like a fountain. Wait oi, how the hell do you get a large gaping wound on your back like that? We'd just had sex, so Shinohara was still naked. The white skin on her back was now gouged open. The size of the wound made it clear that it was completely fatal. She was still gushing blood. Sinking in a pool of her own blood seemed like the perfect description for the scene. I didn't get this. Why was this happening? Hey, you hit Emmy, you idiot. I was aiming perfectly. But then Higuchi, he just suddenly threw her in front of the… I saw some familiar faces at the entrance to the fairy square. A guy and a girl, both from my class. The guy was Seitu, and the girl, Ijima. Seitu was a typical four-eyed otaku. The type of guy who didn't dare get near someone like me. He wasn't as disgusting as Yokomichi, wasn't as loud and obnoxious as Seitu, and neither did he have a girly face like Momokawa. One of the real nobody types. I get it now, so you're the bitch who shot that magic. Meanwhile, Ijima was, I think she was one of the girls in Shinohara's otaku group. She should technically be her friend. But I can't say I knew the details. She wasn't friends with Yukiko or anything, and Shinohara never mentioned her either. Anyway, I already had a basic grasp of the situation. Oi, you bitches. The one they were trying to kill was me. I didn't know if they were trying to save Shinohara, or if they didn't care what happened to her, but that didn't matter. They probably saw me naked and relaxed after having just had sex and thought that it was their chance to get me. But they didn't account for my search time's high sense reacting. It had instantly put my head into danger mode. As a result, even if I didn't mean to, my body moved almost subconsciously, thrusting Shinohara in front of me, making her take the blow in my stead. Shinohara died, and it was my fault. I killed Shinohara. I wasn't even thinking that. It was his fault, he chose to shoot. Fuck this. Seitu, I'm killing you. You're fucking dead. It's been a while since I'd gotten this pissed. Once I started going out with Yukiko, I pretty much stopped constantly picking fights like I used to in middle school. I'd mellowed out, so to speak. So this felt almost nostalgic, to completely let loose and forget about the consequences. But in contrast to this burning rage fueling me, my body moved smartly and dexterously. I quickly got down on the groan and reached for my gakuren. I slipped my hand into the pocket that held my weapon. I flipped up the edge of my butterfly knife as soon as I slid it out, and now ready, I took aim. I can do this. Attack spells couldn't be shot one after another like a machine gun. Some needed chanting, and others, while they could work without chance, they still left a gap in between consecutive shots. Seitu was the only one holding a staff. Ijima had a sword, so she could be a swordsman or warrior, but I'll deal with her later. Having used throw dagger to the point of it becoming practically second nature, I could now tell a lot about the speed or accuracy of a knife throw before I even did it. And this sense told me that the mage, who was still hesitating between running away and attacking again, was easy pickings. I won't miss. Yeah. My knife struck Seitu right where I wanted. I'd aimed for his right shoulder. It was a far cry from being fatal, but now, he won't be chanting so easily. Pain hurt after all. Yard. And I only pushed on from there. Without reaching for my belt that held my other knives, I judged that I should take full advantage of the situation, with the two still dazed from my earlier counterattack, and I ran at them with an intimidating roar. Even without any shoes on, or any other clothes for that matter, my skill, high walk, activated smoothly, getting me across the fairy square in the blink of an eye. Aura. Once I was close enough, I jumped, still maintaining the speed. I struck my heel dead on Seitu's face as the bitch was still groaning in pain from the knife in his shoulder. I made him eat my full-speed flying kick. Opk, nah. Seitu was knocked down, blood spurting from his crushed nose along with his shattered glasses that sprayed its fragments everywhere. You like that, bitch? I got a lot more. I immediately followed up with a kick to his stomach. The sharp impact on his solar plexus caused Seitu's body to rise slightly into the air. The bitch had now gone limp, but I was far from done. Try and kill me? Hope you don't mind if I return the favor. I was ready for this. I'd already accepted that I'd have to kill sooner or later. Seitu, you should help me test that resolve. I could almost thank them, these attackers. They reminded me that no, you really can't survive here without the willingness to kill. My doubts were gone now. I didn't feel anything changing in me, but I knew. I knew that now, I could kill. Die, bitch. I pulled the knife out of his shoulder and slashed his throat. Ha. Seitu wheezed like he was out of breath. Blood sprayed all over me while I switched the knife into a backhand grip. I brought it down once again. I stabbed his heart. Once, twice. That should be enough. The bitch was now frothing red at the mouth. He'd die in less than a minute. But I didn't exactly have the luxury to oversee his pain till the end. No, get away. From not too far away, Ijima's yelling was getting to me. Her hands were shaking in terror as they gripped her sword, almost ready, but too scared to attack. Right. I needed to kill this bitch too. You're trying to kill me too, right, Ijima? Stay back. I'm a swordsman. I can kill you if I have to. That a fact. Who was she trying to kid with that pathetic stance? Her knees were shaking. Don't need that. She was holding her sword with her hands all stretched out, so I went and kicked its handle, relieving her of her weapon. It was a move I'd learned for dealing with scum who came at me with weapons in hand. It really saved me this one time when one of the more dangerous of Black High's punks picked a fight with me. The bastard snapped and pulled a knife on me when I pushed a few too many of his buttons, but lucky for me, he had no idea how to hold one. It was really my first time pulling a move like that, so imagine my surprise when I sent his knife flying. Of course, I made sure to teach his body how a real pro uses a blade. The bitch in front of me right now reacted much the same way as that punk, too surprised by the sudden pain in her hand to realize that her sword was now gone from her grasp. The sword fell with a clang a little distance away. This bitch was an idiot too. She kept blankly following where the weapon was going and kept her eyes fixed on it. This wasn't meant to kill, but I put a good amount of force behind my fist as I punched Ijima square in the face. Ingie. She wasn't as small as Yukiko, but this bitch was still pretty lightweight. The dead straight punch with my full weight behind it lifted her off the grass a little, before she crashed back into it. After kicking her sword away to a corner of the square, I gave her the same treatment as I did Seitu. A kick to the stomach. Girls were surprisingly weak to that. Want some more, Miss Swordsman? I'm sorry. No more. Please. Oi, a punch and a kick, and you're begging already? Your swordsman god must be crying with how pathetic you are. Ijima, tell me something. You guys saw me fucking Shinohara just now, right? I didn't. See. Fine, Doesn't matter. The way I look right now, you might have already guessed, but me and Shinohara were getting it on over there. I was equipped with my butterfly knife, but was otherwise in the nude. Not entirely clean though. I had my body painted with blood from both Shinohara and Seitu already. So she was a virgin, yeah? She was so loud and annoying the whole time that I barely got into the mood, you know? I only got to do come once. Sad state of affairs that. Now if it was Yukiko, she'd be all like, come on, you can do more than that, really egging me on. But Shinohara, she was just done after one time. So, well, simply speaking, I still had a raging boner going. And I wasn't shy about it in the least. I made sure Hajime knew what I wanted and how I wanted it, displaying my full girth so she could get a good look. So I'll be fucking you now. Ah, you. Please, not that. Anything but that. Alright, I'll just go ahead and kill you then. But, I'll be killing you slowly and painfully, not the easy way like I did with Seitu over there. Death or rape, your choice. You get to choose which you get stabbed by, my fully erect dick or my blood-soaked knife. Oh, okay. Do whatever you want to me. Just, please, don't kill me. Good. That's a smart girl. Good choice. This was my second chance. I couldn't go through with it with Shinohara. I wasn't able to make the cruel choice, once. Be good and listen to me, and I'll treat you real nice like I did with Shinohara. But this time I'll do it. I'll kill, I'll rape, and I'll laugh as I kick their corpses. Why? No. 8. Phew, your pussy wasn't half bad, Hajime. See ya, rest in peace for me. I fucked her for a while, until I was completely satisfied. After which, I stabbed the bitch in the chest. I figured I ought to do it quick, else I risked getting attached to her too. Hajime looked at me, her expression shocked like she couldn't believe I'd just done this. In response, I got it in me after all. I laughed. I was able to laugh just like I wanted. Guilt, morals, regret. Stuff like that could just fuck off. We were in a damn dungeon and they'd just become a source of stress. At least I was kind enough to give her a quick death. So how long are you planning on hiding over there? I was done with her, so let's not waste time dealing with the next problem. I'd noticed this fag just after I was done giving my first load to Hajime. He was so obviously scared shitless that I left him be until I was done with my business with the bitch. My instincts were telling me he wasn't going to be a problem. This fag didn't even have the guts to attack me like how Seitu did. So I'd left dealing with him for later. And my instincts were right on the money. This retard didn't move from his spot at all while I was getting my fill with Hajime. Get out here, now. Hi Higuchi. Oh, it's just you, Seitu. Ya looked so scared in that corner. I thought you were Momokawa. Seitu Mosoru entered the fairy square, completely pale in the face. Fag was dual-wielding a sword like the one Hajime had and a goma knife like the ones I used, right and left hands respectively. He wasn't as big as Yokomichi, but he still had a big enough body that, if he used it correctly, could apply a lot of power. But this guy was a loser to the very core. He lacked the courage to even try to save a girl getting raped, and didn't have the smarts to pull off a surprise attack on me. I didn't know what his job was, and I didn't have to. There wasn't a single chance I'd lose to him. My thief senses were tingling. This guy in front of me was a chump. Why did you do all this? I'm the one asking question, Seitu. I could easily gut him right here and now. But would it get me anything? The answer was no. I'll give you a choice, either die here, or be my slave and come with me. The dungeon wasn't so easy to solo. I wanted to have people watch my back, people I could trust. Friends. But that wasn't possible in my case. Friends to watch my back. I fucking wish I had someone straight out of shonen manga like that. So my best bet was to force them. Find someone who looked useful and make good use out of them like a slave. Slave. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Just what it sounds like. You'll get to carry my stuff, act as bait, and be my meat shield when I tell you to. Anything, I say, you do. You should thank me for finding work for a loser like you. I know that I Don't like it? Then die here, simple. This here is me giving you the right to live. TSK, damn faggot Saito. He was sweating bullets trying to come to a decision, but he was just wasting my time. Fucking make a choice. If you think I'm gonna wait around until you wrap your head around this, you got another thing coming. I'm not a patient guy, so here, let me give you some motivation. Wait, just give me some time to. This fag was so pathetically slow. Saito didn't even see me high walk my way right up to his face. What are those weapons even for, bitch? Boo-ha. I socked him in the face. Oi oi, you're a big guy, what are you doing getting planted with one shot like that? Look at me, Saito. You know I'm stronger than you. You follow me and you can go deeper into the dungeon. Work well for me, and I might just release you in the end, promise. So how about it? He was like a living sandbag that had fallen to the floor because the chain broke. I gave him a decent serving of punches and kicks. You ugh. Stop. I get it, I'll do it all right. I'll be your slave. Looks like we got a deal. I gave his beer barrel belly one last kick before leaving him there. I had work to do. I was filthy with blood and sweat, so I needed to wash up at the fountain. I also needed to see if Hajime and Saito had any good stuff on hand and… Aight, time to head out. Now done preparing, it was time I finally left this fairy square. Walk in front of me, dumbass. I'll tell you if there's any traps up ahead, if I feel like it. Now walk. Okay, alright, I'm walking. I kicked Saito on the ass to get him moving, pushing him up to the doorway out. Finally, I walked into the square, to the biggest fairy walnut tree. Under it lay the still body of Shinohara. I didn't bother doing anything with Hajime's or Sato's. But I felt bad about leaving her body in that state. It was a real pain, but I cleaned her blood off, put her uniform back on and rested her down with a white handkerchief covering her face. It was a present from Yukiko, and I'd used it for her like this, sort of reluctantly, but I thought she deserved this much. Sorry. I muttered. I really didn't know what I was supposed to be apologizing for, but I did anyway. I had no other words. Instead, I placed a healing clover, one of mine, beside her. I then stood up and said my goodbye. See ya, Shinohara. You were an ugly and annoying cunt, but you weren't that bad. I began walking, not once looking back. I'll fight for my own survival. I'll use any means, make any sacrifice. I'll do it only for my own sake, and I'll make it out of here. I dare anything to come at me. Whether it be Soma or Tendao, I'll take 'em all on. And I'll buy the last one standing. Chapter 81, Hostility. Yo, looks like ya came to. Guess I should say it's good to see ya again. Higuchi, Kyuya. Whoa there, you can relax, man. I ain't looking for a fight, promise. What kind of idiot did he think I was? There was no way he forgot what he did to me. No wait, knowing this piece of crap, he might have actually did. He was the sort of scum that could go on ruining others' lives without a care. His victims would obviously never forget, but for him, it'd be just another day. Just my luck. If only Mei-chan was here. I'd even encourage her bashing his shit sideways, which I'd follow up by stripping him to his underwear, tying him up with my black hair bind rope, and tossing him into the middle of a monster-infested room. Stop right there, don't you come any closer, I cautioned him. Haha, I'm not gonna bite. Higuchi was still talking casually, but he listened and stopped coming closer. He also had his hands raised as if to show that he didn't mean me any harm. There was a good amount of distance between us, but then again, I knew that he was a thief. Natsukawa-san, the other thief I knew, would be able to dash across this distance before I could react, so if I assumed that Higuchi was at least as strong as her, I was already within his range. Rem and number 2 had, of course, sensed my distress and had swiftly taken up arms to defend me. But in all honesty, Rem, as she was currently, just wouldn't match up to an actual job holder. The most she could do was buy a few seconds for me to prepare my next move. But there was still the fact that he hadn't tried to kill me instantly when I walked into this fairy square. Which meant that he, Higuchi, had something he wanted, something big enough that he'd try to get friendly with someone he once tried to kill for no reason other than convenience. I don't want to fight you either, but I have no plans to join your party, or talk to you for that matter. I'll be leaving right now, and I hope we don't cross paths again. Or, don't be like that man. This zone's boss is a real tough one. Help us out, will ya? You haven't tried any other routes. Getting past this boss is the easiest one. What about Masaru and Aya-san? Are they dead? Course not. They're still with me. Oi, it's safe now. Maybe he'd somehow sensed that I was teleporting in and made them hide just in case. On Higuchi's call, Reina Ayas peeked inside from the square's entrance, and then quickly ran in with her usual cutesy manner. She maintained enough distance from me so that we wouldn't need to communicate. Kotaru. Masaru followed soon after, his face looking extremely awkward. He obviously had a lot of things to say to me, but I didn't want to have to bother. I didn't have to deal with whatever sort of guilt he might have been feeling, and I wasn't the sort of big-hearted person that could simply forgive a once-friend-turned-traitor. See, I know I don't look it, but I treat the people on my side real nice. And those two are living proof, aren't they? Seeing as I've brought them all the way here. Sure, and since you have 3 people already, you don't need me, right? Gotta admit, there was a time when I was thinking along those lines, but you could say I've seen the light. Anyway, I realized that the dungeon's too tough with a party of only 3. Too tough as in he couldn't beat this zone's boss. That being said, Higuchi's proposal itself wasn't all that strange. I'd even experienced it once when the Hirono x Nishiyama couple requested basically the same thing of me and Mei-chan. Even for trash like Higuchi, he'd have the sensibility to cooperate in beating a boss before yapping on about the 3-people rule. So if that really was their current situation, I at least didn't carry the risk of getting backstabbed before we beat this boss. Alright, fine. I can work with you. But in return, once I show you how capable I am, you need to make me your 3rd member. Masaru's the 3rd now, but he's a slave, so be sure to get rid of him when that happens. Sure, I'm totally okay with that. It's true that we gotta decide who to keep on the team based on merit. It's only fair, right? Fair, yeah. So Masaru's standing in the party hadn't changed since I last saw them. Since Higuchi could still say he was fine getting rid of him, Masaru didn't matter to him at all. And currently, that traitor was very overtly listening in to our conversation, but didn't dare cut in. He'd already been made to know that he was in the lowest rung, a place from which he even lacked the right to speak without proper permission. So, what do you say, Momokawa? Deal? I'm not exactly happy about it, but sure. I'll cooperate. It's great that you catch on fast. Thanks, man. Oh, and sorry about last time. Let's both try to forgive and forget since you're joining us and all. I can promise to not bring in my personal grudges while we're cooperating. That works too. Looks like we got ourselves a deal. Thanks, Momokawa. You're a real lifesaver. Sure, don't mention it, Higuchi-kun. Higuchi and I exchanged a stiff handshake. And then, at that moment, I made my resolve. I'd kill him. Here. I swore it. But first, I needed sleep. I stationed Rem and number 2 to stand guard, but going to sleep here was my biggest anxiety, to be quite honest. Higuchi had left me alone as I slept. I hadn't woken up to find a knife in my chest, and neither had I been bound and gagged. This at least confirmed that the previous conversation wasn't just some big charade to make me let my guard down. His story about the high difficulty boss now seemed a lot more plausible. Yawn. I yawned, looking a bit dazed as I'd just woken up, but in my head, I was already thinking up plans. The first and foremost thing on my list was to kill Higuchi. Why? Naturally, because of the simple fact that this guy was crazy. Even if everything he said was true and he genuinely wanted my cooperation, I'd still want to kill him. It was his psychopathic mentality. His attitude towards me on our first encounter and his treatment of Masaru clearly showed how far gone he was. I didn't consider that a bad thing, per se. His ability to make on-the-spot, ruthless decisions could be considered an important factor for survival. But it was that sort of mentality that completely negated any form of trust one could have towards him. Sure, I could work with him. We might even beat this zone boss with me on the team. But then what? Higuchi was unfeeling to the point that any sum of effort on my part would garner not even the slightest amount of his loyalty or trust. Even if I, say, saved him from a grave wound with my ointments, he wouldn't turn into a trusting companion like Mei-chan. He wouldn't bat an eye at letting me be fatally wounded even if he had the means of defending me. Higuchi Kyuya was a threat to me, maybe not now, but eventually, and definitely. So since we had this chance re-encounter, it was only natural that I try to eliminate him as soon as possible. But maybe I was just as crazy as him, what with how I was already making plans to commit first-degree murder. No, I wasn't the same. I wasn't always like this. My mentality was learned. That time Higuchi stole my core from inside the armor bear that I killed. That was when I learned true humiliation. And that time when Yokomichi attacked our party. That was when I learned that one of us students could, and had, killed another. I had a clear motive, and even a logically just cause to kill Higuchi. So I just needed to do it. Kill him. I wasn't harboring any doubts. There was no law and order in the dungeon. I had to do everything in my power to survive. When I attacked Yokomichi with my spear, I struck him with the intent to kill. I just had to do that again. My conscience hadn't stopped my hands back then, and it wouldn't do it this time either. Anyway, enough about my resolve. That wasn't an issue. The big problem was the how. How was I supposed to kill this powerful thief with the measly abilities of a shaman? I had to think up a viable plan, and fast. Yo, had a good sleep there? Sure, whatever. Morning. Hey man, you don't need to glare. What, you the type that gets cranky in the morning? Nah, I was born with this face. Oh, that's right, isn't it? Higuchi was acting too friendly for my liking. He was the type that would wait right up until we beat the boss together, and then pat me on the back saying good job, while simultaneously plunging his knife. And I wasn't the sort of naive idiot who'd start getting friendly just because he was. What was he really thinking? That if he acted friendly, I'd let my guard down? Or did he really not care? It felt stupid to think too much about it. If he wanted small talk, I'd just give him small talk. Ya didn't eat yet, right? Want walnuts? Just asking, but you don't have anything else, right? Like snake meat. Ha! Snake. Snake meat can be surprisingly tasty. Ah, I mean the non-monster variety. I couldn't exactly say since I hadn't had snake monsters. Momokawa, you really eat snakes? Like, no joke. Yeah. You can roast them over a fire and use the rock salt that gomas use. That's pretty out there. You a hero or something? What did Soma Yuto have to do with this? Try catching a snake if you see one. Haha, sure, I'll think about it. Fucking Higuchi, he made a face like he'd rather bear it with those tasteless walnuts than deal with eating snakes all of a sudden. What a fool, to not have realized the true bliss that is meat. I tried not to commit even a trace of this meaningless dialogue into memory while I ate a dreary breakfast of walnuts and water. Everything said and done, I hadn't thought up any good ideas on how to kill Higuchi. If you're done, let's go for the boss. You what now? As if he was waiting for the moment I finished eating, Higuchi went and said something that heavily implied that we were somehow ready to face off against a boss that I knew nothing about. Of course, my response was a firm no. What? The hell, Momokawa, don't be a lazy ass. I'm not going. You haven't told me a plan or anything. We don't need that. It'll be fine. I'm saying it won't be fine. Aren't you stuck on that boss yourself? If this was Mei-chan with her berserker strength, we could have viably attempted winning a fight against strength-based bosses, and come out on top most of the time. But let me just put this out there, a shaman is someone that needs precise information about his target, and even after aiming only at its weaknesses can the shaman only barely manage to win. Ah well, you got a point. This idiot. No wait, maybe his apparent idiocy was a ruse. Yeah, I couldn't imagine Higuchi actually being that stupid. He'd made it this deep into the dungeon mostly relying on himself. That is, he didn't have a strong supporter like Mei-chan or class rep to rely on. Heck, he was practically carrying 2 extra pieces of baggage. If he was only relying on his skills like Yokomichi, he would have parted ways with Aya-san and Mosoru by now. And unlike me, Higuchi had the power of sociability. He had the totem pole trio as underlings, and could communicate fine with girls too. There were even rumors of him going out with Randu-san, the one girl who was even close to Mei-chan in terms of bust size. In other words, unlike me who was always minding my own business and being an otaku in a corner of the classroom, he was making connections to people left and right. There was no way someone of his smarts would talk this senselessly for no reason. Just as I'd been acting friendly while biding my time, Higuchi was also showing me a facade, meaning that he was only pretending to be retarded, just to see if I would let my guard down. For instance, say I accepted his offer just now. Say I went with the flow, didn't at all try to get more info about the boss, made no plan or preparation, and just went for it. What would he think of me then? He would, from that point on, think of me as a pawn that I was sure of. And once he thought that, Higuchi, being the scumbag he was sure to make full use of me until I wasn't needed anymore. I'd be a second Masaru, his slave number 2. Like hell I'd let that happen. You need to tell me everything you know about this boss first. How it moves, how it attacks, any special abilities, weaknesses, even things you might think it can do. I need everything. Sure, but relax man. The boss ain't going anywhere. I know, so we don't need to hurry. But I'll still need to know everything first. Yeah, explaining's gonna be a pain in the, I'm not really that good at that stuff, so instead. Oi, Saichu, you do it. What? Gasped Masaru, clearly alarmed at suddenly being called. This whole time, he was sitting still at a corner of the square. I don't really. I was trying to say no. Come on Momokawa, don't be like that. Sure, there might be some bad blood between you two, but back then, I was the one who forced him to do it, and you know, he's been pretty sorry about it. Of course Masaru didn't do it by his own will, and I knew that. I could also imagine him being depressed over the fact that he was made to do that to me. But that didn't mean I was ready to forgive him. Actually, did Higuchi really expect me to listen to his platitudes when he was the root of that whole incident? Look, we're gonna have to fight a boss as a team, right? And I know you two were best pals. I'm sure you can get along again like old times. I don't think I can get along, but I can talk to him. Good. You gotta start somewhere. I wanted to tell him to shut the fuck up. Aight, he's all yours. Higuchi showed me a smile that I knew was fake as he switched places with Masaru. Chapter 82, Killing Intent. Hey, it's good to see you, Kotaru. Sure, whatever. Just talk. I had neither the intention nor the time to make up and be friends with Masaru again. The one I needed to focus on wasn't my once friend, but Higuchi, and what he was planning by making Masaru talk with me instead of himself. Right, I'll do that. The boss here was a pretty big guy, and I guess it looks like a Goliath. By Goliath you mean from Yubi? Yeah, exactly like that. So it looked like that. I guess it wouldn't be strange to find something like that in this dungeon. Goliath is a guy who appears in the Old Testament, a 3-meter tall and buff as all hell warrior. And David, you know, the guy with that famous nude statue, was the one who beat him. This famous statue apparently tried to capture the figure of the biblical hero as he aimed a headshot on his much larger opponent. So anyway, over the years, the name Goliath has been used in lots of media, and the one we were talking about was a game both me and Masaru had played, Yubi, short for Undead Bounty. It was a zombie shoot-'em-up and had a boss monster called Goliath. And according to Masaru, the boss they were up against looked a lot like it. This Yubi Goliath basically looked like a gorilla. It had a lot of horns and spikes sticking out of it, and got red, glowing patterns when it went into rage mode, but was otherwise just a big gorilla. Wait, does it also shoot beams out of its chest for no apparent reason? No wait, don't tell me it gets boulders out of nowhere and starts throwing them at you. No, that'd be just weird. Phew. That mystery beam and boulder rush were both insta-kill moves if they hit you in hard mode. I was glad that this Goliath wasn't irrational like that. But we only fought it for a few minutes before running, so I can't tell you if it can use magic or not. Okay, fine. Just describe what you know. It only tried to punch or grab at us. But the problem was that it was too big and fast for us to handle. If Ayasan didn't help, we might have been toast. So it was definitely the super strength type. Damn, I'm not actually that useful in melee. But now I was interested in Aya-san's powers. And what's Aya-san's job? Masaru quickly glanced at Higuchi like he was asking for permission. I didn't miss that. Reina-chan's got a pretty rare one, the thief answered. It's called Spirit Master and she can use fire, ice and lightning magic. She's pretty much like a master mage. Technically it's her pets, guardian beasts, that do all the work, so she's more like a summoner than mage. You see it in a lot of RPGs. Apparently they didn't need to hide it, so Higuchi explained the basics about Aya-san himself. If what he was saying was really true, then she had a really powerful job as far as mage jobs go. Any other mage I saw had only one specialty element. For class rep it was ice, for Nishiyama-san it was wind, and for Soma Sakura, while she was a special case with the Saintess job, she also just had the light element in her arsenal. And Aya-san already had 3, fire, ice and lightning. That meant that she might be able to get more, like wind, or earth, or even light and darkness or some other element I couldn't even imagine. And her abilities weren't simply using the different elements, but using them well. I could guess this from the fact that her magic was strong enough to deter the Goliath enough to let them run back to safety. Plus, if she'd really been weak, then Higuchi would be treating her not like a princess but like a slave. And since his behavior towards her was the former, it meant that he also acknowledged that she was not someone to be trifled with. Got it. But I still need to see how you all fight in practical terms, so I suggest we try taking out some mobs in the general vicinity. Sound good? Whoa there Momokawa, trying to find a weakness already? I haven't fought in your team before, so I'll need to know some stuff. It's for better teamwork. I couldn't tell whether he really suspected me or was just joking. Hehe, I'm kidding. So you want to go now or? A bit later, I need some more time. I got here right after fighting a boss too, so I need to get some things ready. Okay, partner. Acting as if he took my word for it, Higuchi had nothing more to say, so he went away and laid back on one of the fairy walnut trees. Hey, Kotaru, can I, help with something maybe? No need. You know what, you can fuck off. I don't want to deal with a traitor like you any more than I have to. Oh, right. Yeah, his plainly sullen face wasn't going to work on me. I didn't need to care about him. Right now, I had to reorganize my thoughts with all this new info. Around half a day's worth of resting time later, we all left the fairy square so we could do that team-building exercise I suggested. Wow, it's similar, but there's like a whole new feel to it. This zone of the dungeon still had the same concrete-esque stone walls, but while before, everything was shades of grey, this play was practically white. This zone looked a lot cleaner, and the light panels above seemed brighter as well. Oh yeah, there's lots of traps set up in this zone, so watch your step. Don't worry too much though, I can tell where they all are with my thief senses. Traps, huh? Maybe I was lucky, but I'd encountered exactly 0 traps during my whole time in this world. The only time I heard of them was back when Mei-chan mentioned one. I had no clue as to how they worked or operated in the dungeon. I wanted to fix that soon. But I had to get Higuchi out of the picture first. The more time I wasted, the better he'd know my powers. It kinda feels like a hospital. Really? I don't see it. Oh, don't step there. There's something in the ground. Of course, there weren't any white beds or that astringent smell of antiseptic here, but the clean and white area surrounding us felt very clinical. There were large white domed areas that seemed to mirror the green forest domes that I've seen a lot. All in all, it looked like a large-scale hospital. The rooms, the halls, the passages, everything was such a same stark white that it all almost seemed disorienting, but Higuchi was able to instinctively tell which spots had traps set up. Even the path he indicated just now looked no different from any other. Of course, if it did, it'd defeat the purpose of the trap. Higuchi, how do you tell where they are? Intuition. Thieves have a specialty in that sort, don't know about other jobs. Natsukawa-san also said similar stuff about her intuition. This likely means that those with the thief job has a high probability of getting trap sensing skills. No, not just traps. Thieves were better at sensing enemy presences too. Skeletons up ahead. We can use them, right? Higuchi walked casually with his hands in his pockets, but was still able to accurately detect which way the skeletons were supposedly coming from. You said before that the skeletons here are the only easy ones, right? Yeah, they'll be fine for practice. Yeah, no problem. Then, almost like a repeat of what happened with the Hirono x Nishiyama couple, we used skeletons as fodder to show each other our abilities. There. Higuchi said that's about it. Kind of a bummer that the thief job doesn't get any of those flashy finishing moves. No, I think you're pretty strong regardless. It was a unit of skeleton troopers. I'd first seen one of these when I was in class representatives party and we were going around hunting skeletons for their equipment. Back then, we were able to easily finish off those mobs as a 6-member party, but Higuchi was able to defeat almost the whole unit all by himself. His weapon was a common Goma knife that, despite him not using slash or any other battle art as far as I could see, cut apart the arms, legs and even the backbones of the enemy mobs. Once he cut them up, he would deliver a literally bone-shattering kick to finish them off. His basic strength already far exceeded the norm, but this could be due to him simply being physically stronger than Natsukawa-san or even Kensuke Asuna even back in Japan. And this was clearly the tip of the iceberg. He should have already gotten a bunch of battle arts, and if he used those fine-tuned movements with a skill like High Walk, I might not be able to follow him with my eyes. Other than attack moves, he was also likely to have support skills specialized for thieves. All in all, Higuchi was strong. Right, so I also got to observe how Masaru fought, though not much. While Higuchi dove into the troopers' formation, 2 of those skeletons broke off from the unit and came towards us. Masaru took on those ones. He'd said he was a warrior but, frankly, it was very disappointing. I mean, sure I may have only seen powerful vanguard fighters like Mei-chan, Natsukawa-san and Kensuke Asuna, but Masaru wasn't just bad compared to them, he was worse by magnitudes. With his awkward fighting style, he was barely able to manage 2 skeletons only after using a bunch of his battle arts. He was beyond hopeless. No, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. This could just be how a normal person with a magical job looks. If I'd been given swordsman or warrior, I'm sure I'd be just as hopeless as him. But now that I finally got to witness his level of strength, I could understand why he'd let himself be Higuchi's slave all this time. This was his only means of survival in the dungeon. With his N00B skills, he would have died at the first boss if he went solo. The next room up ahead has some skeletons too. Your turn, Momokawa. Sure. Call out if you don't think you can handle it. We're teammates now, gotta help each other out, right? My turn came along with another asinine line of platitudes. We'd scavenged some of the better equipment from the last unit of troopers, so now Rem and I were better equipped. Rem dual-wielded a sword and club, while number 2, who was not as strong, equipped a club only to focus on blunt damage. I had an iron spear like usual. Let's go, Rem. Just like the usual. Rem and number 2 dashed into vanguard positions while I was rear support. The 3 of us had experience hunting tons of skeletons to prepare for the basilisk fight. The troopers here looked to have better equipment than the ones in the poison zone, but they weren't all that much stronger. My spear was useless as I only used a black hair-bind tentacle furnished with stones at the tips to deal blunt blows. Once Rem and number 2 beat them down enough that they were slow to react, I was able to crush them with my tentacle hammer. Though truth be told, it was faster to just let the 2 of them handle everything. The fight ended with the Mud Doll duo scoring more than half of the kills. That's pretty much how I do it. Nice, you're pretty strong yourself, Momokawa. No, that took everything I had. Thankfully, I was able to hide my stronger shaman skills. I only used the 1 black hair tentacle for the makeshift stone hammer, while I completely hid the existence of rotten bog and red hair twine. They also didn't know about the red knife, my fire-enchanted weapon. Still, I don't expect Higuchi to actually believe that this was my full strength. I was tense and nervous as to how far Higuchi had been able to deduce about my other abilities, and also whether he'd sensed my intent to murder him. The both of us displayed only friendly facades as we progressed further into the dungeon. The boss room is right after this one. We'd arrived at our destination. Splayed out before me was another large, circular hall room, but this one with an ostentatious gate standing on the other end, in addition to a white monolith in the center that looked like a gravestone. And what's that white monolith supposed to be? A save point, duh. What a nice dungeon, to kindly set up a save point right outside a boss room. You mean, you don't know? Got it. Come on, Momokawa, I thought you'd like that one. That's what I thought when I saw a fairy square for the first time too. This one's more like a checkpoint. Welp, that's a real otaku for ya. You know your stuff. It almost felt natural how easily he was able to make fun of me. It was still beyond annoying. Someone like me just can't get along with an honest-to-God DQN punk like Higuchi. It really stands out here. Makes me think it has some purpose. Did you try putting a core near it? We did, yeah. Nothing. My intuition also told me that this wasn't a trap. I touched the stone object all over and without any reserve, which led to no particular result. I even borrowed a small core from Higuchi and touched it in multiple places, which also showed no reaction. Maybe it's a transfer device? But even if that was the case, I simply didn't know how to use it. I couldn't find anything like a switch, and neither was there any slot or groove to place a core in. I did have one weird theory where this might be a flag event object that only reacts to the chosen one, like Soma Yuto. He was the hero and all. Yo, you done yet? Yeah, I'm done. Couldn't find anything either. I returned the core, and after giving the hall one more look over, I was ready to go back to the square. You wanna go take a sneak peek at the boss? Need more time? Those skeletons had some good stuff and I need to know what I'm dealing with. Careful, ain't ya? Well yeah, life on the line and everything. Of course I'm gonna take my time preparing. Boring. But you got a point. Higuchi accepted my proposal to return and had now turned his back to me. Now was my chance. My gut was telling me to go for it, and I believed that it was right. Higuchi wasn't looking at me, his hands were still in his trouser pockets and he believed that I would be silently following right behind. Just now, I said that I'd take my time preparing. But the most important thing in a fight is to know when to just go for it. And I knew that that time was now. Now was my biggest and only chance. If I went along with Higuchi any longer, he'd definitely make me into his pawn. I could honestly say that he was stronger than me. And once he is also sure that I couldn't do much against him, I'd become another of his slaves. Like Mosoru. Okay, I can do this. Right here, right now, I'll kill Higuchi. Entwine its escape, with weaving hair. I chanted that only inside my head. He was a thief, and would likely hear me no matter how quietly I said it. I wasn't going to take even the smallest chances. As for Mosoru and Aya-san, great, they were already outside on lookout. They shouldn't be able to get to him on time. Calm down, you got this. I have the power and weapons needed to instantly kill one unsuspecting and unarmed human being. I can do it, I will do it. I will kill him. Black Hair Bind. Chapter 83, Friend. First, I needed to hold him in place. I cast a full chant, full power Black Hair Bind, and manifested it from within Higuchi's own shadow as he was walking away with his back to me. The reason I didn't use red hair twine was because that curse needed my blood to function, and I'd need to at least raise my arms to shoot the red, acidic wires at him. So instead, I figured that with black hair, I could be attacking from closer, ergo faster, coming from right under his feet, in addition to having a guaranteed element of surprise. You got him. The worst case scenario, where Higuchi's intuition would sense my attack coming and thereby dodge the close-range tentacles, didn't happen. The nimble black hair tentacle quickly wrapped itself around Higuchi's ankles, winding up to his waist so fast that it looked like he was being swallowed whole. His arms had been in his trouser pockets, so the tentacle was able to wind around his whole body in a way that made him completely immobile. The thinning tip of the tentacle spiraled up still more, now squeezing around his throat as if resonating with my antipathy towards him. But I wasn't about to waste precious time strangling him. Go, I commanded as I let go of my spear, in its place, unsheathing the red knife and a normal one and launching them straight at Higuchi. I had, of course, attached the duo of knives to a pair of black hair tentacles, making my chance of landing both hits on him practically 100%. Higuchi was currently standing stock still like a scarecrow in an open field. He was a target I couldn't possibly miss. As I'd commanded them, Rem and number 2 were also charging at my restrained prey, holding their respective weapons. My dual knife strikes in addition to flanking attacks from both Rem and number 2 should leave Higuchi in dire straits no matter how superhuman his current strength was. But even if all that still can't put him down, I only need to repeatedly stab him until he breathes his last. Die. Higuchi. Wow, taking big risks there, Momokawa. I felt my knives strike only air. Why, how come I missed? No, more importantly, why wasn't Higuchi there anymore? And here I thought through bind was gonna be useless. Hehe, the god of thieves really knows his stuff. Through bind. Damn it, that's right, Higuchi had actually escaped through my black hair bind, effortlessly even. The sheer speed with which he performed this feat was so fast it was practically magic. Even though I'd bound him up so completely, I couldn't even register him escaping. And my knives that were dead set on gutting Higuchi only moments before were now stabbing the space he was supposed to be, but in fact, wasn't. Even the black hair tentacles that had been binding him still maintained the contours of his body. Higuchi himself was currently standing just one step away from the mishmash of knives and curses that should have guaranteed his death. What the actual fuck? No way could he have prepared for this. How can there possibly be a specialized skill that can get him out of any sort of bound state? No, this might just be the sort of skill that's unique to the thief job. Fugue. Rem. Haha, too late. Higuchi raised his leg to make a kick, his hands still stuffed in his pockets. His casual kicking posture didn't have the elegance the likes of a polished technique delivered by Kensuke Asuna, but he more than made up for it with his superhuman strength and speed. The sole of Higuchi's foot hit squarely on Rem's abdomen just as she'd come close enough to strike him with her sword. Reinforced with night mantis parts, the current Rem should have been as heavy as me, but she was nonetheless easily sent flying. The hell, that thing's harder than I thought. He must have expected to break Rem's armor with that kick, which fortunately hadn't happened. I didn't see any cracks on Rem's green body armor while she was still rolling on the ground from the previous impact. But this one, haha, broke like a sand castle. Higuchi had speedily landed a second kick on number 2, who reached him at almost the same time as Rem. But unlike her mantis-framed sister body, number 2 only had a skeleton base with a few mandragoras added in. Her body, far less resilient, had shattered as it was also sent flying by Higuchi's warhammer of a kick. Number 2 crumbled apart at the stomach, her two halves landing separately. Nope, nothing. I wasn't getting any more reaction from her. Number 2 was gone. Weak. You're still weak, Momokawa. And your stupid mud dolls are, junk. That's what they are. Fitting minions for the weakest job. Wait. Higuchi, I'm sure you didn't forget that one special ability I have, right? Course, I remember. It's hard to forget a punch to the gut like that. Shit. Think, Momokawa Kotaru, think. With things as they are, I should give up on killing Higuchi and just focus on running away. I could imagine Higuchi being completely furious right about now, and even if he wasn't, he had surely labeled me as a hostile enemy. But as long as I had pain return, he wouldn't try to kill me directly. Don't you dare think of killing me, Higuchi. Spare me from going down to hell with you. Ya don't have to tell me twice, Momokawa. I promise I'll never get involved with you ever again, so let me leave from here right now. Peacefully. Your move, Higuchi. Even if you try to kill me here, I'm not as weak as I was back then. I won't let you beat me to a pulp like that, ever again. True, my surprise attack ended in failure, but I was far from powerless. If he sent Masaru, who still couldn't harness his warrior abilities, to beat me up, I could think up a few ways to deal with him with black hairbind and rotten bog. He should realize that, like a cornered rat, my bite wasn't going to leave him with just scratches. Chill out, Momokawa. Honestly, I'm not even that mad at you. Higuchi shrugged as he sneered out those words. What kind of bullshit was it this time? He obviously wasn't still planning on making me join his party, that I knew for sure. Momokawa, you got balls, I'll give you that. I didn't think you'd try to kill me this early. This kind of thing is literally impossible for a loser like Saitu. Heck, you might just be better at this than anyone else. Thanks, I'm putting my life on the line here, so I'll take that as a compliment. You don't feel like you killed anyone yet. But I can tell, you're dead serious. He was able to tell stuff with his thief intuition, which likely also clued him in on the fact that I was up to something. There was also the possibility that he only let himself get caught in the tentacle bind because he knew he could get out of it with through bind. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that I'll admit it. I'll admit that you're a worthy enemy. It takes some serious balls to try and kill me with your shitty excuse for a job, but you're the sort that might just pull it off. That's why you're a threat, an enemy. His tone remained casual in spite of his serious words, which could only mean, so I did some thinking too. And I came up with a good way to kill you. Damn it, Higuchi had already thought up a way to kill me. Black hair. Haha. Too slow, Momokawa. I had attempted to bind him from his own shadow once again, but he nimbly jumped away, evading the tentacle. Shit, so he was able to dodge just fine if he could see me do it. A thief's agility was not to be underestimated. Wait a second, Higuchi didn't only dodge just now. Didn't I see him do something else? Ark. I heard the clink of metal hitting stone, probably the monolith, behind me. At the same time, I felt a sting on my cheek. Wait, what? A knife? Goddammit, I didn't even see him getting ready to throw that. This might also be one of his thief skills. Fuck, that stung like hell. But the fact that he cut me also meant that Higuchi himself had to bear the same pain. I could see a smooth cut on his cheek and a clear line of blood dripping down from the wound. But that repulsive smile was still stuck on his face. Calm down. No matter where he cut me, so long as he was also damaged in the process, Higuchi wouldn't dare aim for any vitals. He also couldn't afford to limit my actions by targeting my arms and legs. The status quo was still. I suddenly heard a mechanical crank of moving parts, and the next thing I knew, the ground underneath me was gone. Ha! My feet stood on nothing. The solid white stone floor that I was standing on had simply disappeared. Ha! What is this? No, wait, it can't be. A pitfall? Wah! I reached out my hands in delirium. No good. The area that had vanished from below me wasn't so small that I could reach for the edge. No matter how desperately I stretched out my arms, they didn't have anything to grab onto. Black hair bind shot out of my palm. I made the tentacle rope as quickly and as tough as possible. That pre-boss room had nothing other than the monolith at its center, so only Rem could grab the rope that separated me from life and death. Gaga. Ugh. I felt a jolt as my body abruptly stopped its descent. It felt as if my arm was going to tear off of my shoulder. I only barely swallowed the pain. Ah. Holy fuck. I looked down only to see endless darkness underneath me. I could feel a cold breeze coming from below. That settled it. Falling down there meant absolute death. No, what mattered now was getting back to solid ground. I slowly absorbed back the tentacle, gently pulling myself upwards. On Rem's side, she had wrapped the other end of the tentacle rope around her waist and was worriedly peering down at me. Good. It looked like Rem had a firm hold on the rope and the rope itself was tough enough to support my weight. I should be able to make it like this. Whew, an instant rope, not bad. Not bad at all, Momokawa. It looks useful, so you must have practiced a lot. Higuchi. Higuchi's face screamed of morbid joy as he clutched onto Rem's skull, mockingly peering down the hole. Rem was giving it her all, just bracing herself so I wouldn't fall, and couldn't really do anything about it. What now, Momokawa? What'll you do once I push your cute little mud doll off and it falls with you? Shit. You planned this. You planned on using this pitfall all along. He couldn't just stab me normally since he'd die too, but he could try all manner of indirect methods. For example, he could push the switch to a pitfall trap. This wouldn't be the same as physically pushing me off a ledge. He could pull a lever, push a switch, or make me unknowingly do any of those. But would that sort of indirect attack really work to deter pain return? I'd never tried it, but my gut was telling me that yes, it would work. Pain return would have absolutely zero effect on him if he were to push Rem off and let me fall to my doom. This isn't your normal pitfall, just to let you know. Go on, try to guess how I set it off. Higuchi spoke to me while swiveling Rem's head with his palm, as if to tell me that any strange moves from me and he'd do it. He now had control over my only lifeline. It might seem like him gloating about it was a stupid move, but maybe the position of power really got him going. Higuchi looked like he was having a blast. The knife? No, it was blood. Oh. Good job, you're right. This pitfall mechanism had activated right after Higuchi threw his knife. The knife had grazed past my cheek and only stopped after hitting the monolith behind me. If he only needed to use the knife, it would be meaningless to injure himself by cutting me, which meant that he needed to somehow get my blood to the monolith to make it work. If it works by blood, that means that the monolith is some sort of sacrificial altar. You knew this and you guided me here for that purpose. Wow, you're on a roll, Momokawa. You Damotakis really know your stuff, don't you? I bet you played games with this sort of stuff all day. Hey listen Higuchi, don't mess with shady stuff like sacrificial altars. You never know what it might do. Most times, this sort of thing just summons a really powerful monster. Nah, not this one. This is just a teleporting device. How did he know that? He clearly wasn't bluffing, he was saying it like it was a fact. Do the words, ancient tongue, mean anything to you? Wait, you have a skill to read that. What, you can read it too? No, you know someone who can. Well, too bad you didn't notice it. So that's it. He must have gained a reading skill like Takanashi Kotori's Decode Ancient Tongue, basic, which he used to read the instructions for activating the trap set up in the monolith. This was how he also knew for sure that this was some sort of transfer device that needed a sacrifice. I hadn't seen anything that looked like letters when I was scrutinizing the object. No, maybe it was just that I couldn't, since I didn't have the required skill. I'm gonna be using this to get to the next zone without needing to beat the boss. It all comes down to whether you have the right skills or not in this dungeon. If you're gonna curse anyone, curse the god of shamans who only gave you shit skills. You can do that plenty once you're dead. Wait Higuchi, shouted a voice that wasn't mine. Ah, fuck off, Saitu. And add the san you fucking fatus. This isn't what you said. You said we'd work together with Kotaru to beat the boss, right? I'm not saying it again. Fuck off, bitch. What the fuck? How come Mosoru was doing this all of a sudden? He didn't have any place in this. I was the one who was about to die and he, a loyal slave, shouldn't have had anything to worry about. He wasn't going to get any thanks from me trying to feel guilt this late in the game. Please man, you don't gotta do this. No really, you don't have to kill him right? Yeah, Kotaru's got a super weak job too, so you can just... Fuck that, think before you use that blowhole. That little motherfucker down there tried to kill me and it won't be the last time. His job doesn't matter. He ain't a loser like you. Well, of course my job didn't matter if I wanted to kill someone. I only need a knife to slit someone's throat in their sleep. He'd be insane to try and recruit someone who's tried to kill him once already. Ain't that right, Momokawa? You hate my guts, and you've hated me ever since I stole that core from you. Yeah, ever since. But let me tell you one thing, I ain't letting myself get killed, not by you, not by anyone. Who cares how much you hate me? I sure as hell don't give a fuck. I'll laugh as I kill you, and anyone else who tries this shit. He would. Higuchi Kyuya was just that sort of person. So fuck off with your friendship crap, Saitu. Since you're here, just stand there and watch. Watch as your friend falls to his death. Then, Higuchi pushed Rem off. In fact, he kicked her off, and Rem was helpless to do anything about it. She was using all her strength and balance to keep me from falling, and that had left her completely defenseless. And now she was falling with me into the pits of a dark hell. My eyes met those of Higuchi beyond my reached-out hand. His eyes showed crazed delight. He kept watching. Despite his certain victory, he kept watching to see if I made any move with my black hair tentacles. He had also taken out his butterfly knife that glinted as if to tell me any struggling would be futile. Despite knowing that he would just cut it off, I had no choice. I had to try. Wah! Kotaro. My body jolted a second time as it stopped falling. Wait, why? I hadn't shot out any new tentacles, so why? TSK, Saitu, you bitch. You'll be fine, Kotaro. I'll pull you up, I won't let you die. Masaru had barely managed to grab a hold of Rem's ankle. He was on his stomach with his arm reaching into the hole. Why? Why are you trying to save me now, you traitor? Masaru had betrayed me. I wasn't expecting anything from him. Our so-called friendship was something that could only happen because we were living peaceful lives in Japan. It was a flimsy bond that held no weight here. It's 'cause we're friends. Fuck you. You betrayed me and sided with Higuchi. You're right. I betrayed you once. But not again. I can't betray you again. What was wrong with him? What was he trying to achieve with this? He was just being an idiot. Now was not the time to play hero. He wasn't Soma Yuto, and he couldn't be a hero like that no matter how hard he tries. Shit man, don't risk your life for this. I'm sorry, Kotaro. I'm sorry I punched you. I was too weak. I'm supposed to be a warrior, but I'm just weak and scared and… Stop. Stop it already. I don't want to hear your regrets. I hate you. Because you betrayed me. You're the one I hate the most, right under Higuchi. I wanted to curse you. I beat you up, and just left you there. I knew that you wouldn't be fine, and I was scared. What if Kotaro dies? I kept thinking that. I just kept thinking that I had to say sorry. I'm sorry. Stop. Shut up. Stop confessing. I don't want to hear it. I'm supposed to begrudge you, curse you. Ah, damn it, I fail as a shaman. I can't stop the tears. I know this isn't something I can just say sorry for, so I'll pull you up, I'll save you, Kotaro. Masaru. Ha, these guys are trying to bore me to death. All the while Masaru was desperately crying out his heartfelt apology and reaffirming his resolve, the heartless thief sent his merciless gaze down at the two of us. And the gleaming knife in his hand had already swung down. Gah. Hope you had a nice chat there, Saitu. But playtime is over. The knife stabbed into Masaru's shoulder. It had gone very deep. Deep red blood flowed down his arm, streamed across Rem, and dripped on my face. You can let him die now. Don't worry, just letting go probably won't count as you killing him, probably. Ugh, UGH. No. I won't. Please, Higuchi, don't. Oi oi, what's with this piece of trash? Where's all that courage coming from, bitch? Masaru screamed. Once again Masaru screamed in pain. Higuchi had grabbed the deeply lodged knife handle and twisted it further into Masaru's shoulder. It's fine, Masaru. Let go already. I can handle it. Don't worry. What do you mean? You can handle it. Kotaro, I got this. Don't worry. I'm not letting go. How was he even doing this? He was being subjected to pain he shouldn't be able to handle. It shouldn't be possible for him to act like it was nothing. Let go, damn it. Come on. No. If I let go now, I can never be your friend anymore. I won't do it. I won't be a worthless piece of trash like that. Again. I won't let go, even if I die. I won't let go. Aight, then die. Higuchi instantly pulled out his butterfly knife, as if to trample down that courage, as if to crush that wish, as if to silence that scream, as if to laugh as he burned it all down. Blood spurt out from Masaru's shoulder, scattering everywhere as Higuchi flicked his knife and aimed once again. Ah, kh. A raspy noise leaked from Masaru's throat as blood flowed out. Sprayed out. Higuchi had aimed precisely at his carotid artery. No, Masaru. Masaru, say something. He couldn't. Blood was overflowing from Masaru's mouth, so much that he couldn't even breathe, let alone answer. Ah well. That's another idiot gone. He only had to be my slave and he would have lived a while longer. Courage don't work for idiots. Once he disobeyed me, he was as good as dead already. Rambling on like he was annoyed, Higuchi stabbed Masaru on his back. This wasn't to deal any fatal damage, but just because he felt like doing some extra violence. He kept stabbing his weapon on the back of another human being, of a classmate, needlessly, callously, endlessly. Masaru. Whoa, is this legit? He didn't let go even after he died. I've killed lots of monsters, and I've seen people die. So I could tell immediately. I could tell that Masaru was dead. His life had been exhausted and he was gone. My ointments wouldn't do shit at this point. Masaru would never open his eyes again. But he still held on. He still held on to Rem's leg. He still held on to me so that I wouldn't fall into the hell below. Haha, this is rich. This is pride or something. Even a loser like him got to show off in the end. Good for you, Momokawa. Laughed Higuchi as he kicked Masaru's corpse off the edge. You got to be friends again before you died. Have fun in hell together. Higuchi, you bastarded. And then, for the third time, I was falling. Together with Masaru's dead body, I fell into the depths of the sacrificial pitfall. Chapter 84, Shaman vs. Thief, 1. TSK nah, can't see all the way. I was staring down into the dark pitfall where Momokawa had fallen down along with the fat ass. It might seem like I was being too cautious, but lots of stories have it somehow turn out that they were alive after all and that crap. You'd be an idiot to believe that they're dead without even confirming the corpse. This was something I had learned while fighting the many monsters of the dungeon. That no matter how close to death's door they may be, never, ever let your guard down until you know they're dead. This might be like that saying, a candle burns brightest just before it goes out. Oi oi, what's the damn hold up? This teleport device needs a sacrifice, and offering one human is good enough to make it work. There was some more written down, but that was the limit to how far I could interpret the ancient tongue on the monolith. Still, I thought I had it right, so what gives? Meh, I can wait. I had already offered up Momokawa and Saityu. That was 2 sacrifices. If that still wasn't enough, I'd just have to give up. Offering a 3rd sacrifice just wasn't an option. I couldn't afford to lose Reina Ais just yet. This wasn't due to me not wanting to kill her, no, it was because fighting her with my current strength wasn't wise. Her powers were a real pain, and I'd be killed if she really wanted me dead. The problem wasn't Reina herself but those guardian beasts under her control. They had a will of their own and could act independent of her, their master, so even when she was asleep, they'd maintain a vigilant watch. They were not animals, but spirits as implied by Reina's calling, so they didn't get hungry or tired either. As long as Reina had mana, they could function around the clock. It was hard to find an opening like that. Hey, thief god, if you're listening, I killed 2 of them, so get me a good skill, aight? Something I can use against magic. Man, that felt dumb to say. My senses suddenly shot alert. This was search times high sense, no doubt about that. I used this skill so much, I wouldn't mistake it for anything. What the fuck is this? Something's coming, but what? Momokawa did say that some powerful monster might get summoned, so was that it? Like, 1 sacrifice gets the transfer magic activated, but any more gets me a monster. Shit. I wasn't even sure because I couldn't read everything that was there. No, this was different. I could tell. TSK, the little motherfucker's alive. I could feel it clearly. This threat had a burning hostility specifically towards me. This enemy was coming for me, climbing up from the depths of that dark hell. Higuchi, I fucking had to be you, Momokawa. I could feel a boiling grudge in Momokawa's scream as that large, dark something leaped out of the pitfall. I'm not dying here, and neither is Masaru. Shit, you gone crazy or what? That thing isn't alive. I killed Saityu. The identity of that dark something was Momokawa, directing his cheeky, stray cat-like eyes at me in vengeful rage, along with Saityu. No, something that only looked like him. I said it looked the same, but it had some distinct differences. Overall, it still had on the same gakuren and had Seityu's swords hung at its waist. The most jarring difference was that its eyes showed only white, completely rolled back, as if it was dead. Because it was dead. Saityu was dead. But there he was, still standing. Saityu, while carrying Momokawa, had climbed up the pitfall in a furious speed, and the 2 were now standing in front of me for a rematch. I'm not dying until I get to kill you, Higuchi. You raised him from the dead. That was all I could think of to explain it, and that was how it looked. All around Seityu's corpse, I could see parts of that mud doll, Rem, stuck to it like pieces of armor. He had the mud doll's skull fixed on his head like a biker's helmet, and its arms, legs and shoulders were covered in that tough, green armor. To top it off, it even had a long mantis scythe growing out of its right hand. It appeared as if Momokawa was controlling the corpse through his mud doll. And the fact that it could climb out of the pitfall meant that it wasn't weak. The walls along that hole were the same stone walls as in all the rooms here. They were flat enough that any normal human would never get a firm grip, but it could be dug into using sharp enough claws. So the only reason it could have climbed back up so fast was with inhuman strength and those sharp claws I could see on its fingers, likely fashioned from mud doll parts. TSK. You got another thing coming if you think you can kill me. But I'll tell you this. Using a weak loser like Saitu was a big mistake. No, with the two of us, with me and Masaru, we can, and we will, kill you. Don't get cocky, Momokawa. Don't think I don't have other ways to kill you. Like tying him up and throwing him into the boss room. If it works, then the boss will die when it kills him. I can get the core and be on my way. Plus, throwing knives wasn't all I was capable of. Like him, I also had a pretty good binding skill. Get ready, Higuchi. I'll give you a painful death. Ha, bring it, Momokawa. I'll beat into you what it means to have the weakest calling. To be frank, it was a miracle that this even worked. That, or the sheer depth of Masaru's regret as he died made it possible. It worked so well, that I almost thought his spirit was still helping me. Vile mud doll. I cast my curse, all the while falling closer to the bottom of the dark pit. For ingredients, I had my blood, Rem as the base, and a set of new parts, Masaru. Masaru's corpse. I was sure it'd work. I was attempting to reform my mud doll on the fly. I had already done it once when I solo battled a night mantis. I had put Rem in rotten bog and recast her creation spell which had caused her to combine with the bog. With that as a precedent, I knew that the process took only an instant. If it took any longer, I'd likely go splat at the bottom of this abyss. Higuchi's biggest mistake was using a pitfall this long. If this was only as deep as human hands could allow, I wouldn't have had the luxury to conjure up countermeasures. Gu, go, gaga, clacked Rem. Both Rem and Masaru's body were instantly swallowed up by a familiar chaotic shadow substance. They had turned into a swirling glob of curse for only a moment before the end result was revealed. The chaos vanished, leaving Masaru with Rem's parts stuck onto him like armor. Masaru quickly righted his body while mid-air, grabbed me with a hand, and used the claws on his other hand to latch onto the pitfall wall. It seemed as though Rem's bony hand had fused with Masaru's, making those claws sharp and metallic in nature. The claws released sparks as they dug into the walls, slowing our descent. That was scary. I muttered after we'd finally stopped. I was clinging on to Masaru's back while he was using both his arms and legs to grab the walls like a bug. Looking down, I could actually see a glimpse of the bottom now. Long, conical spikes were lined up at the very bottom of the pit, ready to kill anything that fell in. I was close. Almost too close. Masaru, no, I guess you're Rem now. Of course, I knew that already. I hadn't resurrected him. This wasn't that sort of magic. This was the same old vile mud doll. In other words, Masaru was only used as parts. Sorry, Masaru. I'm a shaman after all. This is all I can do. There might be something really fucked up about me if I had to use my own friend's body in this kind of ritual. But it's because I'm his friend that I could understand how he would feel about this. And I know you'll help me out, man. You and me, we'll kill Higuchi together. Revenge was the only thing left to him. He wouldn't dare rest in peace before ending the life of his killer. So what if his own corpse was used to achieve it? That just proved the depth of his grudge. I knew this not as a shaman, but as a fellow human being. This grudge, this hate was only human. I had to kill Higuchi by my own hands if I hoped to let Masaru pass on. Goa! Cried Rem, who had possessed, or rather, was in control of Masaru's body. This looked different from the usual where she would compound and merge parts and ingredients into herself. It almost looked incomplete. This isn't a mud doll anymore. It might as well be necromancy. Magic that could raise the dead. It certainly felt like something a shaman should be able to do. Maybe if my calling was necromancer instead, I could have done this from the start. Or maybe a shaman was a higher class of calling that could use necromancer skills too. I couldn't really tell whether this was mud doll or some new curse magic that spontaneously happened. But the details didn't matter right now. The important thing was that Masaru was helping me. He was able to stop our fall by piercing into the walls, proving that this corpse doll had tremendous strength and reflexes. Let's go, Masaru. GA. Masaru's corpse doll was even faster than the pawn ants in the insect caves, looking at the insane speed with which he climbed up the pitfall. Higuchi. Fucking had to be you, Momokawa. Higuchi was no doubt surprised by the fact that I could survive a fall like that, but his thief senses were sharp as ever, and he had already taken a combat stance, ready to fight us. His right hand held the butterfly knife he had used to kill Masaru, and in his left, he held a well-made long knife. He held both knives in backhand grips, and his form looked practiced and refined. I'm not dying here, and neither is Masaru. Shit, you gone crazy or what? That thing isn't alive. I killed Saito. Yeah, he was right. Masaru was dead. He had his throat slit and had bled out like a tap. It'd be strange if he was still alive. And now, we'll be thoroughly making him pay for giving Masaru that cruel, painful end. I'm not dying until I get to kill you, Higuchi. You raised him from the dead. TSK. You got another thing coming if you think you can kill me. But I'll tell you this. Using a weak loser like Saito was a big mistake. No, with the two of us, with me and Masaru, we can, and we will, kill you. Don't get cocky, Momokawa. Don't think I don't have other ways to kill you. Even I had some ideas. He could easily tie me up and throw me into the boss room, for example. I wasn't naive enough to think that I could manage something as long as I had pain return. Get ready, Higuchi. I'll give you a painful death. Ha, bring it, Momokawa. I'll beat into you what it means to have the weakest calling. Oh, I'll bring it all right. I'll use every curse I have to grant you the most painful death. Chapter 85, Shaman vs. Thief, 2. Twine into hairs, O rotten red, become thread which violates flesh and bone. Red hair twine. I grabbed stones in both of my hands, attached them to red hair twine strands, and flung them forward. At the same time, Rem drew the sword hung at Masaru's waist and dashed forward. We were going with the usual formation. The current Rem had enough battle prowess to be considered a proper vanguard, so I could calmly provide support from the rear. Oh, red ones now, Higuchi exclaimed. Let me guess. They hurt real bad if they hit. It looked like he could easily predict the trajectories of my red hair tentacles. Higuchi only needed to sway his body to the side to dodge the acidic wires coming so straightforwardly at him. Not only that, he even cut one down with his knife. The hell, this was one of my good knives, man. Higuchi complained. With a hiss of melting metal, that knife now had a small chip on its blade. With that, and obviously from the way red hair twine looked, he should have figured out its acidic nature. GA. Right as Higuchi finished warding off my attack, it was Rem's turn to strike. Heh, this thing's doing a lot better than that bitch Saito ever did. Rem moved fast, as if she had perfectly assimilated Masaru's warrior specs into her new body. But despite that, she failed to cut down Higuchi with that powerful slash just now. Higuchi held his own against Rem's expertly flowing series of sword strikes. He almost made it look too easy. He was dodging, parrying, and counterattacking the corpse doll without any change in his confident expression. TSK, of course a dead body doesn't feel pain, Higuchi spat as his butterfly knife lightly carved into Rem's side. Some blood spurted out, but the injury had done nothing to slow her assault. He must have realized that fighting close range wouldn't get him anywhere, and he swiftly withdrew a few paces. There, I yelled, taking aim. Nah, shouted Higuchi, easily dodging. Taking distance from Rem had only made him more open to my own attacks. My cursed red hairs were easy to reconstruct even if split. He could sidestep or cut away all he wanted, but my red hair twine would only keep coming, relentlessly. TCH. This is getting nowhere, Higuchi griped in annoyance. I felt the same. I wasn't hitting at all. Rem would close in again, match her slash with mine, Higuchi would dodge it somehow, take a few steps back, then get attacked by my red hair. The cycle kept repeating. Were we cornering him? No, judging by his expression, that didn't seem to be the case. We kept repeating this back and forth, but it seemed that Higuchi was losing neither stamina nor concentration. He just looked irritated. Should I keep at it? Could I wear him down like this? No, that was a bad plan. He was stat-wise stronger than me, meaning that the longer this fight continued, the more time he'd have to adapt to our two front attacks and think up a way to strike back. I also couldn't say with confidence whether my concentration could hold out until then. It should be about time. Swell, rotten bog. The strands of red hair twine Higuchi had been cutting away were all over the place. In other words, drops of my blood were everywhere, meaning that now I could manifest rotten bogs anywhere of my choosing. Fuck. Higuchi cursed. Red bog acid bubbled up from under Higuchi's feet as though he had stepped on a trap. Of course, his danger sense triggered immediately, letting him jump away. Higuchi's feet touched the corrosive water only for a moment before he leapt up and away from the bog's effective radius. The acid had only slightly melted the soles of his shoes, so no real damage was done. Swell, more. I wrung out my mana to expand the bog as wide as possible. Now that he had seen rotten bog, I had to make use of it before he had the time to adapt. Cade. Higuchi winced. The bog had suddenly expanded, and that had clearly caught him off guard. That was probably the first time I saw panic rise in Higuchi's expression. I did it. I thought as my rotten bog grew beyond the spot Higuchi was set on landing. Die. I yelled. This time, his shoes weren't going to protect him. They'd only need to melt away a little more to expose his bare flesh to the acid. For a thief, having their feet damaged should be devastating. With his agility gone, he would no longer be able to so easily dodge Rem's powerful slashes that borrowed their might from the warrior calling. He had to protect his feet at all cost. He pitched his hands downward. Of course, sacrificing his hands wasn't going to be any better. His ability to fight would drop either way. Goddamn it. Higuchi roared, managing to save his hands. He had to sacrifice something else though. Namely, the long knife in his left hand. He had stabbed the blade into the bog acid, causing it to vigorously start melting. But the few seconds that knife took to submerge had given Higuchi all the time he needed to make his escape. He put strength into his left arm, supporting the weight of his whole body on the single limb, and then jumped once again. I was amazed at how smooth and acrobatic his each movement was during that whole process, but figured that he could only do this by drawing out the full potential of his thief calling. No, this is not the time to get impressed. TSK, I clicked my tongue, that didn't go as planned. You sure pull in all the stops, Momokawa. He only had to throw away one of his knives to escape rotten bog. Damn it, if only I'd made it deeper. But no, I didn't have enough focus to both expand and deepen it at the same time. I didn't have a hexagram either. Forcefully broadening it had made the bog shallower than normal. No matter, I could think about this later. I had hoped to end it with rotten bog, but now I should prioritize thinking up anew. Yeah, shouldn't take it easy just cause he's a mage, Higuchi voiced as if coming to a decision. I'll finish it quick. That was when Higuchi's eyes changed. He had been underestimating me, and had almost paid dearly for it, so he was now going to get serious. I may not have his danger-sensing intuition, but I could sense that clear change in his mindset. With no time to think up a plan B, I sent in red hair to somehow try to delay him. Shit. He was fast. He once again effortlessly snaked clear of the acidic strands as he made his move, much faster than before. He had used his empty left hand, grabbing another knife from his waist he threw it. At least, that was how it looked. Gaga. Rem, who had been closing in, collapsed on the spot. Rem didn't feel pain. Even if her body got stabbed, it shouldn't prevent her from moving. One knife wound from Higuchi shouldn't have been enough to stop her. Which meant, Rem's sudden fall wasn't caused by the knife. Wires. Hee. Higuchi snickered before making another knife-throwing motion. You're not the only one with a binding skill. That was when I realized, he was not throwing one knife, but two, and at the same time. and in between those two knives was thin metallic wire. These knives, connected to each other, were not meant to stab directly, but only have the wire in between connect. Once caught, the knives themselves would wrap around the target via centrifugal force. Higuchi had used his first throw of wired knives to bind Rem's legs, and used the second one just now to restrain her arms and torso. Rem, use your mantis blades. Nope. Higuchi yelled, moving to Rem's position in the blink of an eye. He then struck a powerful kick on the immobile corpse doll. Jie. What in the... His kick had actually managed to lift Mosoru's overweight body, blowing it away. If I had been hit by that, there was no telling how many bones would be shattered, not to mention how my internal organs would undoubtedly be paced. Ah. I panicked. With Rem out of the picture, there was nothing to stop Higuchi from coming right for me, which was exactly what he was doing. I could only keep piling on the red hair, while also adding in black hair bind from his own shadow. I knew he had the through bind skill, but it might still serve to slow him down. Hair, can't catch me. Phew, why don't they hit? He's this close, and I'm sending in so many tentacles, but they just don't hit. My black tentacles were jetting out of Higuchi's shadow, sure, but once they did, it wasn't like they could move with the shadow. The shadow was simply a base to grow from, and at the speed he was going at, by the time black hair bind was out, he wasn't even there anymore. Every new tentacle turned out useless, but despite that, I kept creating more, left foot, right foot, in his every step, not forgetting to pour in the red hair, but in no time. Crap, he's here. Kanya. Ah. I yelped. Higuchi made his move. He, of course, wasn't going to stab me. But he was too close. What was he planning? He was moving too fast. I couldn't see what he did. No, I couldn't see anything. My eyes. Aura. While I was still confused at suddenly being blinded, I felt a sharp blow on my back. WWH. I groaned, feeling crushed like a frog under a boot. I found myself knocked down and splayed on the floor. Fuck, that hurt. Higuchi groaned in pain. Should I gone easier on that kick? I shared the sentiment, literally. But it didn't feel like he'd broken any bones or hit any vital organs, so he sort of was able to hold back. It was then that I understood just how he was able to blind me so quickly. Basically, he just used a blindfold. It felt like a cloth was covering my face, maybe a handkerchief. The strip of fabric had enclosed in on my eyes and was held in place using wires. The way he was able to insta-blindfold me could be one of his thief skills, or a technique he himself made utilizing his original cleverness alongside his newfound superhuman dexterity. That didn't matter though. I couldn't even imagine putting up a fight in this condition. I wasn't the warrior type, so I had no skill or ability to sense stuff like his presence or bloodlust and react to it instinctively. I honestly believed that a shaman would never get any skill of that sort. I had to get it off, but once I thought that far, I'd realized that I couldn't move my arms. He'd gotten my arms. Don't even try to move, Momokawa. These wires are pretty sharp. Higuchi had had the time to tie up my arms even before I could think clearly after receiving his weak kick. We may have suffered the same damage, but him being a vanguard type meant that he was far more resistant to pain than me. It's the same concept as when Kenzuki-san gut punched me. The sort of pain that made me want to cry and scream, he could brush off with a fuck, that hurt bad and be done with it. And while I writhed defenselessly on the ground, he had taken the opportunity to come up with and execute a method to incapacitate me. I felt the thin wires digging into my skin. I felt stinging pain in my arms, and not just that, it felt like even my fingers had been wired up. I couldn't even imagine how he had tied me up so thoroughly, as it felt like my fingers would slice off if I so much as attempted to unclench my fist. Aight, good enough. Now you can't use those stupid curses anymore. He clearly had no idea what he was talking about. Did he think I couldn't use curses just because he had sealed my arms? I'm talking about that creepy black hair shit. It looks like you can make 'em anywhere, but I know how you have to look to make it work. It's plain obvious with how your eyes follow them around every time. You mage types can't really help that though, can ya? Oh right. Every one of the curses I used relied on me having a visual grasp of the situation. Black hair and red hair, While I could technically use them without looking, they'd be useless since I couldn't see where to direct them. Rotten bog, contrabeat butterfly, and even the all but useless red fever were the same. They all greatly relied on sight. And with my sight gone, I was made powerless. It's all over, Momokawa. Wait. No. I cried out. I was left without even a moment to struggle before he bound up my legs too. My ankles now wired up, Higuchi turned my body so that I was now laid face up. And then, he began dragging. Was he planning to throw me down the hole? No, he was certain to get pain returned if he did. Then, it had to be the boss room. Damn it, let go. Haha, Higuchi cackled. You sure can scream. You sound more like a girl than some of the ones I know. Shit, no, this is all sorts of bad. Actually crying and screaming isn't helping the situation. Think, man, think. How do I get out of? Oi, settle down. I don't need any more damage from your stupid curse. It hurt. I got too reckless and ended up struggling against the wires too much. But that was all I could do. Higuchi's wires hadn't loosened at all. Compared to him, I had the relative strength of an infant. No struggling on my part would so much as slow his steady march. Time was running out. The boss room had to be only a few steps away. Rem was still down. And even if she wasn't, and had attempted to release me from Higuchi, she wouldn't make it. I was on my own. I had to do something on my own. But I had no physical means of worming out of this. I was weak. I had my curses, and nothing more. If I could fight back with my tentacle curses, I would have done so already. But I couldn't. Higuchi had seen how I used red hair twine by releasing them from my palms, so he had sealed those hands with razor edge wires. He had made the smart move. My tentacles weren't so thin so as to allow me to cast them from a closed fist, and if I tried to open them, I'd lose my fingers. Sure, I could make them thinner. I could make them as thin as hair and slither them out from a gap, but then they would be too thin to do any real damage. Wait, maybe I could make thin red hair and melt the wires. No, I wasn't sure I could manage that without him noticing. Shit. If Higuchi notices me trying anything, I was sure to receive another kick that would leave me wheezing in pain. No, if I wanted to get out of this, I needed to use as many tentacles as I normally would. Using an overwhelming amount should allow me to distract Higuchi. Should I risk losing my fingers? Or maybe use red hair to free my hands first? Wait, wasn't there something else? A way for me to create a large number of tentacles even if I couldn't see or use my hands? Yes, there was. Black hair bind. Right as I said that, my head felt ever so slightly heavy. This wasn't because I was concentrating hard, nor was it due to a fast depletion of mana. The top of my head felt physically heavier. The reason for it was simple. I was creating black hair bind from my own hair. I had even tried this once before, so I felt exceedingly stupid for completely forgetting about it until just now. What? Higuchi voiced in surprise. It had worked. I only had to reach for the hand that was dragging me along from the leg. I couldn't see, yes, but I could still normally make out where the parts of my body were. And right now, my numerous black hair tentacles had bound themselves around Higuchi's arms. TCH. Higuchi spat. It was a strange, slippery feeling. I could no longer feel anything around the black hair. He had used through bind, no doubt. Higuchi had been forced to let go of me to escape being caught, and this gave me ample time to melt off the wires immobilizing me. I roughly wiggled my now extended front bangs to blindfold myself. The handkerchief was now off, and I could finally see my current condition. The bastard had wired me up really elaborately. I immediately cast red hair from my closed palms, and with the rotten bog-level acidity possessed by these red tentacles, they quickly began dissolving the steel-like wiring entangling my fingers and arms. I suddenly felt really glad I wasn't affected by my own curses. I'd be in a bad place right now if that powerful acid melted everything without distinction. My fingers were freed. I opened my fist to let out more red hairs and started working on the wires on the rest of my limbs. Almost. There. I was free, unbound, liberated. But Higuchi wasn't about to let that last. No, you don't. He was already holding a pair of wired knives and within spitting distance of me. "Cover!" I yelled. I quickly swished my head, spreading my black head of hair in front of me like a shield. Higuchi's wired knives were, in the end, ordinary knives. They'd at least get obstructed with a thick layer of tentacle hair blocking the way. I didn't have the visual prowess to see Higuchi actually throwing the knife with the level of agility he boasted, but this time I knew where he was going to aim, and so could put up a defensive. "Shit, you and your goddamn curses." And as I'd expected, my black hair tentacles had managed to catch the knives without issue. Higuchi's sharp throwing knives did cut off some of the hair, but against the sheer density of tentacles, they had lost all momentum. Higuchi quickly changed tactics. He surmised that thrown knives weren't going to be of use, so he endeavored to close in on his own, his butterfly knife in hand. Which was not at all good for me, since he could easily escape any binding. "Dear." And that's when Rem rushed in from the side, roaring. Great, she'd made it. And it looked like it definitely took some effort. I could see many thin cuts all over Masaru's body. But wounds meant nothing for an unfeeling corpse doll. Her sword ready to kill, Rem leapt at Higuchi. "Out of my way, Fatas." Reacting incredibly fast, Higuchi switched target from me to Rem, stopping her powerful slash with his single knife. At this rate, we'd likely return to the previous back and forth. Rem alone was unable to overpower him, and me using my red hair from a distance meant that he could dodge or cut them away. To kill him, I needed something more. "Ooh," I bellowed. I didn't try to think on it. While Rem and Higuchi were in the middle of their melee, I charged in, tentacles and all. I figured I needed to put my own body on the line if I wanted to stop that overpowered thief. "You little." Higuchi sensed I was about to do something. But Rem, implicitly understanding my plan, closed in further to prevent Higuchi from backstepping away. "Gotcha." And thanks to that single moment his feet were stopped, I succeeded in pouncing onto his back. I used all my black hair to bind Higuchi along with myself. It didn't matter how, I had to be willing to use any means possible to slow down this psychopath, just enough to make this work. "Don't let up, Rem." "Motherfucky." Higuchi would, of course, try to shake me off, but he also had Rem and her sword to deal with, and that posed the more immediate danger. I clung on to Higuchi's back as if for dear life. Even while supporting my weight, Higuchi was managing to cope with Rem's sword stroke after stroke. Not enough. So why don't I attack too? Red hair twine. I let out as much as I could. I was already clinging on him and he was doing his part to shake me off. I didn't exactly have the accuracy to aim for a weak spot like his neck, and so just lashed out randomly. Anywhere the red hair struck was sure to add damage. "Arc, fuke. Guard skin," Higuchi cried. By the time my red hairs snaked themselves around Higuchi's arms, legs and body, he had surrounded himself with a dim, blue glow. The red hair still hissed all around him, which usually indicated to something melting, but his clothes looked fine. What? Is this aura thing protecting his whole body? What the hell? Thieves even get full-body defensive skills. This is so unfair. GHH, KH, Fook. Higuchi leaked. It seemed using that omnidirectional barrier spell was taking a toll on him too. He must have needed a lot of mana and concentration to maintain it, and this had markedly dulled his movements. This must have been his trump card for when he really needed an out. Good. It's going well, one more push and... But then again, I was plenty worn down myself. Aura. In a momentary pause between their locking blades, Higuchi used through bind. Suddenly, all the red and black tentacles got repelled from his body, and I found myself clinging onto his back with no tentacle support. One twist of his body, and I was quickly thrown off. Whoa. I yelped, fell, and doing my best to ignore the falling damage, stood back up. Not good. I needed to get back on there, deal the finisher. But, black hair bind wasn't coming out. Up. This feels like... Shit, I'm out of mana. Of course I could still push out a tentacle or two, but my hair had returned to normal and the massive amount from before was gone. One thing I was sure of was that if I even tried to pull off that stunt again, I'd instantly fall unconscious. Black hair bind, red hair twine, And one XL-sized rotten bog shouldn't have drained me so much. It might have mostly gone to REM when I used Corpse Doll on Masaru's body and practically created a new curse spell. Goddammit, this clearly wasn't the time to run out of gas. Guga, roared REM. Boo. Higuchi roared back, die, die. I'll make sure you die this time, bitch. REM was close to losing. Higuchi still had his butterfly knife in one hand, and at some point, had brought out another one. Dual-wielding knives, Higuchi was carving away at REM. REM was being sliced up everywhere, but maybe because his blades were shorter, she wasn't being dealt any fatal wounds. But despite being slowly brought to the brink, REM only kept fighting on. I'll fucking kill you. I'll make sure you die, Saitu, no matter how many times it takes. You think you can beat me, fag. You think a coward like you can kill me, her bitch. Higuchi was close to his limit too. He hadn't suffered as many wounds, but he must have been running on fumes already. So he yelled. The fact that I, having the weakest calling of Shaman, and Masaru, his cowardly, obese slave, had driven him to a corner like this enraged him to no end. Finally, Higuchi had achieved a disarming double slash on REM's wrist, causing her sword to drop. Haha. And here's the finisher. One more double. No, it was so fast that I could only see the result, but he instantly made another 4 slashes across Masaru's neck. The knives had ripped apart meat and bone, causing Masaru's neck to drop. No, it hadn't dropped, it had fallen backwards, still caught by a flimsy thread of skin while exposing the insides leading above and below. Ha. See that? That's your place, on the fucking ground where you bell. Oa. Instantly. REM, who was pitching forward, having been seemingly eliminated, suddenly raised her right arm. She had no sword of course, but what she did had was a night mantis blade, one that I'd obtained after a grueling battle. With a crunch, she operated the joint in her wrist to flip the blade into position. And his newly obtained sword had struck Higuchi right as his guard was down, thinking the beheaded zombie was out of the picture. Grah. Higuchi wailed, his left arm chopped off. This was the result of him desperately trying to avoid an otherwise fatal wound from an attack he had noticed too late. From the panic brought about by exhaustion close to the point of collapse, to the relief of having thought the fight had been won, everything played in dulling his thief's intuition. For the first time, Higuchi had suffered a major wound. Ah! I bellowed, charging straight at him. My one chance had come. I had saved this trump card, waiting patiently for the right moment. My own knife, my red knife. No mana. No curses. Who cares? I could still move, couldn't I? I still had the magic weapon enchanted by fire. I at least had the strength to stab, burn, sear, kill a weakened beast. Ga, AA. Momokawa. Higuchi faced me, his left arm gone, his right, still tightly holding his butterfly knife, the one and only weapon he originally had. I screamed in pain. Gwa, damn it. Higuchi did the same. Higuchi's knife landed, along with the double-ended pain. He was no doubt unable to process the risk of pain return anymore, and simply wanted to kill the approaching enemy. My red knife was easily dodged, but in contrast, Higuchi's butterfly knife stabbed deeply into my right shoulder. Pain, pain, pain. Both of us screamed in pain. Kill you. Momokawa, I'll kill. Shit, But Higuchi could still manage the excruciating pain assaulting both our bodies. It was as if he was drugged up to the point that he didn't feel anything. I had even let go of the red knife from all that pain and had barely managed to push myself and lift it back up with my left hand. But Higuchi, on the other hand, looked as if getting stabbed in the shoulder meant nothing. He still held on to his knife, absolutely bent on ending my life. You're fucking dead. Higuchi took a step forward, swaying like a zombie. Fucking great, he doesn't even care anymore. But I do. I didn't work this hard just to die alongside him. Guga. At that moment, REM revived. Well, technically, she simply hadn't stopped operating. REM wasn't a living creature. Her sheer tenacity was only possible due to her nature as a mana-powered corpse doll. It didn't matter whether her neck was connected by only skin. Her face, Masaru's face, carried an expression of pure and unbridled rage as she bit down on Higuchi's leg. Ak, nya. Higuchi howled, and then fell over. Rem had bitten and torn his Achilles tendon. That attack ended up being her final contribution. I lost Rem's connection to me. What remained was the head that still carried that face of wrath, and now a chunk of meat between its teeth. Thanks, Masaru. You really did end up saving me at the very end. Dai, Higuchi, I cried as I bore through the pain, positioned the red knife and charged into Higuchi. I didn't bother aiming, I just needed it to stab into him, and I pushed with my whole body to achieve this. Arg. 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 Ah. The red knife plunged into his stomach. Higuchi groaned. It wasn't so much a scream but a whimper. But he still managed to knock me away with his explosive strength. Ah. The red knife, being what it is, let out its fire. Higuchi was getting grilled from the inside, centering around his stomach. The smell of cooked human flesh permeated the room, but Higuchi had yet to give in. His seemingly endless vitality refused to accept his coming death. Higuchi grabbed the handle sticking out from his stomach and pulled. Blood gushed out from his mouth and his eyes rolled back, exposing their whites, but he pulled. He pulled out the red knife and threw it to the side. Higuchi panted slowly. And with that, all my weapons had been used and exhausted. No wait, I still had my box cutter. Though, I wouldn't need it, not anymore. Momokawa, hey. Lee's 10. I reached into my pocket and took out some ointment to rub on my shoulder. It was good enough first aid for now. Don't kill me. PFT. Who? Ahahaha. I could only laugh. A dry, guttural laugh. I walked to Higuchi. I was dizzy from the pain in my shoulder and from my almost empty tank of mana, but I got closer. And I gave him a kick. Come on, Momokawa, don't do this. Haha. And here I thought I'd never get to you, hear you begging for your life. Guess I was wrong, Higuchi. Once again, as Higuchi lay on the white stone floor on his back, I kicked him, pushing forward. I can do it. This should still work. Stop it. Don't do this. I can, and I will. Higuchi, just so we're clear, I will be killing you. Also, I'll be sure to make full use of your death. I continued pushing with my arms. He was surprisingly heavy, must be all the muscle. My shoulder hurt. But I could move it if I just bore the pain. Listen, Momokawa, you've never killed before, right? No, I haven't, you'll be my first. Right, this was supposed to be my first time killing another human being. I was slowly pushing Higuchi, offering him to the pitfall, still wide open as if demanding its promised sacrifice. All the more reason to stop. Don't be a murderer, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. What about you? You've never once regretted killing, have you? Hair. Haha. Ya got me there, I'm just like that. I don't feel much killing someone. Ha, then I'm the same. No, you're not. You're not like me, you're a good person. So stop, while you can. Me, a good person? Well, if you compare me to yourself, I'd be pretty upstanding, I guess. You're the type who's sure to regret becoming a killer. So don't kill me. Just leave me here, and go. Regret, regrets. Like I give a... Well, I couldn't say that for certain. I didn't consider myself to be a psychopath like Higuchi, so I might start to regret killing him, someone I've considered my worst enemy, somewhere down the line. I might start seeing nightmares about it, and I might sometimes think back, mull over whether killing him really was the right decision. I was weak. I was physically weak. I had a weak calling. I even had a weak heart. Just go, leave me and go, you win. I promise not to mess with you ever again. I swear. You think I was born yesterday? Yeah, no, fuck off with that. Actually, I should really set aside my mental complexes for now. Thinking logically, letting Higuchi live was sure to be more harmful than not. Whatever, you killed Masaru. You killed my best friend. So this is payback. I'm telling you. Don't. You know how they say, revenge isn't worth it. Shut up. You just shut up already. Stop. Try and calm down. Then you'll realize this isn't something you want to do. Listen to me, Higuchi. I want to kill you. And I know that I won't regret doing it one bit. Of course I won't. I had no intention of suffering because I killed a piece of trash like him. You might. And it'll stay with you. I'm not kidding. I said I won't. Heck, I'll tell my future grandkids about it, that once upon a time, their grandpa killed the big baddie. I'll brag about it, and proudly. I was right in killing him. There was nothing wrong with this. I had justice on my side. To kill a killer, thus enacting justice. It was the ultimate contradiction. But I had nothing else to go on. I could only believe it. Momokawa, please just. What is it now? Stay quiet so I can end this. No, please just. Do me this, one favor. Was this some sort of joke? Did he really think I was going to do him my knife? Please, give it to Yukiko. What? Knife? Oh, he meant his butterfly knife. He'd let it go when he was pulling out the red knife. It was his most noteworthy and deadliest weapon. It was currently on the floor, the blade soaked in blood. I just want her to remember me. Me and Yukiko, we're going out, YC. You and Nagai-san? Yeah. I really love her. Was even thinking I'd marry her once I knocked her up. What the? Now that was a surprise. I could have sworn he was going out with Randu-san, seeing how they interacted in class. On the other hand, I'd never even seen him looking at Yukiko-san. Just do me this one thing. Oh, and when you do, tell her that I lost my life fighting the boss with all I had. An idiot. He was an idiot. Not because he was trying to show off to his girlfriend this late. No, it was because. Sorry, I can't. Oi, fuck your attitude. Just do it. I really can't. Nagai-san's already dead. Nagai Yukiko was gone. She'd been eaten by the cannibalizer, by Yokomichi Hajime. Maybe I shouldn't tell him that. I was an idiot too. I was trying to be considerate towards someone I was about to kill. So. Yukiko, she's dead too. Of course, I didn't plan on stopping. I'd do this without regrets. I'd kill him. I'd kill Higuchi. He targeted my life, he killed my best friend, this delinquent, this DQN, I'd kill him, once and for all. So what if he was grieving the loss of his loved one? I'd kill him. I'd do it already, Momokawa. Sure. Goodbye, Higuchi. I'd expected him to pull a fast one at the end. But he hadn't. He had completely accepted his loss, and his death. So Higuchi fell, with no resistance whatsoever, into the dark pit of sacrifice. Chapter 86, Sacrificial Exit. For a while, I had just stopped thinking. I didn't feel a sense of accomplishment after all was said and done. But then, I wasn't feeling any weird guilt either. I just didn't know what to think after doing something like this. I was tired. I was just tired. I felt dull and fatigued after having done what I had to do, wanted to do. Shouldn't waste time at this point. Higuchi hadn't been lying. Not long after he fell into the pitfall, a magic circle, one that's supposed to get me out of this zone, came to life. I used my notebook compass to check, and confirmed that it was now pointing at this new transfer circle and not at the door leading to the boss room. First things first, I went about gathering the bits and pieces of loot. As for Mosoru's body, it had turned to ash at some point. I imagined it was an after effect of using him as a corpse doll. Sorry, Mosoru, I wanted to at least give you a proper burial. But well, I think I avenged you, so let's call it even. I didn't want to waste time mourning his death right now. I wasn't sure how long this transfer circle would remain active, and I seriously didn't want to make the mistake of missing my ride due to something like tiredness. I was exhausted to the point of having to almost drag my body to the glowing circle. The long, dark pitfall had gone back to being solid stone floor, and this magic circle had appeared with the white monolith at its center. I'd almost gotten there too, if not for. Do it. Ian-chan, cried a sweet, bell-like voice, which was followed by a gruff, beastly bark of compliance. Off. What the? I turned around quickly, only to find its fiery, crimson manner right in my face. Ah! I shrieked. I had been suddenly knocked down to the hard, stone floor. My whole body ached, but I was okay. I hadn't suffered any new wounds, and the wound on my right shoulder wasn't bleeding out. My aching body was ordering me to stay put, but I had to get a look at who or what had attacked me out of the blue. I forced myself up to see. Ah! Reina, a remarkably adorable little girl, was running by me in a particularly cutesy little girl manner. This blonde-haired, twin-tailed young beauty to behold was unmistakably Reina Adelhydeias. Of course she was. She'd been standing outside this room all this time while I was having a death match with Higuchi. Oof, came the savage bark from above me. Huh. Wait, no, don't. I cried. Let's get to the one who attacked me. It was basically a really big red-haired dog. This one was in a class of its own compared to the mob called Red Dog. It looked even more vicious than the authors, and actually, it was more like a lion now that I got a better look at it. It had a voluminous manner all around its head that had a red to yellow color gradation, giving an impression that it was actually on fire. This blazing lion was, at present, staring me down with its red eyes, like I was its worst enemy. Yeah, no, I had no chance against a monstrosity like this. Thanks, Ian-tan. You can come back. Reina called. Off went the beast, giving me a final look as if to say, you live for now, boy. It raised its massive body and nimbly ran over to Reina's side. Now I knew that it was absolutely obedient to the small girl. So this was the so-called spirit master calling and its guardian beasts. I could understand why Higuchi was treating her like an untouchable princess now. I wouldn't dare mess with someone with a killer guard dog like that either. Damn it. Didonti. I stammered. Reina and her Ian-chan were standing on the transfer circle. My transfer circle, the one that I staked my life, my pride on. No way in hell was I letting them take it from me. But, that girl, Reina, it was as if she wasn't acting on malice at all. She was, not even looking at me as I yelled out to her. Don't do it, Reina, Reina. That girl, as if she'd done nothing wrong, as if she was just a pure and innocent little girl, was holding her guardian beast close, her eyes closed as if she was afraid where the transfer would take her. All too quickly, she vanished within the ensuing light of transfer magic. What was with that girl? Now that I thought back, she hadn't spoken one word to me this whole time, had she? During the short while I had joined Higuchi's party, she had acted as if I didn't exist at all. She seemed completely oblivious to my addition. Then again, we had neither need nor motive to talk to each other in the first place. I had no idea what sort of relationship she had with Higuchi, so I couldn't know if she was safe to talk with. Seeing how uninvolved she was about everything, I figured that, even if she had a strong calling like this so-called spirit master, she'd be too scared to actually fight, and was simply tagging along with Higuchi and Masaru while they did all the work. That was why I completely excluded Reina Aias as a potential threat, and in fact, not once had she come to Higuchi's aid once our fight had started. Damn it, I cursed. Fucking Reina, she was aiming for this, all along. I was now sure of one thing, Reina Aias was no ally of Higuchi. In addition, she had no intention of becoming my ally either. She had no conscience to help either of us. We didn't register as something she needed to be concerned about. That was how she was able to ignore Higuchi even as I pushed him down to his death. That was how she felt no guilt at having left me here. She had, in effect, succeeded in getting rid of two meddlesome boys in order to reach her goal, all without so much as lifting a finger. And at the end of her goal, that is, once she meets Soma Yuto again, she'd go all Yukuan. I was so scared. Acting like she always did in the classroom. I should have killed her too. Nah, who am I kidding? I don't stand a chance against that monstrosity. Fighting that was like asking to die. Higuchi had mentioned that she had two more of those guardians, lightning and ice element. That Ian-chan was without a doubt her fire element guardian, and just that one seemed impossibly strong. The fact that she commanded triple that strength basically meant it was practically a cheat calling the likes of a hero. Shit, I need to calm down. I felt so humiliated I could vomit, But anything I felt wasn't going to change the fact that she had stolen my exit pass and I was stuck here. Think. There's gotta be another way. I could look for a different route, for example. No, impossible. If there was one, Higuchi wouldn't need to resort to preparing a sacrifice. There were apparently multiple other routes out of this zone, but Higuchi still chose this method. He did it not just to get rid of me, but because it was the safest and only way left to him. I'd experienced firsthand how strong he was, but even then, he wasn't strong enough to beat this Goliath that was waiting in the boss room. He had surmised that fighting the boss had a strong possibility of getting him injured fatally, and he'd also determined that all other routes were just as or even more dangerous. Maybe this really was the end of the line for me. My mana was practically nil, I was beaten and battered, and the only weapons I had on hand were my red knife and Higuchi's butterfly knife, which I took as my spoils. The strong rem who I made with the hard-earned night mantis parts was broken and unsalvageable. Masaru was gone. Could I even make it back to the fairy square like this? This room was made different from the rest since it was right before the boss room, but it was no square. Monsters could come in normally, and who knows, maybe some of the sensitive ones were following the stench of blood leading here already. It's fine. It'll be fine, I can do this. Right, it was still too early to give up. But I couldn't find any strength to put in my legs. The one light of hope that I'd fought so hard to obtain had been stolen so easily that my body wasn't listening to me under the frustration. Did all my struggling matter at all? Did Masaru sacrifice himself for nothing? Wouldn't me dying here be the same as Higuchi killing me? I can do this. I repeated. Really, who was I kidding? The inside of my head was dyed in despair. I couldn't not imagine trying and inevitably failing. I'd rather die, taking Higuchi along with me if this was the sort of end waiting for me in this white zone. I lay there, wallowing in self-pity, for who knows how long. Footsteps. I could hear footsteps. I went alert. Must be monsters. It sounded like there were a number of them. And since they weren't concerned with being quiet about it, I could imagine it was a skeleton platoon. I deliberated on what to do. I could manage duel wielding my knives with a pair of black hair tentacles, but that'd be it. If I even tried to make a rotten bog, I was sure to run out of mana and pass out. This was looking bad. There was no way I could take down a bunch of troopers with 2 knives. So this is it. This is where I die her. Ha! You're Momokawa? The guy who had addressed me did so intimidatingly as I gripped tight onto my 2 knives, tears already gathering in the corners of my eyes, and frozen stiff in fear. This was a guy from our class, and one that practically everyone recognized. His hair was dyed blonde, against school rules, and his whole body was armored in a layer of tough and toned muscle. An oppressive air marked the room as our class' most famous delinquent stood tall in front of me. He was Tendo-kun, the only one who had stood on the same ground as Soma Yuto, Tendo Ryuichi. You wanna fight or what? Ha! Wait. How come me calling his name turned into me wanting to fight him? Was it my eyes? It must have been my eyes. Like, I know how my face looks like an angry stray cat, but unfortunately, I was born with it, and am certainly not as rude as I look. So please don't take this the wrong way. I'm just an ordinary boy with ordinary. Looks like you don't. Makes this simple. Tendao-kun approached closer, taking large, purposeful steps while I still sat stiff. Stay out of my way, I'll beat the boss. His gleaming golden pupils radiated as he passed by me. The enormous sense of pressure from his presence had left me completely befuddled and speechless. He should have easily figured out how shitting in my pants scared I was, and so, without any further words, he headed straight ahead towards the door to the boss room. Wait, by fight, did he mean if I wanted to fight the boss? That's just plain ridiculous. I'm half dead already at this point, and I sure as hell am not suicidal. The errant thoughts rushed into my head only after that dominating presence was gone. Wait, did Tendao-kun even have a weapon? He was completely empty-handed, right? But he did look confident, which likely meant that he had a calling that could rival that of Soma Yuto's hero. First Reina's spirit master and now this. Cheats seemed to be a dime a dozen. Where do I get mine? I was having sardonic thoughts again, when something else felt off. Tendao-kun's eyes, how come they were golden? I mean, sure he bleached and dyed his hair, but he never wore color contacts. His eye color that should have been black were definitely golden just now. They were glowing too. Whew, Momokawa looks like he's about to piss his pants. I kinda feel sorry for him. Well, that's Tendao-kun for ya. My head was getting swarmed in more thoughts when I heard two girls giving open remarks on the situation. I was still sitting, so I had to look up to see them. They were also classmates, but I couldn't seem to recall their names. These two were more fashionable than plain, so I, who didn't have much interaction with girls in the first place, hadn't had even the faintest interaction with them. I could recognize that they were from the same class but nothing more. I didn't know their names, and had had no reason to learn them, meaning that they wouldn't have much interest in me either, which was true, since they quickly ran after Tendao-kun without a moment to waste. What were they? A party, of course. It was another harem party, not exactly my strong suit. But then again, oh, Momokawa, you don't look so good. And there was the fashion diva of the class. She came walking in a slow, relaxed gait, someone who was also far out of reach from my measly social circle, but whom I made sure to know the full name of nonetheless. It was the girl who'd been heavily rumored to be going out with Higuchi, one Randu Kyuko. Her long, wavy blonde hair was tied back in a ponytail, and with those sleepy, seemingly uninterested half-closed eyes, she looked me over. "Wait, there's blood all over you. Are you really all right?" she asked. "Ah, sort of." I managed to answer her question, sure. But as this Randu-san was bending down to talk to me, I got a full, frontal view of the ginormous jugs judged widely as the best of the best in Class 2-7. Holy moly, no wonder those things are number one, Mei-chan excluded, in size. My gaze dreamily veered towards her chest, exposed due to the couple of undone buttons on her uniform blouse. I was quickly becoming enraptured by the tanned brown, bewildering bosom whose deep cleavage was laid before me. Kay, wanna come with us? Oh wow, like wow. Up until just recently, I'd been despairing how it was the end of the line for me, but this pair of brown boobies blew it all away. It was as if the engine of my body had started spinning again, telling me to live on. Thank you, Randu-san. You just saved my life. Sure, why not? I said. Somehow, by pure luck, I ended up joining another party of classmates, this one led by Tendao Ryuichi. Chapter 87, The Palace Zone. Well, this sure is different, I muttered, taking in the new scenery. In our journey into the depths of the dungeon, and in our search for Momokawa, the place in which we currently found ourselves was not stony ruins, but looked like a palace with pristine white walls. Everything was white. But in spite of the single-tone color scheme, the walls and floors were beautifully embellished like European chateaux. It was not the same old panels of white light that illuminated this area but lavish chandelier-like fixtures on the ceiling. And looking up at them, I was further surprised by the elaborate murals also carved there. They sort of looked like angels, nude boys and girls with wings coming out of their backs, frolicking and dancing. It was detailed work. From the impressive murali to the dazzling chandelier, anything and everything looked brand new, like they'd been created just recently. Was there some kind of magic that could preserve the state of things so cleanly? Or what? Maybe we'll finally get to meet some of this world's people now. Someone has to take care of this place. It's beautiful here. Sakura, unlike me, had an eye for the fine arts and was entranced by the scene. I know. That only makes it all the more jarring. Class rep, in contrast, diligently kept up her guard. Guys, I kinda have the feeling we won't meet any gomas around here. Natsukawa-san, ever the perceptive thief, said with a hint of confidence. Then again, that means there's something else here, doesn't it? Asuna replied. I also had a similar feeling. Intuition maybe. This sort of place seemed like it'd have skeletons or other inorganic types of monsters spawned by the dungeon. Ah, I hope there are no ghosts, whimpered Takanasha-san. Ghosts? Well, I wouldn't say it's likely. Let's get going. Finally, Futaba-san strode ahead indifferently. She wasn't like Sakura, appreciating the beauty, nor like class rep, who expressed vigilance towards the unknown. Of course, I knew for a fact that she hadn't let her guard down, not in the least. A berserker would surely also sense the strange air drifting inside this zone. Yet, it was all the same for her. The same dungeon. The same danger at every step. Yeah, there's no telling what might pop out here. Let's proceed carefully. I finished, prompting everyone to start walking. As usual, we had Natsukawa-san leading, followed by Futaba-san and me as vanguards. Sakura and class rep walked behind us, with Asuna at the very end. One member each as the head and tail with two middle pairs. This was our current basic formation. It was quiet. Too quiet really. Only the sound of our footsteps echoed along the white halls. We weren't rushing either. We were watching out for anything that might appear, but for a while, nothing seemed to. Suddenly, guys, stop. Natsukawa-san raised a sharp voice. Trusting her judgment, everyone did as she said. Walk a few steps back. All right, I said. She must have sensed a trap of some sort and no one doubted her. After having us step back, she did the opposite, taking a few steps forward. She stopped and bent her knees, ready to dodge if anything happens. A second passed, then two. The rest of us watched with bated breath as she stayed still. Then suddenly, Natsukawa-san leaped backwards, back to where we were standing. The next moment, from above, the chandelier on top of her old position crashed into the ground, shattering loudly like glass as it broke into a million pieces. This thing's designed to fall on someone in the middle, so it has a delayed drop. They are so scummy. Seriously, she pouted. Her competence as a thief made her reliable, but her attitude was rather cute. That would have been pretty bad, I said. If you hadn't sensed it, it would have fallen on Sakura or class representative. You'd expect a party to travel in formation, after all. Class rep added. And with how us slow-reacting mage types are almost always in the middle. Minomi's right, scummy indeed. Yes, Sakura replied, we should be more careful of traps here than monster. I think so too, I agreed. We'll be counting on you, Natsukawa-san. Nihaha, leave it to me, laughed the girl in question with the radiance of a sunflower. And reliable she was. After that incident, we still didn't see any monsters, but the traps were plenty. There were 2 more dropping chandeliers, 3 pitfall traps, and we even had arrows and spears launched at us. Having experienced so many of them, even I sort of got a knack for sensing traps, or maybe predicting was the right word. Well, it wasn't anything near Natsukawa-san's level. She was in a whole other league. Skill learned. Trap search, the ability to detect laid-out traps. Well, that was anticlimactic. I sort of felt sorry for Natsukawa-san too, so I didn't speak up about it right away. Oh well, it was better to have 2 pairs of eyes looking out anyway. No way. There's a secret room here. Natsukawa-san suddenly cheered and pointed at a completely inconspicuous white wall. I tired focusing on the area with my trap search. I guess a trapdoor doesn't really count as a dangerous trap, so I could only faintly make it out, but that meant that there really was something beyond that wall. You guys, you think it's a treasure box? Natsukawa-san said with visible giddiness. A treasure box inside a palace, Sakura mused. It might contain something incredible. You're right. Treasure box, hell yeah. No one could blame her for jumping for joy. Natsukawa-san did do most of the work on the way here. She deserved a reward. The trapdoor slid open on its own to reveal the room inside. Natsukawa-san practically leapt inside. Where's the trio? And stopped. Oh. Sorry guys. What's going on, Natsukawa-san? What? I quickly rushed in and found the cause of her dismay. Droned a black knight inside the white room. Its hulking 2-meter body was covered head to toe in jet black, full body armor. It carried a thick tower shield, a massive halberd. And there were 2 more. One with a greatsword and another with a flail. Sakura, class rep, get back. I yelled to get them to retreat away from the hidden room entrance. Natsukawa-san and I rolled to the side, dodging the first knight's charge. Lux Sagitta, Ice Sagitta. Sakura and class rep swiftly fired off their respective attack spells once they were far enough. But the tower shield and halberd knight had shield bashed the magic away as it bounded out of the trap room. That shield is tough. I mumbled. The great sword and flail knights followed after the first, parrying away any bolts of magic fired at them. Now, all three were out and facing us in the white hallway. "Ni-san, maybe we should run," Sakura suggested. "No," I denied, "they might not look it, but they're fast. They'll get us from behind if we show our backs to them. Me, Asuna, Natsukawa-san, and Futaba-san may have been able to outrun them, but only if we used our battle arts to boost our speed. But Sakura and class rep didn't have high physical stats like us, and Takanasha-san wasn't even a combat class. I doubted if we could carry them and manage to escape. We have to defeat them, here." Class rep steeled herself, and these knights, they're strong. Stronger than some of old boss monsters. Asuna, who rushed up to the front sensing the danger, gulped after sizing up the enemies. We each drew our weapons to challenge the Black Knights, the gatekeepers blocking our path. "Somakuen," Futaba-san spoke up, "I'll take the one with the shield, all right? Do you need any help?" "Well, if you can hold off the others, that'd help." "All right, I'll take on the sword knight then. Asuna and Natsukawa-san, you two handle the flail." "Got it." Asuna nodded curtly. "Flay, what?" "Damn it, Minomi, it's the one with the spiked ball," barked class representative. "Wait, you could have just guessed by process of elimination." "Hey, I'm sorry, all right." Natsukawa-san was almost fooling around in the tense atmosphere, and the Black Knights hadn't attacked us in the meantime. Whether they were cliché DLY waiting for us to finish the discussion, or trying to show off their confidence, I didn't know. Either way, it was convenient for us. "Kotaru-kun, give me strength." Futaba-san mumbled when I glanced to the side to give her the go-ahead. She then popped a small, red nut into her mouth. And before I could ask, like a fiery explosion, Futaba-san released intense shockwaves of mana. And with a thundering roar, she burst toward the shield-bearing Black Knight like a cannonball, true to her title of Berserker. Her ferocity had almost left me in the dust. Oh okay, time to fight. The fairy squares in the palace zone seemed to be built just as opulent as the rest of it. The fairy walnut trees were in a neat line and well pruned, the various flowers had been planted with care to their placement, even the central fountain was bigger than usual, with fancy golden rimming. It felt like a well-maintained park. Looks aside, its function remained the same. After arriving at the square, we took a well-deserved break. This place isn't very easy," class rep complained once she drank a mouthful of cold fountain water. "You're right, I could only agree, but we did get some good rewards out of it. After dealing with those first three, we had periodically faced more of this zone's monsters. They weren't many, but they were all strong. Like Asuna had said, they were stronger than many of the earlier bosses. All the monsters here were like the Black Knights, covered in tough full-body armor and carrying weapons. We first thought they might be heavy armored skeletons, but it turned out that the armors were empty. Natsukawa-san and class rep had a dialogue which went something like, "Yikes. Aren't these monsters those, Dullahan things? Don't you mean living armor? Because that's what they're usually called." And so we started calling them living armors. These living armors, as the name implies, had bodies of tough armor with nothing inside. In other words, trying to hit a weak spot between the gaps in the armor did nothing as there was nothing to hit. From that description they may seem nigh unbeatable, but they did have a weakness and we had discovered it, Lux magic. After a number of stabs and slashes seeming to be useless in weakening them, class rep was the one who realized that the armors weren't simply moving on their own but were perhaps being controlled by dark spirits hosted inside. Drawing on that logic, she figured that a well-placed hit from a Lux spell might purify them from the inside. I also got the feeling that it might work. This sort of thing was really common in the fantasy RPGs or manga or novels I used to read as a kid. Video game logic of opposing elements aside, I also sensed a strange mana leaking from the hulking masses of steel, and that was what convinced me. I already use Lux elementals, light spirits without any sort of substance, so I was naturally able to pick up on the similarity. And once we had a plan, there was nothing stopping us from getting it done. Sakura fired a Lux Sagitta into the gash I had opened up on the Sword Knight's armor. Hitting the armors directly with Lux was not very effective, but what about inside? Frankly put, Our guess had been on point. The dark spirit did indeed dwell inside the black armor, and the moment Sakura's Lux bolt hit, ominous black mana gushed out like a spray of blood. One shot left the Black Knight writhing in pain. Two more and the black haze cleared, letting the armor fall into pieces with several clangs. So, the way to defeat a living armor can be summed up in one line: physically attack it to create a gap in the armor, then deliver blasts of its elemental weakness, Lux, inside. Now that we knew the method, Asuna and Natsukawa-san, who were having trouble with the flail-swinging knight, were also able to beat it with Sakura's help. Additionally, we figured that since Lux Sagitta works, why not weapons with holy enchant cast on them? That also worked, granting us another way to deal with these powerful enemies. Lux magic ended up doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But it wasn't the only way to beat a living armor, as we found out very soon after finishing our side of the fight. That method too wasn't overly complex. Pummel it until the whole thing is reduced to scrap. Tried and tested by Futaba-san, this was her way of dealing with the new type of monster that was completely at contrast with our tag team approach of exploiting their weakness. By the time our fight had finished, Futaba-san had disarmed the Black Knight of its tower shield, which had been thrown to the side all dented up. The knight had lost its shield and also its halberd, and was facing a similarly behanded Futaba-san. But she didn't need weapons for what she was about to do. She had knocked down the towering knight and grabbing hold of its leg, she pulled. With a screech of metal, the metal leg was torn off and then thrown away like a piece of trash. She then grabbed the remaining leg at the ankle. I had thought she would pull it off like the last one, but she had instead used it to lift the living armor and slam it back down on the floor. She did it a second time, then a third, and then more, again and again, with unbelievable speed and strength. The arms and even the head came off. Futaba-san stomped down on it, crushing it like a pop can. At that point, the living armor stopped moving entirely. Oops, did I finish last? Sorry about that, it was a tough one. Her instant smile gave me a little scare, to be honest. This was the way of the berserker. Only a mad warrior could think to destroy a living armor with nothing but violence. Even I couldn't do that. That aside, we sure got our hands on some good weapons. Living armors were tough enemies who carried strong weapons. Weapons that were much better in quality compared to the stuff we'd get from a troop of skeletons. The blades were well sharpened, and some were even enchanted. We could even have Takanasha-san upgrade them. She could combine the new weapons with the ones we already use and make them even stronger. Finally having something to do, and so much of it at that, Takanasha-san was hyped up. I know, class rep replied in a satisfied tone. I even got this staff, finally. Among the living armors, there were those that wore robes over their armor and used magic to fight, mage armors. One of those carried the staff topped with the glowing blue orb that class rep was happily holding. The moment she realized that it was a cryomancer behind those robes, she'd immediately set her sights on its staff. I guess she wanted one of her own for the longest time. Weaponry aside, Natsukawa-san's keen senses also came into play as she led us to a number of treasure boxes. Most of those contained healing potions, but they also had a variety of magic items. Rings, necklaces, and even hairpins. I could only tell that these were magic and not ordinary accessories from sensing traces of their mana within, which didn't really tell me anything about how they could be used, but that's where our sage, Takanasha-san, came in. Looks like Kotori's going to be busy for a while. Said class representative, we got her a lot of weapons and items to go through. She should take all the time she needs. We had no reason to rush, after all. We spent some time in each new area searching for Momokawa. Unfortunately, we hadn't found any trace of him as of yet, and neither did we find any of our other classmates. Finding one person in this dungeon that was not only incredibly vast, but even allowed for teleporting to different locations, felt like an impossible ordeal. Our best bet would be for Momokawa to somehow get ahead of us and stay in one place until we reached him. But the task was not completely fruitless. Exploring places like this palace zone let us gather up lots of good weapons and items. Even up the search turned up nil. So Makuan, can we go search this area now? Futaba-san spoke up, almost as if she sensed that the topic was on my mind. Well, no, it wasn't like she was waiting for the right time. She had been spending the last few minutes cleaning the tower shield, which she had claimed, at the fountain. Fighting all those living armors took a big toll on us, so let's head out a little later, I said. And let's keep the search close to the ferry square today. We'll expand the range tomorrow once we're rested up. No problem. And who else is coming with us? Takanasha-san will be busy for a while, so how about Sakura, Asuna, and class rep stays with her, while the rest of us go? I had enough energy, and along with Natsukawa-san, we were the only ones with trap sensing skills. Fighter classes like us and Futaba-san could move faster too. We could also retreat if we get into too tough a fight, since we'd be much speedier without the full party. I'll come with you, class rep demanded. Are you sure? I asked. Yes. I wanted to get used to my new staff, you see. That's as valid a reason as any. Maybe it's just me, but class rep kind of looked excited to be able to blast chunks of ice with her new toy. Okay, I'll see you three a little later then, Futaba-san said with a soft smile as she turned away. She went over to a quiet corner of the square, likely to get some rest herself. Fighting so many living armors really was taxing, both physically and mentally. They were far more dangerous than any mobs and required our full concentration to defeat. It was one grueling battle after another. None of the girls voiced any complaints, but the evidence of fatigue was all over their faces. That was the case even for me. I could still fight if I had to, but it wasn't a breeze like taking care of a pack of Goma or Red Dogs. Ha! Futaba-san, she sure is strong, I muttered under my breath. I genuinely admired her strength of heart. But soon, that very night, I would come to learn how much of an idiot I was for thinking that. Chapter 88. Behind her smile. We were finally done for the day after scouting out the general vicinity of the ferry square for traces of Momokawa. We encountered no other living armors during the search and had returned to the square tired and in need of some good rest. It was night time. I was lying on the grass, heading off to sleep, when I heard a whisper. Soma. Being the only guy in the party, I usually slept alone at a corner of the ferry square out of common decency. No solid wall separated the arbitrary area for boys and girls, but as a general rule, no boys are to be allowed in the girls' area past bedtime. This applied vice versa. But hearing that hesitating voice, the girl who called out to me despite not wanting to have to, woke me up instantly. I let out a yawn. Oh, Asuna. Once I opened my eyes, I saw Asuna leaning over, gazing down at me. She was wearing her tracksuit in place of sleepwear, and had her hair down as opposed to the usual ponytail. Very casual compared to her everyday appearance. I didn't have to ask if something had happened, not anymore. See, can we? Asuna asked in a small voice. Do it now. Sure, come here. I answered right away. She looked visibly relieved hearing my consent, and even as her face dyed red in embarrassment, she lied down beside me in practiced movements. Here's where you'd expect us to spend a passionate night together. But that would be a grave misconception, as she'd only be sleeping beside me. Sniff. Soma. Asuna voiced, bringing her body closer to mine, snuggling up like a lonely child. Nope. Just sleeping beside each other, her and I. Shit, this is crazy. How's a teenage guy supposed to handle something like this? I mean, I do have confidence in my self-restraint, but there's always the slight possibility. The sensation of Asuna's body brushing up against mine was giving me all sorts of dangerous thoughts. And, damn it, did I mention she was wearing her tracksuit? No, she wasn't wearing the jacket, only the t-shirt that goes underneath. That thin t-shirt. What the hell? What is with this unbearable softness being squished almost directly against me? Ah, who? You. Asuna was crying. As those soft sobs reached my ears, the overwhelming sensations I'd been feeling from her body had been shut out all at once. It'll be all right, Asuna. I consoled her like a parent would their weeping child. I hugged her in reassurance. I'm here for you. Don't worry. Just relax and try to sleep. I'm always here for you. Promise. Thanks, Soma. She mumbled, slowly drifting off to sleep. This wasn't the first night I played the role of emotional support for her. It's been like this ever since the incident where she pushed Momokawa out of the transfer circle. Her heart had been crushed by first, the loss in her duel with Futaba-san, and then, by having made a mistake she could never apologize for. It put her over the edge, and every night since then, she's been like this. Normally, she looks fine. She can talk normally, and she has no problem dispatching monsters. The problem surfaces at night time, right around when everyone goes to sleep. She just breaks down. Asuna is considerate towards everyone else, and does her best to hide it, but at the end of the day, her leash on her emotions softens and she simply can't bear with the scars she's suffered in her heart. The stress of living with that pain, day after day, becomes too much. And this is what happens. She comes to sleep beside me because it gives her a sense of relief. It's the only way she can sleep at night. These symptoms are especially strong after we have a tough fight during the day. When she sees Futaba-san fiercely thrashing about with powerful monsters like the berserker she is, those memories of her loss, her pain and humiliation at those same hands begin to resurface within Asuna's mind. Today, when I witnessed Futaba-san absolutely rampaging on that living armor with the tower shield, I had a feeling it would turn into this come night. And not just me, the others were aware of this too. Sakura and class rep sympathized of course, and Natsukawa-san who, as someone who did a lot of sports, is aware of how hard it is to deal with loss. Even if it's second-hand, she and the others understand that the human heart can be a fragile thing in the face of trauma. So while Asuna developed a reliance of coming beside me to sleep, they all accepted it as something they couldn't deny their suffering friend. Every day, fighting, surviving, overcoming perilous odds, even someone as driven as Asuna can end up like this. I personally know her strength firsthand, but even I have to admit that despite everything, she's still a 16-year-old girl. So of course she would cry, who wouldn't, after having their heart beaten, battered, and scarred. Asuna. It pained me to see her hurt like this every day. It filled me with regret and bitterness that this was the only thing I could do for her, provide an empty sense of relief. But I understood that a wound of the heart isn't something that can be healed fast. Nevertheless, I had to shamelessly console her so that she could keep standing. After all, the dungeon doesn't give us the leisure to slowly heal our wounds. So I hold Asuna tightly to me as we rest. Those unrelated may see this as highly inappropriate, but if they became aware of her state, I'm sure that no one would object. Even Sakura, who's well known to be uptight about this sort of thing, not once complained and left Asuna's care to me. I suppose this means she trusts me to not take advantage of the situation. Even I'm aware how attractive a girl Asuna is, but this really isn't the sort of situation where I can openly have sexual thoughts toward her. Embracing each other in light clothing, I can't deny that my mind trends in a bad direction. But feeling her pain through her sobbing moans, that train of thought drifts away without incident. Hic. Asuna let out a quiet sob in her sleep. I wonder how long has passed with us like this. It didn't feel very long. We had a bunch of hard fights today, so it isn't strange for her to fall fast asleep. Good night, Asuna. I breathed. Seeing her breathing calm, now, I finally went to sleep. My eyes shot open with a start. The fairy square had its lights on like always, so there wasn't any sense of it being morning already, but my internal clock told me that it was still night. I could tell without needing to check my watch. I figured that I woke up for no reason in particular, and was about to head back to sleep, when I noticed a shadow pass from the corner of my eyes. Isn't that Futaba-san? No, I wasn't seeing things half awake. That was definitely her. And she was quietly walking out of the square alone. Don't tell me she's planning to go search on her own. I mean, I understand that he saved her life and all, but she was being obsessive about this, and taking risks like this is never a good idea. Whether I can stop her or not depends on her state of mind. But at the very least, I can accompany her. There's the thought of waking everyone up, but I don't think I have the time to explain and convince them to follow along. Plus, Asuna is in something of a precarious state, while Sakura, she's not exactly big on accepting Futaba-san as one of us. So it's up to me to somehow handle this. I delicately remove myself from the fairy square ground so as not to disturb Asuna who's sound asleep, and then follow after Futaba-san. Strange. Futaba-san hadn't gone far. She was in the small room located very close to the square. It was a plain, empty room that had no doors leading elsewhere. Natsukawa-san had even searched it for hidden passages but had found nothing. Futaba-san, who was with us at that time, should know this. But then, why is she here? It's that small doubt that compelled me to sneakily check on her. Hick. I heard her voice utter almost silently. She hasn't realized that I'm here. Ah, who? I heard again, and I quickly realized, she's crying. Just like Asuna had, clinging to me, Futaba-san too, was crying. Kotaro-kun. She spoke Momokawa's name over and over as she quietly wept in the empty, white room. I returned to the square. I couldn't think of any words to say to her. No, not just to console her. The problem was much deeper than that. I'm such an idiot. I felt stupid being blindly amazed at how strong Futaba-san was. She's no different from us. Even she worries, gets hurt, even she suffers. Asuna had Sakura, class rep, everyone worried for her. She had me to hold her when she couldn't sleep. But what about Futaba-san? She wasn't even in our friend's circle, she was just a classmate. And I'm sure the feeling is mutual for her. Could she really confide her worries to us? In fact, it was likely that she couldn't even trust us after all is said and done. Which is what led her to do this, seclude herself and cry alone. Here in this cold dungeon with nobody to comfort her, nobody to hug her and tell her it's going to be okay. Futaba-san, I can't believe myself. Just because she's a berserker, just because I admired how bravely, fiercely she battled monsters. Maybe I was subconsciously relying on that strength of hers. I thought that because she's strong, she'll be fine. I wouldn't have to worry about her. She was a companion who I could trust my back to. But now, I know better. I saw her there, crying alone. I can't ignore it anymore. The fact that she's just like us. That Futaba Maiko, the powerful berserker, is still a girl. So, with resolve, I will protect you. A week passed in the castle zone. Phewie, I'm finally done. Great work, Kotori. Yeah, you really put in a ton of effort for us. Takanasha-san lay sprawled on the flood with sweat sliding down her forehead while class rep and Asuna gave her props for a job well done. In other words, she'd finally finished upgrading all our weapons. While she'd been busy doing that, the rest of us had been collecting more high-grade arms from living armors and looking for treasure boxes, which there seemed to be a lot of in this zone. All in all, a week had passed before we knew it. But the wait was definitely worth it, and so without further ado, let's start from my weapons and equipment. Paladin's sword. Once wielded by a certain paladin, this sword not only has a highly sharpened, shimmering silver edge, but is also protected by a variety of magical enchantments, restoring it to its original glory. The emblem on its guard shines in the semblance of Ingard the Lion of Flame. Blue Fire Blade, a single-edged sword endowed in blazing fire. The constant embers on its edge have a mysterious ice-blue glow. Blue Lightning Blade, a single-edged sword endowed in crackling lightning. The constant sparks on its edge have a mysterious ice-blue glow. White Dagger, a dagger endowed with Lux magic. A white luminescence always surrounds its blade. Guard Ring, a ring that manifests the battle art, Guard. Drop of Life, crystallized from the waters of life, this tiny jewel worn as a necklace can be used to heal from any injury. While my main is still the sword I collected from the long-dead knight we once found at a fairy square, now, I have an additional 2 swords that are enchanted with different elemental magics which I can use to shoot ranged magic attacks. Them being different elements also allows me to choose my weapon based on the enemy and have an elemental advantage. I'm no mage, but I now had the ability to shoot elemental spell alternatives. While before, I used to deal ranged damage by throwing knives, or, in case I wanted a longer throw, a halberd, there was still the problem of limited resources, and there's only so much I can carry before it becomes a burden to the fight. And along with the now powered-up weapons, I also received a couple of magic accessories. The Guard Ring for extra defense, and the one-time full recovery necklace, the Drop of Life. Both of these are equip items that make it easier to go all out in battles. Though, I already have a similar skill as the Ring, Iron Guard, and the Drop of Life, While being akin to a 1+ on my number of lives, it doesn't really help me fight any better. I mean, it's great to have some insurance, but personally, my bow still looks the same. Was there something wrong? Oh right, Sakura-chan, your bow's the type that gets stronger the more you use it, so me trying to upgrade it doesn't do anything. Sakura's bow, on the other hand, didn't receive any form of power-up. Though, I suppose Takanasha-san's the expert on this stuff, so if she says it's fine, it probably is. The Saintess bow does in fact look different from back when we started. Its shape and appearance has been changing gradually, and it looks a lot whiter in color. Well, as a consolation, you get these. Takanasha-san beamed while handing over a collection of elementally enchanted arrows, for all elements other than Lux. Oh, arrows. Thank you, Sakura said. There's only a limited supply of these, so use them wisely. Sakura can use Lux magic for a very versatile degree already, so with the addition of these arrows, she'll have more tricks in her repertoire. Come on, don't you want to upgrade your staff too? Takanasha-san asked class rep. I told you I'm fine. Plus, I don't want to risk you failing since I'll end up staffless again. Trust me, I can totally do it. I said I'm not taking chances. If we get another staff, you can try with that one first. Snow Bloom, a staff specialized in ice magic. The orb on top transforms when mana is poured within. Its final form is that of a blooming flower of ice, and only in that form can its true potential be unleashed. Class rep had opted to keep her staff, the one dropped by a mage-type living armor, as it was. According to her, it's already plenty powerful and she doesn't want to upgrade it if that entails a risk of damaging this item she'd wanted for so long. Takanasha-san wanted to try her hand at it since it's rare for her to upgrade a mage staff, but she'll have to hold off on it this time. As for accessories, Sakura and class rep also received a few unique ones. Amulet of Protection from Arrows. In addition to arrows, this magic charm allows the wearer better evasion toward any type of ranged attack or spell. Cuffs of Concentration increases the wearer's focus when forming spells. Sakura got a guard ring, a drop of life and the Amulet of Protection from Arrows, while class rep had a guard ring and the Cuffs of Concentration. Wit collected a bunch of these guard rings so there were enough to go around for everyone. The drop of life, however, was rarer and we only found 2. Since I had the highest offensive ability in the party, and therefore carried the highest risk of injury, and since Sakura was our only healer and lifeline for the party, it was decided that the 2 of us would wear the drop of life necklaces. In return, class rep got the Cuffs of Concentration so she can increase her damage output even more. Making the rounds, Takanasha-san now went up to Asuna. Asuna-chan, you look like you've gotten used to your magic swords. I have, replied Asuna. And I have to admit, I didn't think they'd be this useful. Like me, Asuna also got a number of magic-endowed swords. Flame Red Saber, a single-edged saber made from a Cerberus claw. It is endowed with scorching flames. Storm Saber, a knight sword endowed in billowing air magic. Asuna's right-hand blade, the Blade of Cleansing, hasn't gotten any upgrade, but her left-hand Red Saber is now Flame Red Saber. She can switch out the former with her Storm Saber and use a powerful combo magic of fire and air. With 3 swords, she can also choose to switch them out depending on the type of enemy, giving her better flexibility in her fighting style. She had a guard ring, of course, but additionally, Amulet of Antivenom. This charm grants immunity to many types of poison and also increases poison resistance. In other words, it's an item that protects from status ailments. I heard that she had a hard time against their fight with Yokomichi, who apparently turned into a monster, so to prevent paralysis and other similar risks, she got this. On a side note, we found 3 of these amulets of antivenom and they went to Asuna, Natsukawa-san and Takanasha-san. The last of whom didn't carry any weapons but wore the most accessories out of all of us. Bracelet of Vitality. This bracelet increases the wearer's stamina. Feather Pin of High Step. Wearing this enables the usage of the battle art High Step, a skill for fast running. Medal of Courage. You feel courage rise up from the depths of your heart, which lets you triumph over fear. We felt that Takanasha-san, inarguably our weakest member, needed this collection of magical goods so that she could at least have a chance at running away in a crisis. Her calling of Sage provides practically no physical ability corrections whatsoever, and she's had it tough even following after us in the trek within the dungeon. We hope to fix that with the Bracelet of Vitality. Which reminds me, when all of us got around to hear the analysis results for the Medal of Courage, and it was immediately decided that Takanasha-san would be getting it, I noticed that Futaba-san was looking at it pretty enviously. Curious, class rep asked her about it, and here's what she answered. Oh, no. I was just thinking how I don't need something like that anymore. I guess she was remembering the time when she first entered the dungeon. I'd heard that she couldn't even work up the courage to fight a weak monster, but by the time I first saw her, her whole appearance plus calling had changed to what they are now. She'd become a berserker so thoroughly that I couldn't even imagine her getting teary-eyed facing monsters. But thinking that is kind of insensitive of me, I'll admit. Anyway, Futaba-san's weapons also received upgrades fit for a berserker. Black Steel Knight Halberd, an ominous jet black halberd. Its dark blade unleashes hard, heavy and merciless fury. Dark Tower Shield, an ominous jet black tower shield. This bulky mass repels enemy blows. Black Steel Broadsword, a black sword forged with a high-grade steel and tough metallic shell alloy. Its width is broad, blade long, and range wide. Futaba-san was outfitted with gear that focused on physical attack strength. She attempted using magic weapons, but they didn't seem to yield much effect for her, and so they were distributed to our other 3 melee fighters, Asuna, Natsukawa-san, and myself. Then again, Futaba-san now became our party's sole shield-bearer, massively increasing her defense in addition to offense. With this much raw physical prowess, she'd be able to take down living armors much easier. And not only that, she even learned some new battle arts in the past week, so she might be able to beat an armor in one blow without even needing to guard with the shield. I have a feeling she might soon outdo my cross caliber at the rate she's growing. I need to work harder too. Alright, so about Natsukawa-san's stuff. Wild Bandit Knife. This dreadful knife has been molded into an atrociously corrupted shape with repeated usage in murder in the cruelest and most unusual ways. Aqua Whip of the Water Snake. Endowed with aqua magic, this whip can extend and retract at will. Its whiplash will not only cause physical pain but also a hellish sting similar to a water snake's poison from its tail stinger. Rather than a weapon, the aqua whip is better suited to be a tool of torture. Shockerbolt. This dagger releases an electric charge so painful, it colors the victim's face in complete despair. It can be used for torture, execution, and many other evil deeds. What the hell? Natsukawa-san looked at them in utter shock. Okay, I know what you're thinking, Takanasha-san said nervously, but let me remind you that I'm not the one making this stuff up. This is all. I'll kill you. Kitori. Hyikes. An aqua element whip and lightning element dagger would surely make our thief, Natsukawa-san, much stronger. But let me speak for her when I say, she is only a thief in name not action. Give me nicer weapons, damn it. Even though she may scream hysterically and chase around Takanasha-san, I stand by my statement. Only in name. I wish you luck, Natsukawa-san. So, we're finally leaving this square. As for the boss of this zone, I have a feeling it'll be the strongest one yet. We'll be fine. We're stronger and better equipped than ever, said class rep, Sakura, and finally Asuna, each expressing their readiness to challenge and clear the trial ahead of us. But before we leave, I have a little something I have to do. Futaba-san, a minute. I said. What is it, Somakuen? Here. I said as I handed her my drop of life. What? But this is yours. I want you to have it. I'm loath to admit it, but this is the best I can do right now in terms of protecting her. Futaba-san is undoubtedly strong. I can tell that she's easily stronger than Asuna. Which means that, if we're in a fight where even she's in trouble, I can't say with confidence if I can jump in to protect her from a devastating blow since I might also be stuck with enemies. Which is why she needs the drop of life. If, by chance, I can't cover for her, at least this will save her from an otherwise deadly wound. What's the meaning of this, Nii-san? We've all agreed that you need that necklace the most. You're the most at risk since you're... Stop it, Sakura. I won't change my mind. I expected Sakura to object. From their interactions so far, It isn't hard to figure out that my sister doesn't like Futaba-san much. But I won't let her sway me on this. I'm a man, and if I say I'll protect her, then that's that. If it's Sakura, I'm sure she'll quickly notice that I'm very serious about this. But for now, class rep mediated and settled her down for me, though she still had a look on her like she had more to say. Yuto-kun, you're sure about this? Class rep asked after a pause. I am. This is what I want. And I don't think I'm the most at risk. Futaba-san fights just as hard as I do. Ah, you don't need to worry, Futaba-san said, lifting her shield. I have a good shield. I guess from her point of view, she'd rather not take it if it starts raising sparks between us. Please. Just think of it as doing me a favor, I pleaded. Honestly, I'm not confident I can save you in a critical situation. I know, it's really pathetic for a hero. But that's just another reason for me to get even stronger. Oh, well, all right. Futaba-san said finally. I still think I'll be fine without you worrying, but if it makes you less nervous, I'll take it, sure. Gently smiling as if to express that she completely understands the depth of my worries, Futaba-san happily accepted the drop of life from my hand. Thanks, Soma-kun. I appreciate it. Futaba-san immediately wore the life-saving necklace around her neck and, it just disappeared inside her cleave. Fuck, calm thoughts, breathe man breathe. Let's not think about where that drop went. Alright, let's head out. I gave the signal to depart. Our preparations were set, I was able to express my intent to protect everyone, and now, I just need to show that through action. End of Volume 3.